Chapter 1. The First Glimpse of Life. The desolate mountains and the dilapidated hut. This mountain is merely taller and has a few more animals. It truly possesses no extraordinary qualities. Here I stand, the solitary shadow upon this vast mountain, engulfed in emptiness, loneliness, and desolation, a forlorn king of the mountains. Ding! The Tensho system is initializing, binding successful. The Tensho system requires the host to showcase brilliance regardless of how the host displays their talents. All consequences will be borne by the system. The better the performance, the more abundant the rewards. At the mountain summit, in front of a small, ramshackle hut, Chu Xiaoga rose with excitement. After waiting several days, his system had finally appeared. Chu Xiaoga hailed from another world, a place known as Earth. In that realm, he was an avid reader, captivated by novels where protagonists wielded various formidable systems. Surely, he too should not fall short. The Tensho system sounds rather promising, Chu Xiaoga murmured. With the system's assurance, he felt no hesitation. During his few days in this world, he had diligently gathered information about his surroundings. This realm revered strength above all the powerful could reshape the heavens and overturn the seas, truly capable of anything. Thus, everyone aspired to become strong, for in a world governed by the survival of the fittest, weakness relegated one to a subpar existence, their lives at the mercy of others. Fortunately, a small town lay nearby, where a sect was recently selecting disciples. If not now to showcase my talents, then when, without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiaoga descended the mountain. As for why the door was left unlocked, well, the mountain was remote, the people impoverished, even thieves were disinclined to visit. At the lakeside town, the center was bustling with villagers from various hamlets. The villagers stood in orderly lines, an unusual silence enveloping the gathering. At the forefront stood three imposing young men, clad in the garb of the sect. You all understand the rules. Today marks the annual disciple selection day for the ancient silver sect. Any child whose talent passes the test will have the opportunity to join our ranks for training. First, we shall conduct a ceremonial tribute to honor the founding ancestor of the ancient silver sect. The sect disciples solemnly lifted a stone statue depicting an elderly figure whose extraordinary presence could be felt even from a distance. After carefully placing the statue on the ground, one disciple stepped back a few paces before forming a unique hand seal. In an instant, the statue grew larger. Let the tributes commence. Silence fell. The villagers immediately knelt before the statue, their faces filled with devotion. The significance of the ancient silver sect was well understood by the villagers. Those within the sect were akin to celestial beings, capable of altering the very fabric of reality, instilling awe and reverence. Most importantly, if their children could enter the ancient silver sect for training, the elder's status within the village would enhance manifold. Who are you, and why do you not pay your respects? One of the disciples turned to find a figure standing at the back of the crowd. While others knelt, he stood out conspicuously. A surge of joy coursed through Chu Xiaoga. The opportunity had finally arrived. With a calm demeanor, he replied, "Why should I kneel?" At that moment, all eyes turned towards him. Shock painted the faces of the villagers. This was beyond their comprehension. It was the first time they had witnessed someone refusing to kneel before the statue of the sect's ancestor. Ding! Host's modest display results in a slight enhancement of cultivation level. From Qi Refining Stage 1 to Qi Refining Stage 2, and then to Qi Refining Stage 7. A series of system notifications flooded in, filling Chu Xiaoga with elation. Indeed, the system did not deceive him. This was a genuine enhancement. In one breath, he had elevated himself from an ordinary mortal to Qi Refining Stage 7. How many years would it take an ordinary person to reach such a level of cultivation? Is this the sensation of a cultivator? Quite remarkable. At that moment, Chu Xiaoga felt as if he could fell a bull with a single punch, and he could sense the spiritual energy permeating the world around him. The three disciples of the ancient silver sect exchanged glances, each taken aback. They had never encountered a scenario like this before. Having only joined the sect the previous year, they had made considerable sacrifices to participate in this election. However, Receiving a disciple would yield rewards. If they were to encounter someone with exceptional talent, the rewards would be even greater. Yet the situation demanded control, otherwise, the sect's reputation would be tarnished. Do you truly not kneel? Do you not understand the consequences of offending the dignity of the ancient silver sect? The three disciples stepped forward, their chi surging forth. The villagers immediately bowed their heads, the pressure from the disciples' aura overwhelming for mere mortals. Chu Xiaoga smiled nonchalantly, walking leisurely toward the front of the crowd. I, Chu, do not kneel to heaven, nor to earth, and certainly not to others. If I were to kneel, could your sect's ancestors' statue withstand it? The villagers instinctively parted, creating a pathway for Chu Xiaoga. Ding! Host Tinshio double display results in a slight increase in cultivation level. From Qi refining stage 8 to Qi refining stage 9, and then to body refining stage 3. The three disciples of the ancient silver sect were already stunned. They had initially thought him an ignorant youth. Yet with each step he took, they felt a shift in his aura. In that instant, he seemed like a fierce tiger, capable of devouring them whole at any moment. At this moment, do you still insist that I kneel? Chapter 2. The Shattering of the Ancestors' Statue. The three disciples of the ancient silver sect swallowed hard. Newcomers had never witnessed such a spectacle. Before them stood a youth who, despite appearing frail, now resembled a ferocious beast on the brink of unleashing its fury, instilling sheer terror. Who is this youth? This child is formidable. He seems even stronger than the three disciples of the ancient silver sect. Does he not know the prowess of the ancient silver sect? The villagers exchanged furtive glances, whispers rippling through the crowd. Such excitement was a rarity. Mother, this big brother is so impressive. I want to be like him, exclaimed a boy of 7 or 8, his eyes filled with admiration for Chu Xiaoga's back. Hush, child, do not speak out of turn. The boy's mother swiftly covered his mouth, alarmed. If the disciples of the ancient silver sect heard this, it would be a grievous offense to the sect. The disciples surveyed the increasingly chaotic scene, their expressions hardening. With the backing of their sect, were they to fear an unknown individual? You must kneel today. Chu Xiaoga chuckled softly. Nodding in satisfaction, everything was under his control. The air fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were fixated on Chu Xiaoga. At that moment, every gesture he made was laden with significance. He subtly shifted his foot. Crack! At that very instant, an almost imperceptible sound resonated. Though faint, it echoed sharply in the hushed atmosphere. What had shattered? The three disciples of the ancient silver sect exchanged puzzled glances. Look, the statue, it's cracking. It truly is cracking. Following the sound, the crowd turned to witness a deep fissure forming in the once majestic statue, which continued to widen. Crack! The three disciples immediately turned to face the statue. They stood frozen in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Crack, rumble. Finally, in the next moment, the statue shattered completely, crumbling into fragments on the ground. Silence enveloped the crowd. Ding! Host's remarkable display results in a significant enhancement of strength. Body refining stage 4. Body refining stage 9. Body refining stage 10. Chu Xiaoga nodded in satisfaction. The statue's destruction was a deliberate effect he had orchestrated. With the system's assistance, he had merely to feign a kneel for the statue to be obliterated. The outcome was undeniably impressive. At that moment, everyone remained in stunned silence. System, why is it that every reward I receive is merely an increase in cultivation level? Can you not provide something novel? What happened to the promised variety of rewards? After showcasing my talents a few times, all I received were boosts to my strength. The system fell silent. After several breaths, it finally responded. Host strength is too weak. Enhancing strength remains the top priority. However, you make a valid point. Next time we can consider adding other rewards. Chu Xiaoga chose to overlook the system's initial remark, fully aware of his own limitations. However, the latter part pleased him indeed. One must actively strive for benefits. Foremost, esteemed one. After a moment of silence, the three disciples exchanged fearful glances. Though merely a statue, it was an authentic spiritual artifact. Not only could it assess cultivation talent, but it also possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Even if the three of them combined their strength, they could not leave a mark on the statue. Perhaps only an elder from the sect could shatter it. However, just moments ago, there had been no forewarning, and the three individuals had not witnessed Chu Xiaoga engaging in any actions. If I were to kneel, would the statue of your sect's ancestor withstand it? At this moment, the words of Chu Xiaoga echoed incessantly in their minds. In this instant, they comprehended that the young man before them was far from being as simple as he appeared. His strength was likely far superior to that of the elders of their sect. This matter could only be reported back to the elder. The pressing concern now was to quickly express their stance. Senior, we were disrespectful. Just now we beseech your forgiveness. The villagers were taken aback, as disciples of the Guin sect were actually bowing and apologizing to a stranger. Who exactly was this young man? Could it be that the shattering of the statue was his doing? Countless speculations arose within their minds. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chu Xiaoga exuded an air of a transcendent figure. Ignorance is no sin. I shall pay a visit to your esteemed sect when the opportunity arises. Upon hearing Chu Xiaoga's words, the three disciples of the Guin sect let out a sigh of relief. The weight that had been pressing on their chests finally lifted. They truly feared that he might be displeased, for then they would indeed have to face the ancestor of their sect. Thank you for your forgiveness. Senior, we shall certainly inform the elder to welcome you when the time comes. Ding, the host has showcased 4 talents in a day, resulting in a slight increase in strength. First level of the Spirit Transformation Realm. Third level of the Spirit Transformation Realm. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the transformation of the solitary mountain. The system has made significant changes to it. The series of notifications from the system startled Chu Xiaoga. This was indeed without fault. I find the system quite appealing. Chu Xiaoga was thoroughly satisfied with the rewards received. Inadvertently, he had advanced to the Spirit Transformation Realm. In just one day, this level of power would likely rank him among the elders within the Guin sect. Particularly with the final bonus reward, Chu Xiaoga had long felt that his mountain was too desolate, and he was eager to discover what transformations the system had enacted. It was truly exciting. Having showcased enough for now, it was time to return. Chapter 3. The Encounter with a Young Tiger. The solitary mountain was not far from the lakeside town, and now that Chu Xiaoga had reached the 3rd level of the Spirit Transformation Realm, he arrived in merely about an hour. In this world, realms are categorized as follows: Qi Refinement Realm, Body Refinement Realm, Spirit Transformation Realm, Dan Refinement Realm, Yuan Separation Realm, and Unity Realm. Of course, the Unity Realm is not the highest level of cultivation. It is said that there are even greater heights beyond this realm. However, from what Chu Xiaoga had gathered since arriving in this world, there seemed to be no beings surpassing the Unity Realm. Perhaps it was simply a matter of the region in which he found himself. How vast is this world? No one knows the answer, thus all possibilities exist. Is this still the same solitary mountain as before? Even before arriving, he could already sense the extraordinary nature of the mountain. This sensation was enigmatic and profound. Chu Xiaoga quickened his pace to the foot of the mountain, where the abundant spiritual energy enveloped him in unparalleled comfort. Ascending the soulstone staircase leading to the summit, he looked up to find that the mountain now boasted numerous pavilions and exquisite small structures. Indeed, this added a touch of ancient charm to the solitary mountain. However, after taking just a few steps, he halted once more. Why do these small creatures seem to possess a sense of humanity? Glancing around, Chu Xiaoga observed that whether it was the birds perched upon the trees, the squirrels, or the wild boars and wolves on the ground, they were all gazing at him with a humanoid demeanor. The solitary mountain has been transformed into a sanctuary for cultivation. The spiritual energy within exceeds that of the outside world by over 100-fold. Thus, these small creatures naturally reaped substantial benefits. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Chu Xiaoga gave a thumbs up, acknowledging the quality of this system. However, something feels amiss. Turning back to the foot of the mountain, he stood in contemplation for a considerable time before suddenly exclaiming, "System, your transformation is not yet complete. Something essential is still lacking." The system was taken aback. What more is needed? The aura is abundant, and the architecture has been crafted to perfection. Chu Xiaoge shook his head, pointing at the solitary mountain before him, saying, "This mountain still lacks a name. Hence it requires a mountain gate." He then gestured towards the stone steps. "This path has no name. Thus it is in need of a stele." The system acknowledged. "Everything seems to possess a certain logic." And it responded, "Then do give it a name." Atop the mountain, before a classically exquisite pavilion, Chu Xiaoge sat cross-legged, diligently cultivating. Through the system, he had ascended to the third realm of cultivation within a single day. A speed that could only be described as miraculous. Should this news circulate, few would believe it. Even those with prodigious talents in cultivation could not achieve such terrifying progress, despite having the system at his disposal. Chu Xiaoge understood that possessing formidable strength was equally crucial. Therefore, since his return 2 days prior, he had refrained from showcasing his abilities, opting instead for earnest cultivation to acclimate to this new realm. Suddenly, a small tiger intruded. Chu Xiaoge opened his eyes, having just received this news through the mountain's creatures. Curiously, ever since the mountain had undergone transformation through the system, he felt as though he had truly become the king of the mountain. He could sense every movement within it, and the animals could relay messages directly to him. This sensation was exquisite. Everything in the mountains lay within his grasp. The tiger, though not large, was evidently still a juvenile. Strangely, it did not linger but sprinted directly towards the summit. This tiger was indeed clever, and seeing this scene, Chu Xiaoge couldn't help but commend it. Seemed the tiger possessed some awareness, knowing that the place abundant with spiritual energy was his pavilion. A joyful roar erupted. Shortly thereafter, the door to the pavilion was flung open, revealing the silhouette of the tiger. Upon seeing Chu Xiaoge, the tiger froze, astonished to discover that there was someone else on the mountain. And this was its first encounter with a human. "Oh, you realize you have trespassed into my domain, little tiger?" Chu Xiaoge said softly, an invisible pressure enveloping the tiger in an instant. The tiger attempted to resist, but found itself utterly powerless. The force only intensified, leaving it devoid of any will to fight back. In but a moment, the tiger fell into tranquility. "Meeting me signifies a fateful connection. Since you are so perceptive, you may remain here to cultivate. I am in need of someone to tend to the courtyard, and henceforth, that role shall be yours." The tiger's eyes widened in disbelief. How had it suddenly become a caretaker? This human was indeed unscrupulous, even bullying an underage tiger. Recognizing the profound strength of the young man before it, the tiger reluctantly nodded its head, realizing it had no choice but to bow its head under the eaves. Most importantly, it could cultivate here, where the spiritual energy was vastly superior to that of its home. Ding! The host tiger experienced a slight enhancement in strength, ascending from the 4th to the 5th, and then to the 6th level of the transformation realm. Congratulations, host, for acquiring supreme spiritual tea, which can be supplied infinitely. The tiger cautiously ventured into the courtyard, only to find that the young man paid it no heed. It carefully nestled in a corner, breathing deeply, as spiritual energy surged through its nostrils. Supreme spiritual tea, with infinite supply. What a wealthy system I possess. Chapter 4. Visitors from the ancient silver sect. That mountain must indeed be the place spoken of by the villagers. A middle-aged man clad in a long robe paused, gazing towards a distant mountain peak. Had Chu Jinghong been present, he would undoubtedly recognize this middle-aged man as a representative of the ancient silver sect. Although his robe differed from that of the 3 disciples encountered earlier, it bore the same insignia upon his chest. This man was a vice-elder of the ancient silver sect. Upon learning the events from the 3 disciples, he hastened towards the lakeside town. After further inquiries, he discerned the location of the renowned elder mentioned by the disciples. This mountain is truly remarkable. Upon arriving at its base, the middle-aged man was visibly astonished. He had attempted to extend his consciousness to probe the mountain's essence, only to find himself thwarted, as if obstructed by an unseen barrier. Celestial Path Mountain. The path to seek immortality. He gradually approached the mountain's foot, where an ancient and ornate gate stood. Intricate dragon carvings adorned its surface, and the plaque above bore flamboyant characters, while the steel beside the stone steps displayed profound inscriptions. What audacious individual would dare to bestow such a name? he exclaimed. "The celestial path, the path to immortality, is unlike any other." The stone steps were no ordinary steps, but rather the staircase to seek immortality. Was there truly an immortal atop this mountain? Suppressing his astonishment, he inhaled deeply and respectfully declared, "I am Ren Tianai, vice elder of the ancient silver sect, here to pay my respects to Elder Chu." Without his permission, how could one enter the mountain freely? Ren Tianai was not a brash individual. Whether from the disciples' descriptions or the mountain's name itself, it instilled in him the notion that this person was extraordinary. However, Ren Tianai did not have to wait long. As Chu Xiaoga's voice resonated from the mountaintop, ethereal yet powerful, this spiritual energy, Ren Tianai stepped forward, and in an instant, a torrent of abundant spiritual energy surged towards him. Overwhelming and continuous, it felt as though he were immersed in a natural hot spring. Utterly comfortable, as the spiritual energy infiltrated his body, transforming into spiritual power. After only a brief moment, he felt as if he had experienced several days' worth of cultivation. Indeed, a remarkable individual. He marveled. The mountain's name was no exaggeration. Without lingering, he ascended towards the summit. As he climbed higher, he noticed the spiritual energy intensifying with each step. The richness of this energy was unparalleled, incomparable even to the largest cultivation ground of his sect. The ancient silver sect's primary cultivation ground was a coveted place for many disciples, boasting the highest grade gathering formation for spiritual energy. Yet in Ren Tianya's eyes, how could a firefly compare to the brilliance of the stars? His curiosity about Elder Chu grew exponentially. Ren Tianya's pace quickened involuntarily. Last. Moments later, he reached the mountaintop and beheld a pavilion in the distance. "Elder Ren Tianai has come to pay his respects," he announced, knocking gently on the door. "Come in," came the response. Upon hearing this, Ren Tianai excitedly pushed the door open. The first sight that met his eyes was that of a young man with an extraordinary demeanor, who was seated cross-legged. Before him, a stone table was set with tea utensils, steam wafting from a teapot, suggesting freshly brewed tea. "Elder," Ren Tianya's heart raced, for the young man's appearance surpassed his imagination like a tea first glance. There were no indications of spiritual energy fluctuations about him, as though he were an ordinary mortal. Such occurrences were rare. Either the person was indeed a mere mortal, or they had attained the realm of unity with all things. It was clear that the young man before him belonged to the latter category, given the display of power he had witnessed by the lakeside. Unity realm. Ren Tianai swallowed hard, his instincts telling him that the young man belonged to the second possibility. This realm allowed for perpetual youth and extended lifespan. Even in the entirety of the Jinyu dynasty, this realm represented the pinnacle of strength. "Please sit, do not be formal, and savor the tea I just brewed," Chu Xiaoga said with a gentle smile, inviting the astonished middle-aged man. Since entering the pavilion, Ren Tianya's expression had been one of shock, as if he were watching a performance. Taking a deep breath, Ren Tianai attempted to steady himself, but knowing he was in the presence of an unparalleled master in the unity realm, he found it impossible to remain calm. He cautiously seated himself at the stone table before Chu Xiaoga, remaining utterly still, as if perched on a bed of nails. This was understandable. After all, even the elders in his sect displayed similar reverence when facing their own sect leader, who merely resided in the refinement realm. While the elder before him was at the unity realm, breathing in the fragrance of the tea offered by Chu Xiaoga, Ren Tianai accepted it with both hands, his gratitude flowing forth incessantly. "It smells divine." Ren Tianai was neither ostentatious nor boastful. Rather, it was the fragrant aroma of tea that had enveloped the air, a scent he had detected upon his arrival at the hospital. To his astonishment, this delightful fragrance emanated from the tea within the cup before him. As the enchanting aroma wafted into his nostrils, the trepidation that had gripped Ren Tianya's heart began to dissipate gradually. His eyes brightened. This tea was indeed extraordinary. Its essence possessed a calming effect on the spirit. Eagerly, Ren Tianai took a delicate sip. The moment the tea touched his lips, he shuddered violently, disregarding its scalding heat, and gulped it down in one swift motion. Boom! At that instant, a formidable power erupted from within him, causing the surrounding air to stir slightly. However, this turbulence was swiftly quelled by an invisible force. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged, rushing fervently toward Rentianai, who had closed his eyes. Transformation realm, 3rd level. Transformation realm, 4th level. Transformation realm, 5th level. Transformation realm, 6th level. After ascending 4 minor realms in rapid succession, Rentianai's aura gradually returned to tranquility. He opened his eyes, stood upright, and immediately bowed deeply to Chu Xiaoga, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed elder. What kind of tea is this?" His heart brimmed with astonishment that a mere cup of tea had elevated him from the 2nd level of the transformation realm to the 6th level. A staggering advancement of 4 minor realms. This was an effect that even the most elite elixirs of his sect could not achieve. Thus, the value of this tea was incalculable. He felt an overwhelming gratitude toward the elder for so generously sharing it with him. Chu Xiaoga nodded in satisfaction. This spiritual tea was indeed remarkable. He also admired Run Tianye's decisiveness. Had the latter not consumed the tea in one go, he might not have achieved such a remarkable breakthrough. "It's just ordinary tea. Please have a seat," Chu Xiaoga remarked, not forgetting to showcase his own flair. "This is my fortune." Ordinary tea, Ren Tianai thought, his heart racing. The tea, which surpassed even the finest elixirs of his sect, was casually dismissed as ordinary. However, he suddenly felt a sense of relief, as if the awe he felt towards Elder Chu was merely a commonplace occurrence. Now that he was at the 6th level of the transformation realm, Ren Tianai reflected on his decision with gratitude. Who would have thought that merely visiting an uncertain elder would lead to such a significant enhancement in his strength? At the 6th level of the transformation realm, he was now positioned to enter the ranks of the elders of the ancient Silver Sect. Previously, as a mere 2nd-level practitioner, he was relegated to the status of a vice-elder, wielding only a fraction of the authority granted to true elders. Yet, vice-elders were still subordinate, and to become a true elder, one must participate in the elder promotion examination. Initially, Ren Tianai had planned to forego this examination, given the fierce competition among the participants. Moreover, he had heard that there had been changes in the examination, and several vice-elders who had been out on missions had returned. These vice-elders, with their immeasurable prowess, were undoubtedly the final contenders for the elder ascension. However, everything had now changed. Ren Tianai possessed undeniable strength, all thanks to Elder Chu's influence. Otherwise, at his normal cultivation pace, he could not fathom how many years it would take to officially rise above the vice-elder position and join the ranks of true elders. Chapter 5. A sheep's wool comes from a sheep. Ren Tianai retrieved a stone from his sleeve, cradling it in both hands before Chu Xiaoga. "Esteemed elder, I have nothing of worth to express my gratitude, but this stone was a fortuitous find for me. Initially, I was intrigued by the peculiar symbols etched upon it, and despite my utmost efforts, I could not leave a single mark upon its surface. I have diligently studied it, yet I have failed to unravel its mysteries, perhaps due to my lack of affinity." What Ren Tianai said was true. He had meticulously preserved this stone since acquiring it. In his eyes, it was undoubtedly an extraordinary object. The symbols upon the stone were unlike anything he had ever encountered, and despite scouring ancient texts, he found no reference to them. Furthermore, the stone's material was a mystery. Even his strongest strike left no impact. Ren Tianai was a man of gratitude. As the saying goes, even a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain. Elder Chu's assistance had propelled him 4 minor realms forward, saving him years of arduous cultivation. With his newfound strength, he could now ascend to the ranks of true elders, enjoying all the privileges and respect accorded to them. This favor was monumental. While practitioners often lacked time for cultivation, paradoxically, they were also in desperate need of it. This may seem contradictory at first glance, yet it holds true. For those at lower realms, time is of the essence. With a limited lifespan, they must enhance their strength within that finite duration to attain longevity. Conversely, for those at higher realms, lifespan is abundant. It is said that the highest beings share a lifespan with the heavens. Chu Xiaoga took the stone with great interest. He had not anticipated Ren Tianai to present him with a grand gift. As he was indifferent to such matters, with the system at his disposal, what could he possibly lack? Nevertheless, this stone was indeed intriguing. The symbols clearly conveyed some significance. Perhaps they represented an individual or a certain faction. In any case, he decided to keep it for further examination later. You have a good heart, Chu Xiaoga nodded approvingly. Seeing Chu Xiaoga accept the stone, Ren Tianai sighed in relief and smiled contentedly, fearing that Elder Chu might dismiss his offering. Suddenly, tranquility returned to the courtyard. Just as Ren Tianai contemplated whether to take his leave, a thunderous roar of a tiger echoed from outside. The roar was earth-shattering, reverberating through the mountains, reminiscent of a king's return. Most importantly, judging by the voice and the aura emanating from the tiger, its strength was likely on par with his own, if not greater. Realizing this, Ren Tianai instinctively prepared for defense, and no need to panic. Is my gatekeeper, Chu Xiaoga reassured him, having noticed Ren Tianai's unease. Upon hearing Chu Xiaoga's words, Ren Tianai could not help but smile wryly. He was in the presence of a formidable being, and he had momentarily lost composure. The tiger had indeed returned, the very cub that had intruded upon the immortal path mountain days prior. In just a few days, the cub had grown noticeably larger, its aura considerably stronger than before. The cub nodded, fulfilling its daily ritual of proclaiming dominance over the mountain's creatures and basking in their adoration. The sensation of being revered brought it immense pleasure. Ren Tianai had already turned around, witnessing the entire spectacle. Upon seeing the tiger, he was taken aback. This was no ordinary feline. Its aura and physique immediately conveyed its exceptional nature. Most striking was the distinct pattern on its forehead, resembling a king's insignia, radiating with a resplendent purple glow, a demonic beast, and not just any beast. The purple radiance indicated it possessed a bloodline of inheritance. Gasp! To think that such a creature was merely a gatekeeper. Ren Tianai's mind became momentarily blank. Beasts with inherited bloodlines were not to be trifled with. They often possess superior cultivation effects compared to humans, and typically house beings of peak strength, those at the unification realm. The fact that this tiger was here as a mere gatekeeper suggested that it likely had a powerful elder backing it. Such a revelation was nothing short of astonishing for Ren Tianai. It was well known that demonic beasts were prideful, often looking down on others, just as humans did. In that moment, Ren Tianai was filled with profound admiration and reverence. You were clamoring for tea, weren't you? Here, take it and enjoy. Upon hearing Chu Xiaoga's words, the young tiger's eyes evidently sparkled with excitement. Tea opened its mouth wide, and suddenly a powerful suction force emerged. The water that was originally in the teapot transformed into a water snake, which was voraciously consumed by the young tiger in one gulp. After finishing the remaining tea, the young tiger let out a satisfied low growl, then sauntered to the corner of the room, lying down to rest quietly. Throughout this time, the young tiger never once directed its gaze towards Ren. In that moment, Ren Tianai deeply comprehended the meaning of what Chu Xiaoga had previously referred to as ordinary tea. It truly resembled ordinary tea in its casual consumption, as a considerable portion of this exquisite and rare tea was unceremoniously given to the tiger. Has the ancient silver sect organized any activities recently? Ren Tianai was momentarily taken aback, uncertain why Senior Chu would pose such a question. Indeed, Senior, that in a month's time, we will be hosting the Elder Promotion Conference, followed closely by the Elder Discipleship Conference. It can be said that this is one of the most vibrant days of the year for our sect, Ren Tianai replied. Chu Xiaoga nodded, feeling a surge of joy within. He had been troubled, trying to find a suitable place to showcase his abilities. And now the ancient silver sect was hosting an event perfectly suited for this purpose. With countless disciples in the sect, it was likely he would receive considerable rewards. That I have heard that your sect possesses a secret realm. Chu Xiaoga inquired, having learned about this upon arriving in this world. This is not a secret. The existence of this secret realm is one of the key reasons why the ancient silver sect has stood strong for a century. Ren Tianai explained, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of yearning as he spoke of the realm. Yes, Senior, the secret realm is highly coveted by all disciples of our sect, and even we elders hold it in great esteem. The realm is not only abundant in spiritual energy, but it is also home to countless venerable predecessors of our sect who have attained enlightenment within its confines, aside from those who met with untimely demise outside the sect. Every elder or sect leader has transcended within the secret realm, leaving behind their lifetime of knowledge. This is precisely why the secret realm is so desired. Within it, those who are fortunate enough to seize an opportunity may soar to great heights and become extraordinary individuals. Of course, such a realm is not easily created. Other nearby sects lack the capability to establish one. The secret realm was left behind by the ancestors of the ancient Silver Sect, and while the means of its creation remain unknown, it is certain that the sect has yet to restore its former glory. Chu Xiaoga nodded as Ren Tianai provided a detailed introduction about the secret realm. Except for exceptionally talented disciples or those who have made significant contributions, ordinary disciples are unable to enter the secret realm. Elders, on the other hand, have the opportunity to enter the realm once every 5 years, and newly promoted elders also receive a chance to enter. This piqued Chu Xiaoga's interest. The significance of the secret realm was less about its mystery and more about the attention it garnered within the sect. If he could gain something substantial within the realm, it would be a splendid opportunity to showcase his abilities. It seemed that this matter warranted further consideration. After all, one can never have too much wealth, and if he were to acquire valuable items within the secret realm, he would be more than willing to embrace it. Chu Xiaoga pondered whether he could somehow secure the identity of an elder in the ancient Silver Sect. You may stabilize your realm here before departing. There is no need for formality. By the way, I regret having delayed the talent assessment for the villagers of Lakeside Town the other day. Please extend my apologies to them. After a casual conversation with Ren Tianai, Chu Xiaoga entered the attic, preparing to receive the rewards from the system. Meanwhile, outside the attic, Ren Tianai excitedly bowed towards it. Though he understood that Chu Xiaoga was bidding farewell, he was nonetheless thrilled that the latter had agreed to allow him to stabilize his realm here. With such abundant spiritual energy surrounding him, solidifying his realm would no longer require several days or even months how generous of you, Senior. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten about the matter concerning Lakeside Town. Ren Tianai mused, settling into a cross-legged position as he prepared to enter meditation, his heart filled with reflections. After learning about the events that transpired in Lakeside Town from a disciple, he had personally traveled there to gather information before hastily making his way to Xiandao Mountain. As for the talent assessment at Lakeside Town, he had not given it much thought. After all, it was merely a small town among hundreds, and he had not deemed it worthy of concern. Yet, such a seemingly trivial matter was clearly important to Senior Chu. This highlighted the disparity in their perspectives. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consolidating all gains into one, impressing someone to the point of admiration. His strength had been elevated to the 8th and 9th levels of the spirit transformation realm. The host received 10 show coins and unlocked the exchange shop, where the host could redeem items using show coins. Show coins? Chu Xiaoga murmured to himself, finding the term rather peculiar. Chapter 6. Immortal, please take action upon opening the exchange shop. A dazzling array of items greeted his eyes. Techniques, spiritual tools, elixirs, herbs, and more. Each item held considerable value, with some even being priceless treasures. Naturally, the rarer the item, the more show coins were required for acquisition. I am curious to see what kind of spiritual tool I can procure at this moment. Chu Xiaoga commanded the system to filter the items, prompting a display of various swords. Swords, he mused, finding this selection more aligned with his persona. Earth Shield Sword, low-grade spiritual tool, 1 show coin. Ice Blade Sword, middle-grade spiritual tool, 3 show coins. Sunfire Sword, middle-grade spiritual tool, for show coins. There are distinctions in the realms of practitioners, and naturally, spiritual tools are categorized by their ranks as well. From highest to lowest, they are classified as supreme. Top grade, middle grade, and low-grade spiritual tools. Although low-grade spiritual tools are considered the lowest tier overall would be the unranked spiritual tools. This one, Heavenly Walking Sword, supreme-grade spiritual tool, 8 show coins. Whether spending 8 show coins for a supreme-grade spiritual tool is a worthwhile investment remained uncertain to Chu Xiaoga. But it felt justifiable at that moment. Why? With a mere thought, the 8 show coins were deducted. In the next instant, a resounding sword cry ascended into the heavens that a flash of white light darted across. And as the light faded, a long sword with an imposing aura quietly hovered in midair. Countless spirals of spiritual energy formed around the heavenly walking sword, akin to stars paying homage. Chu Xiaoge was left in awe. How cool! It was no wonder it was a supreme-grade spiritual tool. Even its entrance was spectacularly flamboyant. Outside the attic, the young tiger, resting in the corner, suddenly opened its eyes and gazed into the room. At that very moment, Ren Tianai, who was meditating to stabilize his realm, abruptly awakened. Inside the attic, an astonishing sword energy filled the air, instilling a sense of dread. Given the potency of this aura, it could only be produced by a supreme-grade spiritual tool. Truly impressive, Senior. Ren Tianai initially gasped in surprise, but quickly regained his composure. Such phenomena occurring in the presence of Senior was not unexpected. Only a supreme-grade spiritual tool would befit such an identity. Ding! Earned 2 show coins. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chu Xiaoge smiled with satisfaction. This was precisely why he was willing to spend 8 show coins to acquire a supreme-grade spiritual tool, beyond enhancing his own strength. There was another significant reason: the ability to showcase his prowess. Who would not be astonished by the appearance of such a supreme-grade spiritual tool? Ren Tianai did not linger long at Xiandao Mountain. After solidifying his realm within a day, he took his leave. Not far from Xiandao Mountain, a bullock cart was swiftly approaching. This must be the mountain where the immortals reside, he thought. Upon a cart, there sat a plainly dressed middle-aged man, his face etched with an expression of profound anxiety. He had journeyed to the lakeside town, having had the fortune to witness the remarkable presence of Chu Xiaoge. The townsfolk were well aware that the young man they had seen was no ordinary individual. This was precisely why the middle-aged man had traveled relentlessly in search of Chu Xiaoge. Now, only a celestial being could save them from their plight. Just 2 days prior, a village beneath the lakeside town had experienced a bizarre tragedy, with all its inhabitants meeting a mysterious demise. Their faces marked by an ominous darkness. Such an eerie occurrence spread like wildfire throughout the town, plunging everyone into an abyss of terror. Despite the pervasive fear, some remained clear-headed enough to promptly dispatch a messenger to the ancient Silver Sect to report the incident and seek assistance. After all, the lakeside town fell under the jurisdiction of the ancient Silver Sect. The middle-aged man was the sole survivor of the village. He had been visiting a neighboring village on the day of the catastrophe, thus narrowly escaping the calamity. Upon witnessing the horrific aftermath in his village, he was consumed by a mixture of terror and fury. The deceased were his fellow villagers, his kin, including his wife and children. They had been well just before his departure, yet upon his return, they were irrevocably lost. Once he regained his composure, he resolved to seek out Chu Xiaoge. The distance from the lakeside town to the ancient Silver Sect was considerable, and he could only wonder how many days it would take for news to reach them that, in the interim, would further tragedies unfold. No one could offer assurances. Celestial being, I beseech you, lend us your aid. The middle-aged man finally arrived at the Celestial Path Mountain, dismounted from the cart, and knelt before its gates. He was uncertain if his actions would bear any fruit. After all, celestial beings did not intervene lightly. Yet, he refused to relinquish hope. This was his sole recourse, and he felt compelled to try. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoge awoke from his meditative state, having developed a deeper connection with the Celestial Path Mountain, to the extent that he seemed to command the very essence of the mountain itself. He naturally heard the cries from the foot of the mountain. Pray, tell me what has transpired. Just as the middle-aged man was about to shout again, Chu Xiaoge's voice resonated forth. The man raised his gaze, and before him stood an ethereal figure, the very young man he had encountered in the town square. With utmost reverence, the middle-aged man implored, Celestial being, I beg you to save us, that I am a villager from the lakeside town. Just 2 days ago, all the villagers of Dawn Village met with an inexplicable end. The apparition, clearly a manifestation of Chu Xiaoge's power, grew cold upon hearing the man's account. It was evident that this was the work of malevolent forces, and only dark cultivators could commit such heinous acts. These dark cultivators were a ruthless group of practitioners who resorted to various cruel methods to enhance their power, often devoid of humanity and lurking in the shadows. Chu Xiaoge was taken aback by the audacity of these dark cultivators, who had so brazenly slaughtered an entire village. Let us depart. The middle-aged man rubbed his eyes, and to his astonishment, the ethereal figure began to coalesce into a more defined form. He could now sense a powerful aura emanating from Chu Xiaoge, one of righteous might. Celestial being, this is my cart. He gestured to the cart not far off that he had spent an entire day traveling on it from a lakeside town. Walking would have taken even longer. Chu Xiaoge glanced at the cart and shook his head. This is too slow. With that, he summoned a beam of spiritual light from his fingertip, enveloping the middle-aged man in a protective aura. Completing this, Chu Xiaoge effortlessly grasped the man's form, propelling them swiftly towards the lakeside town. The entire sequence unfolded in a heartbeat. The middle-aged man felt the scenery blur past him at an astonishing speed, unlike anything he had ever experienced. Almost as if he were flying, the rush of wind whistled past his ears, affirming the reality of a situation, dispelling any notions of dreaming. Celestial being, the man's countenance brightened with hope. The intervention of this celestial being surely meant revenge for his fallen kin was at hand, and perhaps the calamity could be eradicated. Ding! 2 show coins acquired. Mission: the hope of the entire village. Mission requirements: eliminate the dark cultivators and uphold justice. Mission rewards: 10 show coins, 9 rebirth pills. Chu Xiaoge was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of a mission. Nonetheless, even without the formal task, he would have taken action. Chapter 7. Blood and Malice. Chu Xiaoge believed that any practitioner encountering such a situation would undoubtedly intervene. There existed an unspoken rule among practitioners: one must not recklessly harm mortals. The Dark Cultivators had blatantly violated this unwritten code, transgressing the natural order. It appeared the system might issue missions based on circumstances, a revelation that surprised Chu Xiaoge. Yet, having a mission was certainly advantageous. After all, completing it would yield rewards, which was a boon he could hardly dismiss. As for the purpose of the 9 rebirth pills, he remained uncertain. However, he trusted that once the rewards were in his possession, the answers would reveal themselves in due course. The journey was silent, as the middle-aged man dared not speak, having felt the weight of Chu Xiaoge's power. He was effortlessly lifted by the celestial being, a sensation akin to catching a chicken at home. That seems to be shui. Before they reached the lakeside town, the middle-aged man spotted a figure in the distance. He called out, pointing towards the silhouette. Chu Xiaoge hastened towards the figure, arriving before it. Zhong Shui tensed, sensing a surge of power approaching her. When she looked again, she found 2 figures standing before her. Uncle Qing. Zhong Shui exhaled with relief. From Uncle Qing's demeanor, she discerned that the young man beside him was no threat. A wave of trepidation washed over her as she realized the youth's strength surpassed her own, and had he intended to ambush her, the consequences would have been dire. Uncle Qing, with a gleam of joy, exclaimed, Shui, why have you returned? Were you not meant to be at Tianzhao sect? Zhong Shui smiled radiantly, delighted to see an elder from her village after more than a year apart. I received my master's permission to return home for a visit. Uncle Qing's expression shifted abruptly. While he was initially overjoyed to see Zhong Shui, the mention of a familial visit reminded him of the absence of any remaining relatives. Zhong Shui immediately sensed Uncle Qing's unease. A wave of anxiety surged within her, prompting her to grab his hand and inquire, Uncle Qing, has something happened? Uncle Qing was at a loss for words, stammering as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Your parents are gone? Chu Xiaoge sighed heavily from the side. This was evidently a truth that could not be concealed. If Uncle Qing could not voice it, then he must. Zhong Shui's mind went blank, her gaze fixed on Chu Xiaoge, whose serious expression left no room for jest. As she turned back to Uncle Qing, she saw his eyes redden with unshed tears. Yet he fought valiantly to hold them back. Zhong Shui staggered back, her body trembling as though struck by a thunderbolt. Your family is gone, and so is Dawn Village. Chu Xiaoge sighed deeply, feeling pity for the young woman. A visit home should have been a joyous occasion, yet fate had dealt a cruel hand. What has happened? Zhong Shui's voice quivered, her mind racing with confusion. How could everything have vanished so suddenly? Uncle Qing recounted the events once more. As his final words fell, Zhong Shui's fury erupted. Kill! Her righteous anger surged skyward. Rage, despair, hatred. She was at the 7th level of body refinement. From her aura, Chu Xiaoge discerned her cultivation level. It was impressive for someone her age to possess such strength, a promising talent likely nurtured by her sect. Uncle Qing clenched his fists, feeling utterly helpless. He had watched Zhong Shui grow up. He had never witnessed her display such intensity before. It was as if she had transformed entirely that moment. Spiritual energy surged wildly. Had it not been for Chu Xiaoga's protective aura surrounding Uncle Qing, he would have been overwhelmed by Zhong Shui's burgeoning power. Chu Xiaoga stepped closer to Zhong Shui, disregarding the chaotic energy swirling about her, and placed a calming hand on her shoulder. Be still. The spiritual energy flowed from his palm into Zhong Shui's form. Gradually, her tumultuous energy subsided, returning to tranquility. Chu Xiaoga knew he had to intervene. Otherwise, Zhong Shui might lose her grip on her sanity, potentially leading her down the dark path of demonic corruption. Thank you, esteemed elder. Zhong Shui gradually regained her composure, fully aware of the scene that had just transpired. In that moment, she was unable to control her thoughts. Vengeance consumed her mind, a relentless thirst for blood. Fortunately, the young man accompanying Uncle Qing had come to her aid. Unable to discern the youth's true strength, Zhong Shui realized that his effortless rescue suggested he far surpassed her in ability. Addressing him as senior seemed entirely appropriate. Let us proceed to Dawn Village, she suggested. What has happened cannot be undone. We must learn to accept it. Our immediate priority is to salvage the situation and prevent further calamity. We must take matters into our own hands and avenge our kin. Chu Xiaoga spoke with a voice as gentle as a spring breeze, resonating in the ears of both Uncle Qing and Zhong Shui. They nodded in agreement. Indeed, what was lost could not be reclaimed, so they must endeavor to alter the present. As their figures vanished, their destination was set. Dawn Village. Upon their arrival, a suffocating miasma of blood wafted through the air. This stench was laced with a malevolent energy, indicating that the tragedy in Dawn Village was the work of dark cultivators. Such wickedness was imperceptible to Uncle Qing, a mere mortal, but both Chu Xiaoga and Zhong Shui could sense it with clarity. They exchanged a knowing nod and stepped into the village, while Uncle Qing remained outside, as mere mortals were ill-suited to enter. Even the overwhelming stench of blood was unbearable, let alone the sinister aura. As they crossed the threshold, the world before them transformed into a harrowing landscape. A crimson hue enveloped everything, thick with ominous darkness. Both Chu Xiaoga and Zhong Shui could not help but furrow their brows in despair. The brutality was unfathomable. Corpses lay strewn about, and the expressions of the deceased betrayed sheer hopelessness. Zhong Shui slowly lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. A cultivator. She should have long since come to terms with life and death. For this was a world that revered the strong. Yet, witnessing such a scene made it painfully difficult to accept. These lifeless bodies were her elders, those who had watched her grow, just before she departed for her sect. Everyone had been well. Now, upon her return, everything lay in ruins. Senior, what shall we do? Zhong Shui wiped her tears and turned to inquire. The situation had clearly exceeded her expectations. How could they dispel this bloodlust and malevolence? How were they to locate the dark cultivators? These two questions overwhelmed her, far beyond her capabilities. Chu Xiaoga met Zhong Shui's gaze, recognizing the hope reflected in her eyes, that inner moment of helplessness. She had placed her faith in him. If only her master were present, surely he could resolve this predicament. Would this senior be able to do the same? It was understandable for Zhong Shui to worry. For Chu Xiaoga appeared exceedingly youthful. Almost her age. Raised the question. How could those of the same age possess such differing levels of power? Calmly surveying their surroundings, Chu Xiaoga understood that the bloodlust and malevolence must be eradicated. Otherwise, if allowed to spread, nearby villages would surely be affected, and mortals could scarcely endure such a fate. Do not fret. I shall handle this, he assured. Chapter 8. The formation of 10,000 swords. Zhong Shui was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Chu Xiaoga would willingly assume such a formidable task. Clearly, he was not jesting. I appreciate your assistance, senior, she said, cupping her hands in gratitude. After all, this was a matter concerning Dawn Village, and it was not Chu Xiaoga's obligation to intervene. Before them lay a world steeped in bloodlust and malevolence. Resolving it would undoubtedly require sacrifice. System, please recommend items capable of dispelling this malevolence. Without hesitation, the system responded. There are numerous methods that I recommend, special spiritual artifacts, and various formations for resolution. It is up to the host to choose. After contemplation, Chu Xiaoga decided, the formations seem more impressive. Let us utilize one of those. Once he made his choice, the system promptly provided dozens of formations to dispel the malevolence, each with varying costs. Skyward Transformation Formation, Tiger's Roar, and Lion's Growl Formation. Evil Dissipating Crimson Flame Formation. The sheer volume dazzled him. Any one of these formations, if released into the world, would likely incite a frenzy among cultivators. This one, the 10,000 Swords, 3 Purities Formation. Chu Xiaoga's thoughts crystallized, and the heavenly sword materialized in his hand. It was undeniable that with an ample supply of currency, no problem was insurmountable. As the heavenly sword emerged, the surrounding malevolence began to writhe chaotically, as if in a frenzy to escape. Previously, the dark energy had lingered, seeking to invade the bodies of Chu Xiaoga and Zhong Shui. But now it fled in terror, as if confronted by a demon. Zhong Shui gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. "This sword is extraordinary," she exclaimed, recognizing the potent sword energy emanating from it. "It is a superior grade," she murmured softly, realizing that such a weapon would be a treasured artifact even within a sect. None among the elders could boast such a weapon, emphasizing its rarity. Ding! The host has received a bonus of 1 currency unit. Chu Xiaoga paid no heed to Zhong Shui's astonishment. This was the effect he sought. 10,000 Swords, 3 Purities Formation. First, purify the evil. Second, purify the demonic. Third, purify the heart. Chu Xiaoga directed the sword, unleashing beams of light that surged forward before settling into precise formations. Taking shape as resolute swords, as the sword light continued to flow, countless beams transformed into innumerable sword shadows, creating a veritable sea of swords that in an instant, the world became a realm of blades, where 3 distinct energies coalesced: bloodlust, malevolence, and sword energy. The bloodlust and malevolence found themselves ensnared by the overwhelming sword energy. Zhong Shui watched in awe, utterly captivated by the spectacle before her. "Senior, your power is astounding." Even from the periphery of the formation, she could feel the suffocating pressure of the potent sword energy in that moment. Chu Xiaoga stood not far from her, seemingly effortless, wielding the sword as if it were a brush dancing across a canvas. "Crafting a grand masterpiece, he seems even stronger than my master." Zhong Shui could not help but acknowledge that Chu Xiaoga had utterly captivated her with his prowess. Such strength likely eclipsed that of her master. Finally, she understood her mentor's teachings. There are always those stronger than oneself in this world. Pride and complacency could very well lead to one's own downfall. "Transform." A sharp command broke Zhong Shui's reverie, pulling her back to reality. The sword shadows, composed of dense sword energy, began to tremble violently before launching toward the encasing bloodlust and malevolence with cataclysmic force. Wherever the sword energy passed, all that remained was emptiness. In a heartbeat, the bloodlust dissipated, the malevolence vanishing alongside it. The crimson world shattered, sunlight streaming down from above, warming their bodies. As she surveyed her surroundings, Zhong Shui beheld the once fearful and contorted faces of her deceased neighbors now transformed into serene visages. She opened her mouth to speak, but found that Chu Xiaoga was already in motion once more. He retracted the heavenly sword, contemplating the secret techniques. With a grasp, he captured a strand of malevolence. He had not entirely eradicated it. This fragment was crucial for locating the dark cultivators. As spiritual energy surged, Chu Xiaoga sensed it rapidly depleting. Moments later, an image materialized in his mind, a tranquil lake with a small island at its center. "I found it." Opening his eyes, Chu Xiaoga assessed his condition and murmured, "I didn't anticipate that the formation would consume so much energy." System, purchase a pill to restore spiritual energy. Ding, 1 currency unit deducted successfully. A chi restoration pill has been received. Without hesitation, Chu Xiaoga consumed the pill, feeling a surge of abundant spiritual energy replenishing him. He let out a small burp, feeling revitalized as his previously depleting energy was restored. This pill is remarkable, system. You are impressive. Zhong Shui stood by quietly, not daring to intrude. With the bloodlust and malevolence vanquished, it was evident that Chu Xiaoge was now in pursuit of the dark cultivators. However, she pondered silently. How would Senior Chu locate that group of dark cultivators? Do you know of a nearby lake with a small island at its center? Upon hearing Chu Xiaoge's inquiry, Zhong Shui was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Had her senior finally located the malevolent cultivators? It was evident that the other party would not casually inquire about an inconsequential location. Chu Xiaoge nodded affirmatively. Zhong Shui felt a surge of joy, mingled with shock. What kind of method was this? It was unprecedented. Returning to the matter at hand, Zhong Shui pondered for a moment, only to realize that she had no knowledge of such a place. Senior, I believe we should consult Uncle Qing. He frequently travels between neighboring towns and should be aware that moment. Outside the village, Uncle Qing wore a face of anxiety, pacing back and forth. The terrifying aura emanating from the village deterred him from stepping any closer. Even from a distance, he could sense the overwhelming stench of blood. Initially, the situation had not been so dire. It had only been 2 days since he left to summon his senior, and the village had undergone a drastic transformation. One could only imagine the dangers lurking within. He wondered how his senior and Xiao Shui were faring, hoping they would be unharmed. However, Uncle Qing's concerns did not linger for long, as a force emerged that even he, an ordinary man, could perceive. This power swept through in a devastating manner, dissipating the frightening aura. Uncle Qing breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the village's troubles had been resolved. Uncle Qing, Chu Xiaoge, and Zhong Shui emerged. Uncle Qing hurried forward, exclaiming, "Senior, Xiao Shui, are you both unharmed?" "All thanks to Senior Chu," Zhong Shui said, linking her arm with Uncle Qing's. He was now her only remaining family. By the way, Uncle Qing, do you know of a place nearby? An island atop a lake? Lake, island, Uncle Qing murmured softly, his mind racing to recall. He could not guarantee much, but he at least had knowledge of the surrounding towns. Yes, there is such a place at Tio, the southeast, 100 miles away. Lies an identical location. However, there are almost no inhabitants nearby. Beyond the lake stretches a forest teeming with ferocious beasts. Most importantly, that lake is home to numerous toxic aquatic plants. Years ago, someone attempted to reach the island. But the moment their boat skimmed the surface, everyone aboard was poisoned. Chu Xiaoge appeared contemplative, clearly recognizing that the location Uncle Qing described was the one he had glimpsed through his secret method. This place was indeed suitable for the malevolent cultivators, as they preferred to remain hidden from the world. An isolated and desolate area served as an ideal stronghold for them. Zhong Shui clenched her fists. Now that the malevolent cultivators had been located, vengeance was within reach. Uncle Qing, the village's issues have been resolved. Please make arrangements for the aftermath. Uncle Qing nodded eagerly, kneeling before Chu Xiaoge, saying, "Thank you, Immortal, for your assistance. I bow on behalf of the deceased villagers of Dawn Village. When you confront the malevolent cultivators, please, Senior and Xiao Shui, exercise caution. I entrust the matter of vengeance to you." Ding. Even without showing off, your gratitude is sincere. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 show coins. Chapter 9. Upholding Justice. Chu Xiaoge and Zhong Shui promptly set off toward the stronghold of the malevolent cultivators, with the location of the malevolent cultivators revealed. Chu Xiaoge's pace noticeably slowed. As for the strength of the malevolent cultivators, he had considered it, but believed that their highest capability did not exceed the spirit transformation realm. Within the ancient Silver Sect, that level was equivalent to an elder's strength. If the malevolent cultivators possessed power beyond the spirit transformation realm, namely the Dan refining realm, there would be no need for them to hide. The Dan refining realm was sufficient to establish a sect. Currently, the highest authority in the ancient Silver Sect was merely at the Dan refining realm. Thus, Chu Xiaoge felt quite at ease regarding this undertaking. Senior Chu, are we truly not preparing anything? Zhong Shui had long since returned from her vengeful thoughts. Now, her mind was calm, leading her to contemplate more thoroughly. Rest assured, they are merely a band of petty miscreants. Chu Xiaoge replied with a composed smile. Zhong Shui suppressed her thoughts, self-deprecatingly acknowledging her overthinking. Recalling the formation that Senior Chu had employed in the village, its grandeur was still vividly etched in her memory. The following day, Chu Xiaoge and Zhong Shui followed the direction indicated by Uncle Qing and finally arrived at a forest. Just as Uncle Qing had said, this forest indeed harbored numerous ferocious beasts. For ordinary folk, such beasts were terrifying entities. However, Chu Xiaoge and Zhong Shui had no such concerns. Ferocious beasts were not demonic creatures. They could not cultivate and were merely ordinary animals. Chu Xiaoge released a trace of his aura, causing all the ferocious beasts to flee in terror, not daring to make a sound or approach even a step closer. There are people. Chu Xiaoge halted, and Zhong Shui, trailing behind, immediately stopped as well. Following Chu Xiaoge's pointed directions, Zhong Shui looked around and, sure enough, spotted several figures concealed nearby. Had she not observed closely, she might have missed them entirely. A wave of fear washed over Zhong Shui. Had she ventured here alone, she likely would have been discovered before reaching the enemy's lair. Swish, swish, swish. Chu Xiaoge flicked his fingers toward the figures of the malevolent cultivators, manifesting spiritual light as a sword. In the next instant, several malevolent cultivators fell to the ground. Zhong Shui gazed at him with admiration. This was an external manifestation of spiritual power, a technique that could only be employed by someone at least at the spirit transformation realm. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 1 show coin. Let us continue. Chu Xiaoge glanced at Zhong Shui beside him, who was occasionally contributing show coins to him. Could she have become his little admirer? He had merely dispatched a few malevolent cultivators casually. Wasn't this the most basic operation? I really didn't show off, did I? The two continued onward, with Zhong Shui occasionally taking cover. In stark contrast, Chu Xiaoge strode ahead with confidence. Zhong Shui couldn't help but smile wryly. Senior, your demeanor is truly imposing. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 1 show coin. The pair arrived at the edge of the lake, where a dense miasma of poison lingered. Senior Chu, I will look around for a boat nearby. Zhong Shui glanced at the murky green water. With her spiritual protection in place, the poison was unlikely to infiltrate her for the time being. Clearly, the malevolent cultivators needed a boat to cross the water. The boat must have been hidden by them. Chu Xiaoge waved his hand dismissively. No need. We can simply walk across. Walk across? Are you suggesting we fly over? The surrounding poisonous miasma, combined with the lake's toxicity, made the distance of about 10 paces to the island seem insurmountable. Chu Xiaoge said nothing. Instead, he grasped Zhong Shui's delicate arm. Taking a step forward, he walked effortlessly upon the lake's surface as if it were solid ground. At that moment, the spiritual energy within him surged to envelop Zhong Shui, providing her protection. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 1 show coin. Zhong Shui gazed around in bewilderment, finding the experience astonishingly effortless. Someone is invading the island. At the center of the island, 3 figures were engaged in lively conversation, indulging in drink and roasted meat. Suddenly, a burly man at the head of the table sprang to his feet. The other 2 hurriedly asked, Big brother, what is the matter? The trio, led by the burly man, were not only older than the other 2, but also boasted the highest strength among them. They had gathered as a group of malevolent cultivators, developing this refuge through their continuous efforts. Someone has intruded. Prepare for battle. The burly man's expression grew tense. Accustomed to a life of hiding, the sudden arrival of intruders unsettled him. Moreover, based on the aura he had sensed earlier, it was clear that their strength was formidable, at least at the spirit transformation realm. Has the ancient silver sect come knocking so soon? That can't be right. The burly man pondered, contemplating the implications. After all, Dawn Village fell under the jurisdiction of the ancient silver sect, and he had encountered them numerous times before. If the intruder was indeed at the spirit transformation realm, they would be at least of elder rank. Yet, the burly man found it peculiar. By his calculations, if someone had discovered the situation in Dawn Village and notified the ancient silver sect, it would take several days for them to respond. By then, he would no longer fear them. However, this unexpected encounter exceeded his expectations. That I hope I'm just overthinking this. Humph. Even if the ancient silver sect has arrived, I shall slay them regardless. After all, they would not tolerate my existence. Stepping onto the island, the toxic miasma dissipated. Zhong Shui patted her chest in relief. Chu Xiaoge led her across the lake's surface, surrounded by poison. Her heart raced incessantly, pounding in her chest. Draw your weapon. They are coming. Zhong Shui swiftly retracted her mindset and retrieved a green sword from her back. Everything was in readiness. Suddenly, a series of footsteps resonated from all directions. Before long, a dozen figures emerged before her. Their auras varied. Some belonged to the qi refining stage, while others to the body refining stage. Upon seeing Chu Xiaoge and Zhong Shui, the group of malevolent cultivators did not act rashly, merely surrounding them. So many wicked cultivators. Zhong Shui eyed the crowd warily, noting that several among them were of comparable strength to herself. Most alarming was the burly man who stepped forward last. The overwhelming malevolent energy that emanated from him was even more intense than that of her master. The burly man regarded Chu Xiaoge and Zhong Shui with a puzzled expression, clearly unfamiliar with them. I initially thought you were from the ancient Silver Sect, but it seems I was mistaken. You both look unfamiliar. I wonder what brings you to this island without permission. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, my subordinates may not be pleased. Chu Xiaoge replied calmly. We come on behalf of Dawn Village. Upon hearing this, the burly man was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Little brother, you surely understand the principle of survival of the fittest. Moreover, why would you involve yourself in this matter? It offers you no benefit. They are merely mortals. Do you truly wish to fight to the death over them? To be frank, I see great potential in you. Why not join us? Together, we can achieve great things. I assure you, I can help you attain the body refining stage, and even higher realms are not beyond reach. His words rang true. Both individuals before him were indeed remarkable talents, although the young man's aura was inscrutable. For what he had sensed earlier, he was at least of equivalent standing. As for the enchanting young woman beside him, her prowess appeared to have reached the 7th level of the body refining stage. Clearly, both possessed extraordinary cultivation potential, and if he could recruit them, their strength would see a significant enhancement. Thus, the burly man felt a sense of regret at the prospect of losing such talents. The other malevolent cultivators were similarly taken aback, evidently not anticipating such a demeanor from their leader. Everyone knew the burly man was notoriously arrogant and brutal. It was indeed surprising to witness him display such composure. Zhong Shui remained silent, her right hand firmly gripping the green sword, poised for action. Should Chu Xiaoge give the command, she would charge forth to slay the wicked cultivators. As for the burly man's words, she regarded them with disdain. Since her journey from Dawn Village to this place, she had come to understand the true nature of Chu Xiaoge. Not only was his strength unfathomable, but he also possessed an insatiable drive for justice. Throughout their travels, he had shown her kindness time and again. Looking ahead, she was determined to eradicate all evil in this lifetime. Chu Xiaoge raised an eyebrow, amused by the burly man's offer to recruit him. It was truly an eye-opener. Why waste words? Today, he would end this life. Concealing his edge, even without releasing any aura, he could not disguise the formidable presence that surrounded him. The burly man snorted disdainfully. Feeling humiliated for being rebuffed in his moment of generosity, his pride was shattered in front of his subordinates. That you'll come to regret this. He bellowed, his aura surging as he launched the first strike. The other malevolent cultivators soon followed suit. With their attack commenced, Zhong Shui no longer held back and charged forward, brandishing her green sword to meet them to the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. The burly man bore down on Chu Xiaoge with ferocity. In that moment, Chu Xiaoge understood why these wicked cultivators were so audacious. It turned out their leader had reached the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. And given his somewhat erratic aura, he was likely on the verge of breaking into the body refining stage. Chu Xiaoge comprehended the significance of this. Had the burly man attained the body refining stage, even the ancient Silver Sect would think twice before engaging. Alas, he had miscalculated by crossing paths with him. With a flicker of intent, the celestial sword appeared in Chu Xiaoge's grasp, although he was at the 9th level of the qi refining stage. One small tier below the burly man, he felt confident he could crush his opponent. With the celestial sword in hand, the outcome was already clear. Boom! The celestial sword swung down, catching the burly man completely off guard. The sword light pierced through his body in an instant. Everyone was momentarily stunned, halting their actions. It seemed that the beginning had already reached its conclusion. The burly man's fierce aura deflated like a puncture balloon, leaving him to collapse slowly, his expression twisted in a final, ghastly grimace. Gulp! A profound silence enveloped the scene, shattered only by the sound of someone swallowing hard, breaking the stillness. Run, the leader, who was but a step away from the body refining stage, had fallen in a single strike. What use was there for further conflict? Even 10 lives would not suffice to pay for his defeat. In an instant, all the malevolent cultivators scattered in all directions, discarding their weapons in a frantic bid to escape unhindered. Chu Xiaoge wielded his sword, sending beams of light slicing through the panicked throng of wicked cultivators. One sword strike, in the blink of an eye. Only a few remained, trembling in place, afraid to take a single step forward as the sword light hovered ominously before them. They believed that should they dare to move, it would sever their heads. The rest is up to you. Zhong Shui slowly regained her composure and nodded towards Chu Xiaoge, before charging forward with her green sword. Observing her fierce momentum, Chu Xiaoge retracted the celestial sword. The reason he did not finish them all at once was to give Zhong Shui an opportunity to vent her frustrations. Otherwise, the events of Dawn Village would haunt her for the rest of her life, potentially stalling her cultivation or giving rise to inner demons. Following a series of anguished cries, the small island was left devoid of life, save for Chu Xiaoge and Zhong Shui. Senior, it is all resolved. Zhong Shui remarked, her green sword now stained a vivid red, a stark sight. Yet there was a sense of relief on her face. This vendetta had finally been avenged. Deep down, she understood that she now had a new goal, to eradicate all evil in the world. Let us search the island. These wicked cultivators likely possessed numerous treasures. Now that we are here, we cannot let such opportunities slip by. Zhong Shui nodded in agreement, her eyes glinting with enthusiasm. Clearly, she relished such endeavors. There were indeed many valuable items. Aside from the unique cultivation techniques exclusive to wicked cultivators, there were also numerous elixirs and spiritual artifacts. However, most of these artifacts were of low grade. The finest among them was a long sword. Classified as mid-grade, Chu Xiaoge picked it up and swung it. Its might was comparable to that of an upper-grade spiritual artifact. With professional refinement, it could easily be upgraded to a higher grade. Here, use this sword. Chu Xiaoge tossed the long sword to Zhong Shui, who hastily caught it. This was a mid-grade spiritual artifact, surpassing her green sword by a tier. In fact, it was one of the finer mid-grade artifacts. Zhong Shui received the long sword carefully and expressed her gratitude to Chu Xiaoge. She was not so pretentious as to refuse. After all, her senior already possessed a top-grade spiritual artifact and would naturally find little value in this sword. Satisfied, she stowed it away. After a thorough search, the two departed the small island and returned to the opposite shore. Let us part ways here. I imagine you have matters to attend to. Zhong Shui nodded in acknowledgement. She indeed had responsibilities regarding the aftermath of Dawn Village. Senior, once I have concluded my affairs here, I shall come to visit you. Zhong Shui had come to respect Chu Xiaoge deeply, now viewing him as a true senior. With the conflict at Dawn Village resolved and the malevolent energy traced back to its source, she had effortlessly dispatched a peak cultivator of the Qi refining stage with her sword. Such strength, how could it not inspire awe and admiration? After a lapse of 2 days, 2 elders from the ancient Silver Sect led a group of disciples to Dawn Village. Upon receiving the grim news from the village, the sect convened an urgent meeting of the elders, promptly dispatching 2 of their number, who took to the skies aboard the sect's avian mounts to address the situation. It was evident that the ancient Silver Sect regarded this incident with utmost seriousness. An entire village had been slaughtered, and the malevolent cultivators were brazenly challenging the sect's authority. As the group arrived, they beheld a sight that struck them with confusion. Dawn Village was draped in white cloth, illuminated by countless flickering candles, devoid of any trace of bloodshed or malevolence. Logically speaking, such tranquility should not have prevailed in the wake of such horror. One elder closed his eyes to attune to the atmosphere, and in the next moment, He reached out to grasp a fading aura of evil that lingered in the air. With a flourish of his sword, myriad beams of light cascaded upon the dark essence. The malevolent energy, overwhelmed by the radiance, fled in a certain direction. Follow. Upon their arrival, the disciples of the ancient silver sect found themselves at the stronghold of the wicked cultivators, having trailed the lingering aura. Even before setting foot on the island, they could sense the oppressive aura of bloodshed wafting across the lake. However, once they landed, they were met with a grim revelation. The ground was littered with corpses, and it appeared that the malevolent cultivator was already at the pinnacle of the spirit transformation stage. The two elders exchanged solemn glances, understanding the weight of their predicament. Should this malevolent being still draw breath, it was likely that their expedition would end in defeat. The peak of the spirit transformation stage was not to be underestimated. Even united, they might not be able to contend with such power. Furthermore, the adversary could imminently ascend to the alchemical refinement stage. Who among the predecessors could have intervened in such a manner? Chapter 11. The unmistakable truth of the lustful tiger Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. Reward: 10 show coins and 1 9-turn rebirth pill. Ding. Ho Xiao Xiao. Each show earns 1 show coin. Ding. Ho Shou has sword, earning 2 show coins. A series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Chu Xiaoge was elated. Having successfully completed the task, he had inadvertently showcased his prowess along the way. As he continued to display his skills, his show coins steadily increased, now totaling an impressive 20. 20 show coins marked a personal record for Chu Xiaoge. Previously, he had spent 8 coins on the Heavenly Flight Sword, and with his current wealth, he could afford 2 further acquisitions of equivalent spiritual artifacts. The feeling was delightful. With show coins in hand, Chu Xiaoge felt a renewed sense of confidence. The 9-turn rebirth pill he had obtained was no ordinary item. Its name alone suggested its extraordinary nature. 9-turn rebirth pill. Crafted from rare celestial materials and refined with the essence of the heavens over 999 days, it grants the user the ability to reincarnate and be reborn. Incredible! As he contemplated the pill's description, Chu Xiaoge couldn't help but marvel. The prospect of reincarnation was a double-edged sword. For some, it held no allure, as abandoning one's current life was an unthinkable sacrifice. This was especially true for cultivators who had toiled to reach their current state. Rebirth would mean relinquishing all they had achieved. However, for certain powerful individuals, the significance of such a pill was undeniable. After parting ways with Zhong Shui, Chu Xiaoge returned to Mount Xiandi in the days since their last meeting. The young tiger had shown no remarkable changes, yet Chu Xiaoge sensed an undeniable growth in its strength. Particularly, the violet mark upon its forehead gleamed ever more brightly. Hinting at its extraordinary lineage, he mused about which family might have allowed their child to wander freely. Nonetheless, he chose to disregard it. As the tiger was still incapable of speech, any discussion would be futile. Days slipped by, and Mount Xiandao welcomed yet another visitor. Seniors, this, the cultivation ground, after attending to the aftermath in Dawn Village. Zhong Shui followed the directions given by Uncle Qing and arrived at Mount Xiandao. The allure of the immortal seeking stairs and the abundant spiritual energy enveloping the mountain left her feeling as though she had stepped into a fabled realm. No comparison could be made to her sect's esteemed cultivation grounds. To do so would be an insult to Mount Xiandao. Ding! Even without showcasing, one still earns 0.1 show coin awarded, as Chu Xiaoge observed the young woman before him. He noted that in the brief time since their last encounter, Zhong Shui had developed an air of coldness. As if keeping the world at arm's length, he understood that the tragedy in Dawn Village had cast a shadow over her spirit. One cannot fully comprehend another's pain without having experienced it oneself. Chu Xiaoge was aware that, despite his knowledge of the events in Dawn Village, he could never truly grasp the depth of Zhong Shui's anguish. Thus, his only hope was that she would not stray from the righteous path in the future. This was why he had shown her kindness during their previous interactions. It's quite nice here. You can cultivate properly before you leave. Zhong Shui nodded enthusiastically. Such a place for cultivation was a rare find in a lifetime. After a brief exchange, she found a spot in the courtyard of the pavilion and seated herself in meditation. In an instant, she closed off her senses and immersed herself in her practice. However, To shut oneself off from awareness during cultivation is considered a grave mistake among practitioners, though undivided focus can yield better results. The risk of being maliciously interrupted is a perilous one. This is why most cultivators maintain a sliver of awareness while practicing. Should any disturbance arise, they can withdraw from their meditation. Zhong Shui's choice to completely shut herself off indicated her trust in Chu Xiaoge. He observed this scene with a gentle smile. Just then, the door of the courtyard swung open, and the young tiger swaggered in. Chu Xiaoge shot at a warning glance, causing the tiger's bravado to vanish in an instant. The young creature, as if discovering a new world, leapt toward Zhong Shui's side. Do not disturb her cultivation, or I shall smash your little tiger head," Chu Xiaoge admonished, fearing the foolishness of the young tiger. The creature nodded and circled Zhong Shui a few times, as though scrutinizing her. Its nose occasionally brushed against her, sniffing inquisitively. Finally, after completing its series of tiger antics, the young tiger settled down beside Zhong Shui. Could this be a lustful tiger? Chu Xiaoge found himself both amused and exasperated. Realizing there was nothing more to be done, he entered the pavilion and began his own cultivation. Recently, he had sensed a burgeoning potential within himself, an imminent breakthrough. Having lingered at the 9th level of the spirit transformation stage for over half a month, most of which was spent honing his skills on Mount Xiandao, it was only natural that he would soon ascend. The spiritual energy here was 100-fold that of the outside world, a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. Even a mere pig tossed into this environment would emerge plump and robust, imbued with spiritual essence. As for the system's recent lack of direct advancement for Chu Xiaoge, opting instead to reward him with show coins, it was a strategic decision to allow him to acclimatize to his current stage, ensuring a solid foundation. After all, even a celestial being could not effortlessly ascend through 3 stages in a single day. With 10 show coins, Chu Xiaoge purchased a comprehensive set of cultivation techniques. Indeed, it was an entire collection, 1,000 techniques from beginner to mastery. Upon seeing this title, Chu Xiaoge felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. Was it not the case that on Earth, numerous books bore titles akin to From Beginner to Mastery or From Novice to Expertise? He marveled at how the system had also adopted such trends. Nevertheless, spending 10 show coins for this was hardly a loss. The quality of the techniques varied, but that was not what Chu Xiaoge valued. It was the sheer quantity that mattered. From now on, he could wield any technique at will, as long as it was sufficiently impressive. The investment of 10 show coins would yield returns far exceeding that amount in the future. Making this purchase a sound decision Zhong Shui sprang to her feet, propelled by a sudden burst of energy. Upon awakening from her meditation, she was greeted by the sight of a large tiger face mere inches from her own, and she could distinctly feel the warmth of its breath upon her skin. Instinctively, she let out a startled cry. The young tiger froze, taken aback by her reaction. IT had approached her, curious to see if she was awake, unaware of the commotion it would cause. Chu Xiaoge rubbed his forehead, fully aware that the young tiger had caused this debacle. "You truly wish for me to smash your little tiger head for disturbing her cultivation?" He stepped out of the pavilion, and the young tiger instantly sensed a chill run down its spine. Zhong Shui regained her composure and, realizing the young tiger meant no harm, quickly reassured, "Senior, it was my first time encountering it, and I was startled. It did not interrupt my cultivation." Chu Xiaoge retracted his expression, for he could naturally discern that Zhong Shui's aura was perfectly normal. He merely intended to give this young tiger a lesson. Its lively demeanor and insatiable curiosity were quite endearing. Most notably, it relished in displaying its prowess, perhaps even more than itself. Each day, it would venture into the mountains, basking in the reverence of the creatures that inhabited the wild. Upon realizing that its head had not exploded, the young tiger promptly leaped to Zhong Shui's side, nuzzling against her. The latter, emboldened, dared to stroke its fur. However, Zhong Shui remained oblivious to the several strands of tiger fur that had attached themselves to her garment. In truth, the tiger was unaware that it shed fur. It simply wished to rub against her. Gazing at the tiger's purplish forehead, Zhong Shui silently marveled at the esteemed status this young tiger likely held among its kind. The radiant purple glow was unmistakably a symbol of the legacy of demonic beasts. By showcasing the tiger, one earned one show coin. Indeed, this was undoubtedly a rare tiger. Chapter 12. Rising to great heights, the ancient silver sect, situated in the southern region of the Jinyu dynasty, held a status of second-rate power within the vast realm of the dynasty, neither exceedingly high nor abysmally low. This was, of course, relative to the entirety of the Jinyu dynasty, which was immense and divided into 5 territories: east, west, south, north, and central. Among them, the southern region, where the ancient silver sect resided, was the weakest in terms of strength. Yet, within this southern region, the ancient silver sect could be considered a premier force. Together with the Tianzhou sect and the Jiyu sect, these 3 sects upheld the entirety of the southern realm. Today marked the Elder Promotion Conference held by the ancient silver sect. The sect would select a number of vice elders to be promoted to full elders. This event was widely regarded as a highly anticipated occasion throughout the years. Furthermore, following the election of new elders, they would have the opportunity to conduct a disciple recruitment ceremony. This was a coveted prospect for the disciples within the sect, as they were categorized into various ranks: examination disciples, ordinary disciples, personally taught disciples, and core disciples. The recruitment conducted by the full elders represented the sole opportunity to ascend to the rank of personally taught disciples, a chance earnestly sought by all on this day. Disciples of the sect gathered in unison. The affiliated sects of the ancient silver sect arrived, and local nobles and citizens, drawn by the excitement, gradually made their way to the venue, and one wished to miss out on such a lively affair. Did you know? The stone steps of the ancient silver sect are quite extraordinary. Observe how they split into 2 paths, one to the left and one to the right, to the foot of the mountain where the ancient silver sect is situated. One must ascend the steps to enter the sect. At this moment, a considerable crowd had gathered before the stone steps. Leading the assembly was a slender youth, who, upon sensing the attention of the crowd upon himself, straightened his posture and continued. These 2 sets of stone steps serve distinct purposes. One is an ordinary set that everyone has traversed, while the other is of greater significance, for it tests an individual's strength. Each step harbors latent power, increasing in intensity as one ascends. At it is said that the final step contains an extraordinarily terrifying force. The youth spoke slowly, and the crowd listened attentively. It was their first visit. They were unaware of the stark differences between the 2 sets of steps. Just how terrifying is the final step? Someone inquired with curiosity. The youth surveyed the surroundings before responding. Only the ancestors of the ancient silver sect can tread upon the final step. Not even the current sect leader possesses that strength. Gasp. The crowd was taken aback, lifting their gazes to the seemingly ordinary final step, now imbued with an aura of dread that if they were unable to ascend, would they not risk their very lives? Who is the sect leader of the ancient silver sect? Indeed, they're the most formidable presence within the sect, if even the leader cannot tread upon it. What kind of power must the final step possess? Upon hearing the youth's words, the crowd eagerly made their way towards the left stone steps. As expected, upon taking a single step, they could feel the unusual nature of the stone steps. A group persevered for a few steps before retreating to the ordinary steps, while others gave up after just a step or 2. Clearly, these individuals were mere mortals, and the foremost steps were capable of assessing their physical constitution. Look, some have already advanced ahead. The crowd turned their attention to the figures ascending the steps. As these individuals progressed, it became apparent that their pace was slowing considerably, each step requiring a lengthy interval before they could place their foot down again. Indeed, young Master Zhang's ability to reach this point at the refining chi stage is truly remarkable among his peers, Elder Wang remarked, stroking his beard while nodding at the youth who had retreated to the ordinary steps. The young man, having stepped aside, was promptly attended to by a maid who offered him a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Young Master Zhang sighed. Elder, there is no need for such concern. I am well aware of my own capabilities. Just look at those above. Their realms far surpass mine, yet here I find myself unable to proceed further. Young Master Zhang gazed enviously at the few individuals who persisted, all of whom were scions of the southern realm's nobility. They had grown up together, cultivating their skills under the guidance of their elders. However, he had suffered from frail health since childhood, compounded by an unknown ailment, rendering all his efforts in vain as he could never keep pace with them. Elder Wang shook his head inwardly, pitying young Master Jiang as the youngest son of Southern Realm Prince. His strength was disappointingly lacking. Were it not for his esteemed status, Elder Wang would have been reluctant to offer him consolation. Huh. Jiang Lang, it seems you have lost yet again. I told you that you had made no progress this year. Yet you refused to believe me to this moment. The group of young men and women who had been ahead also retreated to the ordinary steps, having reached their limits. Jiang Lang clenched his hands within his long sleeves, maintaining a calm facade as he replied, "Hee, we shall compare again next year." The young men and women laughed, agreed. Next year or even the year after. With that, they proceeded onward. These stone steps are indeed remarkable. It seems the strength of the ancient Silver Sect's founders should not be underestimated. Chu Xiaoga, feeling the power emanating from the steps, immediately ascended to the next level without any hesitation. 1 step. 2 steps that, in an instant, Chu Xiaoga had reached the midpoint of the steps at that moment. Everyone noticed his presence. How is he moving so swiftly? Could it be that the steps are malfunctioning? Why does he appear so at ease? Observing his position, they speculated that he had likely attained the level of Wallinging. Elder Wang scrutinized Chu Xiaoga's figure, convinced that he was not a disciple of the sect, judging by his age. He appeared to be no more than 18, yet he was currently treading upon steps that manifested the power of Wallinging's 10th level. Gasp. Who is this young man? Jiang Lang and the others, who had previously advanced, halted in astonishment, their gazes transfixed on the youth soaring upward. How formidable! This thought flickered through their minds. They were acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of these stone steps. Each subsequent step harbored significantly greater power than the last. Yet this youth seemed remarkably unfazed, as though he were traversing the ordinary steps beneath their feet. The power he wielded appeared to reach the 10th level of Wallinging. Astonishingly effortless, Chu Xiaoga felt a sense of surprise. In truth, he was not entirely aware of his own strength. Although he had effortlessly defeated a peak Wallinging evil cultivator days prior, he had done so with the aid of the Tianqing sword. Now, however, he was relying solely on his physical prowess to withstand the force beneath him. You train daily with the purest spiritual energy and refine your body, casually indulging in spiritual tea as if it were spring water. If you cannot endure such power, perhaps you should return home to tend to the fields. The system finally interjected, unable to contain its commentary. Chu Xiaoga chuckled inwardly, realizing that he had indeed been oblivious to his fortunate circumstances. Now I must see just how far I can ascend on my own strength. Chapter 13. Reaching the summit, why has he stopped? Is he unable to proceed any further? As Chu Xiaoga engaged in conversation with the system and contemplated his thoughts, curiosity swept through the crowd. They had initially been eager to predict how far this youth could ascend, only for him to suddenly halt. Where had his earlier momentum dissipated? Elder Wang, too, felt perplexed. Having effortlessly reached the midpoint, it was only logical that he should be able to continue advancing for a while longer. Why had he abruptly ceased? Jiang Lang and the others bore witness to the unfolding scene, each equally baffled. Was it possible that what had seemed so impressive had merely been a fade? Struggling to persevere, he pushed himself to the limits. Jiang Lang and the others couldn't help but admire him. What immense fortitude he must possess. Elder Wang shook his head, feeling a tinge of regret. He had initially thought he would witness a miracle. Yet, to be honest, this was still quite impressive. He had easily outperformed any disciple of the sect. To reach this point at such a young age indicated that his strength was at least at the 7th or 8th level of the spirit transformation realm, a rare talent for cultivation indeed. If this young man could join the sect, it would be nothing short of splendid. After all, he was destined for an elder's position. In a fleeting moment, Elder Wang's thoughts wandered far afield. Elder Run. Inside the cultivation chamber, Ren Tianai opened his eyes. Today, he was to participate in the Elder Ascension Conference, though there was still some time before it began, despite having made remarkable progress with the assistance of Senior Chu. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness, prompting him to ensure he was in optimal condition within the cultivation chamber. The individual you previously advised me to keep an eye on seems to have appeared. He is currently ascending the trial steps. Outside the cultivation chamber, a disciple stood respectfully at the door. Just as the disciple finished speaking, the door swung open, and Ren Tianai vanished from his spot, leaving the disciple in a state of bewilderment. When had he ever seen Elder Ren so flustered? Ren Tianai accelerated, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the trial steps. Looking down, he immediately spotted the most prominent figure. Chu Shang that moment. He was the sole figure on the entire staircase, with all eyes fixated upon him. With a swift movement, Ren Tianai descended the adjacent ordinary steps. Greetings, Elder Ren. Disciples on the ordinary steps saluted as he passed. This was the standing of an elder within the sect, even if merely an associate elder. What brings Elder Ren here at this time? Elder Wang inquired, puzzled, wondering why Ren Tianai was not preparing for battle. Amidst the attention of the sect's disciples, Ren Tianai halted beside the young man on the trial steps. Could it be that Elder Ren knew this young man? Excitement surged within him. Back at Xiandao Mountain, Senior Chu had inquired about this matter. Thus, he speculated whether the senior would come to observe his competition, especially since, with the senior's assistance, failing to ascend would be an utter disgrace. This was why he had instructed the disciples to remain alert at the sect's entrance, ready to notify him the moment a remarkable stranger appeared. True to form, wherever Senior Chu went, he was the most dazzling presence. Ding, stunning performance, earned 5 merit points. Ding, always impressive, received a supreme weapon. Qian Kuan boots. Senior Chu, you have arrived? Chu Xiaoga turned, seeing Ren Tianai respectfully standing on the adjacent stone step. The atmosphere fell silent. Senior, indeed. For the mortals present, it was apparent that Ren Tianai was donned in the attire exclusive to the elders of the ancient Silver Sect, signifying that this middle-aged man was an elder. Yet at this moment, an elder was addressing a young man as senior. What a peculiar situation! Simultaneously, the disciples of the ancient Silver Sect, along with Elder Wang and Jiang Lang, were left in stunned silence. Though the young man possessed great strength and bore the aura of an elder, he hardly seemed deserving of being called senior. Well, I shall ascend now. With that, Chu Xiaoga continued his advance. In an instant, gasps erupted from the crowd, for in their eyes, the youth was still advancing with an imposing momentum, showing no sign of halting. Where, indeed, was his limit? What was the true extent of his strength? Thoughts raced through their minds, and now all they could do was patiently await the answer. Tap, tap, tap. The mountains grew quiet, leaving only the crisp and resonant sound of footsteps echoing around that moment. Each step taken by Chu Xiaoga felt as though it was pressing upon everyone's chests. The power he wielded had already far surpassed the second level of the elixir refinement realm. Who among those present was more familiar with the trial steps than Elder Wang? He couldn't help but murmur to himself, realizing that the young man's strength had reached the elixir refinement realm. Elixir refinement realm, a level sufficient to establish a sect. In the Jinyu dynasty, practitioners at the elixir refinement realm were not as common as one might think. Their numbers were rather limited. A sect with a practitioner at this level could easily rank among the second-tier forces in the Jinyu dynasty. Others soon caught on, although they did not fully comprehend the significance of the steps the young man was traversing. The overwhelming power emanating from the staircase was enough to instill fear in their hearts. Yet, everything continued unabated. Chu Xiaoga pressed onward. Ding! Earned 1 merit point. Ding! Earned 2 merit points. Ding! Earned 2 merit points. Listening to the system's continuous notifications, Chu Xiaoga felt utterly content. Today's endeavor was indeed a wise decision to this moment. It was evident that more individuals were descending the mountain, all stunned by Chu Xiaoga's extraordinary display. Disciples, along with numerous elders and those of high status, could no longer remain seated. Not enough, since he was showcasing, he might as well showcase to the fullest. Boom! Chu Xiaoga's aura surged, and his speed intensified. After a brief moment, he gradually slowed his pace. It seemed his strength was approximately at the 7th level of the elixir refinement realm. If he were to combine that with the Tianqing sword, he could potentially contend against even peak practitioners in the elixir refinement realm. In the later stages of cultivation, the gaps between levels widened significantly. One should never underestimate a minor realm. Even a small difference could lead to vast disparities. System, it's your turn to assist. Just help me finish the last step. As Chu Xiaoga's words fell, he immediately felt a surge of immense power within him. Once this force emerged, the previously surging power beneath his feet dissipated into nothingness. Was this the strength of the Unity Realm? Chu Xiaoge was taken aback. This power was something he yearned to pursue. In that moment, it felt as though he held dominion over the world. With a mere thought, he felt capable of vanquishing all those around him. Gradually acclimating to the force within, Chu Xiaoge swiftly flashed towards the pinnacle. In an instant, the crowd erupted with thunderous shouts. He had surpassed the limits of the elixir refinement realm and stepped onto the stairs meant only for those of the division element realm. And this staircase had never been tread upon by anyone in the ancient silver sect, not even the sect leader. Aside from Ren Tianai, who remained composed, everyone else was rendered speechless, especially Elder Wang and the other cultivators, who slowly recalled Ren Tianai's earlier address to the youth as senior. Given such strength, referring to him as senior was only fitting. Even if sect elders were present, they too would respectfully acknowledge him as senior. However, Chu Xiaoge showed no signs of stopping. All right, it seems I am about to reach the summit. Chapter 14. Honorary Elder. Despite the trial steps erupting with astonishing power, nothing could impede Chu Xiaoge's ascent in the blink of an eye. Only the final step remained before him. Sect leader, a disciple, glancing back, was startled to see a familiar figure behind him. Who else could it be but the sect leader of the ancient silver sect? The sect leader nodded, his gaze shifting to Chu Xiaoge. As Chu Xiaoge stepped onto the staircase meant for the division element realm, the sect leader, who had been in seclusion, felt the shift in power. He immediately awakened. The division element realm. How could such a figure appear in the ancient silver sect? Even in the Jinyu dynasty, they were considered distinguished guests. Therefore, the sect leader wasted no time. He was eager to see which senior had graced them with their presence. Yet, upon seeing the remarkably youthful figure making his ascent, he was momentarily stunned. This was not the visage he had envisioned. How could someone so young possess such prowess? However, as he observed the youth nearing the summit, the sect leader regained his composure, for he understood that those who had reached the Unity Realm could retain a youthful appearance. Who exactly was this esteemed individual? The southern frontier evidently lacks the prowess of its predecessors. At least, that is the impression I hold. The master of the ancient silver sect, as the leading force in the southern region, epitomizes the collective strength of this territory, the realm of unity, a formidable power that, if placed among the 5 domains, would stand at the pinnacle. The reason the southern frontier ranks the lowest is simply due to the absence of any practitioners at the level of unity for the past century. Yet in the very moment that the master of the ancient silver sect was deep in contemplation, a sudden burst of silver light erupted. The trial staircase, from its base to its summit, radiated a brilliant glow, as if bowing in reverence towards the apex. And at that pinnacle stood a solitary figure. Chu Xiaoge. He had reached the summit. The onlookers gazed in disbelief at the scene before them. It was evident to all, whether learned or unversed, that the youth standing at the top was a being deserving of their admiration. At this moment, everyone raised their heads in homage. The bodies of the numerous elders of the ancient silver sect trembled. They had never encountered such a personage, save for their ancient ancestor. Esteemed predecessor, welcome to the ancient silver sect. I am the master of this sect, and I apologize for the lack of proper reception. The master, regaining his composure, approached Chu Xiaoge with utmost respect, regardless of the youth's identity. Now that he was aware of his counterpart's strength, it was imperative to express his acknowledgement. Thus, in that very instant, the master flashed to Chu Xiaoge's side and performed a grand salute, followed suit by the other elders and disciples. The non-disciples present bowed deeply, while the mortals had already prostrated themselves in worship. Chu Xiaoge, with his aura subdued, waved his long sleeves and remarked, "There is no need for such formality. Esteemed master, I merely heard that your sect was holding a gathering today, and thought to pay a visit." The master secretly exhaled in relief. The predecessor appeared amiable and did not regard them with disdain due to his formidable power. Indeed, engaging with such an elder seemed a simple matter. "Yes, esteemed predecessor. Please allow me to escort you to a seat of honor." With that, the master led Chu Xiaoge into the sect, with the others closely following. Initially, the master intended for Chu Xiaoge to occupy the principal seat, but the latter graciously declined. The master recognized that it was not appropriate to insist, and thus the promotion ceremony for the elders commenced as planned. Throughout the event, the most dazzling figure was perhaps Ren Tianai. Within the sect, everyone was aware that Ren Tianai was merely at the second level of the spirit transformation realm. Yet during the ceremony, his prowess astonishingly reached the 6th level. This caught the other competitors off guard. Clearly, Ren Tianai had experienced a remarkable fortuity. Otherwise, how could he have ascended so rapidly? Without any doubt, Ren Tianai was smoothly promoted to the position of full elder. Esteemed predecessor, might you be interested in receiving an honorary title within our ancient silver sect? Below, the competition continued, while the master and Chu Xiaoga engaged in discourse. Ultimately, the master could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired. "Well, it seems you've kept me waiting for quite some time, and now you can no longer hold back," thought Chu Xiaoga with a hidden smirk. The reason he ascended to the summit was to attract the attention of the master of the ancient silver sect. Imagine yourself as the master. Before you stands an eminent elder. Would you not desire to forge a connection? This was precisely the calculation Chu Xiaoga had in mind. And now, the bait had been taken in a solemn tone. Chu Xiaoga stated, "Though I share an affinity with the ancient silver sect, I have always cherished my freedom." From their previous exchanges, the master had gleaned the nature of Ren Tianai's serendipity. Thus, he realized the necessity of this inquiry. He had not anticipated that Chu Xiaoga held such a connection with the sect. Rest assured, you will receive the title of honorary elder for life, enjoying the privileges of an elder without the responsibilities. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xiaoga reluctantly acquiesced. Meanwhile, the master of the ancient silver sect felt a surge of elation. An elder of the unity realm. Although Chu Xiaoga would not contribute anything substantial to the sect, the mere existence of this connection would ensure that in the event of future calamities, the sect would be given consideration due to Chu Xiaoga's formidable strength. Such is the nature of a world that reveres the powerful. Throughout the annals of history, countless forces have risen, while others have fallen into obscurity. Who can predict the tribulations that may befall their sect in the future? What the master of the ancient silver sect was doing now was merely a precautionary measure, a preparation for what lay ahead. Congratulations to Elder Ren and Elder Yan on their promotions to full elder status. The master rose to announce the final results. Additionally, esteemed predecessor Chu will assume the title of honorary elder within our sect. Enjoying the privileges of an elder, no one voiced dissent. Unless one were a fool, everyone had witnessed the might of Chu Xiaoga. The presence of such an individual as an elder was a cause for celebration. Ren Tianai smiled inwardly. This outcome had crossed his mind previously. Were he the master, he would have made the same decision. Chu Xiaoga rose and nodded to the crowd, while in his mind echoed a series of system notifications. He was nearly overwhelmed by the flood of alerts. Ding, you have dazzled the heavens, earning 1 dazzling coin. Ding, you have obtained the 9 heavens thunder ring. Ding, congratulations, host, your strength has been enhanced. Your current realm is the 10th level of the spirit transformation realm. The results were exceptional, but it was difficult to remain low-key. Just look at the fervent gazes directed at him from the audience, and one could easily discern their admiration. For the others, the realm of unity was but a distant dream. Chu Xiaoga, however, felt no embarrassment. Despite lacking such strength, he possessed a system that would inevitably lead him to that realm. For now, he would accept their reverence and admiration in advance. After all, that was the nature of his system. Heavenly brilliance, heavenly brilliance. If one does not showcase their talents, how can they grow stronger? From this moment forth, Chu Xiaoga became the aspirational figure on the path of cultivation for many, unbeknownst to him. This notion quietly took root in the hearts of numerous disciples. Consequently, in the following period, a fervor for diligent cultivation swept through the sect. Yet, this fervor was fleeting, extinguishing like a candle in the wind. Ultimately, only a few persevered. Those who had experienced and understood this phenomenon needed no further elaboration. Chapter 15. The spirit-eating beast. The elder promotion ceremony proceeded smoothly. Next on the agenda was the disciple acceptance ceremony for the 2 newly promoted elders. At this moment, the disciples of the sect sat upright in their seats, fearful that any display of laziness might adversely affect the elders' judgment. This opportunity was exceedingly rare, Being a direct disciple was a coveted status that everyone dreamed of attaining. Ordinary disciples could not compare to direct disciples, who enjoyed superior treatment and status. However, not everyone could become a direct disciple. Without a modicum of strength or talent for cultivation, an elder would not select you. Yet, dreams must still be harbored. What if by chance they materialized? Many disciples harbored such hopes, believing that perhaps their hidden talents might be discovered by the elders. Let us begin. Upon hearing the master's command, Rinti and the other newly promoted elder, Yin, began to rise from their seats. Both had certain candidates in mind, as, during their tenure as vice-elders, they had not idled, but rather sought out promising disciples. Once they ascended to full elder status, they could directly accept talented disciples as their own direct disciples. However, this was akin to plucking a general from among commoners. The talents of the disciples had already been tested upon their entry into the sect, and those with exceptional abilities had long been claimed by other elders. What remained were either slightly talented individuals or those of average capability, unless some disciples' true potential had yet to be unearthed. In the end, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, both elders made their selections for their respective direct disciples, who were naturally ecstatic. Henceforth, the resources available to them for cultivation would far exceed what they had previously received. Esteemed predecessor, would you be interested in giving it a try? The master inquired, glancing at the various heirs still standing before the influential figures. They had come today, ostensibly to have their disciples undergo the trial staircase, but the appearance of Chu Xiaoge had opened a new avenue of opportunity. Thus, they occasionally signaled to the master with their glances. The master inwardly sighed. Where there are people, there are connections. Though he wished to avoid such matters, these influential figures represented the various noble houses of the southern frontier. Even as a sect master, he had to consider their status. Chu Xiaoge opened his eyes and surveyed the scene, quickly grasping the situation. Those noble figures were practically lifting their children above their heads in an attempt to capture his attention. However, this did pique his interest that I do not accept disciples. I shall merely offer guidance. Seeing that Chu Xiaoge did not refuse, the sect leader nodded with a smile. They could understand the decision not to recruit direct disciples, for not everyone is worthy of being a direct disciple of an elder. However, to receive guidance from such a venerable figure is indeed a privilege for these individuals. Alas, one wonders who will have the fortune of such an opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, next, Elder Chu will have an opportunity to offer his insights. Yes, soon as the sect leader's words fell, the atmosphere in the hall surged with excitement. Even the elders surrounding them were visibly shaken. In truth, they too yearned for a chance to receive guidance. They were merely at the transformation realm, falling short by 3 significant realms from the unification realm. The chasm between them seemed insurmountable, perhaps unattainable in their lifetime. The powerful figures in the audience erupted into laughter, for who would not desire their offspring to achieve greatness? Yet, these individuals were rather unruly, all standing up at once. Someone turned and realized that everyone nearby had risen to their feet. In an instant, aside from the elders on the stage, the seated disciples, the wandering cultivators outside, and even the children of the nobility were all standing upright. The sect leader did not intervene. This was the allure of the strong, that if it were a matter of battle to earn a chance for guidance, these people would undoubtedly rush into combat without hesitation. There was no doubt about it. Jiang Lang, why are you not standing? The disciple who had previously competed with Jiang Lang suddenly noticed that Jiang Lang remained unmoved. Jiang Lang shook his head and replied, "No need." Only he understood that his situation was beyond remedy, an inherent physical flaw. The fact that he had managed to cultivate to the Qi refinement realm was already a miracle, achieved through the accumulation of various medicinal herbs since childhood. His apparent persistence was merely a facade to avoid being looked down upon by others. Even with his father being the Prince of Nanjun, and despite having sought the expertise of renowned physicians and elders in the Jinyu dynasty, it was all in vain. Chu Xiaoge scanned the crowd, finding it difficult to choose from the densely packed throng. Perhaps he could simply select anyone at random. Just as he was about to point at random, he noticed a truly unique individual. The young man stood apart from the rest, seemingly indifferent to the prospect of receiving guidance. How intriguing. It shall be you today. It is young Master Jiang. Jiang Lang, the elder has chosen you. Some were filled with joy, while others felt dismay. The sect leader furrowed his brow at this development. He naturally recognized Jiang Lang. The latter was the most cherished youngest son of the prince. Yet he seemed to bear a natural flaw. No matter how hard he cultivated, he could not compare to others. His current achievements were built on an array of celestial herbs, and had they been given to an ordinary cultivator, they would surely have surpassed Jiang Lang's current level. This was precisely why Jiang Lang never flaunted his status as the prince's son, earning the respect of others by being referred to simply as young Master Jiang. The sect leader had not anticipated that Chu Xiaoge would select Jiang Lang, and this presented a considerable dilemma. How could he provide guidance? In the entire Jinyu dynasty, there was likely no one capable of resolving Jiang Lang's predicament. Thus, the sect leader held little hope. Run Tianai wiped sweat from his brow, unable to contain his anxiety. What luck did Elder Chu possess? Why did he have to choose young Master Jiang? Upon hearing the sect leader's voice in his ear, Chu Xiaoge was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that the reason the young man had not stood was due to a sense of self-abandonment. Such an odd circumstance. Chu Xiaoge chuckled softly. There is no problem that cannot be solved, for the system is at hand. Jiang Lang was momentarily stunned but eventually stood up. This was the most basic form of etiquette. When an elder of the unification realm calls upon you, it matters not that you are the son of a prince. The others instinctively took their seats, as they were somewhat aware of Jiang Lang's situation. After all, Jiang Lang was a figure of renown. The prince's son, who did not know him? Now, everyone looked on with keen interest at Chu Xiaoge, eager to see how he would provide guidance. Though they held great respect for Elder Chu, the challenge before them was undeniably formidable. Chu Xiaoge rose, turning his palm, and a force of attraction drew Jiang Lang from his seat to stand before him, without any chance for resistance. Subsequently, Chu Xiaoge appraised Jiang Lang from head to toe. Remarkably, the young man possessed a commendable aura. Though he was the son of a prince, he was not the spoiled scion one might expect. System, what is the issue with Jiang Lang's body, and how can it be resolved? When faced with challenges, one must seek the system. There was no other choice, as this issue transcended the realm of mere strength. Having reached this level, there was no turning back. It is a spirit-devouring beast. Chapter 16. Obtaining an egg. A spirit-devouring beast. Chu Xiaoge was momentarily taken aback. He had not heard of such a creature before, but the name was quite self-explanatory, that a little monster that devours spiritual energy. Most importantly, the system's surprised tone indicated that this spirit-devouring beast was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, the system would not react with such gravity. System, does this spirit-devouring beast have significant origins? Chu Xiaoge, adhering to the principle of asking when in doubt, inquired further. The system replied, the origins of the spirit-devouring beasts are indeed ancient. According to ancient texts, they date back to at least the last ancient era. They are scarce in number, subsisting by devouring anything imbued with spiritual energy, and once deprived of it, they can fall into a dormant state. Curiously, why would a spirit-devouring beast appear here? Chu Xiaoge was left speechless. According to the system, this spirit-devouring beast did not belong to this territory, but had survived in a certain place since ancient times. Clearly, there was a hidden secret within this. However, this was not something for Chu Xiaoge to ponder at the moment. The urgent matter was to resolve the issue of the spirit-devouring beast. And oh wonder, the prince's son, Jiang Lang, had stagnated in his cultivation. The spiritual energy he had painstakingly cultivated had been devoured by this spirit-devouring beast, as had the various precious resources. Yet, this spirit-devouring beast was cunning, not consuming all of Jiang Lang's spiritual energy entirely. Instead, it allowed him to retain some, until he reached the Qi refinement realm. This suggested that there was still hope. It was precisely for this reason that many had endeavored to assist Jiang Lang. The more they provided, the happier the spirit-devouring beast became, endlessly feasting. Spirit-devouring beasts inherently feared thunder, and ordinary thunder had no effect on them. Chu Xiaoge smacked his lips. This thunder was no ordinary phenomenon, including the nine nether thunder, the punishing thunder, and the heavenly Tao thunder. Among others, these are not common types of thunder, yet obtaining them was no simple task. They either appeared during special occasions or at specific locations. By the way, could the nine heavens thunder ring you gave me earlier be of use? The system fell silent. It had not anticipated such a fortuitous coincidence. It had just provided the nine heavens thunder ring, and now a spirit-devouring beast had appeared. What a stroke of luck. Indeed, the nine heavens thunder within the ring is not for infinite use. You must use it judiciously. Chu Xiaoge felt a surge of joy within. He had his own clever plan. Jiang Lang, is it? Jiang Lang nodded in reverence, though he could not feign indifference. Standing before him was a powerful figure of the unification realm. The most disconcerting part was that he could not sense any aura from the elder. As if he were facing an ordinary mortal. This stark contrast only deepened the sense of trepidation. Yes, elder. Jiang Lang nodded, though a flicker of anticipation remained in his heart, despite his struggles and 1,000 failures. A glimmer of hope lingered deep within him. It was this very flicker of hope that kept him yearning for a breakthrough. He sat cross-legged, seeking tranquility. This moment, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. Chu Xiaoge's voice was calm and serene. Yet to the ears of the audience, it resonated differently. Each word struck a chord within their hearts. Could it be that Elder Chu truly held a solution? As Jiang Lang settled into meditation, at the very last moment of stillness, he lifted his gaze. What met his eyes was a profound gaze that seemed to enthrall him. Drawing a deep breath, Jiang Lang placed his hands on his thighs, and gradually his inner turmoil began to settle. Chu Xiaoge focused his mind, and a seemingly inconspicuous ring appeared on his fingertip. The moment the ring touched his hand, Chu Xiaoge felt an immediate connection with it. Within that ring lay a power that sent shivers down his spine. 9 heavens thunder, with a sudden flick of his fingertip towards the heavens. A beam of spiritual light surged forth like a sword, rapidly ascending into the clouds. The audience collectively looked up, following the luminous trail with puzzled expressions. For a moment, no one could comprehend its significance. Was Elder Chu about to cast a spell? But wait, wasn't Jiang Lang's body supposed to be the issue? However, the crowd's confusion was short-lived as the sky transformed. What was once a clear expanse turned ominously dark, with clouds rolling in like a tide of ink. The heavens above were shrouded in a cloak of blackness, and a chilling darkness descended. This sudden shift startled the onlookers, for it was evident that this spectacle was orchestrated by the venerable Chu. Was this the manifestation of the power of the unification realm? A complete upheaval of day and night. The leader of the ancient silver sect furrowed his brow, sensing that something sinister lurked within the dense, ominous clouds. There appeared to be a formidable force concealed within them. The air grew heavy as a cold wind swept through, forcing the mortals to cling tightly to their seats, their understanding of reality shattered. While they were aware that these celestial beings possessed great strength, such tales had always been second-hand accounts. Now, they bore witness to the extraordinary, a mere gesture towards the sky, and the world transformed. It was utterly terrifying. Thunder roared. At long last, amidst the collective anticipation, a deafening clap of thunder reverberated through the sky. Hearts raced. Ding! Another remarkable display. Earning 1 showcase coin. Ding! The showcase was boundless, yielding 2 showcase coins. As the thunder echoed, an irresistible force enveloped all present. In an instant, the darkness was illuminated, and all light converged upon Chu Xiaoge. Cease your actions now, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for my merciless wrath. Chu Xiaoge's gaze was as piercing as a sword, his long hair billowing in the wind. His authoritative voice resonated through the air, though it seemed directed at no one in particular. The crowd felt a palpable decrease in their stature, unsure whether it was the dread of the thunder above or the presence of Chu Xiaoge that instilled such fear. Soon, a transformation occurred. Jiang Lang, who had been in a meditative state, suddenly radiated with spiritual light. This was a sign of imminent breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, the sky returned to normalcy, while Jiang Lang's aura surged to new heights. Refinement Stage 6, Refinement Stage 7, Refinement Stage 8, Refinement Stage 9. He ascended directly to the 9th refinement stage before gradually coming to a halt, his breath finally regaining its calm. The onlookers stood in dumbfounded silence, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. How could he have broken through so unexpectedly? What did it have to do with the thunder conjured by the venerable Chu? They were left in the dark. Nonetheless, their awe for Chu Xiaoge remained undiminished. That it was common knowledge that Jiang Lang's predicament had consumed the prince's efforts. Yet now, under the auspices of Chu, it seemed genuinely resolvable. Ding! A stunning performance. Earning 2 showcase coins. Ding! An unparalleled display. Earning 2 showcase coins. Ding! A series of showcases, resulting in the acquisition of a sacred spirit Qinghuan egg. Upon hearing the final notification from the system, Chu Xiaoge feigned calmness, his heart brimming with joy. That a Qinghuan. No, it was a Qinghuan egg. The Qinghuan is a divine bird, and even a newborn possesses tremendous power. Fortunately, the system provided an egg. Had it been a living Qinghuan, Chu Xiaoge feared he would be hunted down. Ordinary cultivators might not mind, but ancient beings who had lived for ages would surely go mad for it. The unification realm? It likely suggested something far beyond that. Chu Xiaoge understood the significance of the Qinghuan to cultivators. Capturing a Qinghuan would mean acquiring a formidable ally in battle. He was well aware of the saying, possessing a precious gem brings envy. Chapter 17. Awakening for the moment, he set these thoughts aside, planning to explore them further upon his return. To be honest, Chu Xiaoge was particularly eager to discover the extraordinary qualities of this Qinghuan egg. Moreover, if memory served correctly, he had previously obtained a pair of Qinghuan boots at a system that readily bestows such treasures. Who wouldn't appreciate that? At this juncture, Jiang Lang slowly regained consciousness. He had followed Chu Xiaoge's instructions to meditate. Entirely blocking out external sensations, he was utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired. However, just moments ago, he had distinctly felt a surge of immense power within him. The moment this force emerged, his dormant body sprang to life, his aura rising steadily, breaking through 4 minor stages in succession. Even as he returned to his senses and beheld the abundant power coursing through him, Jiang Lang struggled to believe it. Could it be that his affliction had truly been resolved? Ecstatic, he rose and hurriedly bowed deeply to Chu Xiaoge, completely disregarding his previous composure and the fact that he was the prince's son. Yet, in the eyes of the onlookers, there was no surprise. Regardless of one's status, be it the prince or the heir of the Jin Feather dynasty, one must offer their respects in such circumstances. Ding! The host performed a minor display, earning 3 showcase coins. Chu Xiaoge did not refuse. Jiang Lang's issues were far from completely resolved. The soul-devouring beast still resided within him. The beast had merely been intimidated by the 9 heavens' thunder, and upon hearing his warning, it had reluctantly relinquished some of its power, facilitating Jiang Lang's breakthrough. To fully resolve Jiang Lang's predicament, the soul-devouring beast would need to be extracted from his body. Jiang Lang, to completely resolve your condition, once we conclude here, have Elder Ren escort you to me. Chu Xiaoge instructed. Jiang Lang and Ren Tianai both nodded in agreement. Ren Tianai wore a smile, realizing that Chu Xiaoge's unintentional act might forge a connection between him and Jiang Lang, a privilege he had never before possessed. Congratulations, young Master Jiang. The sect leader and others bowed in respect. Chu Xiaoge's astonishing feat had left the crowd in awe, although they had yet to grasp the full extent of what had transpired. Their reverence remained intact. With Jiang Lang's matter settled, the gathering of the ancient Silver Sect reached a conclusion. Apart from those belonging to the sect, everyone else took their leave one by one. Today had proven fruitful for them all, as they had witnessed the prowess of a being from the unification realm. However, before departing, they were all placed under a silence decree, forbidding them from speaking of Chu Xiaoge's deeds to outsiders. The silence decree effectively silenced any mention of Chu Xiaoge. To speak of it would render them mute. Naturally, Chu Xiaoge did not object to the sect leader's actions, for both parties had their own considerations. Of course, the sect leader adhered to Chu Xiaoge's wishes. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act independently. Chu Xiaoge, do you require a day of rest? Shall we proceed to the sect's secret realm tomorrow? By now, Chu Xiaoge had assumed the honorary title of elder within the sect. Thus, only 3 individuals were permitted to enter the secret realm: Ren Tianai, Elder Yin, and Chu Xiaoge. Chu Xiaoge nodded, indicating he would follow the sect leader's arrangements. Although he was not fatigued, the day was drawing to a close, and he resolved to take a proper rest. Upon receiving Chu Xiaoge's consent, The sect leader promptly prepared a splendid accommodation for him. A night passed without incident. The secret realm of the ancient Silver Sect was located deep within the sect, making it quite secluded. Beyond its hidden position, only the sect leader possessed the knowledge to unlock the secret realm, a tradition passed down through generations. Thus, under the sect leader's guidance, the trio followed closely behind. The ancient Silver Sect was the first sect Chu Xiaoga had encountered upon entering this world, and it left a remarkably favorable impression on him. Soon, after traversing a dense forest, they arrived at a mountainous cliff. Ren Tianai and Elder Yin were particularly curious, as it was their first time visiting this location, and they felt a palpable excitement. The elders were allowed entry once every 5 years, and each time they emerged from the secret realm, they would return with something of value. Even if they did not acquire any tangible items, their strength would at least experience a modest enhancement. Thus, the secret realm held an air of mystery for the two of them. Here we are. The sect leader halted his steps and, under the gaze of the crowd, swiftly executed a series of intricate hand seals. These seals were released, landing upon the overgrown rocky wall. The wall appeared unscathed, yet began to absorb each imprint. After a brief moment, the rocky wall began to shift. With a thunderous sound, the wall opened, revealing a fissure that resembled a door, parting to either side. "You three, please enter that I shall wait for you outside," the sect leader instructed, gesturing toward the luminous curtain within the crevice. What lay beyond was obscured from view. Chu Xiaoga and the others nodded in agreement, stepping through the glowing veil together. They were left to wonder which elder they would awaken. The patriarch shook his head. Among the three, the only variable was Chu Xiaoga, for he was not cultivated by the sect. Whether he could awaken the departed elders remained uncertain. Perhaps a miracle might occur. After all, Elder Chu was a formidable force on par with the ancestor. Upon entering the light curtain, the world before Chu Xiaoga and his companions abruptly transformed. The architecture before them was strikingly familiar. Upon closer inspection, it bore resemblance to the current Guyin sect, at least in its overall layout. "Feel free to explore, do not mind me," Chu Xiaoga remarked. Surveying his surroundings, it was evident that opportunities lay within this realm, but they necessitated a thorough search or a moment of enlightenment. All of this required time to unravel. "Thank you," Elder Ren Tianai and Elder Yin both clasped their hands towards Chu Xiaoga. If he had not spoken, they would not have dared to leave unbidden. It must be said, such an elder was indeed worthy of their genuine respect. Soon, Ren Tianai and Elder Yin ventured off in different directions to seek opportunities. Chu Xiaoga meandered in a random direction. The surroundings could be described as eerily silent, as if he were the sole inhabitant of this world, enveloped in profound tranquility. These elders had long since departed. The so-called opportunities likely pertained to awakening the remnants of their consciousness. This was no small feat. Chu Xiaoga was momentarily at a loss. He was not a member of the Guyin sect and bore not a trace of its aura. Clearly, this made his endeavor exceedingly difficult. He had no choice but to seek alternative methods. Look, a secret realm. Who was this departed elder? At this moment, within the sect, all disciples looked up in in the air above, an ethereal figure materialized. Such occurrences had been witnessed before. Entering the secret realm could potentially trigger such phenomena, with the elders out of course. Not every elder could awaken the spirits of the deceased every time. That it could be said that managing to awaken even one was a rare achievement. It remained uncertain whether it was Elder Ren or Elder Yin who had facilitated this awakening. The other elders looked on with envy, fully aware of the challenges involved in rousing an elder and the extraordinary benefits that accompanied it. To achieve such a feat on the first attempt was indeed remarkable. Chapter 18. The Mysterious Token. At that very moment, Chu Xiaoga sensed an unfamiliar aura. Following its source, he beheld an illusory figure hovering not far above. Indeed, the ancestor of the Guyin sect was a remarkable individual. This secret realm was a grand endeavor. Regardless of how the ancestor had created it, it was a testament to his prowess. Across the entire southern frontier, countless sects existed, yet only the Guyin sect possessed such a secret realm that it was worth noting that Tianzhao sect, another prominent power in the southern frontier, once boasted a returning Unity realm expert. Yet neither of these sects possessed a secret realm akin to that of Guin's sect. Beneath the ground lay a soul-returning formation that ate tea that moment. The system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Chu Xiaoga had indeed surmised as much. Only a formation could achieve such results. Much like a spirit-gathering formation, which continuously accumulates spiritual energy, the soul-returning formation operated on a similar principle. Preserving a fragment of the soul, this fragment retained the thoughts of its former life. Naturally, should one encounter a being of higher caliber, even in death, there would be no necessity to employ a formation for preservation. A true powerhouse, even in passing, would not easily dissipate from this world. Thus, the soul-returning formation within the Guin sect's secret realm was extraordinary, far surpassing the capabilities of a simple spirit-gathering formation. It was reasonable to surmise that the ancestor of the Guin sect had once ranked among the very best. Gazing at the ethereal figure, Chu Xiaoga fell into deep contemplation, remaining silent. System, if I were to manifest in this secret realm with the power of returning unity, would these lingering souls awaken? Chu Xiaoga considered this approach plausible. After all, the ancestor who created this secret realm possessed only returning unity strength. If he were to appear with the same power, it was likely that even the Guin sect's ancestor would awaken. This was an alternative path, employing the most forceful and straightforward means. With that, Chu Xiaoga slowly closed his eyes and a surge of power began to rise from within him. First stage of the fragmentation realm. Fifth stage of the fragmentation realm. Ninth stage of the fragmentation realm. Simultaneously, the entire secret realm shimmered with flickering lights. Outside the secret realm, beside the patriarch, stood two figures, Ren Tianai and Elder Yin. The one who had previously awakened an elder was indeed Ren Tianai. Much to the patriarch's delight, Ren Tianai was the youngest elder within the sect, a candidate worthy of significant cultivation. Elder Yin had also made some progress. However, at that moment, the expressions of all three changed dramatically. The light curtain within the rock face suddenly erupted with a series of brilliant flashes, and ethereal figures began to appear in the air above. One, two, several, and then more. The three were momentarily rendered speechless. What was happening? How had these elder souls been awakened? The patriarch furrowed his brow, quickly realizing the oversight in his prior thoughts. After contemplating, he vaguely deduced what had transpired. Elder Chu was indeed of returning unity. He had previously entertained concerns about whether the other could awaken a single elder's soul. Now, it was clear that such worries were unfounded. My heavens, how could there be so many? Could it be that all the elders have been awakened? Within the sect, all disciples gazed upwards at the overlapping ethereal figures in the void, a scene so astonishing it defied belief. This was unprecedented, far beyond their imagination. Surely, this was the doing of Elder Chu? Yes, it must be it seemed that only a figure of Elder Chu's caliber could achieve such a feat. The host has astounded all members of the Guin sect, earning a total of 20 show coins. Chu Xiaoga was taken aback. This time, the reward was substantial. Previously, he had earned only a few at most, yet this time it amounted to a staggering 20 show coins. That be, wise calculations, he now possessed 49 show coins. A bountiful fortune. Who are you? The ethereal figures gazed at Chu Xiaoga. All awakened by the overwhelming aura he exuded, they instinctively felt a sense of crisis compelling them to awaken, even in the face of the living. They were filled with trepidation. You may all withdraw. I wish to converse with this esteemed friend. A distant voice resonated. The ethereal figures paused, then nodded in unison before vanishing. Chu Xiaoga turned his gaze forward to see an elderly figure with an extraordinary demeanor approaching from afar. With a step, then another, the elder reached a short distance from Chu Xiaoga in an instant. Chu Xiaoga squinted. He recognized this elder. The statue shattered by the system bore an identical likeness to the elder before him. Thus, this elder was none other than the ancestor of the Guin sect, Guyu. Esteemed one, I perceive a familiar aura emanating from you. It seems you share a connection with my Guin sect. Guyu too had been awakened by Chu Xiaoga's formidable presence, feeling as though he were facing a formidable adversary. However, he was relieved to sense a faint trace of the unique aura of the Guin sect from the latter, albeit very subtle, indicating that he was not cultivated by the sect. I have met the former patriarch. I am now an honorary elder of the Guin sect. Gu, you looked enlightened, yet it was plausible. The individual before him possessed returning unity strength, placing them on equal footing. Chu Xiaoga stood with his hands clasped behind him. In truth, he had already achieved his objective. The acquisition of 20 show coins was quite generous. However, the elder Guyu appeared rather loquacious, insistently probing him with questions, lacking the demeanor expected of a returning unity expert. What? The Guin sect has fallen into decline. The patriarch has barely reached the refining elixir realm. The southern frontier is at its nadir. Guyu's expression was one of disbelief, furiously stamping his foot. While the southern frontier had not ranked first among the 5 regions, it had once held a respectable 3rd position. In those days, the Guin sect was considered a top-tier power throughout the dynasty. To witness such a rapid decline was shocking. After a lengthy discussion, Guyu ultimately accepted the reality. Friend Chu, I thank you for awakening me, that I have no means to repay you, save for bestowing this item upon you. Originally, I intended to wait until the disciples of the sect reached the unity stage before entrusting them with the responsibility. However, little did I anticipate that this wait would extend for a millennium. Gu wore a face of disappointment. The sect he had painstakingly established had now fallen to the point where the sect leader was merely at the refinement stage. Even if the sect had not surpassed the brilliance he once led, at the very least, it should have progressed steadily. Yet, neither of these had come to fruition. Nevertheless, he took solace in the fact that the sect had not been disbanded. Chu Xiaoga accepted the short sword before him, his expression filled with perplexity. This short sword was no larger than the palm of his hand, yet it was exquisitely crafted, adorned with unique engravings along the blade. I could not fathom what changes had transpired. This blade could only be wielded after attaining the unity stage. To be precise, it could very well serve as a token. Gu, you had fortuitously acquired it from a hidden realm. But at that time, his strength was insufficient, and he never surpassed the unity stage before his passing. Thus, this token had remained in his possession. Now, with the understanding of the sect decline, he had made a decision to pass this token to the young man before him. After all, he was an esteemed elder of the Guin sect, and, in a sense, one of their own. Chu Xiaoga was inwardly astonished. What kind of token was this that even those at the unity stage could not wield? How formidable must the person or force behind this token be? I can only hope that when the Guin sect faces peril in the future, my companion will lend a helping hand. Chapter 19. Runes and Seals. Chu Xiaoga was seen off by the sect leader and the elders alongside all the disciples. Each of them bore witness to the familiar figure they knew all too well, Guyu, the ancestral master of the Guin sect. In their hearts, the current status of Chu Xiaoga had already surpassed that of the sect leader. Upon returning to Xiandao Mountain, Chu Xiaoga began to organize the spoils of his recent journey. In addition to acquiring a substantial amount of Xiao coins, he had also obtained several items. The Xiao coins he currently possessed amounted to an impressive 55. Among them, the system had rewarded him with the 9 Heavens Thunder Ring, which he had previously used once. However, at that time, it had only emitted a faint trace of the 9 Heavens Thunder aura without unleashing its true power. Such might would likely be beyond the endurance of the Guin sect. As for the Qingquan boots, Chu Xiaoga had already donned them. To his surprise, they were exceptionally comfortable, and he discovered that his speed had increased significantly. He could even momentarily suspend himself in midair. Though this required continuous consumption of his inner spiritual energy, yet it was a worthwhile trade-off. How many cultivators dream of soaring through the skies? Now, with merely a pair of Qingquan boots, this was achievable. Chu Xiaoga soared above the courtyard, prompting the purple tiger to look up and howl in envy. After a brief experience, he found it quite delightful. Regarding the short sword token he received from Guyu, Chu Xiaoga simply stored it away. He could discern little about it, and the system indicated it was merely a token. He decided to wait until the opportune moment to explore its potential. Is this the Qingwan egg? Chu Xiaoga carefully placed the Qingwan egg on the ground. Nearby, the purple tiger shivered. It was a primal instinctive response to the innate pressure emanating from the egg. Even the egg was so beautiful. The Qingwan egg was adorned with intricate patterns that coalesced into stunning images, captivating anyone who gazed upon it. These patterns emitted a gentle glow, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. System, If I were to consume this Qingwan egg, would my strength significantly increase? The system was momentarily taken aback, never expecting Chu Xiaoga to entertain such a notion that IT could enhance your power, but it would not be a prudent choice. Think it over carefully. Chu Xiaoga chuckled. I was merely jesting. This is a Qingwan. It would be madness to consume it. Once it hatches and matures, becoming my mount, wouldn't that be far more rewarding? Thus, Chu Xiaoga cautiously placed the Qingwan egg in the loft and instructed the purple tiger not to set foot inside. The purple tiger nodded eagerly, instinctively aware of the superiority of whatever lay within that egg. Such beings should not be trifled with at the foot of Xiandao Mountain. Elder Ren inquired, "Is this where Senior Chu cultivates?" Jiang Lang gazed in astonishment at the spirit-filled mountain before him. Xiandao Mountain, the stairway to immortality, truly exceptional. Perhaps this was the pinnacle of the immortal realm. The abundant spiritual energy seeped into his body, bringing immense comfort. Ren Tianxing smiled. He, too, had been similarly astonished upon his first arrival. Looking back now, he felt incredibly fortunate. The two ascended to the summit, where the courtyard gates had long been opened. Inside, Chu Xiaoga awaited their arrival. Senior Chu, the two immediately bowed, sensing that in the few days since they last met, Senior Chu had become even more inscrutable. The tea on the table had just been brewed. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Ren Tianya's eyes brightened. He still fondly remembered the tea from their last encounter. Thank you, Senior. Ren Tian I carefully poured 2 cups of tea, saying, Jiang Gongzi, this tea is extraordinary. You must try it. With that, he took a gentle sip. Marvelous, just as before, with the same delightful flavor. Jiang Lang eagerly picked up his cup, inhaling the fragrant aroma, instantly recognizing the tea's exceptional quality. Observing the contentment on Elder Ren's face only heightened his curiosity about the tea's extraordinary quality. Exquisite that by the time the two finished their cups. A considerable amount of time had passed. They had become immersed in the experience, savoring the tea slowly. Once Ren Tian and I exited the loft, Chu Xiaoga stood. Let us begin. After this, you will be able to resume your normal cultivation. At this, Jiang Lang trembled with anticipation. Finally, the day has arrived. After parting ways with the Guin sect, he had taken residence in an inn at the foot of the mountain, eagerly waiting to establish contact with Elder Ren. This anticipation had kept him awake for many nights. When Elder Ren finally found him, they wasted no time in making their way to Xiandao Mountain. Despite the long journey, he felt no fatigue. His energy surging. I shall rely on you, Senior Chu. Jiang Lang suppressed his emotions, striving to maintain his composure. Chu Xiaoga's expression shifted as he pointed a finger at Jiang Lang's forehead, causing him to fall into a deep slumber. Do not think that hiding will keep you from my grasp. You should be aware of the might of my 9 heavens thunder. He commanded, come forth swiftly, or I shall have you obliterated beneath the 9 heavens thunder. With a single command, the world darkened. The sky turned ominous in an instant, far more terrifying than during their encounter at the Guin sect. Whoosh, a glimmer of light shot forth from Jiang Lang's body, revealing a small, pitch-black entity hovering in mid-air. The dark creature continuously bowed, as if pleading for mercy. Chu Xiaoga was taken aback. Was this the spirit-devouring beast? It resembled a dog, and were it not for some subtle differences, it would be nearly indistinguishable. However, one should not underestimate it. It specialized in consuming spiritual energy, and encountering it would spell disaster for the unprepared. That I can spare your life and allow you to thrive on Xiandao Mountain. Upon hearing Chu Xiaoga's words, the spirit-devouring beast's face lit up with joy, its tail wagging eagerly. This place was simply marvelous. IT had sensed its allure upon arriving at Xiandao Mountain, but it also felt the presence of the individual who had previously emitted the thunderous aura, prompting it to hide away. If it could indeed remain here, it could feast to its heart's content. Release your soul, and I shall leave an imprint. As long as you do not engage in any heinous acts against me, I shall not harm you. Furthermore, this Xiandao Mountain can become your home. After a moment of contemplation, the spirit-devouring beast complied, surprising Chu Xiaoga. Could it be that this creature was indeed a voracious glutton? This secret technique was one he had discovered from the system. Once he left an imprint within the spirit-devouring beast's soul, he could end its life at will, should he so desire. Whoosh! With a deft motion, Chu Xiaoga traced a symbol in the air, and a mystical rune materialized. Subsequently, this rune swiftly penetrated the head of the soul-devouring beast, vanishing within the instant the rune disappeared. An inexplicable sensation burgeoned within Chu Xiaoga's heart. As long as he wished, the concealed rune within the soul-devouring beast could erupt at any moment, leading to the destruction of its very soul. Chapter 20. Life and Death Escape. The reason Chu Xiaoga chose to retain the soul-devouring beast was due to the potential he perceived in it. According to the system's introduction, once fully developed, the soul-devouring beast would be on par with the most gifted practitioners. However, its growth necessitated the consumption of formidable spiritual energy, making truly powerful soul-devouring beasts exceedingly rare. Yet, Chu Xiaoga's circumstances were different. He had access to an endless supply of spiritual energy provided by the system. The soul-devouring beast could feast to its heart's content. Given sufficient time, it would undoubtedly reach its full potential. By then, with Zhuo Qingluan on one side and the soul-devouring beast on the other, who could stand against them? Alas, there are times when invincibility breeds a certain loneliness. After indulging in such thoughts for a moment, Chu Xiaoga roused Jiang Lang from his slumber. "Ah, senior, is it all resolved?" Jiang Lang rubbed his eyes, appearing as though he had just awakened from a delightful dream, his entire being imbued with a sense of ease. "Your issues have been resolved, and I trust you will soon catch up to your peers in cultivation speed." Jiang Lang had consumed countless heavenly herbs, and although most had been devoured by the soul-devouring beast, some remained within him, yet to be utilized. Now that the soul-devouring beast had departed, it was merely a matter of time before Jiang Lang returned to his normal cultivation pace. Coupled with the accumulation of these herbs and the financial backing of his affluent father, a prince, everything was within reach. "Thank you, senior." Jiang Lang clenched his fists, feeling the continuous flow of spiritual energy coursing through him. He could distinctly sense a remarkable difference from before. It seemed he had truly healed. With this realization, Jiang Lang excitedly knelt on the ground, performing the utmost gesture of respect. "Senior Chu, I have no means to repay you, but I shall diligently cultivate. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to oblige." Chu Xiaoga nodded. He had effortlessly assisted Jiang Lang in resolving his cultivation issues while also acquiring the soul-devouring beast. In truth, the greatest beneficiary was himself. Of course, for Jiang Lang, he too was the paramount recipient of this boon. Once Ren Tianai and Jiang Lang departed, Chu Xiaoga reclined in the rocking chair in the courtyard after several days of busyness. "I am truly fatigued. The past month has been devoid of any respite." Shortly after returning from Lake Town, I encountered the tragedy in Dawn Village, resolved its issues, and subsequently eradicated the evil cultivators. After that, I visited the ancient silver sect, traversed the trial ladder, awakened the souls of the elders, and addressed Jiang Lang's physical concerns. It may seem lighthearted, yet it has been somewhat taxing. Everything has merely been a prelude to a grand performance. The performance is crucial. Becoming stronger is the ultimate goal in this world. If one lacks strength, survival is not guaranteed. Only by ceaselessly growing stronger can one establish a foothold. With the system's assistance, if I do not strive, I would be squandering its goodwill. As Chu Xiaoga rocked in his chair, he felt a profound sense of enlightenment. "Senior sister, you must flee. Do not concern yourself with me." In the mountain thicket, two figures darted swiftly. One woman carried another on her back, both bearing numerous injuries, with the shoulder of the one being carried particularly mangled and bloodied, clearly indicating severe harm. "Enough chatter. Hold on a little longer." Xu Yun's complexion was ashen as she wielded her long sword to sever the vines obstructing their path. "We are now within the ancient silver sect's territory. At this pace, we shall arrive within 5 days. Once we reach the ancient silver sect, we shall find salvation." Though Xu Yun spoke, she dared not pause for even a moment. She understood that any delay would allow their pursuers to close in. "Senior sister, I am clearly hindering your speed. At this rate, we shall not escape." Upon hearing her junior sister's words, Xu Yun's expression hardened as she retorted sharply. "Do not speak nonsense. Follow my orders." As she pressed on, Xu Yun felt a surge of pain, yet she refrained from showing any sign of weakness before her junior sister. Suddenly, A wave of chi surged uncontrollably within her, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Senior sister, realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Yun was taken aback. She had not anticipated the toxins within her body to manifest so swiftly. Given the current state, reaching the ancient silver sect seemed increasingly impossible, as the toxins would not permit it at all. These injuries are quite severe. Who is so lacking in compassion? Chu Xiaoge opened his eyes. In his perception, he noticed two young women, both battered and bruised, had entered the mountains and were now hiding. Perhaps they had stumbled upon the wonders of Xiandao Mountain and promptly settled down to recover. However, within Chu Xiaoge's awareness, another figure intruded upon Xiandao Mountain. Stop dozing. Let us go see the commotion. With a swift kick, Chu Xiaoge nudged the purple tiger, which groggily opened its eyes and stretched before regaining its senses. Senior sister, this place is truly marvelous. The spiritual energy is so abundant. Su Yun whispered, focus on restoring your strength. Do not overthink that in truth, their incursion into this mountain was a desperate measure. After emerging from the thicket, Su Yun altered their plan. They needed to find a secluded spot to recuperate, primarily to expel the toxins within their bodies. Otherwise, before they could reach the ancient silver sect, the toxins would likely overwhelm them entirely. Thus, upon spotting a solitary mountain, they had hastily sought refuge therein. That it was for the best that those people were unaware of their presence. Even if they did discover them, the mountain was vast, and it would be impossible to locate them in a short span of time. You two need not hide any longer. I know you are in the mountains. Surrender peacefully, hand over the recording stone, and I shall spare you to Su Yun, and her companion's expressions tightened. The speed of their pursuers was alarmingly swift. They had only just entered the mountain, yet somehow their pursuers had already arrived. Fortunately, having entered the mountain, it would still take some time for them to locate the duo. Senior brother, this place is rather peculiar. How can the spiritual energy be so abundant? The group that had just entered Xiandao Mountain cautiously surveyed their surroundings. The plentiful spiritual energy astonished them, surpassing even that of their sect's cultivation chambers by countless measures. That it was akin to a sanctuary for cultivation. Yet, they had never heard of such a place. If such a sacred ground existed, it would surely not be unknown that it is indeed somewhat strange. Everyone be cautious. We shall deal with those two wenches first. The leading youth continuously issued commands to the 10 or so figures behind him. Form into teams of 3. Do not stray too far apart, and search diligently. On the mountainside, Su Yun's junior sister anxiously scanned their surroundings, acutely aware of the commotion below. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Senior sister, what should we do? Su Yun shook her head. Her junior sister was admirable in many respects, yet her mental fortitude faltered under pressure, rendering her particularly timid. Do not worry. The spiritual energy here is so abundant that by the time they find us, we shall have mostly recovered. Then we shall continue our escape. Chapter 21. To die rather than surrender. Su Yun, do you believe hiding will serve any purpose? Given the current timeline, the events surrounding Tianzhou have already reached a conclusion. Even if you were to seek aid from the ancient silver sect now, it would be of no avail. Su Yun and her junior sister's expressions changed dramatically. The words of their opponent struck them like a hammer, reverberating against their hearts. Not long ago, Tianzhou sect and Jiyu sect had conducted a joint trial, which was essentially a competition among the disciples of the two sections. Both sects had sent forth their young and outstanding disciples to participate, with the victorious side set to receive substantial rewards. This had become a long-standing tradition between the two sections. However, they never anticipated that a calamity would unfold during the trial. That Jiyu sect, with overwhelming force, managed to subdue everyone. Even the 3 elders leading Tianzhou sect were quietly drugged into submission. Naturally, these disciples were powerless to resist against the elders of Jiyu sect. As for Su Yun and her companion, it was quite fortunate that they fled without a backward glance upon sensing the anomaly. Their instincts warned them that something was amiss. Indeed, they were pursued relentlessly along the way. Yet, the disciples of Jiyu sect refrained from using lethal force, for they required control over them, intending to use them as hostages. It was precisely for this reason that Su Yun and her companion had managed to escape thus far. Found you! Suddenly, a voice emerged from not far away. and soon a group surrounded Su Yun and her junior sister. Su Yun's expression altered. The young man at the forefront of Gu sect chuckled. Surprised, aren't you, my dear Su Yun? The poison you bear was administered by us, as long as it remains unpurged. We can track you down. Everything earlier was merely a ruse. After all, employing such techniques does require some time. The young man, with a look of triumph, elegantly unfurled a folding fan in his hand, fanning himself with an air of leisure. Everything was within his grasp. Nonetheless, he had to concede that Su Yun was the most exceptional disciple of Tianzhao sect. Even he lacked absolute confidence in a one-on-one confrontation with her. Of course, had Su Yun not possessed such capabilities, she would never have managed to escape their clutches until now. Yet, now, witnessing the pallor of Su Yun's face, the young man felt a thrill of excitement. Humph, Chen Kuan, you shall not succeed. Her junior sister gritted her silver teeth, glaring furiously at the disciples of Gu sect. Our master and the elders will surely put an end to this calamity. The young man, Chen Kuan, burst into laughter, shaking his head. Oh, Su junior sister, you remain as adorable as ever. Even now, you cling to the hope that your elders from Tianzhao sect will come to your aid? Hee, allow me to enlighten you. It is utterly impossible that if we lacked absolute confidence, do you think Gu sect would act so boldly? Indeed, Gu sect had been plotting for a long time. If they were not certain, they would never dare to be this audacious. Surrender quietly, or do not blame me for being ruthless. Su Yun sighed deeply, realizing that there seemed to be no way out. No one had anticipated that the true nature of Gu sect would be that of wicked cultivators, standing in the southern frontier for over 100 years. Chen Kuan, are you not afraid of your identity being exposed? Su Yun felt a sense of helplessness as she realized that escaping from the encirclement was now exceedingly difficult. You need not worry about that. We have our means to control all of you. Everyone attack. With Chen Kuan's command, all the disciples of Gu sect launched their assault, waves of spiritual light hurtling towards Su Yun and her junior sister. Even if they were strong, it was impossible to withstand the combined might of over 10 opponents of the same realm. The spiritual power within their bodies surged to its limits, but the incoming force left them feeling utterly hopeless. Resistance was futile. Serious injury was inevitable. Why? Su Yun's eyes turned crimson. Junior sister slowly closed her eyes in despair. Everything was coming to an end. After fleeing for so long, they were still destined to fail. Roar. At that moment, an ear-splitting tiger roar suddenly echoed through the air. Even more astonishing, the attacks unleashed by Gu sect were all obliterated in the wake of this roar. Chen Kuan and his companions staggered backward, affected by the sound. They were powerless to resist. Su Yun and her junior sister's faces lit up with hope. Could this sudden turn of events signal a chance for salvation? Who could it be? Could it be the mysterious figure from the mountains intervening? Indeed, it must be. Such a secretive mountain could not possibly be uninhabited. There was still hope. A steady, unhurried footstep resonated from the mountain, powerful and commanding, striking their hearts. The crowd looked up, and there, a figure rode a magnificent tiger down the slope. The young man bore no trace of spiritual energy, appearing as an ordinary mortal. Chen Kuan and the others gritted their teeth. Realizing they were indeed not alone in the mountains, they had suspected that this mountain was unusual, and now it was evident. Although they could not discern the young man's strength, the presence of the tiger instilled a deep sense of dread. Cold sweat trickled down their backs. One roar had shattered their combined assault. Just how formidable was this beast? Senior, I apologize for disturbing you. I will take my leave with him now. Chen Kuan signaled to his companions, intending to retreat with Su Yun and her junior sister. Senior, please save us. However, before they could act, Su Yun and her junior sister hurriedly knelt before the figure and the tiger, exclaiming, "We are disciples of Tianzhao sect. Gu sect are wicked cultivators." Chen Kuan and the others' faces turned ashen upon hearing this. That it's over. Senior, please do not listen to their nonsense. Chu Xiaoge raised his hand, an invisible force rendering Chen Kuan unable to continue his defense. Chen Kuan's eyes widened in horror, his mouth agape, but no sound emerged. This was too bizarre. This young man was terrifyingly powerful. Tianzhao sect, wicked cultivators. Chu Xiaoge was taken aback. Was it merely coincidence? The last person he had encountered from Tianzhao's sect, Zhong Shui, had also come to deal with wicked cultivators. Now, once again, it was Tianzhao's sect confronting wicked cultivators that you have anything left to say in your defense? Chu Xiaoge inquired, the system confirming that this group indeed practiced wicked cultivation techniques. However, they were more adept at concealing their malevolence than the previous batch of wicked cultivators. Just as now, he stood before them, and they remained oblivious. Apologies, I forgot you cannot speak. After a brief pause, as Chen Kun and the others remained silent, Chu Xiaoge snapped his fingers, releasing them from his control. Senior, we truly are innocent. Chen Kun looked frustrated. You expect us to defend ourselves, yet you do not release us. How can we speak? The others nodded eagerly behind him. They could not believe that this young man could sense the malevolence hidden within them. Such a thing had never been uncovered before. Otherwise, Jiyu sect would not have stood boldly for over a century. They simply needed to deny everything. Perhaps in your next life, you should consider being a better person. Chu Xiaoge shook his head, his arms slightly raised, as the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly. This group persisted in their denial. Chen Kuen's face was etched with fear. All semblance of composure vanished. Senior, why do you refuse to trust us? We bear no trace of malevolence. You cannot simply believe the ramblings of these two girls. The turbulent spiritual energy converged, forming an overwhelming force that left everyone feeling utterly powerless, regardless of whether it was Chen Kun or Su Yun. They were consumed by an inescapable sense of dread. This power was potent enough to obliterate them all. Upon hearing Chen Kun's words, Su Yun and her junior sister felt their hearts race with anxiety. They feared that the senior would heed Chen Kun's defense. After all, he spoke the truth. One could not sense any malevolence emanating from them. The IT was indeed bizarre. Only now did Su Yun begin to grasp the gravity of the situation. No wonder there had been deaths among the disciples during previous trials. While fatalities were not uncommon in trials, given that the chosen locations were often perilous, it appeared that Jiyu sect's wicked cultivators had been orchestrating these incidents. Most of the deceased disciples had likely fallen victim to their assassination schemes. Very well. I shall ensure you are utterly convinced. Chu Xiaoge smiled serenely, his fingers weaving through the air as radiant spiritual light flickered into existence. The crowd was perplexed, uncertain of its significance. However, in the next moment, the expressions of Chen Kun and his companions drastically altered. They discovered that the malevolent energy hidden within their bodies was uncontrollably surging outward. Boom! A series of thunderous sounds echoed. The aura of all disciples from the Jiyu sect transformed entirely, as the sinister energy engulfed their entire beings. As soon as the malevolent energy emerged, it began voraciously devouring the spiritual essence in the air. With a look of alarm, Chen Kun gazed at his body, bewildered by the turn of events at that moment. He realized that the malevolent energy was beyond his control, spilling forth uncontrollably as Su Yun and her companion gasped in astonishment. Instinctively retreating a few steps to stand beside Chu Xiaoge, the righteous aura that Chen Kun once exuded had vanished, rendering him almost unrecognizable. Flee! With their cover blown, Chen Kun hastily retreated, channeling all his strength to escape. He had never anticipated that this young man, riding the tiger, possessed such formidable abilities. Previously, he had felt a sense of invincibility, believing that the sect's secret had remained undiscovered for over a century. No one had unveiled the true identity of the sect during that entire duration, which is why he had refused to admit the truth. Yet, he could never have imagined this outcome. The remaining disciples of the Jiyu sect were momentarily stunned. But upon witnessing Chen Kun's flight, they quickly reacted. Each of them unleashed their malevolent energy to its fullest, racing down the mountain. Can they truly escape? Observing the fleeing individuals, Chu Xiaoge clenched his palm, and several agonizing cries echoed through the mountain. Then, silence ensued. Su Yun and her companion grasped each other's hands tightly. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the instantaneous obliteration of Chen Kun and the others, leaving no trace behind. Chu Xiaoge turned his gaze back. The immortal Dao Mountain had already merged with him, and eliminating these individuals was but a fleeting thought. Thank you for your timely rescue. Senior, Su Yun and her companion hurriedly bowed in gratitude. realizing that had they not encountered the venerable figure before them, they might have truly fallen victim to Chun Kuan and his associates. Reflecting on the events, they were filled with trepidation. Why had the Geo sect resorted to such drastic measures? Chu Xiaoga found it perplexing. Wouldn't it have been more prudent to continue their covert development? Why reveal their identity like the group of evil cultivators from Dawn Village? Did they genuinely believe they could achieve invincibility? What a farce! Su Yin pondered this as well. The Geo sect had concealed itself for over a century. Why had they chosen now to unveil their intentions? However, after this harrowing escape, Su Yun had formed a bold hypothesis. Senior, it is possible they are preparing for the upcoming Evil Suppression Battlefield set to open in 6 months. The Evil Suppression Battlefield? Chu Xiaoga felt a flicker of familiarity. He had encountered references to it in ancient texts. In recent days, he had not been idle. Aside from his regular cultivation, he had sought out historical tomes to gather information. Even without knowing the specifics of the Evil Suppression Battlefield, its name alone hinted at something significant. The Evil Suppression Battlefield was a remnant of the earth-shattering conflict against evil that erupted 1,000 years ago during the Jin Yu dynasty. The orchestrators of this battle were a group of terrifying evil cultivators, among whom the most formidable was known as the Heavenly Evil Elder, who was rumored to have reached a level beyond the unification realm. As a result, the entire southern wilderness was plunged into panic, and all factions banded together to eliminate the evil cultivators. In the end, the evil cultivators were defeated. The 5 realms of the Jin Yu dynasty successfully suppressed them. But the conflict had cost countless prodigies and elite warriors their lives. After this battle against evil, the Jin Yu dynasty was left severely weakened, leading to a gradual decline. Although many outstanding talents emerged in the aftermath, such as Gu Yu, the founder of the ancient Silver Sect, the dynasty could never regain the glory it had held before the battle. The Evil Suppression Battlefield would open in 6 months, with the possibility of finally eradicating the Heavenly Evil Elder trapped within the IT. Was likely that the Geo sect's sinister motives were tied to this event. Chu Xiaoga nodded. Su Yun's reasoning was indeed sound. Otherwise, these evil cultivators would not have dared to undertake such a bold strategy. The Evil Suppression Battlefield opened once every 100 years, and each time it did, all factions from the southern wilderness would converge there. Within the battlefield, countless opportunities awaited. However, before any faction could seize these opportunities, they must first contribute their strength to the grand array meant for vanquishing evil within the battlefield. Once every century, 10 such gatherings would suffice to obliterate the imprisoned Heavenly Evil Elder. Thus, the Geo sect was in a hurry. They aimed to control the Tianzhao sect. Senior, time is of the essence. We must inform the ancient Silver sect about this matter. After stating this, Su Yun and her junior swiftly descended the mountain. Chu Xiaoga shook his head. The situation was becoming increasingly tumultuous. He hadn't anticipated such thrilling developments. It seemed the days ahead would be busy indeed. Let us return, he said, slapping the rear of the purple tiger. With a roar, the tiger leaped toward the mountain summit. Ding, you have earned 2 show coins. Ding, mission issued. Prevent the Heavenly Evil Elder from escaping. Mission reward. To be determined. Chu Xiaoga paused, wondering if this task might prove somewhat challenging. The Heavenly Evil Elder's strength surpassed even the unification realm. Currently, with the system's power, he barely reached the unification realm himself. Nevertheless, he brushed off his concerns. What truly troubled him was the undefined nature of the reward. Hey, system, what does to be determined mean? If you don't clarify, how can I be motivated? And for goodness sake, don't be stingy with the rewards. The Heavenly Evil Elder is formidable, so the compensation should match his status. Chapter 23. Imprisonment. Su Yun, are your words indeed factual? In the conference room of the ancient Silver Sect, all the elders bore expressions of dread and shock. The news was overwhelmingly explosive. The Geo sect was, in fact, a group of evil cultivators. Yet, no one in the southern wilderness had discovered this for over a century. However, upon reflection, it was quite perplexing. The Geo sect had indeed risen rapidly, ascending to one of the 3 top powers in the southern wilderness in just 100 years. On par with the ancient Silver Sect and the Tianzhao sect, such a pace of development warranted serious contemplation. Initially, everyone believed the Geo sect had encountered a fortuitous opportunity for such swift growth. It now seemed all had become clear. Elders, Su Yun would never jest about such matters. Her face was grave as she expressed her concern for the sect's internal situation. If what Qin Kuan had previously claimed was true, their sect might already be under the control of the Geo sect. The sect master of the ancient silver sect straightened his expression and scanned the room, saying, "Elder, you must lead the team to the Tianjiao sect." The elder nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, sect master, I will make the necessary arrangements." With that, the meeting concluded. The skies above the ancient silver sect were soon filled with massive flying creatures, upon which figures stood. A long cry resounded as the creatures swept away in a whirlwind. The sect master gazed up at the departing beasts. Lost in thought, he had complete faith in the elder, whose strength was on par with his own. Yet for reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Dawn Village, the evil suppression battlefield, the Geo sect. May all go smoothly. He was well acquainted with the leader of the Geo sect, whose strength was inferior to his own. If the Geo sect had indeed seized control of the Tianjiao sect, there would undoubtedly be traitors within. The Tianjiao sect, an ancient sect with a lineage spanning hundreds of years, had witnessed the rise and fall of countless factions. While the Tianjiao sect had experienced its own declines, it had also risen again. Thankfully, in recent years, its trajectory had improved, securing its position among the top 3 powers in the southern wilderness. Unlike the ancient silver sect, which distanced itself from the mundane world, the Tianjiao sect thrived in the bustling city. The Tianjiao sect was established within the city itself, and as its power grew, the city was renamed Tianjiao City. Deep within Tianjiao City lay the founding grounds of the Tianjiao sect. I say, my old friends, it has been quite some time. It is time you accepted this reality. Surely, you are not still in denial. As far as the eye can see, a vast central plaza is populated by a cluster of individuals standing upright, while another group sits cross-legged on the ground. Motionless. That it is not that they lack the desire to move. Rather, their bodies have succumbed to an uncontrollable paralysis. Should Chu Xiaoga be present, she would undoubtedly recognize a familiar figure amidst the crowd. Indeed, it is Zhong Shui. Clad in the garb of her sect, her countenance bears a cold demeanor. Little did she anticipate that her return to the sect would be marred by such events so soon after. Just recently, alongside her senior Chu, she had resolved the incident in Liming Village, eliminating a band of malevolent cultivators. Yet here she finds herself once again confronting evil forces, and this time, they are far more formidable than before. This is a major sect, one of the 3 preeminent powers of the southern wilderness, the Geo sect. Who would have thought that they were merely wolves in sheep's clothing, hidden so deeply that the world was deceived by them? Elder Wang, Elder Lei, our sect demands an explanation. Although the leader of the Tianjiao sect is now completely deprived of his spiritual power, his aura remains untainted and commanding, eliciting awe from those present. The 2 elders named stand in silence, their attire identical to that of the other elders of the Tianjiao sect, yet they find themselves aligned with the members of the Geo sect. Elder Lei averts his gaze, unable to meet the eyes of the Tianjiao sect leader. "I apologize, sect leader. I am acutely aware that my innate talent is fixed. Even if I were to cultivate to the utmost, I would forever remain in the Hualing realm." Elder Lei's self-deprecating murmurs reveal the depth of his struggles within the sect, for who does not yearn for greater strength? If I were to join the Geo sect, I could become more powerful. The Dan refining realm would no longer be a dream, and even the Fun Yuan and Gui Yi realms would not be beyond my reach. As he spoke, Elder Lei's demeanor shifted, gradually infused with excitement, his eyes gleaming with avarice. To adhere to the rules and remain stagnant throughout one's life is not an option for me. I must break free from these constraints. Regardless of the means, strength is all that matters. What are the evil cultivators? What of harming my peers? Such concerns are trivial if I can grow stronger. Is all worth it? The Tianjiao sect leader shook his head in disbelief. When the members of a Geo sect launched their surprise attack, all were ensnared by the treachery of elders Wang and Lei. Though they had initially been discovered by the sect leader, it was too late to avert disaster. Without these 2 traitors, the sect leader would have never believed that the Geo sect could have ensnared them so completely. "You stubborn old fool. How many years have you lingered in the Dan refining realm? The only way to advance to the Fun Yuan realm is through chance. However, should you choose to join our Geo sect, I guarantee your ascension into the Fun Yuan realm will be seamless. The Geo sect leader gazed at the Tianzhao sect leader, hoping he might yield. Such a surrender would exponentially enhance the overall power of the Geo sect. To persuade him, only the allure of advancement would suffice. We have not become so foolish as to forsake the righteous path for the sake of power, the Geo sect leader scoffed. What is righteousness or wickedness? Strength is revered. What are my evil ways? I have slain countless foes. What of it? As long as I am powerful, the heavens will bow before me, and none shall impede my path. The Geo sect leader despised those who incessantly spoke of the righteous and the wicked. They were merely the remnants of outdated thought. They refused to take more expedient paths. Were they not fools? The weak deserve no sympathy. What? Are you truly unwilling? Do you not care for the disciples of your sect? The Geo sect leader gestured forward, seizing a female disciple of the Tianzhao sect. Quite delectable. The Geo sect leader inhaled deeply, savoring her scent as the girl trembled, her complexion ashen. The remaining disciples of the Tianzhao sect turned pale with fear. They dreaded the potential horrors the Geo sect leader might unleash. Evil cultivators who drain the life essence and devour the flesh. Such thoughts were enough to instill terror. A shiver ran through the hearts of the Tianzhao elders. The inevitable had come to pass. They had long suspected that the Geo sect would leverage their disciples as bargaining chips. This was their Achilles heel. Without their disciples, without this fresh blood, the Tianzhao sect would no longer be the Tianzhao sect. Most crucially, among these disciples were exceptionally talented individuals. Given time to mature, their future achievements would be limitless. Yet, it seemed that the Geo sect would not grant them that opportunity, using the disciples as a bargaining tool. The elders of the Tianzhao sect found themselves in a state of panic. What were they to do? Chapter 24. The formation beneath the earth. The Geo sect has truly opened my eyes. The elder exclaimed. Who could have anticipated that this top sect, standing tall in the southern wilderness for a century, would be a den of evil cultivators? I did not foresee it, nor did the world realize it, as they were deceived by your Geo sect. As everyone turned toward the source of the voice, they beheld several figures soaring through the sky, quickly approaching. This voice was all too familiar to the upper echelons of both the Tianzhao and Geo sects. The arrivals were old friends. The grand elder of the Guin sect, the Geo sect leader, furrowed his brow. He had not expected the Guin sect to send reinforcements. The Tianzhao sect had no opportunity to notify anyone. Evidently, some part of their plan had gone awry. The failure was theirs. If there were no issues on this side, it must mean that the group undergoing trials had encountered difficulties. Joy surged through the ranks of the Tianzhao sect at the arrival of the Guin sect. They saw a glimmer of hope. They had not anticipated that the Guin sect would prove to be reliable at such a critical juncture, given the proximity of the Tianzhao and Geo sects. Their collaboration had grown in recent years, frequently hosting exchange meetings and competitions among their disciples. However, the distance had caused the relationship with the Guin sect to wane. Who could have guessed that a wolf lurked so close at hand? The figures descended rapidly, landing gracefully upon the ground. Welcome, everyone, the members of the Guin sect greeted as they touched down. Upon witnessing the Tianzhao disciples, who were imprisoned and unable to move, the expressions of the Guin disciples grew solemn. Although several elders had briefed them on the situation during their journey, the news had seemed unbelievable, shattering their previous understanding. Now, witnessing the scene before them, they were compelled to accept the grim reality. The Geo sect was indeed a congregation of evil cultivators. Especially the Geo sect leader, whose overwhelming malevolence made everyone instinctively want to distance themselves from him. Grand Elder, the Geo sect leader regained his composure, though the appearance of the Guin sect members had undoubtedly disrupted his plans. Nonetheless, the Geo sect had clearly accounted for various contingencies. After all, they had orchestrated this plot for an extended period. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes. The Geo sect leader's calm demeanor piqued his curiosity. Did the latter truly remain unperturbed? This time, he had brought with him a substantial contingent of elders and the strongest disciples of the sect. Despite being outnumbered by the Geo sect, if they could rescue the Tianzhao sect, the situation could be reversed. The Grand Elder did not intend to confront the Geo sect directly. Let us proceed with caution, Geo sect leader, he proclaimed, his spiritual energy surging quietly within him. The elders behind him mirrored his actions, channeling their own energies as well. Now that we've reached this point, do I have any reason to retreat? The Geo-sect leader laughed heartily, casting a dismissive glance at the assembled group. Do you truly believe that the arrival of the Guin sect can thwart my plans? What a joke! I have been planning this for decades. Prepare to savor the consequences with a thunderous roar. An explosive sound erupted, and all members of the Geo-sect leapt away. In contrast, the Guin sect members stood on high alert. The ground began to fracture, tremors shaking the earth itself. A dozen ominous stone tablets, imbued with malevolence, soared into the air, swirling rapidly around them. Shatter them! The Grand Elder's expression shifted. These tablets formed a formation, a surge of power rising that sent chills down his spine. Once fully activated, none could withstand its might. Boom! At the command of the Grand Elder, all members of the ancient Silver Sect sprang into action. Waves of spiritual light surged towards the stone tablets. However, before their offensive could reach its target, the tablets suddenly erupted with countless malevolent energies. These dark forces transformed into a multitude of human faces that emerged, their gaping mouths devouring the attacks of the crowd. Subsequently, they densely swarmed towards the onlookers. The members of the ancient Silver Sect were compelled to halt their assault and shift to a defensive stance. There were too many. The malevolent energies continued to rise. The human faces had long since filled the entirety of this world. Outside the formation, the members of the Heavenly Zhao sect gazed at the chaotic scene within the array, their expressions ashen. The formation was far too powerful. Even several elders of the ancient Silver Sect were ensnared. The leader of the Heavenly Zhao sect's countenance darkened, a surge of bloodlust rising within him. He found it unfathomable and incomprehensible that this group of malevolent cultivators had laid such a formation right beneath his nose. Without him having any inkling that it was likely that Elder Wang and another had long since become spies for the Silent Ghost sect, the leader of the Heavenly Zhao sect fell silent, feeling as if he had aged several years in an instant. That a sense of helplessness pervaded his being. Ultimately, it was his fault. If there had been no traitors within the sect, if he had discovered the array buried beneath the ground sooner, today, as calamity could have been averted. Yet, as the sect leader, he had been utterly oblivious. He was the sinner. Grand Elder, how does it feel? The leader of the Silent Ghost sect stood leisurely nearby, observing the disarray within the formation. This array was formidable. It was unthinkable for even a group of spirit transformation and body refinement cultivators, let alone the Grand Elder of the refining pill realm, to withstand it. Inside the array, the Grand Elder's complexion was pale. Despite exerting all his strength, he found that he could not affect the formation in the slightest. More critically, within this array, the spiritual energy within his body was being continuously devoured by the surrounding malevolence. Simultaneously, he had to constantly expend spiritual energy to counter the assaults of these malevolent entities transformed into human faces. Spiritual energy. It was non-existent. The array was filled solely with malevolence. Thus, once their spiritual energy was depleted, the outcome for everyone was self-evident. Their spiritual energy neared exhaustion. They needed to promptly consume the quick spirit pills, medications distributed by the Grand Elder prior to their arrival. These pills could swiftly replenish spiritual energy and were exceedingly precious. Everyone, hold on a little longer. Elders, gather your strength and strike at a single point. The elders of the ancient Silver Sect adjusted their positions, clustering around the Grand Elder. At this juncture, they could only attempt a full-force assault. Dispersing their strength would only invite the worst outcome. Foolishness. Outside the formation, the Silent Ghost sect leader chuckled softly. From the outside, they could clearly observe every movement within the array, noting the actions of the Grand Elder and others. It was evident they sought to gather strength for a chance to break free. The leader of the Silent Ghost sect, being the one most familiar with this formation, knew perfectly well that their efforts would be in vain. If the array could be so easily breached, he would not have spent decades preparing for it. The reason for the lengthy preparation was twofold. First, causing chaos beneath the eyes of the Heavenly Zhao sect was evidently no simple task. A single misstep would lead to total exposure. Second, the stone tablets. He had expended immense effort to successfully refine them. Each was meticulously prepared to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 25. A sword, alas, at this moment. The heavenly Zhao sect was no longer the visage it once was, that a glance revealed an atmosphere thick with malevolence. Now, aside from the members of the Silent Ghost sect, the rest appeared listless, their faces as pale as paper. Fate had been sealed. The entire sect was ensnared. A glimmer of hope flickered when the Grand Elder of the ancient Silver sect led his people forward. Yet, who could have anticipated that they would all fall into the array, struggling to preserve their own lives? Whoosh! In an instant, a thunderous sword cry surged from the distance. The first to react were the leaders of the heavenly Zhao and Silent Ghost sects, both of whom were the strongest among the crowd. The sound of the sword cry seemed to descend from the heavens, distant yet piercingly loud and jarring. However, before anyone could respond, a beam of sword light appeared in the nearby sky. In the next moment, the sword light was upon them. Whew! Everyone's breath caught in their throats. Whether from the Silent Ghost sect or the heavenly Zhao sect, their faces turned a ghastly white. The aura emanating from this sword light was suffocating. Powerful, it exuded an overwhelming force of annihilation. Boom! The sword light descended upon the malevolent array. To the observers, it seemed as though the moment the sword light touched the array, it instantly crumbled to pieces. The swirling malevolence was simultaneously obliterated by the sword's energy. The members of the ancient Silver sect stood in stunned silence. Just moments ago, they had felt as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was shattering. Then, before their eyes, the formation laid by the Silent Ghost sect vanished without a trace. What had transpired? Everyone was bewildered. From whence did this sword light come? Who had struck? Tap, tap, tap. The crowd's confusion lasted only a brief moment before the sound of footsteps echoed. Chu Xiaoga scanned the surroundings, and all eyes were drawn to him. Without question, he had become the focus of attention. Senior Chu! It is the senior! Several exclamations rang out upon seeing the newcomer. Ding! Congratulations, host, for showcasing a remarkable feat. Strength has increased to the first level of the refining pill realm. The members of the ancient Silver sect were ecstatic, having never expected Senior Chu to appear at such a critical moment. Had he arrived even a moment later, they might have truly succumbed to the Silent Ghost sect's array. The Grand Elder quietly exhaled in relief, hurriedly cupping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Senior Chu, for your timely rescue. That very moment, an elegantly dressed woman, exuding an air of sophistication, inquired with confusion. Xiaoxue, do you know this person? Zhong Shui, her face alight with joy, nodded vigorously. Master, this is the Senior Chu I mentioned to you before. The beautiful woman's gaze fell upon the young man, not far away, her heart jolting. Since Zhong Shui's return to the sect, her demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. As her master, she could discern this at a glance. After some conversation, she learned of the tragedy that had befallen Dawn Village and became aware of the immensely powerful Senior Chu. Now witnessing him in person, the woman felt an overwhelming shock. Though she could sense no fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him, he stood there quietly, every movement captivating the attention of those around him. Su Yun and her junior sister simultaneously patted their chests, astonished that the senior had appeared once more, successfully rescuing them yet again. The leader of the Silent Ghost sect was taken aback. Who was this person? Why did all the members of the ancient Silver sect know him? And even some from the heavenly Zhao sect recognized him? They addressed him as senior. A sense of unease settled within the leader of the Silent Ghost sect. This young man exceeded his expectations and was entirely outside his plans. May I ask who you are? The leader of the Silent Ghost sect inhaled deeply, unsure whether the previous sword light had been wielded by this youth. However, judging by the respect shown by several elders of the ancient Silver sect, this young man was certainly not ordinary. Chu Xiaoga's gaze landed upon the leader of the Silent Ghost sect, whose square face, despite being shrouded in malevolence, hardly suggested he was a cultivator of evil. He chuckled lightly. I am merely an unknown individual. However, I have come today primarily for a single matter. Once this matter is resolved, I shall depart and not disturb anyone. The crowd fell silent. The elders of the ancient Silver sect exchanged glances. Could it be that Senior Chu was not here to confront the malevolent cultivators? Instead, he had other intentions. If that were the case, it could become problematic. The leader of the Silent Ghost sect felt a rush of relief. As long as the youth was not here for him, all would be manageable. Then, may I inquire what your purpose is? The leader of the Silent Ghost sect's expression visibly brightened. Eradicate malevolent cultivators. The leader of the Silent Ghost sect froze momentarily, his face suddenly darkening with anger. He felt mocked. Since becoming the sect leader, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Haha, esteemed one, I bear no grudge against you. Why such avoidance of the topic? There is no need for a reason to eliminate evil. Chu Xiaoga smiled, his hand flipping to reveal the Tianqing sword, which appeared in his grasp. The moment the Tianqing sword materialized, spiritual energy instantly coalesced around Chu Xiaoga, encircling him, an exquisite spiritual weapon. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Tianzhao, Zone Master, gazed fervently at the heavenly sword within the hands of Chu Xiaoga. For a formidable being such as himself, he was acutely aware of the immense significance a powerful spiritual artifact holds. Moreover, this was a top-tier spiritual weapon. While Tianzhao Zone possessed such treasures, they were not wielded by just anyone. The sole top-tier spiritual sword within the sect was regarded as the sect's heirloom. Seldom employed, lightly. Point 1 can thus imagine the rarity and esteemed status of such an artifact. Ding! Congratulations to the host for dazzling the entire venue, achieving a boost in strength. Now, at the second level of the body refinement realm, the countenance of the Lord of Geo changed drastically, as dark energies surged forth from within him. Kill, strike first, and strike hard. In the eyes of the Geo Lord, this young man, though enigmatic, could not possibly be that formidable. The strongest in Nanjiang were merely a select few. This young man did not even rank among them. Although referred to as a senior, he was likely just a pretender riding on the coattails of others' power. As the Geo Lord made the first move, the elders of the ancient Silver Sect stood by with a calm demeanor. They had witnessed the might of Senior Chu firsthand. Senior Chu had ascended to the final step of the sect's trial. The Unity Realm. One could only wonder what the Geo Lord was thinking. Chu Xiaoga smiled lightly. As if urging him to deliver himself to his doom, he swung his sword towards the Geo Lord. Boom! The sword light surged forth, colliding rapidly with the Geo Lord's form. The sound of a tremendous explosion echoed. The sword light pierced through the Geo Lord's body, landing upon a nearby pavilion, following a deafening crash. The pavilion collapsed. In the eyes of the onlookers, the Geo Lord's figure had vanished entirely. Follow him. Do not let him die alone. Chu Xiaoga turned his gaze towards the disciples of the Geo sect. Upon meeting Chu Xiaoga's gaze, the disciples of Geo trembled uncontrollably, forgetting even to flee. They had witnessed their lord being obliterated with a single strike. Not a trace of his flesh remained. Faced with such overwhelming strength, they dared not even entertain the thought of escape. Thud! The sound of kneeling resounded throughout, as all disciples of the Geo sect fell to their knees. Senior, please spare us. Chapter 26. Bloodbath Kneeling in Supplication. This was the sole thought occupying the minds of the Geo disciples. Their lord was a powerful figure in the body refinement realm, one of the most elite existences in all of Nanjiang. Otherwise, how could the Geo sect be considered one of the top 3 forces in the region? It was solely due to their lord's overwhelming power. And now, their lord had perished by a single sword strike. How strong could this young man be? They dared not contemplate. Killing them was as effortless as slaughtering chickens at this moment. The elders of the ancient Silver Sect had already rescued the members of Tianzhao sect. Though the elders of Tianzhao were poisoned, it was evident that it was not a lethal toxin, merely one that rendered their spiritual energy unusable. All eyes turned towards Chu Xiaoga, and one intervened. While they did not wish for Chu Xiaoga to spare the Geo disciples, they also did not dare to obstruct him should he choose to do so. His power afforded him such liberty. Spare you? Chu Xiaoga looked down at the group of Geo disciples incessantly bowing in reverence, recalling the lifeless bodies back in Dawn Village. Evil cultivators, why must they be so ruthless? It was not merely their extraordinary cultivation techniques that incited jealousy, allowing practitioners to swiftly ascend the ranks, but rather their innate cruelty. Every evil cultivator's first act upon entering the fold was to commit unspeakable atrocities. The Geo disciples before him radiated an abundance of dark energy. Clearly, they had long since embraced the path of evil cultivation. Spare them? Who then would spare the innocent souls they have slain? Chu Xiaoga did not view himself as a paragon of virtue. Rather, he believed if I deem you wrong, then you shall be slain. That it is but a matter of following one's true heart. Swish, swish, swish. Chu Xiaoga raised his hand and swung his sword. All the disciples of the Geo sect were reduced to ash, vanishing from existence. Witnessing this, a surge of fervor ignited within the hearts of all present. Senior Chu was decisive in his actions, leaving no evil cultivator unpunished. Thank you, Senior Chu. Senior Chu. We are grateful, Senior Chu. The master of Tianzhao sect led all his sect members in paying the utmost respect to Chu Xiaoga. Had it not been for his timely arrival, Tianzhao sect would have fallen entirely under the control of Geo sect, with dire consequences looming for the upcoming exorcism battlefield in 6 months. Who are these two? Chu Xiaoga's gaze fell upon Elder Wang and Elder L.E. this moment, bolstered by the system. His strength had reached the pinnacle of the unity realm. He could discern the dark energy within these two individuals. However, due to their attire signifying allegiance to Tianzhao sect, he had refrained from eliminating them earlier. The master of Tianzhao sect stepped forward, stating, "Alas, the presence of these two traitors is a disgrace to Tianzhao sect. I implore you, Senior Chu, to leave their fate in our hands." Chu Xiaoga nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to the Grand Elder of the ancient Silver sect, inquiring, "Where is the stronghold of the Geo sect?" Upon hearing Chu Xiaoga's question, the Grand Elder of ancient Silver sect promptly replied, "It is not far from here, approximately half an hour away." "Then lead me there. Today, we shall ensure that this band of evil cultivators disappears from the realm of Nanjiang." At these words, a tremor coursed through everyone present. This was the moment they had awaited for far too long. They had been engaged in a relentless struggle against the evil cultivators, yet the latter had remained hidden, leaving innocents to suffer at their hands, with even sect disciples falling victim. The cycle of strife continued. And now, with the Geo sect revealing its identity and nearly seizing control of Tianzhao sect, Senior Chu had turned the tide. Was it truly possible to eradicate evil cultivators once and for all? Ding! The system chimed once more, exhibiting prowess, power enhanced. Now, at the third level of the body refinement realm. "Let's go, Senior Chu." The crowd boarded the flying beasts of the ancient Silver sect, which took flight, soaring into the distance. The master of Tianzhao sect gazed at the receding figures, lost in thought. When he regained his senses, he coldly commanded, "Bring these two traitors to the Hall of Justice." All elders and disciples alike marched towards the Hall of Justice, their gazes filled with fury directed at Elders Wang and Lei. Not a single soul harbored even a shred of compassion for the two. "Senior Chu, the valley ahead is the stronghold of the Geo sect," one of the disciples reported. Half an hour later, several flying beasts carrying Chu Xiaoga and his companions arrived above the Geo sect's territory. From their vantage point in the sky, they could clearly observe the imposing structures within the valley. In addition to the buildings, Geo sect disciples were also present. This time, the Geo sect had not mobilized its entire force, leaving a portion behind to guard their stronghold. "Look, what are those?" Within the Geo sect, a disciple inadvertently glanced up and spotted the unusual sight in the sky. Several massive flying beasts were approaching the sect. The disciple's exclamation quickly attracted the attention of others. Could it be that the Lord and the others have returned? All hands paused their tasks, gathering together. However, as the flying beasts drew closer, the Geo disciples' hearts filled with dread, though they quickly regained their composure. The attire adorning the figures atop the beasts was all too familiar. Ancient Silver sect. Most importantly, standing at the forefront of the flying beasts was an elder from the ancient Silver sect. The disciples were perplexed as to how the elders of ancient Silver sect had suddenly arrived, given that their own elders had been dispatched on missions since the previous day. A disciple from the Geo sect promptly stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute towards Chu Xiaoga and his companions in midair. Chu Xiaoga and the others exchanged knowing smiles. This group still believed their identities were concealed. Chu Xiaoge, uninterested in further discourse, noted that the valley was populated only by a few insignificant minions, hardly a cause for concern. With a heavenly sword in hand, he swung it forcefully towards the massive stone monument deep within the valley. With a whoosh, the sword light sliced through the air. The disciples of the Geo sect below were momentarily stunned. What is happening? Why are they attacking upon arrival? The disciples quickly followed the trajectory of the sword light, which raced forward and struck the ancient stone monument, a relic that had stood since the sect's inception. Boom! The ancient stone monument shattered, and a cloud of dust billowed through the depths of the valley. No mercy, Chu Xiaoge declared. With his command, the flying beast descended, and the grand elder of the ancient silver sect led the charge into the ranks of the evil cultivators. Ah, no! Countless wails echoed through the canyon. Moments later, the ground was stained with blood. Within the Geo sect, not a single disciple remained. Elder Chu, all the wicked cultivators have been eradicated. The great elder and others returned, excitement evident on the faces of the disciples trailing behind them. They had relished the thrill of the hunt, finally slaying the despicable evil cultivators with their own hands. Well, I shall venture inside first. From here on, the matters of the Geo sect will be entrusted to you and the Tianjiao sect. With that, Chu Xiaoge stepped into the canyon at the T present. A faction of the Geo sect remained outside, while disciples of the Tianjiao sect were under their control. However, this no longer concerned Chu Xiaoge. Such trivial matters certainly did not require his involvement. What was now necessary was to ascertain whether the Geo sect harbored any treasures. After centuries, they ought to possess at least one enticing artifact. Chapter 27. Su Su, although Chu Xiaoge boasted the advantage of a system that could yield magnificent treasures in exchange for sufficient Xiu coins, the opportunity to acquire something for free was too alluring to pass up. System, do you happen to know where the Geo sect's treasure vault is located? Generally speaking, sects would have such a place to accumulate their treasures, and entry was typically restricted to outsiders, aside from its location being exceedingly concealed. Not everyone could gain easy access. Purchase a teleportation talisman, and I shall directly assist you in your transit. Upon hearing the system's words, Chu Xiaoge felt a surge of joy. It seemed that nothing was truly beyond the system's capability. Following the system's instructions, he expended 2 Xiu coins, and a talisman adorned with intricate symbols materialized in his hands. With a flicker of thought, he ignited the talisman with his spiritual energy. In an instant, he felt a disorienting shift. Upon opening his eyes, the world around him had transformed. Countless shelves surrounded him, laden with techniques, elixirs, weapons, and more. Good heavens, the collection here is quite extensive. The last time he had engaged in such an endeavor was on the island, where he dealt with a group of evil cultivators. However, the treasures they had hoarded paled in comparison to those of the Geo sect, simply the mid-grade spiritual artifacts numbered in the hundreds. Chu Xiaoge meticulously surveyed each item. Though regrettably, most of the techniques were suited for evil cultivators, and the few remaining were of no interest to him. This all that remains? Just this azure gourd? He collected all usable elixirs into the system, tallying at least 100 bottles. He also spared no attention to the mountain of spirit stones in the corner. Spirit stones served as currency in this realm, making them a valuable commodity. As he toyed with the azure gourd in his hands, he realized its significance. An exquisite spiritual artifact, the Xianqin gourd. System, might it be possible to sell the remaining items to you at a discount? After securing the gourd, he gazed at the leftover items with a sense of regret. It felt wasteful to leave without claiming more. He had always held a firm belief against wastefulness, the system replied. Well, this functionality did not exist initially, but since the host has made such a request, I can acquire these items for 50 Xiu coins. How does that sound? Chu Xiaoge eagerly agreed. Absolutely no problem. Although he was uncertain of the system's profit margins, he felt assured that he was not at a loss. As soon as he voiced his agreement, all the treasures painstakingly collected by the Geo sect vanished in an instant, leaving behind only empty shelves. Chu Xiaoge promptly checked his personal information to ascertain what he possessed, as he was not entirely clear. Host, Chu Xiaoge Realm. 3rd layer of Dan Refinement Xiu coins. 110 spiritual artifacts. Tianqing sword, exquisite spiritual artifact. Qingquan boots, exquisite spiritual artifact. Jotian thunder ring, exquisite spiritual artifact. Xianqing gourd, exquisite spiritual artifact. Others: Qingwan egg, mysterious stone. 9 rebirth Dan, mysterious short sword. 1,000 bottles of elixirs. 100 million spirit stones. Gazing at this information, Chu Xiaoge could not help but chuckle. I never expected to accumulate 110 Xiao coins without realizing it. Coupled with the other treasures, I suddenly feel quite affluent. After departing from the Geo sect, Chu Xiaoge made his way home, while the members of the ancient Silver sect remained behind to confer with the Tianzhao sect. Whatever matters they needed to discuss were of little importance to Chu Xiaoge. In the air above, an azure gourd floated mysteriously, with Chu Xiaoge reclining on it. Legs crossed, he had to admit that the speed of ordinary flying creatures paled in comparison to that of the Xianqing gourd. What was transpiring below? Now, Chu Xiaoge was at the 3rd layer of Dan refinement. His strength, as well as his senses of sight and hearing, surpassed those of ordinary people. Though he hovered in the air, he could still hear a cry for help emanating from the ground. Help! Su Su sat on the ground, bracing herself as she scooted backward. Before her, a beast with bared fangs drooled menacingly, advancing toward her. Trembling all over, Su Su had merely ventured out to gather some herbs. She never expected to encounter a wild beast. Roar! The beast, sensing the helplessness of the young girl before it, could no longer contain itself and lunged forward. Its massive jaws aimed at Su Su's head. That it's over. Mom and Dad. Su Su shut her eyes, the stench of the beast wafting toward her. She had injured her leg while fleeing earlier. Even if it were healed, escape would be impossible. However, after a considerable wait, the anticipated pain never arrived. Cautiously, she opened her eyes to find the beast lying motionless on the ground, while a tall figure stood calmly behind it. Thank you, big brother. After a moment of stunned silence, Su Su could no longer hold back her tears. Chu Xiaoge's eyes widened in disbelief. What is going on? Am I truly more fearsome than this slain beast? Surely not. I have confidence in my appearance. I am charming and graceful. Do not move. I shall tend to your foot. With a swift kick, Chu Xiaoge sent the beast's carcass aside, squatting down to place his hand on Su Su's small foot. Gently channeling his spiritual energy, in the blink of an eye, the previously swollen ankle returned to normal. It doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you, big brother. Su Su barely had time to react as the big brother grasped her foot. Instinctively, she wished to resist, but a wave of comfort coursed through her ankle, followed by an absence of pain. She tentatively stood up, as if she had never been injured. Ding! Congratulations, host. No reward granted. Chu Xiaoge's lips twitched. Was there truly such a function? Big brother, thank you for saving me. Come home with me, and I shall have my parents express their gratitude. Initially, Chu Xiaoge intended to refuse, yet upon witnessing the earnestness in the young girl's eyes, he relented with a nod. With that, Su Su picked up a small basket lying nearby and led the way. After walking for a while, Chu Xiaoge shook his head in exasperation and said with a touch of sternness, "You, a young child, should not venture so far alone. This is quite dangerous. Good heavens." Following Su Su had led them on a journey of nearly half an hour. They had completely left the village behind. Su Su seemed to realize the gravity of the situation, recalling the beast's menacing form, and murmured, "Big brother, I understand my mistake. What do you need these Sanwen herbs for?" Observing the basket nearly filled with Sanwen herbs, Chu Xiaoge felt puzzled. Sanwen herbs were not ordinary flora. They were essential for concocting elixirs that enhanced strength or staunched bleeding. From his understanding, the village where Su Su resided was an utterly mundane one, populated by commoners that it was clear that such materials would not be of use to them. Thus, Chu Xiaoge found himself perplexed as Su Su shook her small head and replied, "These herbs are required by the adults. Every family must submit a quota each month, and those who fail to meet it face punishment. My mother was injured while gathering herbs a few days ago and cannot even leave her bed. Tomorrow is the day the adults come to collect the herbs, and I've been sneaking out to gather them for several days. That if I do not collect herbs for my mother, our entire family will face consequences." Chapter 28. 3 ants. Chu Xiaoge furrowed his brow, looking down at Su Su's innocent little face, which bore an expression of fear. It was evident that those whom she referred to as adults were not, as benevolent as they seemed. Well, since I have encountered this situation, I shall see just what sort of individuals they are. Gently ruffling the little head of Su, it wasn't long before the two finally arrived at the village entrance. "Little Su has returned, and who might you be?" As they reached the village's edge, a burly man wielding a hoe approached, his expression laden with suspicion as he scrutinized Chushe, as Su hurriedly explained. "Uncle Wu, it was this big brother who saved me. I encountered a fierce wolf while gathering herbs." Upon hearing this, Uncle Wu's heart tightened, and he dropped his hoe, striding forward to examine Su for injuries. "You ran off alone again, didn't you?" After thoroughly checking her from head to toe and noting that aside from her disheveled clothing, she bore no wounds, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I truly appreciate your help, young man." Uncle Wu chuckled awkwardly, having initially mistaken a young man for a villain. However, his curiosity piqued about how this young brother managed to drive away the fierce wolf. After bidding farewell to Uncle Wu, Chu Xiaoga followed Su's lead toward her home. Along the way, they encountered numerous villagers, all of whom greeted them warmly. "Mother, I'm back," Su exclaimed as she dashed through the wooden gate of their yard. Chu Xiaoga lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. Su's home was exceedingly modest, and one could say the entire village bore a striking simplicity. The villagers they passed were particularly unadorned, busy with their agricultural pursuits, and many, like Su, carried baskets laden with medicinal herbs. "You child, have you once again sneaked out alone to gather herbs? How many times must I tell you to stay with everyone? What if you run into danger?" Upon entering the house, Chu Xiaoga found Su perched on the edge of the bed. Her head hanging low down on the bed lay a middle-aged woman, her complexion pale. "Who are you?" That night, under the warm hospitality of Su's family, the four of them shared a meal together. As Su's family consisted of 3 members, as dusk approached, Su's father returned home, dragging with him the weight of exhaustion. Chu Xiaoga observed this scene intently, growing increasingly curious about the individuals capable of exploiting the villagers of the entire community. According to their accounts, the villagers had spent nearly half a month solely gathering herbs. These herbs were not something that just anyone could cultivate, necessitating deep forays into the mountains for harvesting. Thus, during their post-dinner conversation, Chu Xiaoga inquired about a few questions. "Who are those people? What benefits do they gain from having you gather herbs?" The answers left Chu Xiaoga astounded. "Little Chu, we are not fools. We wouldn't work for a group of strangers without receiving anything in return, lest we face penalties instead. Initially, our entire village attempted to resist, but we failed. One of their number could easily overpower us rough men. It was utterly futile. Their strength is terrifying, far beyond what mere mortals like us can contend with. First, they even killed a water buffalo right before our eyes with a single punch. Moreover, just last month, the Liu family next door inadvertently provoked them, and old Liu was slain with a knife on the spot. That night, Chu Xiaoga lay atop the roof of Su's home, the moonlight cascading down upon him, and he found himself wide awake. From his conversation with Su's father, it was evident that these individuals were undoubtedly practitioners of some sort, and likely from a sect. Chu Xiaoga's expression grew cold. He had witnessed the top-tier powers of the southern wilderness. Neither the ancient Silver Sect nor the Tianjiao sect had ever exhibited such barbarism, devoid of humanity. The following day, the villagers gathered at the village entrance early in the morning. Families young and old assembled, with clusters of medicinal herbs laid out before them. These herbs represented their month's worth of labor, now awaiting inspection by the authorities. However, the wait extended until noon. Under the scorching sun, 3 figures slowly approached. Though the villagers harbored grievances, none dared to voice them, keeping their heads bowed in trepidation. The 3 middle-aged men surveyed the neatly arranged herbs, nodding in satisfaction. They then split up to conduct thorough inspections of each household. "Not bad. You've done exceptionally well this time. Next month, we'll increase the quota by 30%. The villagers' face paled at this proclamation. "Sir, we can't possibly manage that. Fulfilling this month's tasks took me a full half-month of effort." One of the men retorted coldly, "Isn't there still half a month left?" Similarly, the other 2 men demanded that next month's herb collection be increased by 30%. Failure to meet these demands would result in dire consequences. "Bang! You scoundrel! I ordered you to submit double the amount last month. and now you tell me that the double is nowhere to be found." A fist flew from the man, and even the sturdy villager was sent flying several steps back. Collapsing to the ground, clutching his stomach, "Sir, doubling the amount is simply impossible for a single family." The villagers immediately rushed to clarify. However, the man showed no interest in their pleas, his expression fierce as he declared, "I care not for your excuses. I only look at results. Completed is completed, and if not, you shall face punishment. Should you fail to provide sufficient herbs, you will be required to compensate with enough grain. Do you have any objections? Or have you forgotten how one of your own was killed last month?" The three men loomed over the villagers, their oppressive aura palpable. The villagers bowed their heads, feeling utterly powerless against the three men. Even when armed with kitchen knives or hoes, they posed no threat to these three figures. Everyone understood the weight of the situation. This is truly eye-opening. A voice broke through the air, and fear surged through the hearts of the villagers. Who dared to utter such words? Wasn't this asking for trouble with the three men? The three middle-aged figures were equally taken aback, their ears questioning the reality of what they had just heard. When did these mere mortals gain the audacity to fight back? Was there truly someone unafraid of death? Everyone turned towards the source of the voice. Chu Xiaoga stepped forward slowly. The three so-called authorities appear to be merely at the third or fourth level of qi refinement. Such strength was hardly worthy of Chu Xiaoga's regard. Seeing that it was Chu Xiaoga, Su Su's father quickly urged, "Little Chu, apologize at once." "There's no need for an apology. I intend to let him know that not every word can be spoken so carelessly." One of the middle-aged men smirked disdainfully. "Utter a word out of turn, and today I shall shatter your mouth." In an instant, the man lunged forward, advancing towards Chu Xiaoga with a swift stride. The villagers' faces turned pale with fear in their eyes. The figure of the man resembled a terrifying beast. Not only was his imposing aura intimidating, but his speed was also beyond their comprehension. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. The villagers instinctively covered their eyes at the last moment. They no longer needed to look. A cry of anguish rang out. But wait! That voice seemed to belong to the authority figure. They quickly opened their eyes, their pupils widened in disbelief at the scene before them. Chu Xiaoga remained rooted in place, unmoving. Meanwhile, the man's limbs twisted grotesquely, his body crumpling to the ground, writhing in agony. Ding! The host has successfully displayed a remarkable feat, earning 19 Heaven's immortal garment. Chapter 29. Another one seeking death, the 9 Heaven's immortal garment. Chu Xiaoga's heart soared with joy. This immortal garment was untarnished by earthly filth, impervious to poisons, and resistant to extremes of heat and cold. It was in no way comparable to the ordinary clothing he currently wore. Just as he reveled in the joy of acquiring the 9 Heaven's immortal garment, the villagers and the remaining 2 men felt their hearts shatter. What had just transpired? The villagers, unable to bear the sight of Chu Xiaoga's gruesome fate, had closed their eyes, missing the earlier scene entirely. Conversely, the 2 men across from him wore expressions of confusion. It had happened too swiftly. They had seen no movement at all. Their comrade had suddenly collapsed. His body grotesquely contorted. A chill ran down the spines of the 2 men as they witnessed this scene. Yet, soon after, their hearts brimmed with rage. When had anyone dared to lay a hand on them? Who among the 100-mile radius was unaware of their sex might? "You brat, you are courting death." One of the men glared furiously, declaring, "Do you know who we are?" The ability to maim their disciple clearly indicated that the opponent was also a practitioner. "Sorry, but I have no interest in knowing." With a swift kick, Chu Xiaoga sent the man whose 4 limbs he had broken flying towards the remaining 2 men. "But I demand an explanation from your sect." "Go fetch your sect leader. You are not worthy to converse with me," he declared. Upon hearing this, the 2 men burst into laughter. "Oh, you truly believe that a bit of strength grants you the freedom to act as you please?" "Kid," they mocked. However, before the words could fully escape his lips, the speaker was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into a large tree behind him. The scene fell into a stunned silence. No one had witnessed the strike. Yet all understood it was undoubtedly the work of Chu Xiaoga. The remaining man was left dumbfounded. What was the point of throwing threats? To maim someone for a mere disagreement? Was there no humanity left? "Just you wait," he retorted, clutching an injured companion as he fled. In a fleeting moment, they vanished from sight. Xiao Chu you! The villagers gazed at Chu Xiaoga in disbelief. Initially, they had presumed him to be just a passerby. Yet, given the events that had just transpired, it was evident that Chu Xiaoga was far from ordinary, akin to those men. Chu Xiaoga waved his hand, and it was clear from the villagers' expressions that they were now filled with a palpable fear. Dear villagers, please disperse for now. There is no need to fear me. You may continue, as before. As for those rascals, I will handle them. Rest assured, no one will trouble you for medicinal herbs again. After his explanation, the villagers began to gather their belongings and return home. Truth be told, witnessing Chu Xiaoga drive off the three men filled their hearts with joy. Had they possessed the capability, they would have wished to deal with those men long ago. Su family. Xiao Chu. Thank you, Mr. Su sighed, uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse, while everyone was elated that Chu Xiaoga had avenged them. They were concerned about the repercussions from the forces behind those rogues. I have heard that it is some sect. Mr. Su continued. Xiao Chu, perhaps you should leave now. He set down his cup of water. Warning, they will undoubtedly seek revenge. You must hurry. Regardless of the circumstances, the villagers understood Xiao Chu's good intentions. It matters not. Let them come in whatever numbers, Chu Xiaoga replied, gently tousling Su Su's hair. The latter gazed up at him, lost in thought since their return from the village entrance. Sighing deeply, Mr. Su conceded, let nature take its course. As the afternoon wore on, the entire village spent the hours in anxious anticipation, well aware that this matter was far from over. However, as twilight descended, an irate voice echoed from outside the village. Who dares to show themselves and harm my righteous sect's disciples? If you do not step forth, I shall slaughter this village today. At the village's entrance stood a middle-aged man clad in sect robes, wielding a long sword, flanked by a dozen disciples. They hailed from the righteous sect, a newly established sect in recent years. In this region, they were, without a doubt, the overlords, as there was no other sect nearby. Thus, upon witnessing the maiming of two of their disciples, the elder was filled with unrestrained fury and swiftly led his disciples to confront the source of his ire. He was eager to discover who dared to provoke the dragon in his lair. Righteous sect? Are you certain your sect has not chosen a misnomer? Chu Xiaoga emerged slowly from the village, followed closely by the villagers. Cultivators exploiting ordinary villagers, forcing mortals to gather medicinal herbs without any compensation. You exhibit no humanity and kill the innocent, that I contend that your sect has no reason to exist. With deliberate steps, he advanced until he stood mere paces from the members of the righteous sect. Elder, it was he who incapacitated my senior brother and junior brother. The elder's gaze fell upon Chu Xiaoga, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Daha! How audacious! A mere child daring to admonish my righteous sect. Since you have harmed my disciples, I shall strip you of your cultivation. With that, the elder thrust his sword toward Chu Xiaoga's abdomen with a swift, precise, and lethal intent. Big brother, quickly dodge. Su tugged at his clothes anxiously, the sword nearly descending upon her elder brother. Yet he remained unmoving. Clang. The sword struck Chu Xiaoga but failed to penetrate his body. Halted by an invisible force, a chill coursed through the elder's heart as the thought of retreat flickered in his mind. However, Chu Xiaoga raised his hand and waved it gently, that a tempest arose in the sky, and a torrent of spiritual energy coalesced into a sword, piercing through the elder's back. Thud! The elder collapsed, blood gushing forth. He was dead. Strip me of my power. Chu Xiaoga's voice was cold as ice. You should first consider whether you possess the strength to do so. Clang. Congratulations, host. You have made a remarkable display, shocking the entire village, and earned 5 show coins. Many villagers recoiled in fright. The once imposing elder now lay lifeless, motionless in a pool of blood, resembling a discarded dog. The disciples of the righteous sect gulped nervously, exclaiming, Senior, we must leave at once. What a jest! Their powerful elder had been felled with a mere wave of the hand. Even if 100 of them stood here, they would be utterly powerless against him, that we must seek reinforcements. With our elder slain, this feud is irreparable. Why patience is limited. Relay to your sect leader that he must come personally. Boom! As Chu Xiaoga's words fell, the elder's corpse disintegrated into ashes, leaving no trace upon the ground. Chapter 30. A bloodbath, the externalization of spiritual energy transformed into a sword. This was unmistakably the realm of the spirit transformation. The disciples of the righteous sect fled without a backward glance. Their sect leader likely resided at that level, for in their minds, the leader was the strongest they knew. Yet now, a mere youth had achieved that realm while they remained in the chi refinement stage. Clang, the disciples of the righteous sect felt a shiver run down their spines, earning another show coin. Chu Xiaoga swiftly checked his status. Host, Chu Xiaoga realm. Third layer of the elixir refinement stage, show coins. 115 spirit artifacts. Heavenly travel sword. Qian Kuan boots, 9 heavens thunder ring, Xian Xin gourd, 9 heavens immortal garb. Note, all are top-tier spirit artifacts. Others, Qing Wan egg, mysterious stone, 9 turns reincarnation pill, mysterious short sword, 1,000 bottles of pills. 100 million spirit stones. Chu Xiaoga was taken aback. He had amassed such a collection of top-tier spirit artifacts without realizing it. Aside from the heavenly travel sword, which he had exchanged for show coins, and the Xian Xin gourd procured from the Geo sect, the rest were gifts from the system. Each of these items was worth a fortune. Turning back, Chu Xiaoga found the villagers regarding him with awe. They had witnessed the sword manifest from thin air, an act only a celestial being could accomplish. Their perception of him had transformed. He was no longer just Xiao Chu, but a divine entity. Big brother, you are so amazing. Su Su approached cautiously, gazing up at Chu Xiaoga. She now understood why the beast had fallen silently the previous day. It turned out her elder brother was so powerful. He could wave his hand and vanquish evildoers. Chu Xiaoga affectionately ruffled Su Su's hair. What is this? Does little Su wish to learn? The villagers stood quietly by, listening to their conversation without interjecting. Su Su shook her head, then nodded excitedly. Big brother, if I learn, can I become strong too? I want to be as strong as you. Chu Xiaoga gazed into Su Su's bright eyes, filled with excitement. Of course, as long as you are willing to learn. At this, Su Su bounced eagerly. Then I want to learn. I want to protect my parents, my grandpas and grandmas, and my uncles and aunts. I want to ensure no one bullies everyone anymore. In that moment, Su Su, though merely 7 years old, exuded an infectious enthusiasm, her tender voice ringing with resolute strength. The villagers felt a warmth blossom within their hearts as they listened. Indeed, you can achieve it. As the crowd dispersed, it was evident that the matter was far from concluded. Once everyone had finished their evening meal, a resounding voice echoed throughout the village. The villagers emerged from their homes, acutely aware that this might be their final moment of choice. I am the leader of the justice sect. Xia Bing, I do not know which noble friend has come from afar, but it seems there has been a misunderstanding. In a fleeting moment, Chu Xiaoga appeared at the village entrance. Gazing at Xia Bing, who appeared to be in his 40s, it was clear that his formidable aura emanated from a mastery at the 5th level of the spirit transformation realm. This level of power was indeed commendable. Even within the ancient silver sect, he would be regarded as an elder. Xia Bing was momentarily taken aback by the youth before him, silently musing, is he not a tad too young for such strength? According to the disciples who reported back, this young man is evidently also at the spirit transformation realm. What extraordinary talent must one possess to reach such heights at this age? Could he be a core disciple from some influential faction? Xia Bing pondered deeply. I am but a nameless wanderer, passing through these lands, and happened upon your disciples oppressing the common folk. I merely intervened for the sake of justice. Chu Xiaoga replied. Xia Bing maintained an impassive expression. Such behavior was commonplace within the justice sect. The sect had only been established for a few years, and in their quest for rapid expansion, he had always asserted that any actions taken by the sect as disciples, as long as they served the sect's interests, were justified. Forcing commoners to gather medicinal herbs for the sect, while the sect's alchemists concocted pills, was the very reason for their swift rise in power in recent years. Such matters are indeed a reflection of our own shortcomings. I assure you, this will not happen again. The villagers collectively exhaled in relief. Their greatest fear had been that the sect leader sought vengeance for the injuries inflicted upon his disciples and the death of an elder at the hands of the young Chu. Xia Bing clasped his hands together and addressed the villagers. Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, I offer my sincerest apologies that I assure you that the Justice sect will not permit such incidents to recur. The villagers rejoiced at the prospect of returning to their normal lives. Chu Xiaoga squinted, watching Xia Bing's retreating figure. Xia sect leader, I trust you do not harbor any ill feelings towards me for eliminating the sect's disgraceful elements. Xia Bing's figure quivered slightly. Chu, you misinterpret. Even without your intervention, I would have dealt with those miscreants upon learning of their actions. That it is precisely due to their transgressions that the reputation of the Justice sect has suffered. Chu, if you would not mind, I would be most delighted to host you in my sect for a few drinks. It would be an honor to befriend someone of your caliber. Xia Bing's demeanor was warm and inviting, exuding the essence of a true sect leader. Regrettably, Xia sect leader, I have already lingered here for 2 days. I must depart early tomorrow to continue my journey, Chu Xiaoga replied, waving his hand. Upon hearing this, Xia Bing's expression turned wistful. Ah, what a pity. In that case, I shall return and arrange for my disciples to provide compensation to the villagers. Chu Xiaoga clasped his hands in farewell, and the villagers waved their goodbyes. Big brother, are you really leaving tomorrow? Su Su clutched the hem of Chu Xiaoga's garment, her face awash with reluctance. As Chu Xiaoga departed, every villager came to bid him farewell. Su Su's eyes were red from crying. Filled with sorrow, one by one, the villagers expressed their gratitude, acknowledging that without Chu Xiaoga's intervention, they would have continued to suffer at the hands of those tormentors. Damn it, that brat is finally leaving. In the woods beyond the village, Xia Bing and his cohorts had been concealed for a full 2 days, intent on witnessing whether Chu Xiaoga would indeed depart. Sect leader, what shall we do? A burly man with a scruffy beard called out beside Xia Bing. His eyes glinted coldly as he clenched his fists. This young man has slain an elder of our sect and injured our disciples. Had he been an ordinary individual, I would have eliminated him long ago. However, I cannot gauge his strength. Since I cannot confront him directly, we shall take our vengeance upon this village instead. All the men shall be taken as slaves for the sect, and the women will be left to your discretion. This is a matter I trust you can handle without my guidance. The bearded man erupted into laughter, and the group of disciples behind him wore expressions of wicked glee. Sect leader, this is our specialty. They were but a band of rogues and mountain bandits who had learned some cultivation techniques, subsequently gathered by Xia Bing to form a sect known for their nefarious deeds. Let us move, Xia Bing commanded, and they surged toward the village, ready to unleash a massacre. Chapter 31. Departure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of figures materialized at the village entrance as dusk fell, with villagers returning to their homes after completing their daily toil. None were aware of the impending calamity. Su. Do you see? Within the village, atop a tiled roof, Chu Xiaoga held Su Su's hand, granting them a vantage point over the village. Big brother, did you anticipate this? Su Su gazed up at him, her eyes brimming with admiration. Just yesterday, they had all watched as he departed. Little did they know, he had quietly returned to her side shortly thereafter. Su Su, remember this, when dealing with enemies and foes. One must not show mercy. Should you soften your heart, they will not appreciate it. Given the chance, they will surely take a bite out of you, perhaps even lead to your destruction. This world is one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Spare none of your enemies unless you possess the confidence and strength to protect yourself and those around you. Su Su nodded, though her understanding was limited, gripping Chu Xiaoga's hand tightly, etching his words into her memory. Unrepentant and ungrateful, you were afforded a chance, yet you squandered it. The Justice sect, therefore, has no reason to exist. At the village entrance, just as Xia Bing and his men prepared to storm in, a cold voice reverberated in their minds like thunder. Not good. Xia Bing's face drained of color. He recognized that voice. It was that young man they had seen depart. Run. For reasons unknown, upon hearing that voice, decades of survival instinct urged Xia Bing to flee. If they hesitated, the consequences would be dire. The others, momentarily dazed, were jolted into action upon witnessing Xia Bing's hasty retreat. They quickly followed suit, racing away with fervor. Boom! Suddenly, the dim sky was illuminated that a colossal sword shadow, radiating spiritual light, descended with great force toward the ground. No. Xia Bing's complexion had already turned ghostly pale, He had expended every ounce of spiritual energy. Yet the power approaching from behind made him acutely aware of how close he was to the abyss. Boom! The sword's shadow struck down, leaving nothing but emptiness. All members of the Justice Sect were obliterated, not a trace remaining. Ding! Host performance. Awe-inspiring. Strength increased. Ding! Current level. 4th stage of the elixir refinement realm. Ding! Current level. 5th stage of the elixir refinement realm. Chu Xiaoga's brow twitched as he pondered, system, why did I suddenly gain 2 levels this time? This surprised him, for his previous ascensions had become increasingly challenging, with even a single level gain being a notable achievement. The system replied, just take a look around you. Chu Xiaoga glanced down, Su Su gazed up at him. Her eyes sparkling like stars, Su Su remained entranced, and in her sight, Chu Xiaoga suddenly raised his long sword and gently swung it toward the evildoers. In the air, a massive sword shadow emerged, engulfing all the villains. Not a single one escaped. System, what is Su Su's talent for cultivation? Chu Xiaoga inquired as he sheathed the heavenly sword. The system promptly responded. She possesses remarkable potential for cultivation. Her future achievements will depend on her fortune. Chu Xiaoga continued. Do you have any recommended techniques? The Phoenix Transformation Technique, transforming the body into a phoenix, soaring through the skies. Even mastering it to the Unity realm would be more than sufficient. Then I shall choose this technique. After deducting 10 merit coins, a torrent of information surged into Chu Xiaoga's mind in mere moments. He opened his eyes again. Grasping Su Su's arm, he leaped down, landing softly on the ground. Su Su, I shall now impart this technique to you as for how far you can go in the future. That will depend solely on your own efforts. Upon concluding his words, Chu Xiaoga lightly tapped his finger on Su Su's smooth forehead. Su Su held her breath and slowly closed her eyes. After a brief moment, when Su Su reopened her eyes, a fleeting crimson light vanished from the depths of her gaze. Chu Xiaoga smiled with satisfaction, acknowledging her considerable talent. Our fates are intertwined. I shall bestow upon you a supreme spiritual weapon. The Shadow Phoenix Sword. When your strength is sufficient, you shall be able to summon it from within you. With a flick of his wrist, a long sword, strikingly different from the Tianxing sword, materialized in his hand. It glimmered a vibrant red, its blade subtly adorned with the shadow of a phoenix. Chu Xiaoga gently tapped the Shadow Phoenix Sword, which immediately transformed into a streak of light and vanished into Su Su's body. Big brother, Su Su gasped, her mouth agape. She could sense the extraordinary nature of the Phoenix diagram, and now that Big Brother had gifted her a supreme spiritual weapon, she felt utterly indebted. Not only did Chu Xiaoga convey the information about the Phoenix diagram to Su Su, but he also imparted all that he knew regarding cultivation. Thus, Su Su comprehended the essence of a supreme spiritual weapon. Let us part ways for now, if fate allows. I trust we shall meet again. However, Su Su, remember to never forget your original intention in cultivation. Should I ever learn that you have strayed from your path or committed heinous acts, I will not show you mercy, even if you are at the ends of the earth. I shall hunt you down. As his words echoed, a flash of azure light appeared. The Xianxin gourd expanded and floated in the air. The azure glow flared, and Chu Xiaoga stepped upon the gourd. Departing, thank you, Big Brother. I will not let you down. Su Su gradually knelt until the azure gourd vanished from sight. At that very moment, the villagers were captivated by the azure light. Everyone beheld a massive gourd hovering in midair, upon which stood a figure they recognized. Little Chu, an immortal, Chu Xianren. The villagers, momentarily stunned, all knelt before the azure gourd float in the air. Was that not the power of an immortal, as described in legends? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 10 Shio coins. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your strength has been enhanced. You are now at the 6th level of the refining pill realm. The azure gourd drifted leisurely towards the direction of the immortal path mountain. The Phoenix diagram cost 10 Shio coins, and the Shadow Phoenix Sword also required 10 Shio coins. Chu Xiaoga stood at the forefront of the azure gourd, his celestial robes billowing in the wind. Feeling quite pleased with his expenditure, I hope Su Su will not disappoint me in the future. Does this behavior of the host count as an investment? The system inquired unexpectedly. Chu Xiaoga chuckled. Shaking his head, his gaze profound, Perhaps it does, and perhaps it does not. You mentioned her exceptional cultivation talent. I merely provided her with an opportunity. This not akin to what you have done for me, granting me a chance to establish myself in this world. Chapter 32. Arrival at Jiang City. Who could it be, setting up a tent at the foot of my mountain? One must admit, the Xianqing gourd is remarkable. Chu Xiaoge sat quietly atop the gourd, which could autonomously control its flight with remarkable speed. Observing the tent at the mountain's base, he decided to investigate, with a rustle. It seemed the occupant of the tent had heard his footsteps and immediately opened the flap, revealing a figure emerging. Senior Chu, you have finally returned. Jiang Lang hurriedly adjusted his attire and bowed respectfully to Chu Xiaoge. He had been waiting for several days to pay his respects, but had received no response despite his persistent attempts. Thus, he assumed Chu Xiaoge had departed and decided to set up a tent at the foot of the mountain to await his return. Ah, it is young Master Jiang. Chu Xiaoge glanced at the vigorous Jiang Lang, who now exuded an impressive aura, evidently having rapidly improved his strength in recent days, with the spirit-eating beasts no longer hindering him. Jiang Lang could cultivate unhindered. Senior Chu, my father wishes to express his profound gratitude upon learning of my condition, Jiang Lang said respectfully, inviting Chu Xiaoge to visit Jiang City and attend the Jiang family banquet. Hoping he would grace them with his presence, the prince has extended an invitation. Chu Xiaoge nodded. Since it is the prince's request, I shall attend. Jiang Haisheng, the prince of the southern frontier, remarkably the only prince of the opposite gender among the 5 frontiers. One can only imagine his exceptional nature. Thank you, Senior Chu. I will await your arrival here. Jiang Haisheng had given him a strict mandate. He must invite Senior Chu to participate. Jiang Lang had nearly been driven mad during these days of waiting for Chu Xiaoge's return. Upon hearing the affirmative response, he sighed in relief. The Jiang residence, located in the heart of Jiang City, the most prosperous city in the southern frontier, was home to millions. Here, one could find the most bustling commerce and countless martial arts schools. Under the influence of these institutions, the number of cultivators surged. Even a humble vegetable farmer on the street could very well be an aspiring cultivator. Senior Chu, this is Jiang City. Outside the city, a horse-drawn carriage approached slowly. However, the horse was, in fact, a lion with fiery fur. Which noble offspring could afford such a majestic beast? Only a select few could possess a fire lion as a carriage. Chu Xiaoge lifted the carriage curtain and, through the small window, beheld the towering city walls. He could not help but marvel at the splendor of this city, the most magnificent he had ever encountered. This city was no ordinary place. Aside from the palpable sense of history, hidden formations lay within the city walls. Indeed, it possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities. Jiang Lang felt no surprise. To him, it was only natural that Senior Chu could discern the intricacies of Jiang City's architecture. Senior Chu, I have arranged accommodation for you. I will inform you in advance when the banquet begins, Jiang Lang said as Chu Xiaoge lowered the curtain. Very well. The fire lion carriage easily entered the city, and the guards at the gate did not impede its passage, allowing it to pass unchallenged. The fire lion carriage traversed the wide streets, and the surrounding crowds instinctively parted, aware that not everyone could ride such a carriage. After winding through the streets, it finally came to a halt in a secluded area. Senior Chu, we have arrived. Chu Xiaoge alighted from the carriage, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the building before him. Where the plaque read Chu Residence, Jiang Lang hurriedly explained, Senior Chu, this is a gift from the Jiang family in gratitude, that we hope you will accept it. Otherwise, every time you visit Jiang City, it would be rather unbefitting to stay at an inn. How thoughtful that I shall accept it. With a wave of his hand, Chu Xiaoge pushed open the grand door and stepped inside. After the door closed behind him, Jiang Lang took his leave. The Chu residence, situated in the deepest part of Jiang City, occupied 1/5 of the city's area. Is everything prepared? Jiang Haisheng inquired, setting down his brush. Jiang Lang nodded. Though Jiang Haisheng appeared calm, there was an undeniable intensity about him. Yes, father, Senior Chu has already taken up residence in the Chu residence. Jiang Haisheng walked to the window, peering out to view the outline of half the city. You must seize this opportunity. Perhaps Chu Xiaoge is the key to the rise of our southern frontier. Jiang Lang gazed at his father's imposing figure, nodding earnestly. Rest assured, father, I hold Senior Chu in the highest regard." After Jiang Lang departed, Jiang Haisheng remained standing, having recently received alarming news: the events surrounding the Silent Void sect. Upon learning that the sect was composed of heretics, he initially dismissed the information as false. Yet the authenticity was undeniable, as the letter bore the seals of the leaders of the ancient Silver sect. The Tianzhao sect and his trusted confidants' .3 seals converged, confirming that the Silent Void sect was indeed a hidden stronghold of heretics. Reviewing the entire sequence of events, Jiang Haisheng felt a lingering dread. What if Chu Xiaoge had not intervened? The consequences could have been dire. Had the Tianzhao sect been silently controlled, and with a faction of heretics undermining them, the emergence of the Elder of the Heavenly Evil could have truly been unleashed 6 months later during the battle of suppressing evil. Chu Xiaoge, Jiang Haisheng, with a graceful flick of his sleeve, returned to his desk and took up his brush, elegantly inscribing the 3 characters Chu Xiaoge. Senior Chu, I find myself increasingly eager for our encounter. Upon witnessing his beloved son's body begin to heal and return to normal cultivation, Jiang Haisheng dispatched someone to investigate the identity of this Chu Xiaoge. However, no specific information could be uncovered, save for the fact that Chu Xiaoge had ascended to the final step of the ancient Silver Sect's trials, the Unity Realm, although the ancient Silver Sect had issued a gag order. As a prince of the southern frontier, it was not difficult for him to look into the matter. It had been many years since a practitioner of the Unity Realm had emerged in the southern frontier. Could the appearance of Chu Xiaoge be an omen? Might it be connected to the recent chaotic and inscrutable celestial phenomena? Jiang Haisheng vividly remembered that day when the heavens underwent a sudden transformation. Even the master of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, who had not acted in a century, was stirred. The master sought to explore the celestial signs, only to be met with backlash. Fortunately, he halted in time. Otherwise, his very life could have been at stake. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 1 show coin. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 1 show coin. Chu Xiaoge opened his eyes, bewildered. What was happening? He hadn't done anything, yet he had suddenly received a reward. Had he truly reached a state where he could demonstrate his prowess without stepping outside? With a calm smile, Chu Xiaoge closed his eyes once more and began to cultivate. Having arrived in this world for several months, he realized he had yet to truly explore it. Now, having the rare opportunity to be in the bustling Jiang city of the southern frontier, he resolved to experience it fully that evening. Chapter 33. The resounding chime echoes through the martial arts hall. The night in Jiang City was far from dark. The moon hung high in the sky, casting its silver light downwards. Every household was aglow, creating an illusion that it was not nighttime at all. Stepping out of the Chu residence, Chu Xiaoge, though unfamiliar with the layout of Jiang City, felt no hindrance to his leisurely stroll. A slight attunement to his surroundings allowed him to discern where the crowds were most concentrated. After navigating a few street corners, he finally felt the streets bustling with life. Lining the thoroughfare were a myriad of shops, elixir stores, taverns, renowned medical halls, and martial arts pavilions. Among others, it was evident that aside from daily necessities, anything related to cultivation could be found here. Truly, it was the largest city in the southern frontier, thriving with activity. As Chu Xiaoge walked among the throng, he was suddenly approached by a figure who blocked his path. "Young brother, I see you possess an extraordinary physique, a promising talent for cultivation. Would you be interested in joining our martial arts hall?" A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his late 30s, stood before him, clad in tight-fitting garments that accentuated his impressive muscles. With your handsome features, you are sure to captivate many maidens. However, if you were to add formidable strength to your charm, you would surely drive countless young women to madness. Chu Xiaoge smiled gently, glancing down at the paper in his hand, which contained an introduction to the martial arts hall. The muscular man furrowed his brow, sensing Chu Xiaoge's lack of enthusiasm. "Brother, don't be so hasty to decline. Just consider whether what I've said holds any merit." Internally anxious, he was aware that the performance assessment for the martial arts hall was approaching, and if he failed to recruit students, he would be dismissed. Thus, even at this late hour, he could not afford a rest. "All right, you make a valid point." Chu Xiaoge nodded. The muscular man's face froze, as if struck by lightning. "Young brother, I'm only 20 this year. How can you call me old? Chu Xiaoga was momentarily speechless. It's just that you certainly don't appear to be 20. You seem to have aged rather prematurely. Why not accompany me to the martial arts hall? We've just established this month, and our instructors are highly skilled. Moreover, there's a discount on the registration fee. The muscular man persisted, disregarding the age comment. Very well, Chu Xiaoga mused. With no plans for the evening, it would be a good opportunity to observe the martial arts hall in Jiang City. The streets were lined with martial arts halls of varying sizes. Some were modest, akin to small courtyards, barely accommodating a handful of students. In contrast, larger halls could rival some formidable sections. Let us go. The muscular man, fearful that Chu Xiaoga might change his mind, hurriedly led him away. After winding through several streets, they finally paused in a quieter alley. At the end of the alley stood a 5-story pavilion, accompanied by a spacious courtyard. Brother Chu, I have not deceived you, the muscular man, named Ding Feng, boasted proudly, gesturing towards the pavilion. Although our martial arts hall has only recently been established, its scale is considered moderate within Jiang City. Those smaller halls cannot compare to us, and our instructors are exceptionally skilled, making it the perfect place to learn cultivation. Chu Xiaoga chose to overlook Ding Feng's flattery, having gleaned some understanding of him through their conversation. Ding Feng's parents had passed away years ago, leaving him to care for a younger brother and sister. Over the years, he had juggled several jobs to support the three of them, continuously exhausting himself. Perhaps this was why he appeared older than his years. As they entered the courtyard, they were greeted by a sign hanging on the pavilion that read, Jinyang Martial Arts Hall. Let us go inside. The door to the pavilion was ajar, and the sounds of commotion drifted out. Following Ding Feng, Chu Xiaoga stepped inside, where he beheld a dozen figures bustling about. Some were lifting stones, while others sat cross-legged, sensing the spiritual energy around them. It was evident that these individuals had yet to formally embark on their cultivation journey. Ding Uncle has returned, and you've even brought someone with you. Impressive. At that moment, a young man rose from a nearby bench. A mocking smile plastered across his face. Ding Feng clenched his fists, remaining silent. The two had always been rivals, and ultimately, only one would remain in the hall. With a deep breath, Ding Feng turned to Chu Xiaoga. Brother Chu, those are the new recruits. Our hall provides specialized training to help them embark on their cultivation path. Ding Feng gestured towards the various stones scattered across the ground. Initially, we focus on physical training, and then we introduce techniques to sense spiritual energy. Approaching a large stone, he slowly crouched down. With diligent training, one can lift this stone as I do. With that, Ding Feng sank his body and, with a mighty roar, lifted the massive stone. The other students paused their exercises, gazing at him with admiration. Most of them were in their teens, all aspiring to become stronger and embrace the path of cultivation. Once they became genuine cultivators, the stones would be trivial, easily shattered with a single punch. Ding Feng carried the stone a few steps before setting it down. What do you think, Brother Chu? He inquired, clapping his hands as he returned. Are you also a student here? Chu Xiaoga asked. Ding Feng nodded. I'm a sort of half-student. The hall master is aware of my circumstances, so aside from normal recruitment, he has permitted me to study during my free time. However, as you know, my brother, I might soon be expelled. This. Ding Feng's expression darkened. Rest assured, hard work will yield rewards, perhaps delayed, but never absent. Chu Xiaoga reassured him, giving Ding Feng's shoulder a comforting pat. May I give it a try? Ding Feng's heart fluttered. Was it true that effort bore fruit? He had long been skeptical, having toiled for years to raise his brother and sister. Now, he faced the daunting challenge of their education. They required tuition for private schooling and training at the martial arts hall. Each expense was a significant burden, weighing heavily upon him. Yet, the promised rewards had not materialized. The spirit stones he earned were always meager, insufficient to cover the costs, of course. Brother Chu, you may try this one. It's suitable for those who have yet to undergo training. Ding Feng regained his composure and pointed at a stone weighing less than 100 pounds. Chu Xiaoga stepped forward cautiously. At that moment, apart from Ding Feng, everyone else had begun to immerse themselves in their own tasks. In truth, they had witnessed far too much. Every day, numerous individuals came to attempt their fortunes, yet not everyone chose to enroll. After all, not everyone could endure the arduous path of cultivation. IT was not only grueling, but also required a significant financial investment. Even finding someone to guide you was a challenge. The young man who had previously mocked Ding Feng sat nearby. Deriding him, he deemed the latter foolish. The youth beside Ding Feng, in terms of attire, aura, and that enviably handsome visage, was certainly no ordinary character. Could someone like him truly withstand such hardships? The young man shook his head, resolutely unconvinced. Such a dandy had no need to learn in a martial arts school. He could simply seek one-on-one guidance elsewhere. It seemed that Ding Feng was destined for elimination. The young man leisurely closed his eyes to rest. Chu brother, what are you doing? Ding Feng merely cast a glance in another direction. When he turned back, he found that Chu Xiaoga had already approached the ancient bronze bell. This bronze bell was no ordinary artifact. It could not be sounded by an average person, and even those in the Qi refinement realm could only manage a faint echo. Why not give it a try? Ding Feng chuckled. He, too, had been incredulous upon first encountering the bell. He had once struck it with all his might using a wooden stick, only for silence to ensue. Not a single sound had emerged. Is this lad also a skeptic? The more composed he appeared now, the more awkward it would be in a moment. The dozen or so individuals training nearby immediately took notice of Chu Xiaoga, whispering among themselves as they observed him standing beside the bell. What is he doing? Is he joking? Boom! In the next instant, a thunderous bell toll resonated through the air, akin to a clap of thunder erupting, reverberating throughout the loft. Everyone stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, utterly baffled by what had transpired. They could only see the young man gently tapping the bell with a finger, causing it to sway. The resounding chime was unmistakable. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have astonished the crowd and earned 10 show coins. Ding Feng stood frozen in place, gazing blankly at Chu Xiaoga's back. How could the bell have rung with just a single touch? Judging by the intensity of the sound, even the martial arts school's master could scarcely achieve such a feat. Could it be that Chu brother was also a practitioner, possessing strength comparable to the master? Ding! Host has bewildered Ding Feng, earning 3 show coins. Chapter 34. All I need is a bell. What on earth just happened? The youth who had been resting with his eyes closed was jolted awake by the deafening sound of the bell. He opened his eyes, rubbed them in disbelief, and took in the scene before him. What on earth is going on? Upon hearing the bell toll, his first thought was that it must have been one of the masters or the schoolmaster causing it. However, the figures of those masters were nowhere to be seen. Only the young man accompanying Ding Feng stood before the bell, and oh way. The youth shook his head, utterly unconvinced. He had been at the Jinyang Martial Arts School for 3 months and understood what it meant for the bell to ring. The louder the sound, the higher the strength of the bell ringer. You mean to tell me that being handsome is sufficient? Now you suddenly inform me that you are also a remarkably powerful practitioner? The young man's composure shattered. He could not accept it. He refused to believe the world was so unjust. Whoosh! Just then, a figure descended from above. Seeing this, everyone hastily set aside their tasks and called out, "Greetings, master!" The master nonchalantly waved his hand. By now, the bell had gradually calmed, and the ringing sound slowly faded. He regarded Chu Xiaoga with a look of astonishment. The moment the bell had been struck, he had sensed it from upstairs. Judging by the intensity of the sound, the young man's strength was likely not inferior to his own. "May I ask who you are?" The master clasped his hands toward Chu Xiaoga, initially thinking it was someone challenging the school, but from the latter's composed demeanor, it seemed unlikely. What shocked the master even more was the young age of the figure before him. Had he wasted decades of cultivation? The master silently pondered. Chu Xiaoga glanced at Ding Feng, who hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Master, this is Brother Chu, whom I invited to visit." Ding Feng was still in shock. What on earth was happening? So, it is Brother Chu. Come, please, have a seat. The master waved his long sleeve. Chu Xiaoga did not refuse, ascending to the upper level under the gaze of the crowd. Dinga. Turns out Dinga knows such a person. Once Chu Xiaoga and the master entered the top floor, everyone gathered around Ding Feng. I told you, Dinga is just low-key. He doesn't flaunt his talents. They all chimed in, acknowledging the extraordinary strength of the young man from earlier. Moreover, he was personally invited by the master to the top floor, a privilege not even extended to the other instructors in the school. Clearly, This young man was not someone they could easily befriend. But Ding Feng could. The youth was brought by him. Ding Feng felt a bit flustered. Being surrounded by so many people left him overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the young man who had previously mocked Ding Feng was utterly dumbfounded. What sheer luck! Based on Ding Feng's earlier actions, it was evident he had no idea about the strength of the person he had brought. Why can't I ever encounter someone like that? Brother Chu, please try this tea. The master, whose name was Jin Yong, had the martial arts school named after him. He had once been a disciple of an obscure sect, but upon reaching a certain age, he left. After many years, at the age of 40, he finally achieved the realm of spirit transformation. The IT was for this reason that he invested his life savings into establishing the Jinyang Martial Arts School, hoping to make a name for himself in Jiangqing. However, while aspirations were high, the stark reality proved quite harsh. Chu Xiaoga took a sip from the teacup. Had he not experienced the system's herbal tea, he might have thought Jinyang's tea was commendable. Yet now, having grown accustomed to the spiritual tea, even the most exquisite brew in the cup paled in comparison. I see that Brother Chu possesses profound strength. May I inquire which sect you hail from? Jinyang ultimately could not suppress his curiosity. In his eyes, someone like Chu Xiaoga, achieving spirit transformation at such a young age, would be revered as a treasure in any faction across the southern frontier. Chu Xiaoga shook his head, just a wandering hermit, a mere solitary cultivator. Upon hearing this, Jinyang chuckled lightly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. After all, he simply did not believe it. Brother Chu, do you have any plans in the near future? Jinyang finished the last sip of tea, gazing expectantly at Chu Xiaoga. Master need not be circumspect. Upon hearing this, Jinyang burst in a hearty laughter. Haha, so Brother Chu is also straightforward. I shall speak plainly. Recently, I have been in a state of turmoil. The Jinyang Martial Arts School has just been established, and in Jiangsheng, it hardly creates a ripple. The reason I chose to open the school now is that I am eyeing the upcoming Jiangsheng 100 Schools tournament in a month, hoping to achieve a ranking to elevate the school's notoriety. Yet, fate is unpredictable. Those who had initially agreed to help me bolster the Jinyang Martial Arts School have all fled. Chu Xiaoga listened quietly. In truth, prior to establishing the school, Jinyang had already found allies. They had all agreed to work together to develop the school. Yet, in the end, those who had been in talks with him chose to join other martial arts schools instead. Jinyang was left with no choice but to hire 4 individuals at high costs, each at the body refinement stage, to act as instructors, initially confident of securing a ranking in the tournament. Jinyang was swiftly brought down to earth by the harsh reality. However, upon seeing Chu Xiaoga, he felt a surge of hope. Brother Chu, if you would be willing to join the Jinyang Martial Arts School, I am prepared to offer you 40% of the school's revenue. Should we achieve a ranking in the Jiangsheng 100 Schools tournament, we will split the proceeds 50-50. Jinyang's offer was sincere. He believed that upon seeing such generosity, Chu Xiaoga would gladly accept. Chu Xiaoga nodded. Jinyang's willingness to concede half of the profits demonstrated considerable goodwill. After all, establishing this martial arts school required substantial initial investment. Joining midway meant he bore no responsibility for the prior expenses. My apologies. Master, Jinyang's expression shifted dramatically. He could hardly believe that Chu Xiaoga would refuse him. Brother Chu, is my sincerity not sufficient? If there is still room for negotiation, please feel free to express it. Jinyang's anxiety grew. He wished to avoid depleting his family's fortune only to end up empty-handed. Moreover, he yearned to deliver a resounding blow to those who reveled in his misfortune. Master of the Pavilion, you have misunderstood me. While I may not join Jinyang Martial Arts School, I am willing to assist you in securing a position in the Jiangsheng 100 Pavilions competition. Jinyang had braced himself for Chu Xiaoga's exorbitant demands, but upon hearing his words, he was taken aback. Brother Chu, what do you mean? Jinyang's confusion was palpable. That I am simply accustomed to a carefree life and cannot remain in Jiangsheng indefinitely. Thus, joining Jinyang is not feasible. However, I do hold some interest in the Jiangsheng 100 Pavilions competition. Chu Xiaoga set down his teacup and turned his gaze toward the window. Outside, the brightly lit streets were bustling with activity, teeming with people. I see that in that case, let us not discuss your joining Jinyang Martial Arts School. However, you must accept a share of the school's income. Jinyang's joy was evident. With Chu Xiaoga's participation in the competition, he was certain they would achieve remarkable success, elevating Jinyang Martial Arts School's reputation in Jiangcheng, and no need for a share of the income. Master, all I require is that ancient bell you possess. Chu Xiaoga waved his hand dismissively. Jinyang was momentarily speechless to forego the school's income entirely. He understood that once Jinyang Martial Arts School garnered fame in Jiangcheng, future recruitment would be effortless, with tuition and apprenticeship fees promising a substantial fortune. To relinquish that for merely an ancient bell? After a brief silence, Jinyang rose and clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Then I thank you in advance, Brother Chu, for your timely assistance to Jinyang Martial Arts School. You may take the bell at your leisure. I have deemed you a benefactor for life," Jinyang added. Following a few casual exchanges, the two made their way downstairs. The master and the young man are coming down. The crowd below fell silent, disbelief etched on their faces as they witnessed the scene. The master wore a smile, engaging amicably with the young man beside him. Chu Xiaoga paused before the ancient bell. "Receive." With a flick of his finger, a stream of ethereal light cascaded from his fingertip, enveloping the bell entirely. In the next moment, the bell transformed into a torrent of light that surged into Chu Xiaoga's body, vanishing without a trace. What just happened? That massive bell disappeared just like that. Ding Feng and the others were left dumbfounded. Such a display was truly astonishing for those who had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. It was nothing short of shocking. "I shall not disturb you further," Chu Xiaoga said, cupping his hands in farewell. Jinyang replied, "Allow me to see you off." The two departed, leaving the stunned crowd behind. The master personally escorted the young man to the courtyard entrance. One crucial detail did not escape their notice. The master's footsteps lagged half a step behind the young man. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for impressing the newcomers of Jinyang Martial Arts School. You have earned 3 show coins." Chapter 35. The sudden pressure once Chu Xiaoga had vanished into the alleyway. Jinyang turned around. Amidst the mountains and waters, where there seems to be no way, a glimmer of hope emerges. Jinyang's hands clenched tightly within his sleeves. Having previously felt disheartened about the competition, he was now filled with a renewed sense of hope. The sound that Chu Xiaoga produced when striking the ancient bell was powerful, rivaling his own. Deep down, Jinyang had already surmised that Chu Xiaoga's strength was at least on par with the spirit transformation realm, perhaps even surpassing his own. Ding Feng. Jinyang entered the pavilion, where everyone stood in neat formation. Upon hearing the master call his name, Ding Feng cautiously stepped forward, a hint of trepidation evident in his demeanor. His position within Jinyang Martial Arts School was not particularly high. After all, he was neither a student nor a master of the school, merely an employee responsible for recruitment. Thus, he felt a twinge of fear in the presence of the master. "Master, you called for me?" Jinyang smiled at the nervous Ding Feng, then placed a hand on his shoulder, patting him gently. "That you've been doing well lately. Why not stay at Jinyang Martial Arts School and learn alongside everyone?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. The master was actually... Ding Feng trembled with excitement and exclaimed, "Thank you, master." Jinyang waved his hand. "If you wish to express gratitude, direct it toward Brother Chu. Now everyone disperse. It is getting late." With that, Jinyang ascended to the upper level of the pavilion. "Congratulations, Ding Ge. You're amazing." The students swarmed around Ding Feng once more. They were not foolish. It was evident that the master was looking out for Ding Feng, with the master's support and no tuition fees to worry about. Ding Feng was bound to soar. Ding Feng bashfully bowed his head, his heart overflowing with gratitude. Meanwhile, a young man who had previously mocked Ding Feng stood agape, even slapping himself in disbelief, feeling the sting as confirmation that this was indeed reality. "What luck!" he muttered, turning on his heel to leave the pavilion. Unbeknownst to him, the ancient bell was connected to this stone, Chufu. After departing from Jinyang Martial Arts School, Chu Xiaoga hurried back to Chufu. Before him lay a gray stone and the ancient bell. The gray stone was a gift from Run Tianai, who had expressed his gratitude to him earlier at Jinyang Martial Arts School. The moment Chu Xiaoga approached the ancient bell, he sensed a peculiar warmth emanating from the stone. This was precisely why he sought to acquire the bell from Jinyang Martial Arts School. All this time, he had been unable to decipher the meaning of the symbols on the gray stone. However, today, It seemed answers were within reach. Chu Xiaoga picked up the gray stone and moved closer to the ancient bell. A powerful suction force emanated from the bell that he released his grip. Watching as the gray stone soared towards the bell, adhering tightly to its surface. What is happening? Yet, the events were far from over. The gray stone suddenly radiated a brilliant red light. This crimson glow surged into the ancient bell as if being devoured. Crash! As the red light dissipated, the gray stone shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. The energy within the stone was absorbed by the ancient bell. Chu Xiaoga picked up a piece of the broken stone. It now bore no resemblance to an ordinary stone. Upon examining the ancient bell, he noticed a red mark had appeared on its surface, precisely mirroring the symbol that had once adorned the gray stone. What is this? With a perplexed expression, Chu Xiaoga extended his hand to touch the mark, eager to uncover its significance. Boom! In an instant, a deafening resonance erupted within Chu Xiaoga's mind. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as layers of mist obscured his vision. The fog moved rapidly, soon beginning to disperse. What is this? As the mist cleared, Chu Xiaoga staggered back in shock. Before him lay a blood-red world, scattered with bronze cauldrons of various sizes, all meticulously arranged as if forming a formation. Beneath each cauldron, invisible flames flickered and burned Kill me! The air was filled with anguished cries. Inside the cauldrons, it was not elixirs being refined, but rather living souls. Chu Xiaoga's expression grew grave as he gazed upon the scene before him. He understood that this was but a dream, yet his instincts warned him that it felt all too real. Help! I don't want to die! Chu Xiaoga cautiously shifted his feet, apart from the haunting cries. There was no other sound in this world. System. Furrowing his brow, Chu Xiaoga realized he could not call upon the system. The situation seemed dire. Approaching one of the cauldrons, he found no figures within. Only a round, smooth elixir floating in the air, refining humans into elixirs. Chu Xiaoga's expression hardened. He extended his hand toward the cauldron. Whoosh! However, at that very moment, a beam of black light shot toward him from afar. Jinyang's face paled, sensing a life-threatening crisis surge from the depths of his being. Deadly! Chu Xiaoga unleashed his spiritual energy, darting sideways to evade the impending danger. What is that? Chu Xiaoga's complexion turned deathly pale as a flash of dark light suddenly shot towards him once again. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. The dark light descended, mere inches from Chu Xiaoga. Boom! Just as the dark light was about to pierce through Chu Xiaoga's body, a surge of spiritual energy manifested, and his figure vanished without a trace. The dark light struck, shaking the heavens and the earth. Cracks began to spread from the ground, forming bottomless chasms. A voice of mild surprise emerged from within the darkness. Who is this little rascal that managed to evade my attack? Are you all unable to sit still? A bunch of useless fools. The voice gradually faded, and the darkness returned to tranquility. Chu Xiaoga was suddenly jolted. Drenched in cold sweat, his face ashen, the dark light had rendered him utterly defenseless. Although he had experienced the power of the Unity Realm, he could sense that even that power held no chance of resistance against the dark light. System. Chu Xiaoga took a deep breath. Knowing that it was the system that had intervened at the last moment, he recognized that familiar aura all too well. Host, it seems you need to grow stronger at a faster pace. The system's voice echoed softly, revealing that the master behind that dark light possessed a terrifying strength and was enacting a plan to annihilate this world. I initially thought it would take you much longer to encounter this matter. Chu Xiaoga was left speechless. That had been far too perilous. He understood clearly that had he been struck by the dark light, he would have certainly perished. I'll remember this grudge. Chu Xiaoga clenched his fists. Realizing this was the first time he had felt the chilling breath of death since arriving in this world. Most importantly, he didn't even know who his adversary was. However, the system had indicated that the opponent was formidable, far beyond anything he could currently contend with. Fortunately, time was still on his side for growth, especially with the system aiding him. Progress was merely a matter of time. Next time, I shall smash your head to pieces. Recalling the earlier scene sent shivers down Chu Xiaoga's spine. He had no desire to be captured and refined into a pill, becoming someone else's supplement. This must be the work of a great evil cultivator. Chu Xiaoga gradually regained his composure, gazing contemplatively at the ancient bell before him. The red mark on the bell had vanished, yet the bell appeared noticeably more vibrant than before, as if it had regained some energy. It seemed tomorrow would require him to find a place to showcase his strength. After all, the best way to demonstrate one's prowess was through display. Chu Xiaoga had formulated a rough plan in his mind. Chapter 36. Teaming up with you all the next day, Chu Xiaoga awoke early and departed from the Chu residence that he made his way southwest towards Jiangsheng. Outside the southwest gates of Jiangsheng lay a primeval forest, teeming with opportunities and dangers alike. This forest was rich with rare and precious medicinal herbs, as well as treasures left behind by former strong cultivators that, in short, countless practitioners ventured into this forest daily in search of fortune. Team up. 4 spots left, hunting in the outskirts of the forest. We need one more person in the body refinement realm for a grade C team. As soon as Chu Xiaoga arrived at the edge of the forest, he was met with a bustling crowd that on either side of the throng stood numerous inns and taverns, with many calling out, eager to form teams. For everyone, an extra person meant a bit more security, especially considering the myriad of risks present in the forest. One might encounter ferocious beasts, face perilous terrains, or even cross paths with malevolent cultivators that in this realm, caution was paramount. Humanity held no sway as for murder. Well, that was a commonplace occurrence. The forest was divided into several zones. The deeper one ventured, the more dangerous it became. The crowd categorized the forest into outskirts, grade D, grade C, grade B, grade A, and forbidden zones. The outskirts were generally suitable for ordinary individuals who had yet to step into the Qi refinement realm. Grades D, C, B, A corresponded to the Qi refinement realm, body refinement realm, spirit transformation realm, and pill refinement realm, respectively. The forbidden zones were reserved for those above the elemental realm, which were exceedingly rare even in the entire southern region. Have you heard? Yesterday, Wang managed to snatch the fire spirit mushroom from the mouth of a striped tiger. Incredible. The fire spirit mushroom is worth at least 100,000 spirit stones. He's truly lucky. The striped tiger is notorious among beasts, and even an immature one possesses the strength of the body refinement realm. As Chu Xiaoga walked among the crowd, he overheard discussions of various fortunes and misfortunes, as people exchanged tales of who had gained what opportunities or who had perished in the forest. Excitement filled the air, for as the saying goes, one must seek wealth in peril. Brother, care to team up? Chu Xiaoga glanced at the youth before him and shook his head. This youth had not even reached the Qi refinement realm and could only engage in minor skirmishes at the outskirts. No matter how much Chu Xiaoga showcased his abilities, the system rewards would not be substantial. Don't be so quick to reject. We already have 9 people. With you, that makes 10 that I believe we can achieve great results. The youth grasped Chu Xiaoga's arm, insisting, with 10 people in our team, we'll surely fare well. No, you're too weak. Chu Xiaoga gently shrugged off the grasp and proceeded to leave. He sought a slightly stronger team. How dare you look down on us, just because you fancy yourself a practitioner? The youth, incensed by Chu Xiaoga's rejection, began to hurl insults, drawing the attention of those around them. Exactly. You're just an ordinary person. Do you really think you can team up with cultivators? I've seen plenty like you. Clearly, this is your first time here. For a moment, the crowd around the youth began to scrutinize Chu Xiaoga. Initially taken aback, Chu Xiaoga soon found amusement in the situation that appeared someone was eager to showcase their prowess. Shaking his head, he halted, turning to face the youth. The onlookers fell silent, anticipating a spectacle. What? Am I not speaking the truth? Chu Xiaoga replied calmly. You insult me simply because I rejected you to you truly believe such behavior is justified. The youth scoffed derisively. What's wrong with that? You can call me weak. But I can't retort. As he spoke, several imposing figures gathered around him, clearly trained individuals. Begone. Chu Xiaoga waved his hand lightly. The youth and his companions were instantly knocked to the ground by an invisible force. He is a practitioner. Obviously, do you think it's easy to take them down without lifting a finger? At the very least, he must be a spirit transformation realm expert. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've showcased your abilities and earned 1 show coin. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've showcased your abilities and earned 1 show coin. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've showcased your abilities and earned 1 show coin. A series of system notifications rang out, and it was only after accumulating 15 show coins that the alert ceased. Chu Xiaoge was elated. The results were indeed impressive. The crowd promptly dispersed, no one daring to linger near him. The individuals he had effortlessly knocked down were left dumbfounded. Regaining their senses, they quickly stood and apologetically addressed Chu Xiaoge. "We apologize, senior. Please forgive our lack of discernment that I was wrong. I am but a weakling," and one dared to mock him. This was the stark reality. Had any of them been in his position, they would have acted similarly. Angering a stronger opponent could lead to death. Ignorance is no excuse. Chu Xiaoge shook his head and walked towards another group. Only when he left did the youth and his companions rise, drenched in cold sweat. "Ding! Due to the fear instilled by the 9 individuals, your strength has increased to the 7th level of pill refinement realm." Chu Xiaoge pressed on, feeling his power surge significantly. This is troublesome. After taking a walk around, he decided to give up. The strongest team he encountered was merely at the body refinement realm, with rare teams at the spirit transformation realm. Typically, teams at that level or higher were comprised of acquaintances who had already formed their groups before arriving. "Shopkeeper, I'll have a serving of cold beef and a rabbit leg seasoned with herbs." Casually stepping into an inn, Chu Xiaoge ordered 2 signature dishes of the establishment. Both the beef and rabbit in these dishes were sourced from the mystical beasts captured in the forest. Their flavor truly exceptional. After a brief wait, the 2 dishes arrived at the table. Chu Xiaoge picked up his chopsticks and selected a slice of beef, generously sprinkled with a special seasoning, as he savored it. His taste buds awakened in delight. "Not bad." Chu Xiaoge nodded in satisfaction, affirming the quality of beast meat. Although he had developed the ability to go without food for extended periods, he still found it hard to resist the allure of local delicacies. A habit ingrained from his time on Earth. "Sister, what shall we do now that our team is 1 member short?" Alas, who could have anticipated such a situation? If it proves impossible, we may have to return home. Chu Xiaoge's ears perked up as he overheard 2 women conversing behind him. Despite their attempts to lower their voices, he could still hear them clearly. "This won't do, senior sister, if we miss this opportunity. Your advancement to the spirit transformation realm will be delayed for quite some time. What will happen then with the core disciple competition? I told you, that Qingxiu is unreliable. She must have miscalculated." Seated behind Chu Xiaoge were 2 women clad in white. One wore an expression of anger, while the other remained remarkably composed, creating a striking contrast. "Xiao AI, Qingxiu is not that kind of person." AI Jing shook her head. While it was not entirely true that she wasn't upset, she didn't believe the other had intended to let them down. After all, their relationship had been quite amicable. AI Xiaoqi stood up and moved to sit beside AI Jing, linking her arm with her sister's. "Sister, why don't we just go, the 2 of us?" "No, that's too dangerous. That I cannot allow you to take risks for my advancement." AI Jing replied, her serious gaze locked onto AI Xiaoqi. Xiao AI was her younger sister, and they had both come from the same sect. Their purpose for this trip was to gather a rare herb, which, once handed to their master for alchemical refinement, would enable AI Jing's smooth transition to the spirit transformation realm. Achieving that status would make her a core disciple of their sect, benefiting from the finest resources available. Originally, they had arranged to meet a friend from the same sect at the inn yesterday, but that person had failed to show up. They had been waiting since yesterday until now, with not a single trace of her. "Sister," AI Xiaoqi sighed deeply, choosing not to speak further. She understood that once her sister had made a decision, no amount of persuasion on her part would change it. Xiaoqi could only lament the situation, vowing to confront that detestable Qingxiu upon their return to the sect to demand an explanation. After finishing the 2 signature dishes and wiping his mouth clean, Chu Xiaoge stood up. "Ladies, if you don't mind, how about we form a trio? Otherwise, you surely wouldn't want to forfeit this rare opportunity." Chapter 37. "You 2 don't trust me." Chu Xiaoge took a seat at the table across from the AI sisters. He noted that they bore a striking resemblance to one another. Clad in pristine white silk garments, their skin was flawless and pale, with a hint of rosy color on their cheeks, resembling celestial beings descended to the mortal realm. A perfect pair of sisters. "Were you eavesdropping on us?" AI Xiaoqi exclaimed, her eyes wide as she glared at Chu Xiaoge, who had taken a seat without any pretense. She frowned, her expression full of hostility. "I assure you, I was not eavesdropping, but merely overheard." Chu Xiaoge waved his hand dismissively. "Impossible." Ai Xiaoqi crossed her arms. Skepticism etched on her face. The two had spoken in hushed tones and even utilized spiritual energy to keep their conversation private. Ensuring that no one around could hear, Ai Jing interjected. "All right, Xiao Ai. Let's not be rude. Some individuals possess innate talents. Certain people have exceptionally keen eyesight, which can be further enhanced through cultivation. Perhaps this young man before us possesses extraordinary auditory acuity." Ai Xiaoqi averted her gaze towards the window, feeling somewhat placated by her sister's intervention. "My apologies. Young my sister does not mean to target you. She harbors a general distrust of men." Chu Xiaoge regarded Ai Xiaoqi with mild surprise. Understanding now why she seemed easily incensed and could sense her animosity, "No harm done. Let us continue discussing our potential partnership," he suggested, shifting his focus back to Ai Jing. The two sisters exhibited strikingly contrasting personalities. Ai Jing was gentle and graceful, while Ai Xiaoqi displayed a more fiery temperament. Nevertheless, they both possessed striking beauty and remarkable figures. Around them, numerous men in the inn were casting furtive glances in their direction. And as they noticed Chu Xiaoge sitting with the two sisters, he could feel waves of jealousy directed at him. Yet he remained unfazed. "Young sir, you might want to seek out another team. Our journey is perilous and may not suit you." Ai Jing shook her head, firmly declining the offer. "Men are all scoundrels. They dare to approach without any strength." Ai Xiaoqi pouted, looking disdainfully at Chu Xiaoge. Chu Xiaoge chuckled softly as he realized he was being underestimated. But it was hardly surprising. After all, he bore no visible aura of spiritual energy. Even a practitioner at the Unity Realm would find it impossible to detect any power emanating from him. Such was the benefit of his unique system. "Firstly, I must contest your claims," Chu Xiaoge said, intrigued as he looked at Ai Xiaoqi, raising a finger. "First, if you assert that all men are scoundrels, then I certainly do not fall into that category." He then raised a second finger. "Secondly, who said I lack strength? I believe I am still qualified to join a team of practitioners of the body refinement realm. My sister is at the 7th level of body refinement, while I am at the pinnacle of the 10th level," he added. As soon as he spoke, Ai Xiaoqi and Ai Jing both turned their gazes towards him, astonished. They had not expected him to ascertain their precise cultivation levels. They were certain that their earlier conversation had not included any mention of their realms, and how could this handsome young man, merely a mortal, possibly discern their cultivation, while they exuded an aura of practitioners? It was typically undetectable unless one was of significantly greater strength. "Am I qualified now?" Chu Xiaoge thought to himself, and with a mental command, a surge of power belonging to the pinnacle of body refinement realm was released from within him. Ding! The host unexpectedly showcased his prowess, earning 2 merit coins. Ai Jing and Ai Xiaoqi swallowed hard, their eyes wide with astonishment. The pinnacle of body refinement realm. Ai Xiaoqi gazed intently at Chu Xiaoge, astonished that this striking young man possessed strength equal to that of her sister. Concealed talent. Ai Jing steadied her thoughts, realizing that if this young man truly joined their team, their chances of success would significantly increase. After all, their original contact, Qing Xiao, was only at the 8th level of body refinement. "Young sir, may I inquire what your intentions are regarding compensation?" Ai Jing asked, skeptical that a stranger would offer assistance without some form of expectation in return. Chu Xiaoge's gaze swept across the Ai sisters. Noticing Ai Xiaoqi subtly shifting away, he smiled and said, "You likely won't believe me if I say I seek no compensation, but as for what I may request in return, I shall consider that later." As he spoke, he noticed Ai Jing opening her mouth to respond, but he quickly added, "Rest assured, I will not make any unreasonable demands. Everything will be within your acceptable limits." At this point, Ai Jing finally nodded, rising to extend her hand. "Young sir, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Ai Jing, and this is my sister, Ai Xiaoqi." Chu Xiaoge stood as well, gently taking Ai Jing's delicate, fair hand in his own. "Chu Xiaoge," he replied. Ding! The envy from the surrounding men earned him 3 merit coins. Chu Xiaoge was momentarily speechless, marveling at how such a thing was even possible. Casting a glance over, he noticed that the inn was filled with envious gazes directed at him, that, if looks could kill, he would likely have been slain by those jealous stares long ago. After a brief exchange with AI Jing, and having paid with spirit stones, the trio departed from the inn, leaving behind a group of men filled with regret for not having acted sooner. Once outside, Chu Xiaoge and his companions made their way through the crowd towards the forest. Known as the Lost Forest, the name Lost derives from the many who ventured into its depths seeking fortune, only to find themselves unable to escape its confines, forever lost within its embrace. At their current pace, they should reach their destination by tomorrow. Taking the lead was AI Jing, who held a rudimentary map of the Lost Forest in her hands. So far, no map has been able to accurately depict the entirety of the Lost Forest. Most merely marked the various regional levels and some perilous locations within. Chu Xiaoge nodded. He had never been here before, so he would follow along. The trio smoothly traversed the outskirts of the Lost Forest, where they encountered only ordinary ferocious beasts. They entered the Ding-level area. Suitable for Qi refining realm practitioners to explore, they maintained their steady pace. Except for Chu Xiaoge, AI Jing and AI Xiaoqi were both in the body refining realm, making this no challenge for them to be cautious ahead. We have now entered the Bing-level area, which harbors numerous ferocious beasts of the body refining realm, along with several dangerous spots. AI Jing cautioned, retracting her map. The trees and thickets before them were evidently much taller than those behind. The trio slowly stepped inside, and the surrounding spiritual energy became noticeably more abundant. AI Xiaoqi, now vigilant, surveyed her surroundings seriously. Retrieving a pink umbrella from her back, AI Jing remained equally on guard, wielding a brush about the length of her arm. Chu Xiaoge was taken aback. These weapons were rather uncommon, an umbrella and a brush. Nevertheless, both were specially crafted, exuding an aura befitting medium-grade spiritual artifacts. Although unaware of their true power, he couldn't help but acknowledge their impressive appearance. He pondered whether he should also acquire some distinctive weapons that would capture everyone's attention at a glance. Let us continue. There's no need for such caution with me around. Honestly, if a ferocious beast appears, I will handle it. If 10 come, I'll deal with all 10, rest assured. AI Jing, your precious herbs are safe with me. However, just as Chu Xiaoge finished speaking, he sensed 2 piercing gazes upon him. That moment. Both AI Jing and AI Xiaoqi cast him identical disbelieving glances. What, you two don't trust me? AI Xiaoqi, holding the umbrella in her right hand, surveyed the area, retorting, who said I don't trust you. I trust you completely. Chu Xiaoge smiled faintly, realizing that AI Xiaoqi's face was practically emblazoned with doubt. There was no alternative but to showcase his strength at some point. Otherwise, he would have no opportunity to impress along this journey. Almost forgetting the original intent of their quest, he let out a playful growl. Just as he was eager to encounter a ferocious beast, a roar echoed from a distance after they had advanced a short way. It was a warning from a beast, signaling them not to encroach upon its territory. Be careful, AI Jing advised, positioning herself protectively in front of AI Xiaoqi. Unlike humans, ferocious beasts possess not only formidable defenses, but also enter a furious state. Much like humans, when pushed to their limits, they can summon a surge of strength. Once a beast enters this frenzied state, its overall power can increase significantly. Stay back. Let me handle this. Chu Xiaoge leaped lightly, positioning himself in front of the AI sisters. It's merely a 7th-level body refining realm heavenly wolf beast, he remarked, gazing at the creature not far away, its body tensed and drool dripping from its fangs as it eyed the trio warily. The heavenly wolf approached cautiously. Although it faced 3 opponents, this territory belonged to it, and it would not tolerate any offense. Ferocious beasts are remarkably possessive of their domains. Exercise caution, AI Jing warned, furrowing her brow. Even she, facing a 7th-level body refining realm heavenly wolf, did not underestimate it. The wolf was swift and ranked high among ferocious beasts in terms of attack power. However, before AI Jing could finish her warning, Chu Xiaoge took another step forward. Boom! An overwhelming aura surged towards the heavenly wolf. The beast's expression shifted to one of fear, and with a howl, it retreated, vanishing from sight within moments. AI Jing and AI Xiaoqi exchanged startled looks. The heavenly wolf ran away because Chu Xiaoga's aura was directed solely at the wolf. AI Jing and AI Xiaoqi, standing behind him, had not fully grasped its intensity. Now you believe me, right? Let us boldly move ahead without looking back, Chu Xiaoga said, resting his hands behind his head. Previously, he had been addressed as a senior, as everyone regarded him as a formidable practitioner of the Unity realm. Thus, he deliberately maintained a demeanor befitting a senior, calm and composed. However, now the situation was different. The AI sisters considered him merely a body-refining realm practitioner, believing their strengths to be comparable. They did not hold anyone in particular in a WT this moment. Chu Xiaoga finally unleashed his true nature. Ding. Having impressed the sisters, he earned 2 points of admiration currency. Uncertain of how he had achieved this, the trio continued onward, with AI Xiaoqi trailing behind Chu Xiaoga. Whispering to herself, as they proceeded, the path remained unobstructed. Logically, they should have encountered numerous ferocious beasts. Yet, AI Jing noted that not a single beast obstructed their way, even as they traversed several territories claimed by various beasts. None appeared. This was quite puzzling that AI Jing felt perplexed. The ferocious beasts in the Bing level area were all of body-refining realm strength, and the strongest among them had even reached the pinnacle of the 10th level. Even AI Jing herself would not dare to confront them directly. Yet, it was clear that something was amiss. She could not sense even their presence, as if they had vanished in a thin air. What is strange. With me here, they naturally do not dare to show themselves. Chu Xiaoga chuckled nonchalantly. The scene before them was indeed orchestrated by him, as a 7th level Qi, refining realm practitioner, after frightening off the heavenly wolf. He had released his aura to envelop the entire Bing level area, instilling fear in the beasts. The ferocious beasts were not foolish. When faced with a human many times stronger than themselves, they dared not resist. Chu Xiaoga led the way while AI Jing kept a close watch. Could this truly be his doing? She mused, finding it somewhat far-fetched. They were all of similar strength. Could he possess some extraordinary talent that compelled the beasts to avoid him? Although her heart was filled with doubts, overall, AI Jing felt elated. She had initially anticipated a battle before reaching their destination, but now it appeared they could proceed without hindrance. Where is your sect located? Chu Xiaoga inquired, having learned from the earlier conversation that the AI sisters hail from the Wanhua sect. The Wanhua sect is unique in that it comprises only females, from the sect leader and elders down to the disciples and servants. It must be said that the name Wanhua is quite fitting. The Wanhua Mountain is situated in the eastern part of the southern frontier, directly across from the ancient Silver sect to the west. Chu Xiaoga nodded, noting that the distance was relatively considerable. The ancient Silver sect is located in the far west of the southern frontier, while the Wanhua sect lies in the east. Are you from Jiangqing? Young Master Chu? AI Jing relaxed her guard slightly and consciously inquired about his identity. She found this equally matched young man intriguing. Meanwhile, AI Xiaoqi, who had been feigning disinterest in Chu Xiaoga, subtly leaned forward upon hearing her sister's question. Her ears perked up in attention. No, I am merely visiting Jiangsheng for personal matters. I am a wandering cultivator, without any affiliation to a sect. Upon hearing this, the AI sisters were taken aback. A wandering cultivator? Could a mere wandering cultivator ascend to the pinnacle of the 10th level of the body refinement realm? AI Jing was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to continue the conversation. She observed that Chu Xiaoga's appearance suggested they were of similar age. Behind her stood a sect capable of providing a wealth of cultivation resources, which had enabled her to reach her current level. Moreover, within the sect, she was already a key disciple being cultivated, striving for the position of a core disciple this time. Yet now, Chu Xiaoga revealed to her that he was merely a wandering cultivator. AI Jing suddenly felt as if her years of self-assuredness had been misplaced. Was it possible that her innate talent was too lacking? Noticing the contemplative expressions on the two women, Chu Xiaoga offered reassurance. I merely possess a modicum of fortune. The fact that you have both cultivated to this level at such a young age makes you outstanding among your peers in the southern frontier. There is no need for self-doubt. Simply walk your own path AI Jing felt enlightened and nodded in agreement. Darn it, she almost faltered in her resolve. Her long-held confidence had teetered on the brink of collapse. AI Xiao Jing pouted, feeling that there was something peculiar about his words. If she were not mistaken, their destination should be at the juncture of the B and C grade regions. Chu Xiaoga gazed into the distance. With his current strength, he could sense numerous figures at the intersection of those two areas. Their direction was indeed towards that very spot. AI Jing nodded, her expression growing serious. The convergence of those two regions could potentially harbor peak body refinement realm beasts. And there was a significant likelihood of encountering spirit transformation realm beasts as well, if they were to encounter such creatures. AI Jing feared there would be no choice but to retreat. The disparity between the two realms was immense. Then let us quicken our pace. There are already many people gathering there. With that, Chu Xiaoga took the lead. Many people? The AI sisters raised their eyebrows. Had the news been leaked? Moreover, how did Chu Xiaoga know there were others present? The sisters exchanged glances, seeing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. Regardless, this was a crucial moment for them. If unforeseen complications arose, their chances of becoming core disciples might be dashed. With that thought, they hurried to catch up with Chu Xiaoga. Chapter 39. And meet to her astonishment, there truly was a spirit silk flower here. The spirit silk flower, a rare and precious medicinal herb that is seldom encountered in a century, serves as the primary ingredient for concocting the spirit elevation pill. In a clearing, 10 figures gathered before a dense thicket. Within that thicket, a bud awaited blooming, adorned with glimmering golden threads. Upon sighting the flower, the crowd erupted in excitement. The spirit silk flower, the spirit elevation pill, these were enough to drive anyone mad. All present were at the body refinement realm, with the next level being the coveted spirit transformation realm, a dream realm for all. The spirit elevation pill could allow a cultivator at the peak of the 10th level of body refinement realm to ascend directly to the spirit transformation realm without any risk of failure, even laying a solid foundation for their future in that realm. Let us establish some ground rules. One individual stepped forward, surveying the crowd. There's only one spirit silk flower, yet we are 10. How shall we divide it? The other 9 fell into contemplation. Indeed, a single spirit silk flower could only produce one spirit elevation pill. It was clear that dividing it would be problematic. What is there to divide? Whoever seizes it first claims it as theirs. Shall we compare statuses? A burly man at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm stepped forward. For him, the desire to acquire the spirit silk flower surpassed that of anyone else present. Upon hearing the news of its appearance, he had initially harbored skepticism. After all, such a rarity was seldom seen, even at major auctions, and he could never afford the exorbitant spirit stones. Thus, he approached with a mindset of mere curiosity. To his astonishment, it was indeed real. Since Brother Zhang has spoken, I have no objections that I concur. In an instant, consensus emerged among all. Whoever claimed it first would take it. There would be no precedence or regard for status. The capable would seize it. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Everyone began to subtly disperse, keenly aware of their surroundings, though their primary focus remained on the budding spirit silk flower. Yes, as soon as it bloomed, it would be time to act. Qingxiu, Yinzi, are you ready? Among the 10, 3 women stood apart, yet seemed to form a subtle alliance. The trio communicated silently through their spiritual energy, whispering amongst themselves, "Fear not. Sister Hua, this spirit silk flower shall surely be ours. Indeed, they will never suspect that the 3 of us are working together. We'll catch them off guard." Sister Hua nodded quietly in agreement. The 3 had arrived at the scene, not simultaneously, but rather with deliberate timing, feigning ignorance of one another to confuse the others, ensuring no one would perceive them as a united front targeting their plans. This strategy proved remarkably clever. At present, none paid them any heed to the onlookers. They were merely 3 frail women. It's about to bloom. The crowd's attention was fixed on the spirit silk flower. That moment, the flower began to tremble slightly, releasing a potent fragrance that enveloped the area. As the aroma wafted through the air, the crowd inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated and their tension easing. How marvelous! Even the yet-to-bloom fragrance had such a profound effect. Everyone eagerly anticipated the flower's full bloom. Buzz. Not long after, Amidst the crowd's anticipation, spirals of spiritual energy began to converge frantically, enveloping the budding spirit silk flower, which was greedily absorbing the surrounding essence. The fragrance intensified in the blink of an eye. The bud unfurled before their eyes, releasing an intoxicating aroma. The spirit silk flower is mine. Ha! Dream on. Whoever stand in my way shall meet their end. In unison, all 10 figures sprang into action, none willing to yield. Oh no! As 3 figures raced forward, drawing closer to the spirit silk flower, Jing suddenly spotted a distant commotion, sensing several waves of spiritual energy. Don't worry, they won't easily claim it. Chu Xiaoga smiled, his gaze deep and resolute. We are but outsiders. For the beasts that have grown in the forsaken woods all their lives, they understand the forest better than anyone else. Thus, this spirit silk flower is not merely a prize for cultivators. It is likely being guarded by those beasts from the outset. Jing and Xiaoqi nodded in understanding. That makes sense. With this realization, the trio pressed onward, their initial worries easing somewhat. In contrast, Chu Xiaoga maintained a state of utmost ease. Roar! Just as they reached their destination, a deafening roar echoed, accompanied by an overwhelming and unassailable presence. A spirit transformation realm beast. All present recoiled in shock. The 10 had arrived at the thicket with remarkable speed, mere moments away from harvesting the spirit silk flower, but disaster struck. The spirit transformation realm beast. 2 cultivators, slightly weaker in level, were caught off guard, their bodies exploding under the force of the beast's sonic roar. Blood sprayed onto the ground, staining the thicket crimson in the eyes of the remaining onlookers. Only gravity remained. Everyone was jolted into awareness. They had not anticipated that the spirit silk flower would have such an impact on their minds. N01 was foolish. How could they overlook the dangers posed by such a rare and precious herb? Yet it was precisely this allure that ignited their inner greed, causing them to momentarily forget everything else. Roar! As a thunderous roar echoed through the air, a colossal figure rapidly darted from the distance. Upon catching sight of this silhouette, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. It was a gigantic azure serpent. Most notably, the serpent was already adorned with patches of scales, and its lantern-sized eyes brimmed with an unsettling humanity. This was a creature on the verge of transforming into a dragon. A heavy tension gripped the crowd. There was no way to contend with such a beast. Everyone, this spirit silk flower is beyond my reach. I shall take my leave. Me too. In an instant, 2 individuals hastily retreated, not daring to look back. With one leading the way, a multitude began to withdraw. It was absurd. They were not willing to gamble their lives. While ascending to the spirit transformation realm was significant, it was not imperative to consume the spirit transformation pill. This suicidal scenario was best avoided. Soon, only 5 figures remained in the arena, 3 women and 2 men. To their shock, it was a python poised to transform into a dragon, a python that had been cultivating for 5 centuries. This serpent had undoubtedly been training for 500 years, merely a step away from its transformation. Sister Hua, what should we do? Qingxiu gazed fearfully at the towering figure that seemed to pierce the heavens. She had promised in the sect to assist the AI sisters in obtaining the spirit silk flower. But her intentions had been duplicitous. Sister Hua was her true allegiance. Upon witnessing the emergence of the giant python, she, like the others, had longed to flee. There was no chance to escape now, if it were another beast. Perhaps a few could still take the risk, but a 500-year-old python was an insurmountable presence. The giant python flicked its tongue in fury. It had guarded this location for a century, only to have someone covet the spirit silk flower. Truly a death wish. Alas, we must retreat. Sister Hua ultimately shook her head. The python, impatiently flicking its tongue, realized that if they did not withdraw soon, they would miss their chance. What a pity. Thus the 3 turned to flee. Meanwhile, the 2 men at the peak of the 10th layer of the body refinement realm felt a tinge of reluctance. Let us go. The duo nodded and simultaneously initiated their attack. Their spiritual weapons manifested as they channeled their full might. Both unleashed their most formidable strikes toward the giant python. Boom! However, what awaited them was a sweeping tail. With a thunderous crash, The massive serpent's tail slammed the two men into the ground as the tail lifted. The two figures had already exploded into nothingness. Sister Hua and the other two women turned back to witness this, their faces paling. They felt no sorrow, only relief. Thankfully, reason had triumphed over greed. Sister, I told you that Qingxiu was untrustworthy. She truly is a wretch, promising to you before running off to the flower villain. Sister, what should we do next? That python is on the verge of transforming into a dragon, in a concealed location. Chu Xiaoge and his companions observed the entire scene unfold. They witnessed the five who had decisively retreated first, followed by the three women who reluctantly withdrew, and finally the two men who perished due to their avarice. Ai Jing gazed at the three figures gradually fading into the distance, her eyes cold. Initially, she had comforted herself with the notion that Qingxiu was merely delayed, not intentionally abandoning them. She had never considered herself to be particularly kind-hearted. Once they returned to the sect, she would seek her out. Ai Jing's expression was indifferent. Having offered sufficient rewards, it was appalling that such a betrayal occurred. She turned her gaze back to the giant python and said, "We should also leave." Sigh. Ai Xiaoqi nodded in disappointment. They had traveled countless miles from the sect to Jiang City. Preparing for so long to IT was quite regrettable and disheartening. Why leave? I am still here. Did I not mention before that I would assist you in obtaining this spirit silk flower? Chapter 40. Young Master, Senior, thank you. Young Master Chu, I'm deeply grateful to you that we should not risk our lives in a hopeless endeavor for my sake. Ai Jing looked at Chu Xiaoge with gratitude, feeling profoundly moved at that moment. Regardless of whether his words were genuine or whether he would act upon them, it mattered not. The mere fact that he could utter such sentiments was commendable. In comparison, Qingxiu incited her ire even more. Chu, do not utter empty boasts. Chu Xiaoge replied with a confident smile, rising to his feet and stepping forward. Young Master Chu. Ai Jing's face changed dramatically, but the giant python had already taken notice. As the serpent sensed the commotion, its gaze locked onto Chu Xiaoge. Unfazed, he continued his approach toward the giant python, neither hastening nor hesitating. You little rascal! Ai Xiaoqi stomped her foot, brandishing her long umbrella as she stepped forward. Simultaneously, Ai Jing followed closely with her long pen in hand. They could not simply stand by and watch Chu Xiaoge sacrifice himself for their sake. You have not disappointed me. You are indeed worthy of my assistance in obtaining the spirit silk flower. Chu Xiaoge smiled over his shoulder at the AI sisters that in truth, even if they had not emerged, he would have fulfilled his promise. He intended to help them acquire the spirit silk flower. However, despite knowing it was a death wish, they still stepped forward. Such individuals were deserving of his efforts. The giant python flicked its tongue, its eyes fixated on the diminutive figure before IT. IT was perplexed as to why this man exhibited no fear. It could sense that he bore no hint of trepidation. Most importantly, it felt no trace of spiritual energy from him, as if he were an ordinary person, not a practitioner. With each advancing step, Chu Xiaoge's aura surged with intensity. You, having cultivated for hundreds of years, are now on the verge of transforming into a dragon after 500 years. I understand the challenges you have faced in your cultivation. This spirit silk flower, formed over a century, is likely what you seek to consume in preparation for your transformation against the heavenly tribulation. With his final step, he stood before the giant python. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to stir wildly, rushing toward him like a tempest. This aura, body refinement realm peak? No, it continues to climb. Spirit transformation realm peak? No, it resembles the elemental separation realm. Ai Jing and Ai Xiaoqi halted in disbelief. Both gazed incredulously at Chu Xiaoge's back, witnessing the emergence of his formidable presence. Initially, they had assumed he would peak at the 10th layer of the body refinement realm. Yet it had not ceased there. He had surpassed the body refinement realm, reaching the spirit transformation realm, and even amid their astonishment, his aura continued to ascend. Body refinement realm aura. Now, it was evidently a terrifyingly powerful presence, far beyond that of the body refinement realm, approaching the elemental separation realm. Chu Xiaoge felt the strength coursing within him. Currently, he was at the 7th layer of the body refinement realm, But when he exerted his full power, he possessed the might of the elemental separation realm. This was why the AI sisters could discern the aura of the elemental separation realm. Roar. The giant python's voice transformed from a mere hiss to a gradually emerging dragon's roar. Its massive form instinctively recoiled. It was utterly astonished. What was happening? How could this person be so powerful? Ding! Shock rippled through the two women and the serpent. Congratulations, host. Strength has risen to the 8th layer of the body refinement realm. The giant python believed that even if it exerted its utmost effort, it would not withstand a single strike from this individual. Young Master Chu.ai Jing and AI Xiaoqi were rendered speechless in astonishment. It turned out he had never been jesting. All his words were indeed true. Let us proceed without such caution. I am here. Truthfully, if a beast appears, I shall take it on. If 10 appear, I will confront all 10. With me here, AI Jing, your medicinal herb is secured. Ai Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled, her previous arrogance evaporating in an instant. Chu Xiaoga lifted his gaze to the giant python and declared, I do not engage in wanton slaughter. I understand the difficulties of your cultivation. Yet, you should recognize that even if you consume this spirit silk flower, you cannot guarantee a successful transformation into a dragon. It would be a perilous endeavor for you, fraught with danger. However, I find you intriguing, and I can assist you in achieving your transformation. The two women and the serpent were left dumbfounded. Such audacity was unprecedented. Transforming a serpent into a dragon required enduring a heavenly tribulation. This was an act of defiance against the heavens. Hence, the heavenly tribulation aimed to thwart them, rendering it a life-or-death struggle. Never had anyone dared to promise assistance in overcoming the heavenly tribulation. Not even someone at the elemental separation realm. System, is there a way to enable this serpent to speak? I cannot communicate with it. Chu Xiaoga wore a frustrated expression. He had made a grand statement. Yet the giant python could only listen and not respond, which was quite vexing. Host, you may purchase the opening words pill, a specialized elixir designed to allow beasts to speak. As Chu Xiaoga opened the purchasing interface, he noticed that the system had conveniently pinned the Cayenne Dan at the top. Cayenne Dan, a mystical pill capable of enabling beasts to articulate human speech, priced at 5 shio coins. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiaoga spent 10 shio coins to procure 2 of them. He had a colorful tiger at home and intended to give it one upon his return. This is the Cayenne Dan. Consume it and you'll be able to speak human language. With a flick of his finger, the golden Cayenne Dan floated before the giant python. Cayenne Dan. The AI sisters and the giant python were taken aback. Could it be that this legendary elixir truly exists? Generally, a beast must reach the spirit origin realm to articulate human speech. Yet the Cayenne Dan defies such limitations. Once ingested, any beast can speak. Chu Xiaoga consistently challenged the AI sister's understanding. The giant python cautiously sniffed the elixir, a profound intuition from within assuring it of the pill's beneficial nature, devoid of any harm. Furthermore, this formidable man before it seemed far too honorable to deceive. Thus, without hesitation, the giant python opened its mouth and swallowed the Cayenne Dan burp. Upon consuming the elixir, the giant python let out a hearty belch. Truly the legendary Cayenne Dan. Thank you, esteemed human. Ding! The python's gratitude earned Chu Xiaoga 5 shio coins. What a stroke of luck! The Cayenne Dan, valued at 5 shio coins, had effectively cost him nothing. Ai Xiaoqi gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. This was her first encounter witnessing a beast articulate human speech. Esteemed predecessor, you must know that in order to transform into a dragon, I must face the heavenly tribulation. This formidable trial is something even your most powerful human cultivators would hesitate to confront. The giant python was acutely aware of the heavenly tribulation, a force it had sensed since contemplating its ascension. It had witnessed a fellow python perish in the fierce struggle against the tribulation. In its understanding, few beasts survive such an ordeal. That I possess a method. Come seek me in a month. Chu Xiaoga stamped a mark onto the giant python. The python felt a slight tremor at that moment. It could distinctly sense Chu Xiaoga's location. Very well. The python nodded. Esteemed predecessor, I must take my leave now that I cannot linger in the outside world for too long, lest the heavenly tribulation senses my presence. Go. Chu Xiaoga understood that this giant python was on the brink of facing the tribulation. Were it not for the spirit silk flower, the python would likely have concealed itself to avoid detection. Beasts dare not confront the tribulation unprepared, unless absolutely necessary. With Chu Xiaoga's response, the giant python gracefully slithered away into the depths of the forest. For the python, a single cayenne dan was indeed a tremendous treasure. In truth, the spirit silk flower could hardly compare. Now, it merely needed to visit the esteemed predecessor in a month. Let us give it a try that I doubt anything will go awry. He trusted that this human predecessor had no reason to deceive it. With a wave of his hand, Chu Xiaoga grasped the spirit silk flower. Delicate golden threads adorned the petals, exuding exquisite beauty. Turning, he approached the AI sisters and remarked, "I did not deceive you, did I?" Chu Gongzi, esteemed predecessor. AI Jing clutched her attire's hem, while AI Xiaoqi nibbled her red lip. For a moment, they were at a loss for how to respond. Chu Xiaoga discerned their awkwardness. They had always regarded him as an equal, sharing laughter along the journey. Now, the disparity in their strengths had created an insurmountable chasm, altering the nature of their relationship. Take this. With a gentle smile, he opened AI Jing's hand, placing the spirit silk flower within it. Now that you have the spirit silk flower, do not disappoint me. You must become a core disciple of the sect. Chapter 41. I never strike a woman, rest assured. With this spirit silk flower, I will surely ascend to the spirit transformation realm. AI Jing declared, her confidence renewed. However, I truly thank you, esteemed predecessor. As a cultivator, you are stronger than I. You are indeed my superior. Once AI Jing came to this realization, any lingering embarrassment dissipated. She carefully stowed the spirit silk flower away, noting that those who had arrived earlier were now retreating upon witnessing the giant python. Having nearly given up hope, who could have anticipated Chu Xiaoga's intervention? And what an astonishing display it was. Only then did they comprehend why they had encountered no beasts along the way. It was all thanks to Chu Xiaoga. Let us return. The trio did not linger further and retrace their steps. Beyond a lost forest, Hua Shiji and her companions had emerged, still feeling a twinge of trepidation, especially when they turned to see two peak-level cultivators of the body refinement realm being effortlessly crushed by the giant python. Cold sweat drenched their backs. They could only feel relief. What a pity, Qing Xiu sighed, shaking her head. Had Shiji obtained the spirit silk flower, her ascension to the spirit transformation realm would have been assured. By then, she and AI Jing would have undoubtedly competed for the core disciple position without question. With her guidance, my status within the sect would have soared, and I would have received ample resources for cultivation. As long as AI Jing doesn't acquire it, I'm content. Hua Shiji shook her head. Though she lamented not obtaining the spirit silk flower, she found solace in the fact that AI Jing likely hadn't either. She must be on her way back to the sect by now. The three of them chuckled lightly. The news of the spirit silk flower had been relayed by the sect elders. Both AI Jing and Hua Shiji sought assistance from fellow disciples, but Hua Shiji had intentionally spread the information, which explained the presence of numerous outsiders, who said we had already returned. I believe you all are rather disappointed. Aren't you? AI Jing coldly regarded the three figures before her. Hua Shiji and her companion stiffened, recognizing the familiar voice. Turning around, they found the AI sisters, accompanied by an unfamiliar young man. Qing Xiu, you wretched woman. I suspected your ill intentions from the beginning, and it seems my doubts were well-founded, AI Xiaoqi accused, pointing at the woman clad in azure. Qing Xiu's expression darkened, her heart fluttering with unease. Logically, the AI sister should have returned home after not waiting for her. Why were they still lingering here at this moment? Each to their own, with their faces already marred, and given their competitive relationship, Hua Shiji stepped forward. Are you implying that I cannot arrange for someone to create a disturbance? AI Jing chuckled. Oh, just wait until the assessment. I will show you how I defeat you. Yinzi, as a fellow disciple of the Wanhua sect, she scoffed. Dream on. You think you can defeat Hua Shiji? Your master was no match for hers. Decades have passed, and even now, her disciples cannot compete with Hua Shiji. How laughable. Ha! AI Jing and AI Xiaoqi's expressions turned icy. their gazes fixed on the three, flames of fury igniting within their hearts. You will see soon enough. We have indeed acquired the spirit silk flower. I Xiaoqi seethed with contempt. Impossible. Hua Shiji was incredulous. In her eyes, I Xiaoqi was merely boasting. How could that be? Do you think we did not witness your panic flight before the giant python? As her words fell, Hua Shiji and her companions furrowed their brows. Could it be true? If no one else had spread the news, it implied that the AI sisters had witnessed the event firsthand. No wonder AI Jing was so bold as to claim she would defeat her. Hua Shiji's expression shifted, and the trio swiftly surrounded AI Jing and AI Xiaoqi. I must ask, Xiaoqi, are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? I care not whether you obtained the spirit silk flower. Today, you must hand it over. Hua Shiji coldly glared at the AI sisters, her heart racing with excitement. If they had indeed stumbled upon the spirit silk flower, it would be a stroke of luck for her. The three of them could easily overpower the two of them, as for the young man beside them. He was far too weak to be of concern. Sister, they seem intent on robbing us, AI Xiaoqi remarked, seemingly belatedly realizing the situation, provoking a fresh wave of mockery from Hua Shiji and her companions. Quickly hand it over, or do not blame me for disregarding the bonds of our sect. While I cannot kill you, I can certainly ensure you endure some pain. Chu Xiaoga stood quietly by the side, pondering why AI Xiaoqi took the initiative to reveal that they had obtained the Ling Sea flower. This was merely a ploy devised by him to provoke them into speaking. His intention was to thoroughly deal with Sister Hua and her companions. Given their understanding of Sister Hua, it was certain that she would opt for a robbery. Thus, it was hardly surprising that they showed no mercy. Hey, I say, aren't you all from the same sect? How can you disregard the bonds of sisterhood so easily? Chu Xiaoga observed the increasingly tense situation, estimating that a battle would erupt in the next moment. Qin Xiu cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xiaoga and remarked, "Who is this pretty boy? You're with AI, Jing, and the others. Aren't you? You'd best leave, or you might find yourself caught in the fray. Get lost," Yanzi shouted coldly. Chu Xiaoga twisted his neck. To be honest, this was the first time he had been scolded by a woman. He had done nothing wrong, merely spoken a word of fairness, and was met with verbal assault. "I never lay a hand on women," Chu Xiaoga muttered to himself. "Senior Chu, please be gentle," AI Jing said with a sympathetic expression. Looking at Sister Hua and her companions with a gaze that suggested they were fools, Ai Xiaoqi couldn't help but chuckle, clutching her stomach. She never expected these three dimwits would dare to insult Chu Xiaoga. What strength did Chu Xiaoga possess? He was someone who even a giant python would address as senior. Slap, slap, slap. Three resounding slaps echoed. Instantly, red handprints appeared on the faces of Sister Hua and her companions. Their faces flushed in pain. They covered their stinging cheeks, astonished that AI Jing did not strike, nor did AI Xiaoqi this moment. Only the young man remained beside them, and AI Jing referred to him as senior. What could his strength be? Suddenly, a thought surged within Sister Hua. How had the AI sisters obtained the Ling Sea flower? With their capabilities, it was impossible for them to wrest it from the jaws of a giant python. There could only be one possibility. Someone had lent a helping hand, and that person was very likely this young man. How can you be so untrustworthy? Didn't you say you wouldn't strike women? Yanzi exclaimed, covering her face, her expression a mix of anger and grievance, as she looked at Chu Xiaoga. Everyone wasn't foolish. He had slapped them without the slightest movement from them, indicating his unfathomable strength. Chu Xiaoga shrugged and replied, "I indeed did not lay a hand on you." Ai Xiaoqi burst into laughter once more. "I apologize, senior." Sister Hua regained her composure and hurriedly bowed to Chu Xiaoga. Qin Xiu and Yin Zi followed suit. They were all adults. If they lacked even this basic discernment, their long lives and arduous training would have been in vain. What would be the consequences of provoking someone far stronger than oneself? They dared not contemplate the repercussions. They also refrained from mentioning their sect, for since the young man knew AI Jing and AI Xiaoqi, he undoubtedly knew of the Wanhua sect. The fact that he was aware of the Wanhua sect, yet still struck them, indicated that he cared little for it. Ding! The fear emanating from the three women earned him 3 Xiu coins. Scram, and don't let me see you again. Sister Hua and her companions nodded, promptly disappearing down the street without a backward glance. Thank you, Senior, for helping us relieve our grievances, AI Jing expressed, clasping her fists in gratitude towards Chu Xiao. Do you think they might ambush us again on the way? After all, they have the advantage in numbers. Chu Xiaoga stroked his chin. Although the three had some attractiveness, they were evidently not the most agreeable individuals. If they had the audacity for one robbery, they could easily attempt a second to TO them. Fellow disciples were hardly significant. They would do whatever it took to obtain what they desired. Indeed, AI Xiaoqi nodded, acknowledging the high likelihood of such an occurrence, especially Sister Hua, who could very well resort to such measures. Given that this matter concerned the competition for core disciples, upon realizing AI Jing had obtained the Ling Sea flower, she would have little hope left. This was something she did not wish to witness. Thus, regardless of the means, she would find a way to seize the Ling Sea flower. Chu Xiaoga turned to the AI sisters and declared, "Since it was I who suggested you disclose your acquisition of a Ling Sea flower, it falls upon me to resolve this matter. I shall bestow upon you a spiritual artifact. With this artifact in hand, defeating them will be but a mere formality." Chapter 42. The banquet. Chu Xiaoga opened his hand. In a flash of spiritual light flickered momentarily. In his left hand appeared a brush approximately 3 feet in length, its body a deep black, intricately carved with landscapes, exquisite and marvelous. The brush's tip, as pristine as snow, evoked a sense of tranquility at first glance. Upon the emergence of the spiritual artifact, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards it uncontrollably. An exceptional spiritual artifact. AI Jing and AI Xiaoqi's eyes widened in disbelief, their mouths agape in astonishment. This is the Mountain River Brush, an exceptional spiritual artifact, AS for its wonders. You shall experience them for yourself later. Chu Xiaoga casually flicked his wrist, sending the Mountain River Brush flying towards AI Jing. AI Jing's heart trembled, fearing the brush might fall. She hurriedly caught it. Upon holding the Mountain River Brush, AI Jing felt an immense power contained within it. With this brush, she knew she could effortlessly defeat Sister Hua and her companions. AI Jing caressed the Mountain River Brush lovingly, but after a few breaths, she took a deep breath and said, "Senior, this Mountain River Brush is far too precious. I cannot accept it." What a jest. The best spiritual artifact in their sect was merely of upper-grade quality. Exceptional spiritual artifacts existed only among the top-tier powers like the ancient Silver Sect. Chu Xiaoga waved his hand dismissively. "I never retract gifts I bestow, and exceptional spiritual artifacts hold little value for me." Upon hearing this, AI Jing responded, and AI Xiaoqi joined in. "Ding, the host has made a grand gesture, earning 5 Xiao coins." Chu Xiaoga felt a surge of joy. Truth be told, he did not lack exceptional spiritual artifacts, as long as he had enough Xiao coins. He could exchange for as many as he desired. "In that case, I shall accept it. Senior Chu, I owe you a favor." With that, AI Jing bowed deeply while cradling the Mountain River Brush. "Senior, you aren't harboring feelings for my sister, are you?" AI Xiaoqi looked at AI Jing with envy before shifting her gaze to Chu Xiaoga. Scrutinizing him closely, she examined him from various angles and thought, perhaps there was indeed a sense of a talented man and a beautiful woman. Indeed, AI Jing's face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, "Do not speak nonsense, Xiao AI." With a flourish of his sleeves, Chu Xiaoga produced a neatly folded long umbrella, its entirety a delicate pink, the tip resembling a sharp sword. The long umbrella materialized. Like the Mountain River Brush, it caused the surrounding spiritual energy to become turbulent. This was the Flower Sword Umbrella, another exceptional spiritual artifact. With a whoosh, the Flower Sword Umbrella floated directly in front of AI Xiaoqi. AI Xiaoqi was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the umbrella before her. Akati took a while before she stammered, "Senior, you wouldn't be interested in both my sister and me at the same time, would you?" Chu Xiaoga, ding. The shock from the sisters earned him 10 Xiao coins. Ding. The gratitude from the sisters elevated his strength to the 9th level of the refining pill realm. Ultimately, AI Xiaoqi accepted the exceptional spiritual artifact. Amidst their overwhelming gratitude, Chu Xiaoga indicated he would take his leave. Thus, The three parted ways, each heading in a different direction. The gains were considerable, although he spent 20 Xiao coins to exchange for 2 exceptional spiritual artifacts. He also received a return of 15 Xiao coins and even advanced a small level in strength.be. By any measure, this was a profitable transaction. Chu Xiaoge felt compelled to take his leave, lest he fear that the imaginative AI, Xiaoqi, might offer herself in gratitude. Having departed from the fallen forest, Chu Xiaoge returned to the Chu Manor. Despite the day's busy activities, he felt no fatigue. With each increase in strength, he sensed significant changes within himself. For the next few days, he decided to stabilize his realm. Opening the information interface, relevant data promptly appeared. Host, Chu Xiaoge Realm. 9th level of the Refining Pill Realm Xiao Coins. 130 Spiritual Artifacts. Tianqing Sword. Qian Kuan Boots, Jiutian Thunder Ring, Xianqing Gourd, Jiutian Immortal Garb. Note, all are exceptional spiritual artifacts. Others, Qingwan Egg, Ancient Bell, 9 Turns Reincarnation Pill, Mysterious Short Sword, 1,000 Bottles of Pills, 100 million Spiritual Stones. Task, prevent the escape of the Heavenly Evil Elder. Upon perceiving the information, Chu Xiaoge nodded in satisfaction. As his strength continuously grew, so too did his responsibilities. Consequently, in the following days, he remained sequestered within his abode. Although the cultivation environment here paled in comparison to that of the Xiandao Mountain, he was fortunate to possess an abundance of elixirs, which he had procured from the Geo sect. Among these elixirs were several that could stabilize one's realm. Senior Chu, are you there? At an indeterminate moment, a voice called from outside the residence. Chu Xiaoge opened his eyes, understanding that the banquet had arrived. He pushed open the door, revealing the familiar figure of Jiang Lang, accompanied by the equally recognizable Fire Lion carriage. Indeed, Jiang Gongzi's prowess had increased yet again as Chu Xiaoge gazed upon Jiang Lang. He noted how the latter had become increasingly spirited since his recovery, with his strength advancing steadily. All of this was thanks to Senior Chu. Jiang Lang clasped his hands in respect. The two then boarded the Fire Lion carriage, which began to glide smoothly towards the royal residence. Inside the carriage, neither felt the slightest tremor. The Fire Lion moved with remarkable steadiness. Jiang Lang discreetly observed Chu Xiaoge, sensing an inexplicable impression that the senior had grown even stronger. Senior Chu, at this banquet, there are no outsiders, only the descendants of the Jiang family. The prince has specifically invited you to express his gratitude to everyone in the Jiang household. Chu Xiaoge nodded. It was evident that Jiang Lang was indeed the favored child of Prince Jiang Haisheng, as the rumor suggested. Despite his early challenges in cultivation, Jiang Haisheng had not abandoned him. Instead, he had employed every possible elixir and sought out countless powerful individuals, never yielding in his efforts. Truly, he was a remarkable father. Chu Xiaoge mused quietly, considering that had Jiang Lang belonged to another noble family, he might have been discarded as a failure long ago. Take Prince Jiang Haisheng as an example. He had several sons, and the loss of one would be inconsequential. Moreover, Jiang Lang had been plagued by cultivation issues. Yet, unexpectedly, Jiang Haisheng defied everyone's expectations, not only refusing to give up, but also growing increasingly concerned for his son. Was there something particularly special about Jiang Lang? With intention, Chu Xiaoge glanced at the composed Jiang Lang, but he himself lacked the ability to discern anything extraordinary. The system had previously noted that Jiang Lang merely possessed decent cultivation talent. Senior Chu, we have arrived. Jiang Lang alighted first, then lifted the golden carriage curtain. Chu Xiaoge stepped down from the Fire Lion carriage, facing the grand entrance of the Jiang residence. At this moment, the doors of the Jiang residence were wide open, revealing a seemingly endless expanse beyond. One could only imagine the magnitude of the Jiang estate. Young Master Lang, you have returned. As soon as Chu Xiaoge and Jiang Lang disembarked, an elderly man rushed out from within the gates. Uncle Zhang, this is Senior Chu, Jiang Lang introduced. Uncle Zhang had been the gatekeeper of the Jiang residence for decades. Apart from facing the prince, he had never witnessed young Master Lang show such respect to anyone else. Uncle Zhang's gaze fell upon Chu Xiaoge, who remained calm and composed, revealing no particular traits that stood out. Yet, it was precisely this composure that left Uncle Zhang feeling astonished. I have met Senior Chu. Chapter 43. Even without display. There is still display moreover. It was worth noting that tonight's banquet at the Jiang residence was exclusively for the Jiang family descendants. The fact that young Master Lang had brought along an outsider was a matter worthy of Uncle Zhang's contemplation. It was clear that this youth was no ordinary individual. Ding! The respectful greeting from the Jiang residence's gatekeeper earned 1 show coin for Chu Xiaoge. He acknowledged Uncle Zhang with a nod. Pleased to have gained a show coin. Have the others arrived? Jiang Lang inquired. Everyone is already here. Only young Master Lang was missing. Jiang Lang turned to Chu Xiaoge and extended his hand, saying, Please, Junior has done well. Reaching the 8th level of Qi refinement. By the end of the year, he should attain the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Xiaoer is also impressive. Having recently entered the body refinement realm, I didn't expect Gunner to reach the 9th level of Qi refinement as well. It seems the children have not been idle this year, their strengths advancing remarkably. Inside the grand hall of the Chu residence, dozens of figures were seated along the long table, engaged in lively conversation and exuding a harmonious atmosphere. Indeed, it brings me great joy to witness the children diligently pursuing their cultivation. Suddenly, a deep and resonant voice reverberated through the hall. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately rose from their seats. Haisheng, Uncle, Jiang Haisheng, the prince of the southern frontier, was also the eldest of his family, with 4 younger brothers and a sister following him. Upon his arrival, the children noticeably grew more reserved, fully aware of their uncle's stern demeanor and formidable strength, which instilled a sense of fear in them. Where is Lang'er? Someone curiously asked, scanning the surroundings, seemingly missing Jiang Lang's presence. Jiang Haisheng took his seat at the head of the table, unhurriedly responding, No need to worry. He has gone to invite someone. As words fell, a tremor rippled through the crowd. What did he mean? Jiang Lang had gone to invite someone. Who could it be? This was the Jiang family banquet, attended solely by members of the Jiang household, and apart from a few who resided outside the southern frontier, all should have been present. Therefore, Jiang Lang could only be inviting an outsider. Upon this realization, everyone felt a mix of trepidation and curiosity. Clearly, Jiang Haisheng was aware of this development. Who could it be? Whispers of speculation began to circulate among the guests. Was it the master of the first martial arts academy in Jiang City? Or perhaps the head of the Tianji Pavilion? The hall fell silent, with no one daring to speak further. Before long, the sound of soft footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Everyone turned to see Jiang Haisheng standing up from his seat at the head table. As he moved, the curiosity of the guests intensified. Following Jiang Haisheng's lead, they all stepped outside the hall. Before them appeared 2 figures. Point 1 was the familiar Jiang Lang, and beside him stood an unfamiliar young man. Is this the person he invited? Some wondered. Could it be a friend of Jiang Lang's? What foolishness is this? Although there were murmurs of discontent in their hearts, no one dared voice their thoughts. Father, I have brought Senior Chu. Jiang Lang's declaration fell like a hammer, striking the hearts of all present. Senior Chu? Yet, even more astonishing was Jiang Haisheng's response as he stepped forward, clasping his hands towards the young man, saying, I am Jiang Haisheng. It is an honor to meet you. Senior Chu, ding! The host's silence stunned the entire assembly, granting him 10 show coins. Jiang Haisheng scrutinized Chu Xiaoge closely, inwardly astonished, for he could not fathom the latter's strength. It was as if he were peering into an unfathomable abyss, impossible to comprehend. Chu Xiaoge has met the prince. Chu Xiaoge remained unfazed. He had encountered all manner of storms in his life and felt no excitement at the presence of Prince. Please take your seats. Jiang Haisheng waved his long robe, and the guests resumed their seats. Chu Xiaoge was positioned at the front row of the long table, closest to Jiang Haisheng. This is Senior Chu. From now on, everyone must treat him with respect. Although Jiang Haisheng did not elaborate, his words conveyed the gravity of the situation. It was clear that this youth was formidable enough to warrant such deference. Having personally been welcomed by Jiang Haisheng and referred to as Senior, it was evident that in the southern frontier, no one else enjoyed such an honor. For everyone knew that Jiang Haisheng was among the most powerful figures in the region. Even some hidden old masters did not possess this privilege. Thus, the only conceivable explanation lay in the youth's strength. The guests dared not continue their speculations. The thought was simply too terrifying. Senior Chu. Everyone rose and bowed respectfully towards Chu Xiaoge, their expressions a mix of reverence and curiosity. As the servants began to arrange the delicacies, conversations resumed, though most centered around the younger generation. The adults understood that their own strengths had likely reached their limits. Barring any fortuitous encounters, their fates were sealed. However, the children were different. They still possessed boundless potential. The year-end assessments will proceed as usual, so you young ones must strive hard. Jiang Haisheng raised his wine cup and took a sip, prompting everyone to sit up straight. The children, in particular, became increasingly animated. Every year, the Jiang family holds an assessment to evaluate the competition among these children, determining which child is the strongest and which has made the most significant progress. Beyond the prestige it brings, there are substantial rewards to be gained. Furthermore, the victor will be granted a bounty of cultivation resources from the Jiang estate for the following year. This year, I will undoubtedly be the strongest. One boasted. Puffed. What are you so proud of? I haven't even spoken yet, another retorted. Enough of this. I'm the strongest. The children straightened their backs, each vying for supremacy. Most of these children were around 10 years old. Representing the freshest and youngest blood of the Jiang family. Is Lang go participating? A chubby boy inquired, gazing at Jiang Lang, who was munching on a snack. Instantly, all eyes turned to Jiang Lang in recent years. He had participated in the assessments, but everyone knew he seemed to have a physical ailment, making little to no progress in his cultivation. Another year had passed, and the other children had improved their abilities. If Jiang Lang participated again, he would likely finish at the bottom. Of course, I will participate, and I intend to secure first place, Jiang Lang declared, meeting the gazes of the crowd in previous instances. He would have chosen to shy away at such moments. However, today was different. Except for Jiang Haisheng and Chu Xiaoge, no one else was aware that Jiang Lang's health had returned to normal. Haha, then prepare to be defeated by me, a young girl exclaimed, raising her delicate fist. I didn't defeat you last year, but I've improved this year. You didn't see that coming, did you? The crowd chuckled. Jiang Lang shook his head as he looked at his younger sister, who was 2 years his junior. If one were to consider past performances, he might indeed risk losing. His sister possessed an extraordinary talent for cultivation, and despite being younger, she consistently emerged as a dark horse. However, this time, their calculations were wrong. Let me instill some despair in you. Jiang Lang smiled lightly, and suddenly his aura surged. He had reached the first level of the body refinement realm. The crowd trembled, and many even stood up, staring at Jiang Lang in disbelief. If memory served correctly, Jiang Lang had maintained the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm for over 2 years. The aura he emanated from the first level of body refinement was certainly genuine. What on earth was happening? Had his physical issues been resolved? The expressions of the children shifted dramatically. All of this is thanks to Senior Chu. It was he who restored my health, Jiang Lang said. Gazing at the silent Chu Xiaoge with respect in his eyes, I TS him again. The crowd turned to look. Ding. Even showing off counts as showing off. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 show coins. Chapter 44. The dream space body. By the time Chu Xiaoge returned to the Chu residence, it was already late at night. Following the respectful farewells from the Jiang family members, he had also accumulated another wave of show coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 150 show coins, unlocking the physique exchange function. Chu Xiaoge had already lain down, preparing for sleep. Ever since he began cultivating, he had scarcely slept, instead using the time to refine his spirit. To be honest, he had almost forgotten what sleep felt like. Back on Earth, he had relished sleep, for it was in dreams that he experienced things unattainable in reality, commonly referred to as sweet dreams. Physique exchange. Upon hearing the name, Chu Xiaoge felt intrigue. He opened the physique exchange interface, and various exchangeable physique options appear before him. Golden spirit body, possessing the strength of gold, as resilient as metal, with spirit body. Wielding the power of water, capable of controlling all water. Fire spirit body, embodying the essence of fire, able to scorch other spiritual energy. An overwhelming array of physiques dazzled Chu Xiaoge. Yet, one thing he could affirm was that these physiques were indeed valuable, capable of enhancing a cultivator's strength. Take the earth spirit body, for instance. It not only bolstered one's defense, but also allowed for earth escape. Moving underground was a terrifying ability. Physiques were a rare commodity in the cultivation world. At least in the entire Jinyu dynasty, cultivators possessing physiques cultivated at a faster rate than ordinary individuals. This was the advantage of having a physique. The means to acquire a physique varied. Some were innate, while others were inherited through family bloodlines. The latter was particularly formidable, as entire families could share the same physique, though such families were often the stuff of legend. Some physiques could also be activated through the consumption of rare and exotic treasures. In summary, everyone coveted physiques as they could enhance one's strength. Who wouldn't desire that? But now, Chu Xiaoge faced the dilemma of which physique to choose. There were too many options. It felt as though he wanted them all. For a moment, Chu Xiaoge was engulfed in indecision that if others knew of his predicament, they would likely be envious to the point of despair. Regardless of the physique, for an ordinary person, possessing any physique was already quite remarkable. Yet here was Chu Xiaoge, contemplating which one to select. He decided to consult the system, for in such matters, the latter was the expert. System, do you have any recommended physiques? The system replied. What the system produces is guaranteed to be of the highest quality. A cultivator may possess only one physique at a time, but with each major realm increase, the host may acquire an additional physique. What? Chu Xiaoge leaped to his feet, exhilarated. Such a remarkable prospect. Having multiple physiques would mean the ability to wield various elemental powers. Rubbing his hands together, he realized this was indeed splendid. System, is there a physique that allows for teleportation? Chu Xiaoge pondered. Back on Earth, he had fantasized about being able to teleport to any location of his choosing. Not only would it save time, but it would also cut down on travel expenses. Instantaneous arrival. Although the higher one's cultivation realm, the faster their speed, it still could not compare to teleportation. As soon as he finished speaking, a message popped up before him. Dream space body, capable of controlling spatial power and dream power. It allows for spatial jumps through the void and can entrap others in a dream with a mere thought. The dream space body is divided into 10 levels. With each level increase, one's power intensifies. Chu Xiaoge's eyes lit up. This dream space body was precisely what he desired. Then I shall choose this one. He smiled, only to remember something, and asked, by the way, how many show coins does this physique cost? The system replied, 50 show coins. Wow, that is quite expensive. Chu Xiaoge calculated that after saving for so long. He had only amassed 150 show coins that, if he exchanged for the dream space body, he would be left with only a third of his total. That stung a little. But give it to me. 50 show coins could buy several top-tier spiritual artifacts, but the benefits of a physique need not be elaborated upon, especially one as formidable as the dream space body. Boom! As Chu Xiaoge made his request, a surge of vibrant energy erupted within him, resonating like thunder. Whoosh! The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly around him. Like tea that moment, the space surrounding Chu Xiaoge shattered, revealing several dark voids. The voids resembled an unfathomable abyss. Chu Xiaoge tightly closed his eyes, feeling an indescribable power blossoming within him. As this power coalesced, it formed a seed within his being. With a slight probe, Chu Xiaoge sensed a wondrous force within the seed. This must be the spatial power and dream power that the spatial power? Chu Xiaoge opened his eyes, and the surroundings instantly returned to tranquility. The space healed, and the spiritual energy normalized. He slowly stood up, raised his hand, and gently sliced through the void, conjuring a spiritual light that transformed into a sword, cleaving a rift in reality. Drawing a deep breath, he gazed into the fissure, which was filled with darkness. Intermittently illuminated by flickers of silver light, he was uncertain whether there were dangers lurking within the void, but for an ordinary person, there certainly would be, as they lacked spatial power. Chu Xiaoge stepped forward and plunged into the rift. As he disappeared, the crack in a room slowly sealed, returning to normalcy. The room fell into silence. This is the power of space. Chu Xiaoge found himself enveloped in darkness, yet a layer of silver light surrounded him. With each step he took, igniting a spectrum of spiritual radiance. With each step, he traversed an unmeasurable distance. I've arrived. With a swift motion of his hand, Chu Xiaoge summoned forth a radiant beam from the fissure ahead. In an instant, he stepped into the light. A familiar aura enveloped him. Indeed, he had returned to Xiandao Mountain. The night still cloaked the sky. Remarkably, Chu Xiaoga had traversed from Jiang City to Xiandao Mountain in merely half an hour. In the past, such a journey would have required at least a day or two of relentless effort. As he sensed the changes within his body, he discovered that whenever he desired to harness the power of space, the seed within him would release spatial energy. Following this spatial leap, he gained a modicum of understanding regarding this power, and the energy within the seed seemed to have intensified. Chu Xiaoga felt that, with his growing mastery over spatial energy, the seed would likely begin to sprout and flourish. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards a shrouded darkness ahead. Despite the opponent's efforts to conceal itself, he caught a faint trace of its presence. It was not human, but rather a ferocious beast. Chu Xiaoga murmured softly. Ever since the transformation of Xiandao Mountain by the system, a color-striped tiger had made its home here, and now yet another beast had appeared. It was undeniable that both ferocious and demonic creatures possessed a keen sensitivity to spiritual energy. Chapter 45. Primarily here, to brew tea come forth. Chu Xiaoga commanded towards the shadowy corner. Under the moonlight, a white figure cautiously emerged. It was a young fox on the verge of transformation. Observing this white silhouette, Chu Xiaoga gazed down from his elevated position and discerned fear in the fox's eyes. The fox stood frozen, still in shock from witnessing this person materialize out of thin air. It was not a matter of speed, for there were no fluctuations of spiritual energy in the vicinity. Ordinary ferocious beasts, such as this fox, were inherently intelligent. Typically, to attain human form, a beast must consume a transformation pill or reach the unity realm. However, the fox was different. After a century of cultivation and successfully navigating the heavenly tribulation, it could transform into human shape. Upon sighting the fox, Chu Xiaoga realized why it had appeared here. The fox evidently sought to absorb the abundant spiritual energy of Xiandao Mountain to enhance its power. After all, once a century had passed, the heavenly tribulation would inevitably arrive. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the mountains. In a daze, a purple figure materialized. It was the gatekeeper, the purple tiger. As soon as the purple tiger appeared, the fox darted behind Chu Xiaoga, trembling in fear. Goodness, how long have I been gone? That purple tiger has grown even larger. The purple tiger let out a low growl towards Chu Xiaoga, though its words were lost on him. Stop growling. I can't understand you, Chu Xiaoga sighed, shaking his head as he retrieved the previously exchanged pills. Here, take this opening words pill. The purple tiger's eyes widened in astonishment, although it could not speak human language. It understood human words. The opening words pill. It had heard its elders mention that this pill would allow spiritual beasts like itself to articulate human speech. Without hesitation, the purple tiger licked its tongue and swallowed the pill whole. Moments later, it displayed a look of satisfaction, exclaiming, "Amazing!" Chu Xiaoga noted with surprise that the purple tiger had managed to mimic a phrase he had previously uttered. It seemed he would need to be more mindful of his words and actions in the future. Ding! Due to the gratitude of the purple tiger, the dream space has been upgraded by 1 level. As the system notification faded, the power of the seed within Chu Xiaoga surged. Simultaneously, he gained further insight into the dream space. Mountain Master, this little fox has been here for several days, but it dared not step foot into Xiandao Mountain under my watch, the purple tiger declared, leaping to Chu Xiaoga's side, causing the fox to scurry back in front of him. Ha ha! The purple tiger chuckled, reveling in its newfound authority. All right, stop intimidating it. Go on and brew me a cup of spiritual tea, Chu Xiaoga instructed, recalling that he had stored a considerable amount of spiritual tea in the courtyard before his departure. The purple tiger nodded, leaping into the mountains. Upon witnessing the departure of the purple tiger, the fox sighed in relief. It raised its head, curiosity etched upon its face. Who was this young man? That fearsome tiger appeared to obey him without question, and he possessed the legendary opening words pill. Ding! Due to the fox's curiosity, you have gained 2 show coins. Your aura is unstable. The heavenly tribulation should be approaching soon, that I can grant you passage into Xiandao Mountain, Chu Xiaoga stated, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority. Ding! Due to the fox's excitement, You have gained 2 show coins. The fox, elated by his words, bowed deeply to Chu Xiaoga. He nodded in approval, pleased with the contribution of 4 show coins in a short span. After a moment of reflection, he continued, surviving the heavenly tribulation is a perilous endeavor. Given your circumstances, it seems likely that you will be reduced to ashes beneath its might. Chu Xiaoga did not exaggerate. The truth was as he had stated. Although the fox had cultivated for a century, it appeared to have encountered no extraordinary fortunes and possessed only average strength, merely at the 5th level of qi refinement. Ferocious beasts differed from demonic beasts, as the latter could manipulate spiritual energy like humans, while ferocious beasts were akin to ordinary animals. Reaching qi refinement after a century was commendable. The fox curled inward, Chu Xiaoga's words painting a grim picture of its potential fate during the heavenly tribulation. That I can assist you in overcoming the tribulation. Ding! Due to the fox's exhilaration, you have gained 5 show coins. The fox's mouth dropped open, its heart racing. Assistance with crossing the tribulation. This was the first time it had heard such a promise from a human. Throughout its century of cultivation, it had encountered many humans and had even assisted several cultivators. Yet, whenever it sought help to overcome its tribulation, it had been met with refusal. Even those whom it had previously aided had hesitated to assist it. Follow me into the mountain, Chu Xiaoga beckoned, and the fox eagerly trailed behind, trusting the young man who bore no ill intent, no matter the outcome. Simply entering this mountain was already a tremendous opportunity. As the fox crossed the mountain gate, an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy enveloped it. It felt a profound sense of comfort, reminiscent of being cradled in its mother's embrace, warmth and happiness. There was an abundance of spiritual energy. Merely a brief moment here equated to several days of cultivation. Ding! Due to the fox's astonishment, you have gained 2 show coins. Chu Xiaoga did not turn back. He sensed the fox following closely behind. He felt a flicker of joy. Since their encounter, the fox had already contributed significantly. It had bestowed upon him 11 show coins. Truly a bountiful find. Find a suitable spot to cultivate. When the heavenly tribulation arrives, I shall aid you, he instructed, entering the pavilion and taking a delicate sip from a teacup on the table. As he glanced at the significantly depleted tea leaves, he turned to the now evasive-eyed purple tiger. Do not bully it. The tea is well brewed. It seems you have been practicing diligently. The purple tiger bashfully rubbed its head with its paw. Now quite adept at brewing, the tea felt discomfort if it went a day without consuming at least 3 pots. It's nothing special. I primarily aim to brew tea for the mountain master. Seeing that Chu Xiaoga bore no reprimand, the purple tiger felt a wave of relief wash over it. It increasingly comprehended the mountain master's formidable nature. The wonders of Xiandao Mountain were beyond description. With its boundless supply of spiritual tea, whenever the stock dwindled, the mountain master would produce more. Moreover, the depth of the mountain master's strength remained unfathomable. Upon seeing him again, the purple tiger sensed that he had grown even more powerful. The purple tiger resolved to remain at Xiandao Mountain for good. Hey, as long as you do not drive me away, I shall make this place my home. The purple tiger contentedly licked the spirit tea from its exclusive bowl. Chapter 46. Collapse. Who are you really? Hundreds of miles away from the lost forest of Jiang City, in a secluded valley, senior sister Hua and her 2 companions were hiding. This was the essential route back to the Wanhua sect. After their departure, they hurried here at the fastest pace, preparing for an ambush. AI Jing had already acquired the spirit silk flower. Thus, AI Jing's advancement to the spirit transformation realm was a foregone conclusion, which meant that senior sister Hua was no longer qualified to compete with her for the position of core disciple. This was certainly not what senior sister Hua wished to see. Even if neither of them obtained the spirit silk flower, at least she would maintain her confidence in terms of strength. This time, she must secure the spirit silk flower. Once I become a core disciple, I will look after my 2 junior sisters. Senior sister Hua gripped her broken blade, her eyes continuously scanning the front. Qin Xiao and Yan Zi both nodded earnestly. Their sacrifices were indeed for this purpose. Otherwise, Qin Xiao would not have deliberately annoyed the AI sisters. She merely wished to gain favor in front of senior sister Hua, believing that the latter had a greater chance of becoming a core disciple. Rest assured, senior sister, with just the two of them, we have them firmly in our grasp. Qing Xiu's eyes glinted with malice. Although several days had passed, she still occasionally touched her cheek with her hand. In truth, the imprint of a slap had faded, and there was no longer any pain. Yet, Qing Xiu felt as though her face would flush and ache. This was the first time in her life she had been slapped, and by a stranger no less. However, considering the young man's terrifying strength, she directed her hatred towards the AI sisters. This time, no matter what, she must teach them a lesson. They must also experience the taste of humiliation. They are coming. After waiting from morning until nearly sunset, they finally spotted the two figures they had been anticipating at the valley's entrance. The three of them secretly sighed in relief. That individual was not present. In truth, they were uncertain whether that young man would escort the AI sisters, that if he did, they would have turned and fled. Now, since he was absent, it could not have been better. Taha. Heaven is assisting me. Senior Sister Hua had already regarded the AI sisters as her prey. 3 against 2, she would engage AI Jing alone, while the other 2 would deal with AI Xiaoqi. Perhaps it would be difficult for her to determine a victor against AI Jing in the short term. But AI Xiaoqi would struggle to contend with 2 opponents. Once they had defeated AI Xiaoqi, the 3 of them could then overpower AI Jing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sister, why haven't I seen those 3 little brats? My flower sword umbrella is already eager to unleash its power. Ai Xiaoqi had been eagerly anticipating Senior Sister Hua and her companions to ambush them, yet the journey had been uneventful. Leaving her somewhat disheartened, she had not yet had the chance to test the might of her flower sword umbrella. Fear not. Given their personalities, they are likely hiding in this valley. AI Jing glanced towards the valley's end, knowing this was the only path back to the sect. Thus, if those 3 intended to rob the AI sisters, this was indeed the most suitable place. Should they miss this opportunity, there were numerous paths back to the sect. The 2 continued forward, still carrying the previous mid-grade spirit artifact on their backs. The top-grade spirit artifact, however, was nurtured within their bodies by spirit energy, allowing them to become more familiar with it. This is one of the unique aspects of top-grade spirit artifacts. All artifacts below this level must be stored in storage rings and cannot remain within the body. Whoosh! As the 2 reached the middle of the valley, 3 powerful presences surged towards them. Here they come. AI Jing and AI Xiaoqi were already prepared, swiftly dodging to evade the attacks. That I won't waste my breath with you. Just hand over the spirit silk flower. Senior Sister Hua and her companions encircled the AI sisters, with Senior Sister Hua at the forefront, her hands gripping the broken blade, her expression cold. Qing Xiu and Yanzi similarly brandished their weapons towards AI Xiaoqi. The battle was on the verge of erupting. AI Jing did not hesitate. The long pin on her back was already in hand. Without further ado, let us fight. Even without the top-grade spirit artifacts gifted by Senior Elder Chu, they would not retreat in the face of this challenge. Cultivators exist to transform the impossible into the possible. Moreover, in front of their rivals, how could they possibly concede from the outset? Boom! Both sides erupted in a clash. AI Xiaoqi's long umbrella collided with the weapons of Qing Xiu and Yanzi, producing a piercing sound. Give up. Resistance is futile. Defeating you is merely a matter of time. Qing Xiu smirked. Yet her attacks did not falter. Under the relentless offensive from Qing Xiu and Yanzi, AI Xiaoqi was gradually forced to the side. The realms of the 3 were comparable. It was indeed challenging for her to face 2 opponents alone. You are celebrating too soon, AI Xiaoqi retorted with a mocking smile as a flash of pink light darted past. The flower sword umbrella appeared in her grasp. Buzz, 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 as the flower sword umbrella emerged. The surrounding spirit energy converged around AI Xiaoqi, enveloping her. What is this? A top-grade spirit artifact? Impossible! Once the flower sword umbrella appeared, the attention of Senior Sister Hua and her companions was immediately drawn to it. Whether it was the abnormal spirit energy in the environment or the terrifying aura emanating from the pink umbrella in AI Xiaoqi's hand, it unmistakably signaled that this was indeed a top-grade spirit artifact. How could you possess a top-grade spirit artifact? Senior Sister Hua's expression was one of disbelief, but soon her eyes filled with greed. Well then, hand that umbrella over to me. Just as her words fell, Senior Sister Hua attempted to bypass AI Jing and rush towards AI Shao Qi. The spirit silk flower? No longer important. The top-grade spirit artifact is the true prize. Apologies, but I too possess one. If you wish to seize Shao AI's flower sword umbrella, you should first take a good look in the mirror to see if you have the qualifications. A flash of spirit light flickered in AI Jing's hand as the mountain river pen appeared instantly. Impossible! The three AI sisters murmured in disbelief. The scene before them had completely surpassed their comprehension. Top-grade spirit artifacts. And there were two of them. Across the entire sect, such artifacts were virtually non-existent. Yet now, their competitor possessed one each. Boom! Boom! AI Jing and AI Shao Qi paid no heed to their confusion, both launching their attacks simultaneously. Senior Sister Hua and her companions hurriedly defended themselves. However, two formidable assaults came crashing towards them with overwhelming force. In just a breath's time, the three of them were sent flying, their garments torn. Their internal spirit energy was in disarray, blood trickling from their lips. They were utterly incapable of resisting. Thud! Senior Sister Hua and her companions lay helplessly on the ground, gazing up at the dawn sky, still unable to comprehend the situation as so powerful. AI Jing and AI Shao Qi lowered their heads to inspect their spirit artifacts. Just moments ago, they had not unleashed their full strength. Otherwise, they could have easily taken the lives of Senior Sister Hua and her companions. Yet even as they restrained their power, they still inflicted significant injuries upon them. This the might of top-grade spirit artifacts. AI Jing clutched the mountain river pen tightly, feeling her strength surge immensely. The extent of this enhancement was beyond her imagination. The two stowed their spirit artifacts away and slowly approached the three defeated senior sisters. At that moment, they looked down upon the disheveled Senior Sister Hua and her companions. This was merely a simple lesson. Should they repeat their transgressions in the future, it would not be so easily resolved. And they should not blame me for lacking sect loyalty. Even immortals have their tempers. Moreover, Senior Sister Hua and her companions had repeatedly attacked them, disregarding sect regulations. Since you do not adhere to them, we have no need to comply. Let us go. With that, AI Jing and AI Shao Qi turned and made their way towards the end of the valley, leaving behind the defeated Senior Sister Hua and her companions. I refuse to accept this. Senior Sister Hua ground her teeth, her fists clenched tightly. Why was it that the AI sisters' luck seemed to improve with each encounter? They managed to obtain the spirit silk flower. And now they had acquired top-grade spirit artifacts. This must have been the doing of that young man. Who on earth was he? Who the hell are you? Her heart was in turmoil. Senior Sister Hua, Qing Xiao, and Yin Zi all wore expressions of despair. Chapter 47. Intentions. Days later, AI Jing and AI Shao Qi returned to the sect. When the higher-ups learned that AI Jing had secured the spirit silk flower, they were all but certain of her position as a core disciple. Although there would be competitions for the core disciple title, with the spirit silk flower in hand and the refining of the spirit transformation pill completed, AI Jing's advancement to the spirit transformation realm was inevitable. What could Senior Sister Hua possibly use to contend against her? Master, we have returned. AI Jing gazed at her master with excitement, who nodded in satisfaction. A look of indulgence gracing his face. Extending his hands, the master affectionately ruffled the hair of AI Jing and AI Shao Qi, saying, "You have worked hard. Once I prepare, we shall swiftly concoct the spirit elevation pill." Ha ha! Huang Mei would never have imagined her disciple would lose. The two girls could sense their master's exhilaration. Years ago, he had competed with Elder Huang Mei for the coveted position of core disciple, ultimately losing the contest. This defeat had become the basis for Huang Mei's mockery of their master over the decades. They had battled back and forth for years, each claiming victories and defeats. Yet this time, it seemed their master had triumphed at the most crucial juncture. Seeing their master smile, AI Jing and AI Shao Qi couldn't help but smile alongside him. "Thank you, Senior Chu." AI Jing thought of Chu Xiaoguo's figure, a cascade of memories flashing before her eyes. From the tavern to the Lost Forest, the scene shifted to Senior Chu calmly, facing a giant python. Finally, resting on the moment, he gifted the two sisters exquisite spiritual artifacts. Without Senior Chu's aid, she would never have obtained the spirit silk flower, nor would she have witnessed such a smile from her master. Boom! The resonant sound of a bell echoed. Shortly thereafter, a voice of an elderly woman rang out in their master's chamber. Elder One, please proceed to the Elders' Council Hall, accompanied by AI Jing and AI Shaoqi. The voice faded, and Elder One, the master of the AI sisters, said, "Let us go. It must pertain to the matter of core disciples." As the three approached the council hall and pushed open the door, familiar faces greeted them. 10 elders were present, along with the sect leader. Among them stood 3 disciples, Sister Hua, Qing Xiu, and Yanzi. Elder One has arrived. Please take your seats. The sect leader gestured to Elder One, who nodded and seated herself in the only vacant spot, while the AI sisters stood behind her. Directly opposite them were Sister Hua and her 2 companions, along with her master, Elder Huang Mei. The sect leader surveyed the assembly with a solemn expression, stating, "I trust everyone is aware that the ownership of the spirit silk flower has been determined. It belongs to Elder One's disciple, AI Jing." The leader nodded towards the master and then turned his gaze to Elder Huang Mei. "Elder Huang, do you believe we should proceed with the competition for core disciples?" All eyes turned toward Huang Mei. In truth, everyone understood that whoever possessed the spirit silk flower was, in effect, the core disciple. Nonetheless, it was prudent to consider Elder Huang Mei's opinion. Clad in a flowing yellow robe, Elder Huang Mei's slightly hoarse voice spoke. "Though Hua has lost in the contest for the spirit silk flower, it does not signify our defeat in the competition for core disciples. We will persevere until the end. Thus, I believe the contest should proceed as scheduled." Sect leader. The assembly looked at Huang Mei with mild confusion. Did she have a backup plan? AI Jing's ascension to the spirit transformation realm was a certainty, meaning the only hope of victory in the competition lay in Huang Mei facilitating her disciple's entry into the spirit transformation realm before the contest. Otherwise, even at the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the body refinement realm, facing a spirit transformation realm opponent offered no chance of victory. That realm was a definitive dividing line, allowing one to manifest spiritual energy into tangible forms, an ability far beyond the capabilities of the body refinement realm. Very well, the sect leader nodded. The competition for core disciples will proceed as normal. Though referred to as core disciples, they were essentially prospective elders. Those in the spirit transformation realm could indeed become elders of the sect. Let this matter be settled. Everyone may disperse. The sect leader rose, having convened this gathering primarily to gauge Huang Mei's opinion. "Wait a moment, sect leader and esteemed elders." As the assembly prepared to leave, Huang Mei hastily called out, "I have something of great importance to report to the sect leader." The sect leader returned to his seat, and the other elders followed suit. "What is it?" Huang Mei's gaze shifted towards a master, prompting a look of confusion and unease on the latter's face. Clearly, this matter was likely related to their master-disciple relationship. "Sect leader, how significant is a supreme spiritual artifact within our sect?" Huang Mei's eyes locked onto the sect leader, who appeared puzzled, unable to fathom why Huang Mei would pose such a seemingly nonsensical question. "Is that even a question? We are all cultivators. Who doesn't know what a supreme spiritual artifact signifies?" The sect leader nodded. "It is the treasure of our sect, the ancient silver sect, the Tianjiao sect, and the silent ghost sect. Each possess only one supreme spiritual artifact." The other elders nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with envy. Supreme spiritual artifacts were rare and could not be crafted by just any blacksmith. They required various rare materials and tested the skills of the craftsmen. AI Jing and AI Shaoqi exchanged glances, their hearts racing as they noticed the 3 disciples standing behind Elder Huang Mei. Casting cold looks in their direction, AI Jing felt a sense of foreboding. If her instincts were correct, it was likely that Sister Hua and her companions had informed Elder Huang Mei about the supreme spiritual artifact. How ruthless! AI Shaoqi's expression shifted, her keen intellect grasping Elder Huang Mei's intent. By deliberately mentioning the significance of the supreme spiritual artifact, it appeared she intended to force them to reveal their mountain river brush and flower sword umbrella. Elder One felt a twinge of suspicion. She could not believe Huang Mei would pose such a naive question unless she had ulterior motives. Heh, I happen to know where a supreme spiritual artifact can be obtained. As Huang Mei's words fell, the elders instantly rose, their breaths becoming tense if they had not misheard. Huang Mei was suggesting it was attainable. The sect leader, too, was stirred with excitement, exclaiming, "Elder Huang, what do you mean?" "Indeed, Elder Huang, do not keep us in suspense that a supreme spiritual artifact. If our sect were to possess one, our strength in the southern wilderness would increase significantly." Yes, Huang Mei's heart soared, apart from Elder One and the AI sisters. Everyone else's emotions had been ignited. After all, this was a supreme spiritual artifact. Huang Mei, with a smirk, looked at Elder One. "This is a matter I must inquire of Elder One upon feeling the gaze of the assembly." Elder One was momentarily dumbfounded. She truly did not comprehend Huang Mei's intent. What did she know about supreme spiritual artifacts? As her thoughts raced, Elder One began to piece things together. How had her two disciples secured the spirit silk flower from 3 individuals? And how had they returned to the sect unimpeded? Surely, Qing Xiao and her companions would have intervened. Elder One could not believe it. After all, this was about the position of core disciple, a prospective elder. Did AI Jing or AI Xiao Qi possess a supreme spiritual artifact? Elder One turned her head slightly, noticing something amiss on the AI sisters' faces in that instant. A chill ran down her spine. A sense of foreboding welled up within her at that moment. She finally understood the other party's intentions. Chapter 48. Ownership. It appeared Elder One was unaware. Huang Mei muttered to herself. Indeed, when she first received this news from her disciples, she had been equally astounded. Just like the other elders present, upon hearing about the supreme spiritual artifact, she could hardly contain her excitement. What is going on? The sect leader's brow furrowed. AI Jing, AI Xiao Qi. At this juncture, are you still going to conceal the truth before the elders? Huang Mei's expression shifted, a surge of spirit transformation realm energy directed at the AI sisters. What do you think you are? Elder One erupted in anger. How dare this old hag attempt to coerce her disciples before her? Regardless of the circumstances in her eyes, this was utterly unacceptable. The sect leader sighed deeply. These two had been at odds for decades, never at peace. Wherever they went, if they crossed paths, conflict would ensue, even at such a critical moment. You two, cease this bickering. The sect leader's hand struck the table. And both Elder One and Elder Huang Mei retracted their auras, restoring calm. The sect leader's gaze fell upon Elder One, speaking slowly. AI Jing, AI Xiao Qi, you may explain the situation. Upon hearing the sect leader's direct inquiry, everyone fell silent. AI Xiao Qi bit her silver teeth, while Sister Hua and her companions wore mocking expressions. Heh, what I cannot obtain, you should not dream of having either. Sister Hua's heart brimmed with joy as everything unfolded according to her meticulous plan. After being vanquished by AI Jing wielding a supreme spirit artifact, she could only harbor feelings of reluctance. She understood that with AI Jing possessing such a powerful item, it was likely she would never be able to keep pace with her rival for the remainder of her life, forever crushed under the weight of her superior strength. Thus, she devised a scheme to have the sect reclaim the supreme spirit artifact. Though she could not possess it herself, neither could the AI sisters. Could they? Indeed, sect master. AI Jing stepped forward, subtly signaling to AI Xiao Qi, I do indeed possess a supreme spirit artifact. Upon her words, everyone present sprang to their feet in excitement. This was genuine. AI Jing could only smile wryly. For she had anticipated such a scenario, though she had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. Before she had even had the chance to mature, denial was futile. It was utterly impossible to conceal it. With but a slight exertion from the elders, the presence of the supreme spirit artifact within her could easily be discerned. Quickly, let us see it. The elders, were it not for their consideration of status and the fact that the sect master had yet to depart her seat, would have already surrounded AI Jing. Reluctantly, AI Jing nodded, and with a flicker of her mind, the mountain river brush floated before her. The hum resonated as the surrounding spiritual energy rippled. Before them danced an ethereal brush in midair. swiftly conjuring a breathtaking landscape painting that seemed to transport all into its exquisite scenery. Truly, it was a supreme spirit artifact. The sect master gripped the table edge in excitement. She had once been fortunate enough to witness the treasure of the Tianjiao sect. The Tianqing Bao, which was also a supreme spirit artifact, that time. The sect master had drawn the bow, and with a single shot, the sun and moon had changed color, vanquishing a formidable adversary. From that moment, an unforgettable image had been etched in her heart. She yearned to reach out and touch it, but withdrew her hand, fearing she might mar the wondrous painting before her. Meanwhile, Elder Huang Mei felt an even greater thrill within, her eyes betraying her elation. This was perfectly suited for her, and one deserved to possess it more than she. Should she acquire it, her power would ascend to a new echelon. And what of you? AI Shao-Chi. Huang Mei inhaled deeply, shifting her gaze. The assembly of elders gasped in unison, bewildered. Was it possible that AI Shao-Chi also possessed such a treasure? With a whoosh, a pink light flashed, and a long umbrella gracefully spun through the air, resembling a celestial maiden performing a captivating dance, evoking delight in all who beheld it. Yet in the next instant, the umbrella unfurled with sudden force, unleashing a powerful sword aura, as though the celestial maiden had transformed into a master swordswoman, her dance morphing into a display of swordsmanship. Two supreme spirit artifacts. Could this be the blessing of the Tianyu Wanhua sect? At last, the crowd could no longer remain seated. They abandoned their places and gathered around the AI sisters, eager to admire the mountain river brush and the flower sword umbrella up close. An elder inquired, "What are their names?" AI Jing replied, "Mountain river brush," while AI Shao-Chi softly added, "Flower sword umbrella." "Excellent. Splendid names. Remarkable artifacts." The sect master waved her long sleeves and returned to her seat, prompting the others to reluctantly return to theirs as well. AI Jing. AI Shao-Chi, you must disclose the origins of the mountain river brush and the flower sword umbrella without concealment, the sect master commanded. Her gaze stern and judgmental, AI Jing responded truthfully. "They were bestowed upon us by a senior." The sect master pressed on. "Which senior? Who is this individual?" Curiosity rippled through the assembly. Who could be so extraordinary as to gift the AI sisters supreme spirit artifacts? In the entirety of the southern region, who could achieve such a feat? It seemed there was no one. Senior Chu Xiaogu, claimed to be a solitary cultivator without a sect. The elders furrowed their brows in contemplation. Chu Xiaogu. Their minds raced, but it appeared they could not recall such a figure. Indeed, they had never even heard of him. Elder Huang Mei inquired, "And what of him now?" AI Jing hesitated to answer. But given the circumstances, she relented. After parting ways in the Forgotten Forest, Senior Chu has since departed. The assembly gleaned several pieces of information. Chu Xiaogu, unknown strength, unknown faction, and unknown whereabouts. Elder Huang Mei asked, "Sect Master, how should we proceed with the mountain river brush and flower sword umbrella?" "Do not overstep, Huang Mei," Elder One exclaimed, rising in anger. "The mountain river brush and flower sword umbrella are the fortunes of Shao Jing and Shao Qi. They rightfully belong to them. What talk is this of dispossession? Do not think I am unaware of your ulterior motives." The expressions of the other elders shifted slightly at her outburst. They were no longer children. Having lived for decades, they should surely understand the situation. Indeed, a second elder one. "This is their rightful fortune. I too support this. Has anyone here not received a fortune before? The sect has never demanded that we relinquish our fortunes." In an instant, two elders stood to support Elder One. "I oppose this. This matter is not ordinary. These are two supreme spirit artifacts, treasures of the sect. I stand with Elder Huang. Supreme spirit artifacts are no trifles. They should be surrendered to the sect so that the mountain river brush and flower sword umbrella can be utilized to their fullest potential." Elder Huang Mei supporters were equally unyielding. As for the remaining elders, they chose to remain silent, unwilling to engage in the conflict. They understood clearly that no matter who ultimately claimed the mountain river brush and flower sword umbrella, it would have little bearing on them. Whether they belonged to the sect or the AI sisters, they could not possess them. It would be best to refrain from involvement in the struggle to avoid inciting dissatisfaction from either side. Such was the nature of the sect. Beneath the veneer of peace, disciples vied with one another, and even the high-ranking elders were not exempt from conflict. Where there are people, there is contention. Chapter 49. Striking from afar, what about you few? The individuals displayed expressions of bitter discomfort. Their reluctance to voice opinions was precisely to avoid embroiling themselves in this murky water. Yet now, with the sect master explicitly naming them, the elders found themselves at a loss. However, being astute, they quickly deliberated and replied, "We shall adhere to the sect master's guidance." The sect master's lips curled slightly, though internally she cursed the cunning old foxes that it was always the same. Whenever two factions clashed, they maintained neutrality and left the decision to her. All eyes turned to the sect master, for the resolution rested upon her will. "Sect master, I would like to offer a suggestion," as the sect master pondered. Huang Mei stood once more. "I propose that we temporarily surrender the mountain river brush and flower sword umbrella to the sect for utilization, and that they be entrusted to the two strongest individuals within the sect to maximize their potential, ensuring that they reach their utmost capabilities. Why doing so, our Wanhua sect strength will undoubtedly rise a notch within the southern region. Once AI Jing and AI Shaoqi have matured, we can return the mountain river brush and flower sword umbrella to them. We would merely be borrowing them." The expressions of Elder One and the AI sisters shifted dramatically. The logic was sound, yet who would willingly relinquish what was almost theirs, especially a supreme spirit artifact? Could one truly resist the temptation? Could they guarantee its return? Moreover, Huang Mei's assertion regarding the strongest individuals in the sect was essentially a reference to the sect master and herself. "Sect master, I do not concur," Elder One interjected, but was interrupted by the sect master before she could finish. After a moment of contemplation, the sect master murmured, "I find merit in Elder Huang's words. As disciples of the sect, our purpose should be the development of the sect, sacrificing the self for the greater good. Furthermore, once AI Jing and AI Shaoqi have matured, we can return the borrowed mountain river brush and flower sword umbrella to them. Does Elder Huang not agree that this is the most prudent course of action? Our Wanhua sect's reputation diminishes yearly, and in less than half a year, the sect exorcising battlefield will commence. What rank can we hope to achieve then?" Elder One smirked coldly. "All of this is merely a facade." The sect master's gaze fell upon AI Jing and AI Shaoqi as she slowly spoke. "AI Jing, AI Shaoqi, are you willing to contribute to the rise of the sect?" In that moment, the sect master resembled a gentle elder, yet within that gentleness lay an aura that commanded submission. AI Jing reluctantly nodded. "We sisters naturally cannot forget the sect's nurturing, but I firmly believe our cultivation talents surpass those of the sect's many disciples. Catching up is merely a matter of time." Since the sect leader and Elder Huang have expressed their desire to obtain the mountain river brush and the flower sword umbrella, what power or justification do we, as sisters, possess to refuse? AI Jing glanced at her hesitant Master One and said, "Master, let it be as it is. We are willing to trust the sect." Master Wen's eyes blurred with tears, for she could not fail to perceive the helplessness of her two disciples. Yet, she felt powerless to intervene to ask their master. She was unable to safeguard her disciples' fortunes, and her heart ached painfully. Very well. The three of them, led by Sister Hua, quietly clenched their fists. Were it not for the presence of these elders, they would have already cheered aloud, "If I cannot possess it, neither shall you." Elder Huang Mei inwardly rejoiced, her heart racing with anticipation to acquire one of these exquisite spiritual artifacts. Exquisite artifacts! She never imagined she would be fortunate enough to acquire one in her lifetime. Now, they were so close, within her reach. The mountain river brush will be used by me for the time being, while the flower sword umbrella shall be entrusted to Elder Huang. The elders present bore witness, and it was agreed that once AI Jing and AI Shaoqi surpassed them in strength, they would return the exquisite artifacts. Upon finishing her words, the sect leader and Elder Huang Mei both trembled slightly, extending their hands toward the mountain river brush and the flower sword umbrella. Buzz, however, Just as their fingers were about to touch, the mountain river brush erupted with a magnificent display of black and white, while the flower sword umbrella radiated a brilliant pink light. Ha! I anticipated that someone would attempt to seize the mountain river brush and the flower sword umbrella. Who is this audacious individual daring to usurp the fortunes of AI Jing and AI Shaoqi? The intertwining black, white, and pink lights swiftly formed a luminous barrier. Within that barrier sat a young figure, cross-legged. Beside him lay a massive tiger, and behind him stood an exquisite pavilion. Chu Xiaoge slowly opened his eyes, gazing through the floating barrier to behold the scene within the elder conference hall of the Wanhua sect. Inside the hall, gasps of shock filled the air as everyone stared in disbelief at the youth within the barrier. How was this possible? It's him! The three sisters, upon seeing the figure in the barrier, could not help but tremble uncontrollably at that moment. For reasons unknown, their faces flushed with heat. Senior Chu, AI Jing, and AI Xiao Qi exclaimed in surprise, their voices laced with joy and a hint of grievance. Chu Xiaoge, catching sight of the AI sisters through the barrier, declared, that which I bestow cannot be taken by anyone, not even one in the Unity realm. His voice echoed throughout the conference hall like a tidal wave crashing against the hearts of all present. Not even one in the Unity realm. Could they believe it? No one dared to doubt. For the individual capable of casually gifting two exquisite spiritual artifacts, and who could now manifest a scene from miles away, was not an ordinary person. IT must be you too. Am I correct? Chu Xiaoge's gaze landed upon the sect leader and Elder Huangmei, causing their hearts to chill. Though the other party appeared indifferent, they felt as if they were facing an ordinary individual. Yet a single glance from him plunged them into an icy abyss. Then you shall face suitable punishment. Chu Xiaoge's expression turned cold, as all present, including the sect leader, were merely at the spirit transformation stage. This was a significant gap in realms that he pointed towards the barrier. And in an instant, the sect leader and Elder Huangmei cried out, "No, Senior, please allow us to explain." As they spoke, two beams of spiritual light burst forth from the barrier. Without hesitation, they unleashed their spiritual energy, erecting the strongest defenses before them. Boom! Boom! Yet, everything transpired in a fleeting moment. The other elders scarcely had time to react. The two beams of spiritual light transformed into swords, effortlessly shattering the protective barriers of the sect leader and Elder Huangmei. The beams pierced through their bodies. With a resounding thud, they were sent hurtling backward like cannonballs, crashing violently into the wall, which splintered upon impact. Their momentum drastically diminished. Sect leader, Elder Huang, the other elders exclaimed in alarm. Yet none dared to step forward. This is merely a simple lesson that do not covet what does not belong to you. If you can coerce them into surrendering the artifacts with your status and strength, then I shall likewise teach you a lesson with mine. Should you be dissatisfied, feel free to seek me out. I am now well aware of the precise location of your Flower Sword sect, and if I wish, I can visit your esteemed sect at any time. Chapter 50. Crossing the Tribulation. AI Jing and AI Xiao Qi hurriedly exclaimed, "Senior Chu, you two do not squander my gift of the Mountain River Brush and the Flower Sword Umbrella. I hope to hear your names in the Southern Wilderness in the future." As the final words of Chu Xiaoge resonated, the luminous barrier flickered and vanished, the spiritual energy dissipating into the surroundings. Although he had long caught a glimpse of Sister Hua and the others, he had not acknowledged them throughout. It is sufficient to entrust it to the AI sisters. Upon witnessing this, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, cold sweats soaking their garments. After Chu Xiaoge's appearance, did they dare to make a move? They did not dare. Each elder felt utterly powerless to resist. It was only then that some ventured to assist the sect leader and Elder Huangmei. Sect leader, Elder Huang, the two, once proud and dignified, now appeared weakened, their energy in disarray and injury severe. The sight of them in such a state sent shivers of dread through everyone present. How formidable must he be to inflict such injuries from a distance? Moreover, it was evident he had shown restraint. Otherwise, they would have been left to collect their corpses. The sect leader seemed to age significantly in an instant, offering a wry smile, her heart filled with self-mockery. Ultimately, it was greed that had clouded her judgment. She had known well that the senior spoken of by AI Jing and AI Shaoqi was no ordinary person, yet she had still sought to claim the exquisite artifacts, simply because they were too precious. Furthermore, she believed that the senior could not possibly be aware of this matter. Little did she know, everything had been within his foresight. Our sect has been foolish. I shall retreat to the thinking void cliff for a year of contemplation. Henceforth, all sect matters shall be entrusted to Elder One, and no one is to defy this. The sect leader shook her head and, with the assistance of the two elders, departed from the elder hall. The three sisters hid in the shadows. Upon seeing Chu Xiaoga's figure appear in the barrier, they quietly concealed themselves. Witnessing the devastating blow dealt to the sect leader, and Elder Huang Mei left them terrified. Fearing for their own lives, the gazes of everyone shifted. They understood that from this moment forth, Elder Wen's faction status would begin to rise, and all of this stemmed from the initial cause of the two exquisite spiritual artifacts. Ding! The shock from the elders of Wanhua sect resulted in the acquisition of 5 Shiobi coins. Ding! The awe inspired by the exquisite artifacts elevated the dream space to level 2. Ding! A grand prize was awarded, stemming from the fear of the elders of Wanhua sect, resulting in 4 Shiobi coins. Ding! The host's prowess surged, surpassing the Wanhua sect to reach the 10th level of the refining pill realm. Chu Xiaoga opened his eyes and rubbed the head of the massive purple tiger beside him. This harvest had been remarkably fruitful when he entrusted the 2 exquisite spiritual artifacts to the AI sisters. He had anticipated the possibility of them being seized. Thus, he had prepared a contingency, allowing the system to intervene, enabling him to operate from a distance that, of course, it would have been best if no such incident had occurred within the Wanhua sect. However, since it had, Chu Xiaoga naturally provided them with a lesson. The 2 were gravely injured and would require at least a month of recovery. Master, you are truly exceptional. Ziaich witnessed with his own eyes the scene of Shi Og being gravely injured from a distance, truly shaking his tiger heart. This was an embodiment of the invisible harm inflicted from thousands of miles away. Overwhelmed by fear, Ziaich instinctively rubbed against Shi Og's arm, leaving a few tiger hairs on the latter's 9 heavens mystic garb. In the days that followed, Shi Og did not leave Xiandao Mountain. Although he had recently promised the master of the J New Yorking Martial Arts Academy to help him secure a ranking in the competitions among the 100 academies in Jiangxing, there was still some time before the contest began. Thus, he chose to remain comfortably at home. Time passed day by day. One day, Sage Shi Og suddenly lifted his head, noticing a change in the sky above him. The once clear blue expanse was abruptly filled with dark clouds. These clouds gathered relentlessly, transforming the entire sky into an inky blackness. In an instant, the courtyard was shrouded in darkness. The creatures of Xiandao Mountain fled in panic, scampering down the mountain to hide. To the peak of these ominous clouds, something seemed to be brewing. Was the heavenly tribulation finally approaching? Sage Shi Og withdrew his gaze, noticing that the fox stood outside the courtyard, its expression grave as it stared at the sky. After spending several days cultivating on Xiandao Mountain, the fox had made remarkable progress in strength. Yet, at this moment, with the heavenly tribulation imminent, the fox felt its own insignificance. It had to endure. The fox knew that it could only withstand the oncoming storm. It seemed that the heavenly tribulation sensed the fox's resolve, and in that instant a rumble of thunder echoed as if descending from the 9th heaven. Boom! A bolt of blue lightning, infused with a terrifying aura, shot through the dark clouds, striking directly at the FOX. In less than a breath's time, the thunder of the heavenly tribulation traversed a great distance, landing heavily upon the fox's diminutive form. The fox's fur bristled as the first bolt of heavenly tribulation struck, causing its energy to begin to dissipate. Its momentum faltered by half. However, the ordeal did not cease there. The dark clouds surged once more, heralding the arrival of the next heavenly tribulation. 9 bolts of heavenly tribulation awaited. The fox had to endure all 9 if it was to transform into human form. Yet, given the current situation, this seemed a daunting task. Ziaich shrank his head, feeling a pang of trepidation regarding the heavenly tribulation. Although the first bolt posed no significant threat to him, the escalating intensity of each subsequent bolt was evident. Alas, this little fox seemed unlikely to withstand it. ZIH shook his head, his eyes solemnly fixed on the sky. Far from Xiandao Mountain, a figure slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the once clear sky, murmuring the transformation, tribulation, 9 deaths, and 1 life. Shaking his head, the figure then closed his eyes once more. Boom! The clouds thickened. The second bolt of heavenly tribulation thundered down, striking fiercely. The little fox, its eyes blood red, leapt up to collide with the bolt of thunder. Boom! The little fox's body crashed to the ground like a cannonball, its fur charred and devoid of luster. Fortunately, it had withstood the second bolt. I feel like I might die. The little fox struggled to rise, aware that when the third bolt of heavenly tribulation descended, it would be its time to depart from this world 100 years. Scenes flashed before its eyes. The little fox forced a painful smile. Unwilling to accept its fate, it too yearned to transform into a human and live a human life. But why did the heavens not allow it? Why, after a century of arduous cultivation, must it endure 9 bolts of heavenly tribulation, teetering on the brink of death? All it wanted was to survive, yet the heavens insisted on obstructing it. How unjust! Boom! Despite the little fox's roar towards the heavens, it was all in vain. The third rumble of thunder echoed, the bolt of heavenly tribulation descending with double the strength of the second. It tore through the sky, illuminating the surrounding darkness. That it was as if the heavens were bidding farewell to the little fox. The little fox limped a few steps and looked up. That it was over. Ultimately, it could not withstand it. A tear slowly traced down the little fox's cheek. As the wind blew, the tear drifted away. Leave the rest to me. That I promised I would help you through the tribulation. Chapter 51. One punch. One sword. The little fox suddenly turned around. She had appeared behind it, his 9 heavens mystic garb billowing in the wind as he gazed up at the swiftly approaching third bolt of heavenly tribulation. Unperturbed, ZIH leapt to the courtyard entrance, crouching low with worry in its eyes. Boom! She extended his hand, pointing at the sky. Spirit light transformed into a sword. With great force, he collided with the third bolt of heavenly tribulation. With a resounding crash, the spirit light and the thunderbolt vanished simultaneously. Ding! The respect from ZIH and the little fox elevated the dream space to the 3rd level. ZIH let out a long sigh of relief, never imagining that the master would be so audacious. This was the heavenly tribulation, after all. Interfering with another's tribulation could invoke wrath. Here it comes. ZIH's gaze shot upwards. In the clouds, the dark mass thickened, the entire sky turning to shadow. Aside from the flickering bolts of heavenly tribulation, everything else was shrouded in black. Enraged, the heavenly tribulation transformed from blue to purple, descending with a destructive force aimed at obliterating Sate, and the little fox. The little fox found itself immobile, utterly powerless beneath the 4th bolt of heavenly tribulation, crushed under its might. The strength of the spirit transformation realm. She smiled faintly. He raised his hand, without a hint of hesitation. With a punch, he struck towards the sky. Boom! Before the heavenly tribulation could descend, a colossal fist had already crashed into the dark clouds. That purple bolt of heavenly tribulation shattered, disintegrating into nothingness. Incredible. It felt like a dream. ZIH was taken aback. This shattered all his preconceived notions. The mountain master had not only intervened, but had launched an attack, completely disregarding the heavenly tribulation. What did he think the heavenly tribulation was? The little fox was dumbfounded. The human figure before it appeared like a giant, having obliterated the terrifying bolt of heavenly tribulation with a single punch. Ding! Amazing! The dream space elevated to the 4th level. Bring it on! CHCOG laughed joyfully towards the heavens. He craved more intensity. The way things were going, the dream space would soon reach its maximum capacity. The sky seemed momentarily stunned. IT could hardly comprehend this turn of events. Not only had someone intervened in the heavenly tribulation, but they had also chosen to attack. Was this not a reversal of roles? Boom! The 5th bolt of heavenly tribulation descended in response to Sate. She struck again, shattering it. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've obtained 5 show coins. Boom! The onslaught continued. A fierce wind suddenly arose, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. IT began to rain. ZIH looked up as a drop of rain landed on its nose. In the next moment, the sound of pouring rain echoed. A torrential downpour ensued. The little fox felt a sense of unease as this unexpected change unfolded. Even a fool could recognize that something was amiss. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and the rain fell in sheets. The heavenly tribulation was clearly furious. Exhibiting a fit of temper, she OG stepped forward, and with the aid of the Chinkoan boots, he walked upon the void, ascending step by step. Only when he reached a height of 3 zhang did he pause. The little fox wiped the rain from its face, watching in awe as Sage She OG floated in midair. Stunned, humans could actually fly? Ding! This shattered the little fox's understanding, elevating the dream space to the 5th level. ZIH smacked its lips, letting the rain drench its FURT that moment. It gazed up at the figure in the air with a mix of reverence and envy. If only I could be that impressive, ZIH murmured softly. Despite the torrential rain, Sage She OG remained untouched. Even without using spiritual power for resistance, the 9 heavens mystic garb repelled the rain entirely. Boom! The 6th bolt of heavenly tribulation approached. This time, the power of the heavenly tribulation's thunder indicated that it had reached the pinnacle of the pill refinement realm. Chu Xiaoga's expression remained unchanged. He was currently at the pinnacle of the 10th level of the refining pill realm. This heavenly tribulation was merely a trivial matter. Despite the ferocity of such tribulations, Chu Xiaoga still unleashed a powerful punch. As the two formidable forces collided, a violent explosion erupted in midair, causing the rainwater to evaporate instantly. With a brief pause, the torrential rain resumed. The 6th strike had arrived. The purple tiger had already exited the pavilion. Eager not to miss this grand spectacle, such an opportunity might not come again in this lifetime. Missing it would mean a loss. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5 Xiao coins. Chu Xiaoga shook his head, lamenting the slowness of the situation. Were it not for his insufficient strength, he would have truly wished to dive into the clouds and obliterate all the lightning of this heavenly tribulation. Boom! 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 The clouds seemed to sense Chu Xiaoga's intent, and 3 successive bolts of heavenly lightning descended. The purple tiger frantically bristled, and without a moment's hesitation, and the little fox took refuge at a distance. Damn it! This spectacle was too perilous to behold. If it were any slower, they might not survive these final 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation. 3 strikes at once. This force had reached its zenith, leaving no room for resistance. The unity realm, Chu Xiaoga furrowed his brow slightly. The heavenly sword appeared in his hand, and the 3 bolts of heavenly lightning were increasingly powerful. Buzz! Chu Xiaoga raised the heavenly sword and slashed at the first bolt of heavenly lightning. The lightning shattered. The remaining 2 bolts did not waver, charging directly towards Chu Xiaoga with the intent to annihilate him. Whoosh! 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 Chu Xiaoga exerted all his strength, and the 3 sword lights drained the spiritual energy from within him. The sword lights illuminated the darkness, colliding fiercely with the leading bolt of heavenly lightning. Boom! The 2 forces shattered in succession, unleashing a whirlwind. The purple tiger and little fox were blown back by the ferocious wind. Some trees atop the mountain were uprooted and fell to the ground. It seemed my current strongest power lies within the later stages of the fragmentation realm. Facing the unity realm still feels somewhat daunting. Chu Xiaoga grabbed a handful of pills and consumed them, instantly replenishing the depleted spiritual energy. System, obliterate the final bolt, for my home is on the verge of destruction. Casting a glance around, he noted the devastation wrought upon the mountaintop vegetation from the previous clash. With a command from Chu Xiaoga, that long-awaited power of the Unity realm surged forth that a faint smile graced his lips. Specializing in dealing with all things flamboyant, he raised the heavenly sword, channeling all his inner strength into it. Annihilate! With a single stroke, the heavenly sword trembled violently, releasing a blinding sword light. The light formed the character for annihilation in mid-air, crashing violently against the last bolt of heavenly lightning. Boom! The final bolt of heavenly lightning shattered instantly. The character for annihilation did not halt, directly enveloping the dense clouds above. With a resounding boom, the thick, dark clouds visibly disintegrated, the torrential rain ceased, and the fierce winds vanished. Everything returned to tranquility in an instant. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoga's strength also returned to normal. Ding! With no more to showcase, congratulations to the host for advancing to the first level of the fragmentation realm. As the system's notification echoed, Chu Xiaoga gently descended to the ground. Feeling a surge of power greater than before within him, at the same time, Chu Xiaoga tightly closed his eyes, but a thread of his consciousness transformed into an invisible entity, soaring beyond his mind. In the blink of an eye, it reached 1,000 miles away. Chu Xiaoga could feel the gentle breeze around him. He beheld a mountain city, and looking closer, he clearly saw the bustling crowds within. He also heard the cacophony of voices. This is the fragmentation realm. Chu Xiaoga opened his eyes, retracting his consciousness. Sensing the change in his strength, he smiled with satisfaction. And, oh wonder, cultivators continuously seek higher realms. The power of a strong is truly marvelous. Chapter 52. Longing for stars and moons. Congratulations. Mountain Master, how impressive. The purple tiger dashed over, leaping several steps to reach Chu Xiaoga's side. Chu Xiaoga nodded. Although he had shattered the heavenly tribulation, he sensed that he had already become entwined with its fate. He had a feeling that if he were to face a heavenly tribulation in the future, he might have to bear the consequences. However, that was a matter for another day, and he did not dwell on it. By the way, where's the little fox? Chu Xiaoga looked down, only to realize that the purple tiger was the only one beside him. The purple tiger shook off the rainwater and voiced its confusion. Indeed, where did she go? She would have met her demise, would she? The purple tiger sniffed the air, its expression shifting slightly. As it failed to detect the fox's presence. No, she's coming. Chu Xiaoga released a thread of his consciousness, and a familiar figure approached from afar. Senior, soon, under the gaze of Chu Xiaoga and the purple tiger. A young woman clad in a snow-white gown hurriedly ran over. Her melodious voice resonated deeply. Is this her, the little fox? The purple tiger wagged its tail in surprise, gazing at the approaching woman in white. What a tremendous change! She is actually a female. Previously, the little fox's furry appearance made it nearly impossible to discern her gender. Of course, the purple tiger didn't dwell too much on it. Thank you, Senior, for helping the little fox through her tribulation. The woman in white knelt gracefully, though an invisible force upheld her. Chu Xiaoga replied, No need for that. Do you not have a name? The woman in white shook her head. The little fox has no name. I humbly request the senior to bestow one. Chu Xiaoga scrutinized the little fox, who was dressed in pure white and revealed fair skin. Then you shall be called Bai Ling. Bai Ling nodded earnestly, her face beaming with joy. Thank you, Senior. After a century of cultivation, she had finally fulfilled her wish to take on human form. During those 100 years, she had witnessed many of her kin and others endure tribulations, yet few succeeded. She felt fortunate to have encountered Senior Chu. The purple tiger stood tall and proclaimed to Bai Ling. Bai Ling, henceforth you may call me Tiger Brother. Chu Xiaoga tapped the purple tiger's head. How old are you to desire Bai Ling to call you Tiger Brother? The purple tiger withdrew its head, realizing that it had only cultivated for a few decades and was still considered a youth in its family, not yet of age. Bai Ling chuckled, covering her mouth. Tiger Brother, how charming. Mountain Master, did you hear that? I'm Tiger Brother. The purple tiger grinned widely, joyfully wagging its tail. The Jiangxing 100 Guild tournament was approaching as scheduled. As the competition drew nearer, the entire Jiangxing erupted in excitement. Banners were hung in every corner, and hundreds of martial arts academies in Jiangxing prepared fervently. Concurrently, many advertisements promoting the martial arts academies emerged, seeking to attract new students to IN these days. Jin Yang felt quite anxious. The students at the academy could easily sense the worry etched on the face of Master Jin Yang, often seeing him pacing in the corridor on the top floor. What is troubling the master? It must be because the 100 Guild tournament is about to commence. Perhaps he feels a mix of excitement and anxiety. Yes, I wonder what rank our Jin Yang Martial Academy will achieve in this competition. At the lower level, new students exchanged hushed conversations. Among them was Ding Feng that he no longer needed to worry about enrollment issues, as Jin Yang had even waived his tuition, allowing him to study alongside everyone else. Guided by the Academy's masters in cultivation. Sigh. Where's Chu Xiaoga? Jin Yong peered through the pavilion window, glancing toward another street outside the academy. He could see various martial arts academy recruitment notices posted and banners hanging. As the competition loomed, Jin Yong grew increasingly anxious. Yet he suddenly realized that he had no idea where Chu Xiaoga resided. He had forgotten to inquire, as Chu Xiaoga had assured him he would appear before the competition. "Master, do we have any plans for this event?" Jin Yong regained his senses and turned to gaze at the four figures before him. These four individuals were martial arts masters he had recruited after establishing his dojo. All four masters were at the body refinement stage, and with his own presence at the spirit transformation stage, it was fair to say that this lineup was somewhat lacking. His dojo had been established on the scale of a mid-tier martial arts school, which ideally required at least 2 practitioners at the spirit transformation stage. However, it was evident that they had fallen short of that requirement. Jin Yong shook his head and said, "Currently, there are no plans. You all should take some time to adjust over the next few days." What plans could there be? There were no concrete details regarding the upcoming competition, as the organizers had not disclosed any information, leaving Jin Yong in the dark about what the competition would entail. Moreover, given their current lineup, competing seemed rather precarious. By the way, Master, one of the masters inquired curiously, "You mentioned some time ago that the dojo would be joined by a skilled expert. Where is that expert now?" "Indeed," another chimed in. "The competition is nearly upon us, yet we have yet to see this person. This seems rather irresponsible." The four masters murmured their grievances, feeling a sense of indignation, as Jin Yong had previously expressed considerable enthusiasm about this expert, which made them feel a sense of crisis. A perceived decline in their own standing IT seemed like an opportune moment to marginalize Jin Yong. "Just wait a little longer. He will arrive," Jin Yong replied nonchalantly. The four masters were rendered speechless. That wasn't he supposed to be feeling anger? Was he still the master of the dojo? Where was his temper? The four masters nearly erupted into a roar. "Senior Chu." Ding Feng exhaled a breath of frustration. With the cultivation methods provided by the dojo, he felt he was on the brink of breaking through. Although he had started late, there was at least hope. As he stood up, he caught sight of a familiar figure appearing at the entrance of the dojo. Ding Feng immediately rushed over, followed by the students beside him. These students had witnessed the events of that night and were aware that this young man not only possessed remarkable strength, but was also held in high regard by the dojo master. The newly arrived students, however, were taken aback. "Who was this young man?" "Senior Chu, you have finally arrived. The master has been waiting for you for quite some time," Ding Feng said, looking at Chu Xiaoga. For some reason, all his worries about the upcoming competition dissipated in that moment. "Take me to see the master." Chu Xiaoga smiled gently, believing that it was not too late, and no need for that, my young friend. "You have finally arrived? I was about to go all over the city looking for you if you hadn't shown up soon," Jin Yong exclaimed, emerging from the dojo and eagerly grasping Chu Xiaoga's hands. "After waiting for so long, you've finally come. Come inside. Let's discuss matters thoroughly." Chu Xiaoga nodded, understanding the importance of this competition to Jin Yong. Thus, he did not refuse and followed Jin Yong into the dojo. "Is this it? So young." The four masters stood frozen in place, confusion etched on their faces. The master had leaped from the upper floor to the ground upon hearing the commotion outside, and they had never seen Jin Yong so unhinged. Ding! The moment he stepped out, he garnered the Heavenly Eye. Chapter 53. Just do it, Heavenly Eye. When the host gazes at a target, they can obtain various attributes and data about that target. As Chu Xiaoga ascended to the top floor with Jin Yong, he marveled at the introduction of the Heavenly Eye. This was indeed a remarkable item, capable of revealing a person's cultivation talent and providing insight into their attributes and deficiencies. Essentially, it rendered others transparent in his view. Gazing at Jin Yong's silhouette, information appeared before him. Name: Jin Yong Stage. 3rd level of spirit transformation talent. Average, rated from low to high. Poor, average, excellent, exceptional, deficiency. Low level of cultivation method. Goodness, the Heavenly Eye was indeed a valuable asset, offering numerous practical applications that my young friend. The martial arts competition in Jiang City will officially commence in 3 days. Oh, you have any thoughts on it? Jin Yong poured a cup of tea and handed it to Chu Xiaoga, who gradually returned to his senses. "Honestly, I have no particular thoughts. Just do it. Plain and simple." The entrance. The four masters were instantly dumbfounded. "Look at what this young man is saying. He may be young, but his words carry a weighty tone. One of the older masters could no longer contain himself. He had initially assumed that the expert Jinnyong spoke of would be someone of great renown. Yet, it appeared that this young upstart was nothing extraordinary. Master Wu, Jinnyong began, though he did not offer an apology. Deep down, he questioned the situation. Although Chu Xiaoge had rung the ancient bell and possessed spirit transformation stage strength, could he truly achieve a good ranking with such abilities? The main concern was that Chu Xiaoge was too arrogant. Jinnyong believed that such arrogance could lead to failure in the upcoming competition. "Oh, I do not think my words are grandiose. I am merely speaking the truth," Chu Xiaoge replied, gently sipping his tea and turning to face the irate Master Wu. That if he lacks this degree of confidence, then he is unworthy of his spirit transformation stage prowess. Had it not been for Jinnyong's dojo being a mid-tier school, Chu Xiaoge would have considered trying for a higher-level competition. Arrogant. Master Wu flung his robe and approached Jinnyong directly. "Master, I hope you will reconsider. I do not wish for our Jinnyong dojo to miss out on a good ranking due to a young upstart." Jinnyong shook his head, although he found Chu Xiaoge's arrogance somewhat concerning. He had to admit that the latter possessed the credentials to be so bold. "Master Wu, my young friend here, is at the spirit transformation stage." Master Wu and the other three masters were rendered speechless. "What?" Master Wu fell silent. He had spoken so much only to dismiss the other party. It turned out that the young man's strength was at the spirit transformation stage. They were merely at the body refinement stage. "Ah, so that's how it is. And no wonder he speaks so boldly." Master Wu chuckled awkwardly. However, he could not afford to lose face and insisted, "Nevertheless, I still maintain my opinion. This competition is filled with experts. We should not be too complacent." Chu Xiaoge swirled his teacup, surveyed everyone in the room, and slowly stood up. "What do you all believe is the requisite strength to secure a place in the rankings? Or do you think that I, Chu Xiaoge, am merely mediocre, simply because of my youth?" As he spoke, an overwhelming pressure surged within the room. The expressions of the four masters changed dramatically, and even Jinnyong's countenance darkened. The pressure rendered them immobile. Compared to the others, Jinnyong felt a tumult within his heart. Despite being at the third level of spirit transformation, he found himself unable to withstand Chu Xiaoge's oppressive aura. "Chu, my young friend," Jinnyong managed to utter. Genuinely terrified, he felt a tightening in his breath, and upon glancing at the other four masters, he noted their pallid faces that, if this continued, they would likely suffer significant internal injuries. Chu Xiaoge retracted his imposing aura, and the pressure dissipated. It was not that he was merely at the spirit transformation stage. Even at the body refinement stage, he could render them powerless. What had just occurred was but a fleeting release of his aura. A demonstration meant to clarify who truly held the key to success in the upcoming competition. With a sigh, the four masters gasped for breath, their faces still pale. After a moment, they gradually returned to normal. "I apologize, Senior Chu," Master Wu said, bowing deeply. Having just undergone the most uncomfortable experience of his life, he never wished to endure such a feeling again. The sensation of helplessness, waiting for death to arrive, was unbearable, and yet the young man before him had merely released his aura, without even lifting a finger. Senior Chu, the other three masters also followed suit, clearly terrified. They did nothing and said nothing, yet they endured such a harrowing experience. It was a calamity without cause. The few of them felt like crying, but had no tears to shed, all blaming the old Master Wu Ding. As a result of the crowd's fear, 2 show coins were awarded. Chu Xiaoge nodded, his gaze falling upon Jinnyong. "Master of the pavilion, do you still have any doubts in your heart?" Jinnyong awkwardly touched his teacup and laughed heartily. "Brother Chu, what doubts could I possibly have? With you here, I feel quite at ease." Master Wu and the others secretly rolled their eyes. Jinnyong, excitedly rubbing his hands together, felt a thrill in his heart despite their earlier disarray. The stronger Chu Xiaoge became, the higher their Jinnyong martial pavilion could place in the competition. Initially, he thought that Chu Xiaoge's strength was comparable to his own, but now it seemed he far surpassed him. It was likely that he had already reached the later stages of the spirit transformation realm. "How about this, Brother Chu?" Jinnyong stood and walked over to Chu Xiaoge. "Tonight, I will book a private room at the Zhe Xen Lu." and we shall enjoy a few drinks to apologize for the reckless behavior of the previous masters. As the head of the pavilion, Jin Yong naturally understood the importance of maintaining good relationships. Although he believed that Chu Xiaoge was magnanimous and would not hold the actions of Master Wu against him, it was still important to show proper etiquette. Then I shall follow the pavilion master's arrangements. Master Wu immediately breathed a sigh of relief, expressing gratitude towards Jin Yong. But at the same time, he understood that he must learn to restrain his tongue in the future. Point 1, must first understand the situation before voicing opinions. Fortunately, Senior Chu was forgiving and did not press him. Had it been someone else, a single disagreement could have led to dire consequences. Reflecting on this, Master Wu felt a wave of apprehension and lingering fear. Thus, Jin Yong called over a disciple to arrange a top-notch private room at Zui Xen Lu in advance. Tonight, he intended to take this opportunity to cultivate a closer relationship with Chu Xiaoge. Although he knew that Chu Xiaoge would not remain at the Jin Yong Martial Pavilion, deepening their friendship would still be beneficial. Achieving the spirit transformation realm at such a young age. This individual held limitless potential for the future. Chapter 54. Not short of this bit of money's Xen Lu across the entirety of Jiang City, it was indeed a place known to all. Aside from the fact that the food and drinks at Zui Xen Lu were among the finest in the city, the most significant aspect was the proprietress of Zui Xen Lu. She was a prominent figure in Jiang City, a woman who, in just a few short years, elevated Xen Lu to the status of the #1 establishment in the city. Of course, there were those who coveted the beauty of the proprietress, but the outcome for them was quite tragic. This individual who sought her beauty not only possessed a high cultivation level, but also held considerable influence in Jiang City. Yet, he still met his demise. Following this incident, no one dared to lay their hands on the proprietress of Zui Xen Lu. This very event only served to amplify the establishment's fame, making it even more popular. Brother Chu, I assume you have yet to visit Zui Xen Lu? As night fell, Chu Xiaoge and the others had already departed from the martial pavilion and were making their way to Zui Xen Lu. Jin Yong stood beside Chu Xiaoge, while Master Wu and the others trailed closely behind. Indeed, it was his first time hearing about Zui Xen Lu. Upon hearing Chu Xiaoge's words, Jin Yong smiled with interest and whispered, Brother Chu, let me tell you, the proprietress of Zui Xen Lu is an unparalleled beauty. However, she rarely makes public appearances these days. I wonder if we will have the chance to see her this time. Jin Yong spoke with a hushed tone, his eyes sparkling with longing. The masters behind him nodded in agreement. Chu Xiaoge was taken aback. Just how captivating could this proprietress be to elicit such reactions from these grown men? He had encountered many beautiful women before that I in another world. He had met numerous in films that I in this world. He had also encountered cultivators like Zhong Shui and the AI sisters, perhaps due to their cultivation. They all possessed exquisite skin and an impressive aura, along with striking features. Yet, none of them had left him in awe. You wouldn't understand. Jin Yong grinned and shook his head. Xen Lu was constructed like a tower, boasting 7 floors. Except for the 7th floor, which was not open to the public, the remaining 6 floors could accommodate guests. The higher one went, the more luxurious the surroundings became. Naturally, the cost in spirit stones also increased, and not everyone could ascend. One had to possess status and standing to do so. The private room Jin Yong had reserved was on the 2nd floor, room A, quite standard. The group entered the private room. In through the window, they could vaguely see the river nearby. Point 1 must admit, Xen Lu had an excellent location. If they were on a higher floor, the view would be even more splendid. Come, Brother Chu, order some dishes. Jin Yong picked up the menu and handed it directly to Chu Xiaoge. Chu Xiaoge did not hesitate to take it and began to peruse. Good heavens, the menu was quite extensive, featuring various dishes made from powerful beast ingredients, as well as some rare heavenly materials. However, upon glancing at the prices listed below, Chu Xiaoge was momentarily unsure whether they were expensive or reasonable. Spirit stone fruit, 500 spirit stones that stir-fried soul swallow, 3,000 spirit stones, steamed spirit fish, 10,000 spirit stones. Chu Xiaoge casually flipped through the menu and, based on the names, ordered 10 dishes. Master of the pavilion. Do you have any other delicious options? Jin Yong nodded, but when he took the menu back, he was utterly dumbfounded. His hands trembled uncontrollably. sour and spicy tiger meat. 100,000 spirit stones, steamed chi refining shrimp. 150. 000 spirit stones, explosive spirit fruit. 200,000 spirit stones. Jin Yang even counted to confirm how many digits were involved. Good heavens, all the expensive specialties of Zue Xn Lu were listed here. The masters beside him looked at Jin Yang with expressions of confusion, and it was evident that his hands trembled, his face slightly pale. What is going on? Chu Xiaoga naturally noticed the anomaly. Jin Yang was speechless. He found himself at a loss for words. This, Brother Chu, the dishes you've ordered, I fear we may not be able to afford them. Jin Yang lowered his head, his face flushed, finding it difficult to utter those words. Master Wu and the others immediately picked up the menu to take a look, and upon seeing the dishes circled by Chu Xiaoga, they gasped in disbelief. What the hell? These 10 dishes add up to over 5 million spirit stones. Master Wu struggled to articulate. He had never seen so many spirit stones in his life. No wonder the pavilion master said they couldn't afford it. This was practically a meal worth risking one's life for. Chu Xiaoga, in realization, exclaimed, Is this very expensive? If so, no worries. This meal is on me. Jin Yang, Master Wu, and the others. Was it not expensive? Jin Yang and the others were momentarily speechless. 5 million spirit stones, and Chu Xiaoga truly did not think it was a lot. After all, he had amassed over 100 million spirit stones from plundering the Geo sect. 5 million was hardly worth mentioning. Moreover, he had no need to use spirit stones to purchase anything. After all, with the system, he did not require spirit stones to buy cultivation resources or the like. Gulp! Jin Yang swallowed hard, saying, Brother Chu, isn't this inappropriate? How about we order some reasonably priced dishes? Do you truly have that many spirit stones? Chu Xiaoga waved his hand. Let's stick with this. If it's not enough, we'll order more. I'm not short of this bit of money. Jin Yang's timid hands clasped together. He could hardly believe that Chu Xiaoga was such a wealthy individual. Spending 5 million spirit stones on a meal was something only the most powerful and affluent in Jiang City would dare to do. Ding! Wealth revealed, not short of money, awarded 3 show coins. Chu Xiaoga turned his head to glance out the window. This time, he genuinely was not trying to show off. Who would have thought that merely dining out would inadvertently reveal his wealth? Sigh. Having money could also be a burden this moment. The way Jin Yang and the others looked at him had changed significantly. In everyone's eyes, Chu Xiaoga must surely be the scion of some powerful family, high in strength, rich in wealth. Such an individual was somewhat beyond their reach given their status. Before long, the 10 dishes were served one by one. The young waiters who brought the dishes were also secretly astonished. To think that such expensive food could be consumed on the second floor. Chu Xiaoga did not touch his chopsticks, while Jin Yang and the others gazed longingly at the steaming delicacies before them. They had never eaten such extravagant dishes before. A meal like this could potentially enhance their strength. After all, these dishes were not ordinary. The meats contained rich spiritual energy. Dig in. Chu Xiaoga picked up a piece of meat and began to chew. Incredible. The flesh is sweet and tender, with flavors perfectly balanced. With each bite, one can even sense the meat transforming into strands of spiritual essence that seep into the body. Upon witnessing Chu Xiaoga finally picking up his chopsticks, Jin Yang and the others eagerly followed suit. Delightful. Truly exquisite. Both Jin Yang and the masters could not help but sing praises in that moment. Jin Yang finally comprehended why Chu Xiaoga previously showed no interest in sharing the income from his martial arts school. The truth was, he held little regard for the meager earnings from Jin Yang's establishment. The sumptuous meal they were enjoying that evening could easily equate to a year's worth of Jin Yang's hard-earned income, provided he managed to fill his school with students throughout the year. Ding! The excitement from Jin Yang and the others earned them 5 show coins. Chu Xiaoga glanced up and surveyed the scene. Jin Yang and his companions appeared to be floating on air, savoring each morsel, their heads gently swaying in rapture. Indeed, it was delicious, truly worth the price. Meanwhile, as Chu Xiaoga and the others indulged in their feast, a figure in the corner of the second floor of the Zhe Xn Lu spoke. Manager Zhu, I have gathered the necessary information. The reservation for the Jiazi room was made by a man named Jin Yang, the owner of the Jin Yang martial arts school. The others are masters from his school and an unfamiliar young man. Manager Zhu, a middle-aged man with a substantial belly, remarked, Jin Yang, I have not heard of him. Does he possess the financial means to afford this meal? The investigator shook his head, replying, No. Chapter 55. Selling goods. Keep a close watch. Manager Zhu casually nodded, glancing at the bill before tossing it aside. Then reclining in a comfortable rocking chair, since he had established a martial arts school in Jiang City. Jin Yang should be well aware of the influence that XN Liu holds in the area. If he truly cannot settle the bill, they could simply seize his school as collateral and render him powerless. Manager Zhu shook his head, dismissing the matter. To him, it was merely a trivial issue. Zue XN Liu neither sought trouble nor feared it, never worrying about the prospect of someone defaulting on payment. Uncle, please take another look. I'm sure I have something you would like. Manager Zhu cast a glance towards the hall. Each floor of XN Liu was adorned with private rooms, while the hall itself served as a leisurely area for patrons to mingle tea that moment. A ragged little boy appeared, cradling a wooden box in his hands. The contents of the box were a jumble of odds and ends, yet it held a fair number of trinkets. Manager Zhu shook his head and closed his eyes, ignoring the child. He had seen similar situations before, but chose to turn a blind eye. Understanding that these children faced their own hardships, as long as it did not disrupt the operation of XN Liu, he was indifferent to go away. Where did this little brat come from? Can't you see what junk you have in your box? A middle-aged man waved his hand, impatience evident in his gesture, having merely glanced at the boy before averting his gaze. What could a ragged child possibly possess of value? Did he expect to sell a valuable cultivation technique? How absurd! The little boy wore a crestfallen expression, but he remained undeterred, moving to another group and asking, Brothers, would you care to see if I have something you need? I have a very exquisite inkstone, and this box contains a smooth pearl. The boy approached a group of young men, continuously pulling out items from the wooden box. One of the youths waved his hands dismissively, exclaiming, We don't need any of that. Hurry up and get lost. You stink. The others pinched their noses, repulsed by the boy's apparent lack of hygiene. Little friend, how much for your inkstone? At that moment, a tall woman in a short skirt approached, seemingly unaffected by the boy's odor. Crouching down without hesitation. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to her. In an instant, she became the center of attention, akin to a lamb stepping into a pack of wolves. I senti that Miss Su Qinsheng from the Su family. I heard she returned after the recent incident involving her family. Indeed, the rumors were true. Su Qinsheng was as beautiful as the tale suggested. She paid no mind to the onlookers' chatter, having passed through the hall on the second floor. She could not bear to see the boy in such a state. The little boy exclaimed, Sister, are you really going to buy it? This inkstone is only 200 spirit stones. However, before he could finish, someone nearby chuckled, Little friend, what kind of inkstone is worth 200 spirit stones? With that amount, I could buy 100 identical ones. Haha, this kid is amusing, throwing out random prices. Su Qinsheng frowned slightly. For most, 200 spirit stones was hardly significant, yet it was clearly an unwise price for a common inkstone. Never mind, I will purchase this inkstone, Su Qinsheng smiled, having already resolved to assist the child. It made no sense to retract her offer. Now, 200 spirit stones were hardly an amount to fret over. It wouldn't even cover the cost of a basic dish. XN Liu. Thank you, sister. The boy beamed with joy, drawing closer to his goal. Little friend, I'll buy all of this. Please calculate how many spirit stones I owe you. Just as everyone thought the scene was coming to a close, a sudden voice rang out. Jin Yang was taken aback, turning to look at Chu Xiaoga. Brother, there are better ways to spend your money. Why waste spirit stones on this junk? Jin Yang was perplexed. They had just finished dinner and encountered this situation in the hall. They had intended to return to the martial arts school, but Chu Xiaoga paused, seemingly captivated by the commotion. Jin Yang, ever the frugal one, was baffled, wondering if wealth could indeed be squandered so liberally as long as one enjoyed spending it. Could he be a child's accomplice? Jin Yang mused. Wow, this guy is impressive, a youth suddenly exclaimed. We thought he was on the first floor, but he is actually on the top tier. That's remarkable. A nearby person asked in confusion. What do you mean? The excited you clarified. You think he is interested in the boy's junk? Surely not. Anyone can tell those items are worthless, if I'm not mistaken. He is merely trying to attract Su Qinsheng's attention. it was evident that Su Qingcheng bought the inkstone out of compassion for the boy's plight. And this brother's actions were designed to catch her eye. The youth's explanation resonated with the others, and they turned their gazes toward the unfolding drama that moment. Su Qingcheng's eyes were indeed fixed upon Chu Xiaoge. The little boy remained in a daze, questioning whether he had misheard that brother really going to buy everything. Chu Xiaoge stepped forward, addressing the boy. "Surely you don't think I'm jesting?" The boy shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "No, I'm just too excited." He quickly bowed his head, rummaging through the wooden box, whispering calculations to himself. After a brief moment, the boy finally declared, "Brother, it totals 2,000 spirit stones." "All right, I'll take it all," Chu Xiaoge nodded, "but I will give you 20,000 spirit stones." The boy's eyes widened with delight at the prospect of such a sum. Yet he shook his head in protest. "Brother, only 2,000 is enough." After speaking, the boy handed the wooden box to Chu Xiaoge. Chu Xiaoge accepted the box. Glancing inside and silently acknowledging its contents, he then shook his head. "Since you insist on only taking 2,000. Then so be it. But are all these items from your grandfather?" The boy nodded affirmatively. "Then would you kindly take me to meet your grandfather?" Chu Xiaoge inquired. Everyone was taken aback. What was happening? Could there truly be something of value hidden within that wooden box? Or perhaps the boy's grandfather was a person of significance. In a moment of intrigue, everyone became curious, as if they had missed something significant. Su Qingcheng gazed in bewilderment at the young man who stood merely a few steps away from her. She had previously examined the wooden box belonging to the young boy, and indeed, it contained nothing of value. Why, then, did this young man's actions seem so peculiar? Her curiosity was piqued. What could this young man possibly mean? And what was the situation with the boy's grandfather? Chapter 56. Exceptional. Su Qingcheng observed Chu Xiaoge with keen interest. Although the young man stood beside her, he had not even glanced her way. This left Su Qingcheng questioning herself. Regardless of the circumstances, she maintained confidence in her own allure. However, this only intensified her curiosity regarding the young man's intentions. To see his grandfather? The young boy looked puzzled but did not dwell on it, saying, "All right, but my grandfather is ill." He felt immensely grateful that this brother could buy all the items from the wooden box. "Very well, let us depart at once." With a mere thought, Chu Xiaoge stored the wooden box within the system, an act that did not cause much stir, as items like storage rings and bags were commonplace in this world. The young boy nodded and led the way, with Chu Xiaoge following closely behind. "Brother Chu." Jin Yang caught up to him. "Oh, curator, I shall seek you out again before the competition." Upon hearing this, Jin Yang felt reassured. They had already accepted Chu Xiaoge wholeheartedly, and he led several disciples toward the martial arts hall. As for Chu Xiaoge, although he was somewhat curious, he understood that since he had not invited Jin Yang, it was natural for him not to follow. "What ailment afflicts your grandfather?" Chu Xiaoge asked as he and the young boy turned from the bustling street into a narrow alley, the number of people around them dwindling until only he and the young boy remained. "I do not know the cause. My grandfather suddenly fell ill after returning home a few days ago." The boy shook his head vigorously, his eyes reddening as he looked at his increasingly emaciated grandfather. Fear and concern etched on his face. In this world, his grandfather was his only family. "Oh, not worry. Your grandfather will be all right. Trust your brother." Chu Xiaoge smiled, seemingly oblivious to the boy's unkempt hair, as he gently ruffled the boy's head. "System, is what you said truly accurate?" At that moment, Chu Xiaoge's heart raced with excitement. It was all due to an object within the boy's wooden box. Upon exiting the private room, he had felt an inexplicable pull from the spatial energy within him. That time, the system had also emitted a soft sound of intrigue. Indeed, it must be the universe celestial map. Joy surged within him as he listened to the system's explanation. This universe celestial map was no ordinary artifact. Especially for practitioners with spatial energy, it was a spatial celestial tool. While it may not enhance the user's attack or defense, it could facilitate teleportation as long as there was a mark on the universe celestial map. One could disregard distance and teleport directly. Is that true? The young boy looked up, his reason for selling his household items rooted in the hope of acquiring spirit stones to buy medicine for his grandfather. "Brother, we are almost there." Chu Xiaoge nodded gently but then stopped, holding back the young boy. You have been following us for quite some time. You must be weary. Chu Xiaoga did not turn around, leaving the boy puzzled, unsure of whom the former was addressing. That if you do not depart soon, do not blame me for being merciless. Chu Xiaoga had sensed it long ago, ever since they left the Ixin building. Several figures had trailed them. Despite their attempts to conceal their presence, they were up against Chu Xiaoga. He continued onward. What to do? It seems we have been discovered. Not far behind Chu Xiaoga, someone frowned. Having exercised extreme caution, yet still feeling exposed. Damn it, does this kid have eyes in the back of his head? A middle-aged man was astonished. His curiosity regarding the boy's wooden box and the identity of his grandfather had driven him to follow. He was certain there was a grand secret at play, perhaps even an opportunity. Let us go. The middle-aged man did not hesitate, concealing his presence as he moved forward, but this time he was much more cautious. He knew he was not alone in this pursuit. Several others followed as well. As for the young man's earlier remark, the middle-aged man dismissed it entirely. Merciless to my subordinates? They should consider who is truly ruthless here. On the other side, two figures concealed in the shadows advanced quietly, their steps silent. Chu Xiaoga shook his head as he took a few steps. In his perception, the figures behind him remained unchanged in number, indicating that they had disregarded his previous warning, treating his words as mere whispers in the wind. Chu Xiaoga chuckled softly, and in an instant, an invisible pressure emanated from him, enveloping the few figures behind him. As they stealthily approached, in the next moment, all of them felt a sudden jolt. An intangible force surrounded them like a massive mountain crashing down, pinning them to the ground. They attempted to channel their inner spiritual energy to resist, only to find it futile. Even their internal energy was stifled. Pain, a pervasive agony coursed through their bodies, making breathing difficult. Their faces paled instantly, cold sweat soaking their clothes, and their bones creaked under the weight of this force. Instinctively, they felt as if their bodies were on the verge of collapse. They wanted to plead for mercy, yet they could not even open their mouths, let alone utter a sound. I was wrong. I shall not dare again. What on earth is this person? Why is their power so terrifying? It's over. I'm going to die here. Ding! Terrified to the bone, they gained 2 experience points. Chu Xiaoga retracted the pressure, having merely given them a slight lesson that if he truly wished to eliminate them, with his current strength, it would only require a single thought to make them vanish without a trace. Phew! As Chu Xiaoga released the pressure, those who had been following him felt a wave of relief, collapsing against the wall in exhaustion. This individual was not to be trifled with at this moment. They all held a singular thought. The opponent's strength had reached an unfathomable level, far beyond what they could contend with. After regaining a modicum of their internal energy, they wasted no time in departing, not daring to linger even a moment longer, fearing the young man might change his mind and eliminate them. Brother, what happened? Chu Xiaoga shook his head, his eyes narrowing slightly as an array of information appeared before him. Name: Duqin realm, mortal cultivation talent, exceptional affinity, 50 shortcomings, weak constitution, malnutrition, exceptional cultivation talent. The heavenly eye classifies talent into 4 tiers: poor, average, excellent, and exceptional. However, most individuals possess average talent. With diligent effort, achieving the spirit transformation realm is merely a matter of time, and with some opportunity, reaching the damn refinement realm is not out of the question. Those with excellent talent are destined for higher realms as for exceptional talent. It goes without saying, such individuals are rare gems that think I would encounter someone with exceptional cultivation talent. Chu Xiaoga was filled with deep emotions. As long as the young boy, Duqin, was given time to grow, his future achievements would be boundless. Of course, Duqin needed opportunities for that to happen, that if he remained as he was now, his talents would likely be squandered, buried in obscurity. Following in Duqin's footsteps, Chu Xiaoga's mind was lost in contemplation. Chapter 57. The sword strikes the giant peak. As for the affection indicated in the data, it referred to Duqin's fondness for Chu Xiaoga. The higher a person's affection level, the greater the trust they have in Chu Xiaoga. That a score of 50 is already exceedingly high for a stranger. Naturally, Chu Xiaoga understood that this goodwill stemmed from his purchase of everything in Duqin's wooden box. Additionally, In Chu Xiaoga's view, his handsome visage should have contributed to a few extra points of affection as well. "Brother, we've arrived," Chu Xiaoga snapped back to reality. They had halted before a small courtyard. Though it was called a courtyard, it was merely a rudimentary enclosure made of wooden stakes, within which stood a modest stone house. Surrounding them were several similar structures. "Grandfather, I'm back," Du Qin exclaimed, bursting through the wooden door with palpable excitement. Creak! A pungent odor assaulted their senses. Dampness, mold, an amalgamation of various smells. Before them lay a simple bed. A table and a stool on the bed. An elderly man, his breath faint, slowly opened his eyes. Trembling, he reached out to touch Du Qin's face and said, "Xiao Qin has returned. Where did you go so late?" Du Qin immediately pulled 2 spirit stones from his pocket and declared, "Grandfather, I sold some things from home for a total of 2,000 spirit stones that we could buy medicine now." The reason it was 2 stones was that spirit stones varied in quality. The more abundant the spiritual energy within a spirit stone, the higher its value. Thus, the 2 spirit stones given by Chu Xiaoga were roughly equivalent to 2,000 ordinary stones. "Grandfather, it was this brother who bought them. He said he wanted to meet you." Du Qin pointed back at Chu Xiaoga. The elderly man attempted to shift his position, wishing to sit up, but found himself unable. He could only manage a wry smile, and said, "I apologize. I cannot rise at the moment." He understood that the pile of things Du Qin sold was hardly valuable. Who would buy useless items? This young man likely felt pity for Du Qin and chose to help him. Indeed, it was so. The moment Chu Xiaoga laid eyes on the elderly man, he grasped the truth. The man's frailty stemmed from deeper issues that it was no wonder Du Qin had mentioned they had exhausted all their savings without finding a cure. Instead, as time passed, the old man's condition deteriorated. "Old man, before your health declined, did you happen to acquire something?" Chu Xiaoga stepped forward, gazing intently at the elder. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Chu Xiaoga's words carried a weighty implication. His heart raced as he murmured, "You mean, my condition is due to something else?" Upon seeing Chu Xiaoga nod, the old man closed his eyes to recall. After a brief moment, he opened them wide, a spark igniting within. Could it be that map? With a flick of his finger, a faded, yellowed map materialized in Chu Xiaoga's hand. The patterns and markings on the map were indistinct, yet its overall quality was remarkably high. "Yes, that map," the old man exclaimed eagerly. "I was fishing by the river when suddenly bubbles began to rise from the water, startling me. Not long after, the map floated to the surface. I pulled it up and found it completely dry. Fascinated, I decided to keep it." Chu Xiaoga listened quietly, unsure whether to label the old man's fortune as good or ill. He had been fortunate enough to encounter the cosmic immortal map. However, his misfortune lay in the fact that his body had been eroded by the residual spatial energy of the map, resulting in his current state. Given the map's current dilapidated condition, it must have been damaged. Otherwise, the old man would likely have perished upon contact. "What does this mean, grandfather?" Du Qin asked, puzzled, unable to comprehend the conversation between his grandfather and the brother. "Is a map truly problematic?" Chu Xiaoga interjected. "Old man, I will resolve your health issues, but I hope you can tell me where that place is." Upon hearing that Chu Xiaoga could assist with his ailments, the old man was filled with excitement. Yes, that's wonderful. My health is declining day by day, and I can feel my time is running out. Honestly, I wouldn't mind dying, but I cannot leave Xiao Qin behind. Who will take care of him if I go? The location is at the entrance of Yonglu River on South Street in Jiangcheng. Chu Xiaoga nodded, placing his hand on the old man's shoulder. Both the elder and Du Qin held their breath in anticipation, fearful of disrupting Chu Xiaoga's focus. Upon contact, Chu Xiaoga distinctly sensed the faint threads of spatial energy within the old man's body. With a surge of energy emanating from his palm, he drew those threads into himself. Following that, he infused a trace of spiritual energy into the old man's body, allowing it to circulate before gradually dissipating. The old man could feel the changes within him. The discomfort that had lingered vanished instantaneously. It was as if everything had returned to normal, and he could move once more. "Here, take this elixir. Your health will be restored," Chu Xiaoga said, producing a pill and offering it to the elderly man. The old man shifted his body, discovering he could exert strength. Du Qin's astonishment, he rose from the bed, shaking Chu Xiaoga's hand with gratitude. Thank you, immortal." The old man understood that there were practitioners in this world capable of feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The methods employed by this youth were clearly not those of an ordinary practitioner. What else could he be but an immortal? Ding! In response to the old man's gratitude, the dream space's level rose to the 5th tier. Now that this matter is resolved, I have one more thing to discuss. Chu Xiaoga continued. The old man had consumed the elixir, and as it took effect, he felt invigorated, as if his body had reverted to its youthful vigor. Immortal, please speak, he urged. Chu Xiaoga's gaze fell upon Du Qin. Xiao Qin possesses exceptional talent for cultivation. I intend to nurture him to these words. The old man's face flushed with excitement. Is that true? Immortal? Yes, certainly, Chu Xiaoga affirmed. Xiao Qin has endured many hardships since childhood. He has had no opportunity to attend a private school or learn martial arts. This world values cultivation above all else. Having lived for decades, the old man understood the meaning of being a practitioner all too well. Grandfather, what is a practitioner? Du Qin asked, bewildered. He could not grasp the conversation between the two. The old man opened his mouth to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. He turned to Chu Xiaoga. Seeking assistance, I will explain, Chu Xiaoga offered. Seeing Chu Xiaoga move toward the courtyard, the elder and Du Qin hurried to follow. Before their eyes, Chu Xiaoga's robe began to sway as if caught in a breeze. Suddenly, both the old man and Du Qin felt a rush of air, followed by a blinding flash in mere moments. Everything returned to normal. As they opened their eyes, they gazed in disbelief at their surroundings. Everything had changed. They were no longer in the courtyard. Under the moonlight, majestic mountains stretched before them. Brother is flying, Du Qin screamed, while the old man rubbed his eyes in astonishment. That moment, Chu Xiaoga ascended. Walking upon thin air, stopping mid-flight to gaze down upon the mountains, the sword appeared in his hand, and with a swift motion he sliced through the air. Sword light burst forth, banishing the darkness in an instant. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed, akin to the earth splitting apart. The old man clutched Du Qin tightly, both teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet their eyes remained fixed ahead. There, amidst the mountains, a colossal peak crumbled, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. This is what it means to be a practitioner, imbued with unparalleled power. Chapter 58. The changes in the Su family. Du Qin's eyes sparkled with vitality. The scene before him shattered his understanding of reality. Although he resided in the bustling city of Jiangsheng, he had grown up in a narrow alley. What did he know of cultivators? His world was confined to that small alley. Grandfather, the elderly man turned his head, tightly grasping Du Qin's hands with excitement. Xiao Qin, you must diligently cultivate with the immortal. The old man understood better than anyone that this individual was undoubtedly a formidable practitioner. He had encountered numerous cultivators, all of whom surpassed ordinary people in strength. Yet he had never witnessed anyone capable of obliterating a towering peak like this. Du Qin nodded heavily. Yes, ding. The host's talents surged, elevating his strength to the 2nd level of the Fun Yuan realm. Chu Xiaoga led the two back to the small courtyard, glancing around the surroundings before speaking. Elder, you two should move to my place for the time being. When I am away from Jiangsheng, it would be convenient to have someone watch over my home. The Zhang family had gifted him a residence, and indeed, the Chu residence was spacious enough that if left unattended, it would soon gather dust. Since Du Qin wished to cultivate alongside him, Chu Xiaoga naturally could not neglect their living conditions, especially since the Chu residence was vacant. Take this. It will guide you. With a flick of his finger, a token, formed from gathered spiritual energy, floated in the air. The elder accepted the token, feeling a sense of wonder wash over him. An immortal capable of destroying a mountain with a single sword stroke, summoning a token from thin air, was hardly surprising. Then it is settled that I shall return to find you once I finish my matters. The elder and Du Qin stood outside the courtyard, watching as Chu Xiaoga departed step by step. This night, they understood, was extraordinary. Chu Xiaoga retraced his steps, and as he neared the alley's exit, he paused. Miss, are you waiting for me? Su Qingcheng leaned against the wall corner, having waited there for half an hour. She had followed the young man initially, but chose not to continue tailing him, instead remaining outside the alley. Shortly after, she witnessed a group of individuals rush out, covered in dirt and disheveled. She knew this must be the young man's doing, which piqued her curiosity, especially since she had not heard a sound from the depths of the alley. Su Qingcheng snapped back to reality, noticing that the young man was now just a few steps away from her. "Greetings, I am Su Qingcheng of the Su family that we met at the Zexan building." Su Qingcheng was taken aback. She had sensed nothing of his approach if he were an enemy. She dreaded to think of the consequences. "Oh, is Miss Su that I am Chu Xiaoga." Although Su Qingcheng was backlit, Chu Xiaoga could still discern her features in the dim light. "May I inquire what brings you here?" He was puzzled as to why Su Qingcheng awaited him, that if her intentions were similar to those of the previous group, she would not linger here without purpose, especially since there was nothing to see. "Could it be that my looks are too handsome?" Chu Xiaoga mused, confident in his own appearance. "Undeniably charming. I merely wish to make the acquaintance of young Master Chu." Su Qingcheng's eyes sparkled. She had encountered many remarkable men, yet this was her first time feeling such intrigue toward a stranger. He seemed unaffected by her beauty, possessing both keen insight and an unfathomable strength. This series of observations led her to conclude that Chu Xiaoga was far from ordinary. Although she had recently returned to Jiangcheng, she was aware that no one by the name of Chu Xiaoga existed here. Thus, she surmised he must be from outside. "I see." Chu Xiaoga nodded. The pair then returned to the Xin building. This time, they opted for a private room to engage in casual conversation without ordering a meal. The Su family was one of the foremost families in Jiangcheng, both in power and status, ranking among the elite. Earlier, while conversing with Jin Yang, the latter had introduced him to the Su family. Now, with Su Qingcheng herself presenting the opportunity for acquaintance, Chu Xiaoga had no reason to decline out of course. It was not solely due to her beauty that he acquiesced. He simply had nothing else to occupy his time. "Indeed, it is so that I did not expect young Master Chu to be a solitary cultivator. This truly surprises me." Su Qingcheng delicately lifted her slender hand to sip her tea. She could not discern Chu Xiaoga's strength. Yet she firmly believed he was a practitioner. She had anticipated discovering which faction he belonged to, only to learn he was a solitary cultivator. Bang! At that moment, the door to the private room burst open, and a figure rushed in, exclaiming urgently, "Miss, there's been an incident." The middle-aged man's gaze shifted, only to realize there was another young man present in the room. He paused, taken aback. When did the young lady begin to associate with a strange man alone? The middle-aged man opened his mouth but uttered nothing. Su Qingcheng spoke. "Just tell me directly." The middle-aged man trembled inwardly. This was a family matter. How could he disclose it before an outsider? However, under Su Qingcheng's command, he dared not defy her. Several family members have exhibited symptoms of illness. Su Qingcheng looked at him in confusion. Aren't the senior brothers and sisters at home? Can't they manage the situation? The middle-aged man shook his head. "No, it is not possible." Su Qingcheng's expression darkened. She turned to Chu Xiaoga with a smile. "I apologize, young Master Chu, but I must return to the Su family due to family matters." "Ah, might I accompany you to take a look?" Chu Xiaoga asked, his voice ringing with enthusiasm. How could he let such an opportunity slip by? Yes, of course." Su Qingcheng nodded without hesitation. The middle-aged man was utterly stunned. Who on earth was this young man? After the incident in the Su family, they had closed their doors and outsiders remained oblivious to the situation. All was mere speculation. Now, aside from the Su family members and the two senior brothers and sisters brought by Su Qingcheng, no outsiders were aware. Could it be that this young man was connected to the young lady? The middle-aged man murmured to himself, "This news is quite explosive. If that is the case, I must make a good impression." "Uncle Chun, why are we still here?" The middle-aged man snapped back to reality and quickly followed suit. Before long, the three arrived at the Su family estate. The layout of the Su residence bore some resemblance to the Chu residence. Both sprawling with expansive ground, as they stepped into the Su estate, a palpable aura of severity enveloped them. "Miss is back. Miss, you have returned." As they made their way, the maids greeted Su Qingcheng with a mixture of reverence and trepidation. Chu Xiaoga remained silent, his gaze thoughtfully scanning the surroundings. The entirety of the Su estate was ablaze with light, and soon they found themselves in a grand hall. There, several figures paced back and forth. appearing quite anxious. Ching Chung. One person was the first to spot Chu Xiaoge and the others, calling out in alarm. Ching Chung, what shall we do? A woman rushed forward, grasping Su Ching Chung's hand, her makeup disheveled, and her eyes bloodshot. Aunt San, do not worry. There will surely be a solution. Su Ching Chung offered words of comfort and pressed forward. There a small group had gathered around someone. Brother Gu, what is the situation? A bronze youth turned to address her. Junior sister, the situation is dire. Su Ching Chung's expression shifted. Does that mean even you have no solution? Upon learning of the unfortunate circumstances surrounding the Su family, she specifically sought out senior brother Gu and senior sister Luo. Senior brother Gu specializes in the medical arts, and aside from the elder of the medical pavilion, he is the most accomplished practitioner. Indeed, he has even been regarded as the potential successor to the position of the elder. At this moment, upon hearing senior brother Gu's words, Su Ching Chung felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Chu Xiaoge stepped forward, observing the scene before him with a furrowed brow. Chapter 59. Numbers do not always equate to strength within Chu Xiaoge's gaze. 3 individuals reclined in chairs. Their breathing was calm, and aside from their slightly darkened complexions, there appeared to be no other signs of distress. They seemed as if they were merely asleep. Yet, the pallor of their faces indicated otherwise. Chu Xiaoge remained silent beside them, attentively listening to the conversation among Su Ching Chung and the others. Senior brother Gu, have you discerned the underlying cause? Su Ching Chung inquired, her tone tinged with urgency, for this matter was indeed grave. Initially, 2 individuals within the family had exhibited such symptoms, and at first, no one paid it much heed, assuming it to be poisoning or some other ailment. However, upon summoning a physician, it became apparent that it was not poison. Not long after, the 2 initial patients worsened, transitioning from a state of wakefulness to an unresponsive slumber that no amount of calling could rouse. Subsequently, more and more members of the family began to suffer similarly, as if they were afflicted by contagion. Thus, immediate isolation measures were enacted, yet to no avail. Senior brother Gu fell into deep thought, recognizing the complexity of the situation. Despite his best efforts, he had yet to uncover a definitive cause. His gaze shifted to the woman seated across from him, who was engrossed in an ancient tome. Senior sister Luo, do you have any insights? Senior sister Luo slowly lifted her head and remarked, What? Has even senior brother Gu encountered a dilemma? In my view, the issue must stem from within the Su family. Perhaps some external force is exerting an influence. She closed the book and rose, drawing the attention of everyone present as she approached senior brother Gu step by step. The members of the Su family instinctively parted to make way, and senior sister Luo cast a glance at the 3 slumbering individuals, stating, Those who exhibit similar symptoms have already been isolated, so contagion is not a concern. Furthermore, it is significant to note that these individuals possess relatively low cultivation levels. A realization dawned upon the crowd. Senior brother Gu seemed to grasp the implication as well, recalling the conditions of those he had previously examined. It appeared to align with her observation. Initially, there were mere mortals, followed by a few from the Su family at the qi refining stage. And now these 3 had reached the body tempering stage. The severity was escalating. Everyone understood that if this trend continued, the entire Su family would likely fall victim to the same fate. If no solution presented itself, they might have to consider evacuating the Su family altogether. Cough. I appreciate everyone's efforts. A deep voice suddenly resonated. The assembly turned to see a middle-aged man with a grave expression approaching. Family Master. Father. Su family master nodded towards Su Ching Chung and then directed his gaze towards senior brother Gu and senior sister Luo, asking, Have you 2 devised a solution? He had discreetly consulted several physicians he was acquainted with, all of whom were at a loss. He dared not disclose this predicament publicly. Thus, as soon as the situation escalated, he had ordered the Su family to seal itself off from the outside world. Should news of the Su family's plight escape, they would likely face external pressures, considering how many coveted their position. You 2 are both senior to Qingchen. Should you resolve this issue, I shall be most grateful. The Su family master did not underestimate the 2 before him, recognizing that both possessed greater prowess than he. Most importantly, the strength of their sect far surpassed that of the Su family in Jiangqing. Rest assured, Uncle Su, we will do our utmost. Both Senior Brother Gu and Senior Sister Luo nodded solemnly. And whom might this be? The Su family master suddenly furrowed his brow, realizing a stranger had appeared in the hall. The young man stood quietly to the side. Father, this is young Master Chu, my friend. Su Qingsheng quickly stepped forward to clarify. Upon hearing this, the Su family master was taken aback, and one knew his daughter better than he. Su Qingsheng had always been exceptional, never deigning to regard her peers, especially males, with any seriousness. When had she acquired a male friend, and during such a critical time? The Su family master discreetly scrutinized the situation. Su family master, Chu Xiaoge, clasped his hands in greeting, paying little mind to the astonished expression surrounding him. At this moment, he had formulated a tentative hypothesis, though he dared not confirm it, if his suspicions were correct. This individual was indeed remarkable. Alas, it grows late. Let us disperse. The Su family master waved his hand, signaling the adjournment of the gathering. The members of the Su family departed, their faces ashen, for the family had succumbed to a palpable dread. Soon, only 4 individuals remained in the hall: Senior Brother Gu, Senior Sister Luo, Su Qingsheng, and Chu Xiaoge. Young Master Chu, do you have any insights? Although Su Qingsheng primarily focused on Senior Brother Gu, she frequently observed Chu Xiaoge. She sensed he might have discerned something significant. Senior Brother Gu and Senior Sister Luo also turned their attention to Chu Xiaoge. Honestly skeptical of his capacity to provide any answers. Point 1 was an adept in medicine, and the other, in alchemy. Both were prodigies of their sect. The youth before them, aside from his handsome appearance, exhibited not a trace of spiritual energy. What could an ordinary person possibly contribute? Chu Xiaoge nodded. Indeed, I have formulated a hypothesis, and I believe the answer shall soon be revealed. Su Qingsheng's eyes lit up with excitement as she grasped Chu Xiaoge's arm, exclaiming, Young Master Chu, is that truly the case? Before Chu Xiaoge could respond, Senior Brother Gu interjected, Might I inquire what you believe the issue to be? Please share your thoughts with us. Senior Brother Gu furrowed his brow, noting Su Qingsheng's grip on Chu Xiaoge's arm, nearly causing his temper to flare. Chu Xiaoge smiled, fully aware of their disdain for him. Aside from Su Qingsheng, he surmised the other 2 were eagerly anticipating his folly. What do you believe to be the cause of this situation? Chu Xiaoge countered, refraining from providing an answer and instead posing a question to them. Senior Brother Gu's expression soured immediately. If I knew that, I would have cured it long ago. You are fully aware that I am at a loss. Yet you choose to poke at my wounds. Cough, cough. Senior Sister Luo gently cleared her throat, alleviating the tension for Senior Brother Gu. Young Master Chu, why not share your thoughts with us? After all, many hands make light work, and it would be beneficial for everyone to evaluate your hypothesis. Su Qingsheng nodded, realizing she had indeed been a bit hasty in her excitement. She trusted that Chu Xiaoge was not speaking frivolously. But he had also mentioned it was merely a hypothesis. No. Having numbers does not necessarily equate to strength. Sometimes, even if you have many people, you may still be overpowered by a single adversary. As soon as Chu Xiaoge finished speaking, the hall fell into a profound silence. Senior Brother Gu and Senior Sister Luo had never held Chu Xiaoge in high regard throughout the discourse. They considered themselves the elite, the paragons of their sect. They were curious to hear what sort of jest Chu Xiaoge's hypothesis might entail. Ding, a cup was filled, and his strength surged to the 3rd level of the elemental origin realm. Chapter 60. The man in the black robe, Miss Su. Please take me to see the initial 2 individuals afflicted by this condition. Chu Xiaoge disregarded the displeased expressions of Senior Brother Gu and Senior Sister Luo. Focusing instead on Su Qingsheng, Su Qingsheng felt caught in the middle, acutely aware of the tension between the 2 parties. Nonetheless, she understood this was merely the pride of her 2 senior comrades, unwilling to concede to another. Thus, she believed that as long as Chu Xiaoge demonstrated his capabilities, her seniors would surely acknowledge him. Very well, please follow me, as Su Qingsheng led Chu Xiaoge away. Senior Brother Gu queried. Senior Sister, should we accompany them to observe? He was intrigued but hesitant to let his pride falter. Yes, let us go and ensure the safety of our junior sister, she replied. After a short while, Chu Xiaoge and Su Qingsheng arrived at their destination. The room was illuminated by flickering flames, where two young men lay quietly upon their beds. Their complexions were as dark as ink, their breathing serene, trapped in a state of apparent death. Yet, the severity of their condition was unmistakable. Tap, tap, as footsteps echoed behind him. Chu Xiaoga chose not to turn around, fully aware that it was Xie Qingcheng's senior brother and sister. With a flick of his fingers, the sleeve of one of the men tore apart, revealing his arm. The sight left the three behind him in utter astonishment. Xie Qingcheng nodded. Her suspicions had proven correct. The expressions of Gu Shixiang and Luo Shiji also shifted, as they felt a jolt of realization. This was an outward manifestation of spiritual energy, indicating that he was at least in the spirit transformation realm. They reined in their previous condescension and began to truly regard Chu Xiaoga with seriousness. It was remarkable that someone so young had already reached their level. He was not to be underestimated. There was no hope. These two would meet their demise by nightfall. Chu Xiaoga shook his head, having already discerned the truth upon encountering them. Everything had been unveiled, precisely as he had surmised. What? Gu Shixiang stepped forward, pointing at the man. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, perplexed. Young Master Chu, everything within his body appears normal. Why do you say such things? Indeed, Gu Shixiang had just conducted a brief examination of the man's physique. No toxins. No injuries, normal pulse and respiration. Are you familiar with the Black Sha Forbidden Ghost technique? Chu Xiaoga asked, seated comfortably. Xie Qingcheng and the others quickly moved closer. The Black Sha Forbidden Ghost technique. Gu Shixiang furrowed his brow, his mind racing to recall where he had heard that name before. Simultaneously, Xie Qingcheng and Luo Shiji felt a sense of déjà vu that it was impossible. Hadn't this forbidden technique been lost long ago? Finally, Gu Shixiang exclaimed in shock, his face pale. Chu Xiaoga shook his head dismissively to, "Oh, there is nothing impossible. The Black Sha Forbidden Ghost technique is one of the taboo techniques that practitioners collectively shun. Not because it is excessively evil, but rather because it is terrifyingly potent, capable of driving its user to madness and inciting heinous acts, easily leading one astray. But a millennium ago, a formidable practitioner believed he could master it. Yet he fell into madness and ultimately annihilated an entire city, only to be slain by righteous cultivators. Thus fell a mighty warrior. So that's how it is. All of this stems from the Black Sha energy, which explains why it couldn't be detected. Jiu Shixiang muttered, finally understanding why a solution had eluded them for so long. The error had been made from the very beginning. The Black Sha energy could not be resolved by ordinary means, but required specially concocted pills for its mitigation. Why would the Su family provoke such a person? Luo Shiji pondered, clearly aware that the adversary had intentionally targeted the Su family. Xie Qingcheng shook her head, as one of the leading families in Jiangxing. Our Su family naturally has countless rivals. Indeed, identifying the mastermind is no simple task. However, the more pressing concern is to locate the assailant. Only by stopping him can we avert the crisis facing the Su family. Uncovering the culprit was not inherently difficult, but it would likely require the sex tracking technique. Yu Shixiang shook his head at this. Neither of us is qualified to learn it. Only the elders can. What then? Xie Qingcheng said helplessly. If they had the tracking technique, they could extract the Black Sha energy from the victims and trace it back to the perpetrator. However, if they were to seek the elders, the journey would take too long. Jiu Shixiang did not finish his thought, but they all understood. The distance was far too great, even if they took the fastest flying beast by the time they traveled there and back. The Su family might very well be doomed. Isn't this a rather simple problem? Chu Xiaoga interjected, rising to his feet. Although I lack the tracking technique you mentioned, I possess a method far superior. He had previously acquired countless techniques from the system, encompassing everything from the basics to mastery. The techniques included far more than just 1,000 varieties, covering an extensive range. Among them was the Black Sha Forbidden Ghost technique, which was why Chu Xiaoga had been able to identify the issue with such clarity. What? Gu Shixiang was once again taken aback that he wanted to express skepticism, but feared being proven wrong. Ignoring the astonished expressions of those around him, Chu Xiaoga traced a circle in the air with his finger and then gently tapped the center. In an instant, several wisps of black gas floated out from the bodies of the two men lying on the bed. much to the astonishment of all present. With a sudden grasp of his hands, Chu Xiaoga easily confined the black shot energy. I've got it. Just as everyone was about to inquire further, Chu Xiaoga vanished in a flash. Wait for us! Gu Shixiang felt as though his vision blurred, and Chu Xiaoga had silently disappeared. Such speed left the three of them utterly oblivious. How swift! Luo Shiji gazed at Xie Qingqing, marveling at where this prodigy had come from at that moment. She found herself genuinely impressed. They were still unaware of the full extent of his capabilities, only recognizing that he was at least in the spirit transformation realm. Let us follow him. With a toss of her long hair, Luo Shiji activated her movement technique. The three of them pursued the trail left by Chu Xiaoga. This was a deliberate choice on his part. Otherwise, they would never have been able to keep pace with him. Is this where we find him? Gu Shixiang exclaimed in surprise. Before them stood two figures, Chu Xiaoga and a man clad in black robes, who stood unmoving. Young Master Chu. The trio approached and immediately sensed the aura emanating from the black-robed man. He was at the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm. Though surprised, they were also contemplative. If the adversary truly possessed such high cultivation, then the influence of the black shot energy extended beyond just the current individuals. Kill! The black-robed man raised his head to gaze at them, his eyes glowing a fierce red, indicating he had long since lost his sanity. Yu Shixiang asked, does killing him mean the threat will be completely resolved? Any one of them could easily vanquish a 7th level Qi refinement practitioner. Their gazes converged on Chu Xiaoji. It was curious. This was ostensibly a matter concerning the Su family, yet it had somehow shifted to revolve around Chu Xiaoga. We must first ascertain the situation. A simple inquiry would yield answers. Chu Xiaoga unleashed a beam of spiritual light upon the black-robed man, leading him back toward the previous room. The black-robed man eerily floated in midair, trailing behind him. Wait, where are you going again? How could they possibly inquire further? Could he awaken the black-robed man and the two unconscious individuals? Chapter 61. The truth. Gu Shixiang and the others exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the shock they felt at Chu Xiaoga's continuous ability to redefine their understanding. Let us observe for now. They returned to the previous room without further discussion. With a swift flick of his fingers, Chu Xiaoga tapped rapidly on the bodies of the two men on the bed. After several breaths, he finally paused. Gu Shixiang and the others looked on in confusion. Just as they prepared to ask, the two men on the bed began to stir. Cough, cough. 2 simultaneous coughs echoed. They were awake. The three stared in disbelief, having felt utterly powerless just moments before. Now, Chu Xiaoga had merely tapped them a few times to bring them back to consciousness. What an astounding disparity. The two men, still somewhat dazed, quickly regained their senses. Upon glancing around, they spotted a familiar figure. Miss, you're back. Although they were both part of the Su family, they belonged to a collateral branch and held little standing within the family. Even their slight connection to Xie Qingcheng relegated them to addressing her as Mississippi. Xie Qingcheng nodded, asking, what on earth happened to you? Why were you in such a state? Although the two men had been in a deep slumber, they had endured a harrowing experience in their dreams, chased relentlessly by swirling black mists intent on devouring them. Whenever they paused to catch their breath, the mist would inflict excruciating bites upon them. The pain felt all too real. I don't know, one of the men stammered, his eyes darting. Thank you, miss, for saving us. The two men struggled to rise, both casting grateful glances towards Su Qingqing. After a moment's contemplation, they could surmise the situation. Su Qingqing's return likely pertained to their health issues, especially since, during their awakening, another family member had suffered a similar fate. Turning her head, Su Qingqing noticed that Chu Xiaoga had already seated himself nearby. His eyes closed, while the figure of the man in black had vanished without a trace, despite having been present moments ago. Are you certain you haven't provoked anyone? Su Qingqing inquired once more, skepticism lacing her voice. If indeed it were a rival, they would hardly dare to act so brazenly in Jiangsheng. We truly do not know. Both men fervently shook their heads, their eyes betraying a hint of evasion. Yet they were not detected. Alas, Su Qingcheng sighed. Young Master Chu. Chu Xiaoga opened his eyes and asked, have you finished your inquiries? Upon receiving a nod in response, he approached, fixing his intense gaze upon the two youths. After their awakening, he had casually utilized the heavenly eye to observe them, but he was unprepared for the revelation that would unveil the true cause of this incident. Do you truly believe everything has returned to normal? He intoned. Let me inform you, your current state is merely a fleeting moment of clarity. Come dawn, you shall perish. Not just the two of you, but your entire family is destined to meet their end tonight. Chu Xiaoge spoke slowly, as though uttering trivialities. The two men trembled, realizing the truth in his words. They had awakened in the belief that they were saved, but now, hearing Chu Xiaoge's ominous proclamation, they were engulfed by a wave of icy dread. Miss, this cannot be true, can it? Miss, he is deceiving us, isn't he? Their gazes fell upon Su Qingcheng, who remained silent. Chu Xiaoge's expression shifted, a serious aura emanating from him, causing everyone present to stiffen in surprise. The tension in the air thickened as he continued. At this juncture, are you still unwilling to reveal the truth? What heinous deeds have you committed that you do not comprehend? Su Qingcheng and the others stood behind Chu Xiaoge, their expressions betraying their unease. The oppressive atmosphere he exuded weighed heavily upon them, compounded by the shock of his words. Then, take a look at who this is, Chu Xiaoge stated, shaking his head as he gestured before him. The figure of the man in black suddenly materialized beside him. A ghost! He was dead, wasn't he? Stay back! The two men shrieked, retreating in terror to the bed. You shall not die well. The man in black finally spoke. Though his voice was markedly different from before, Sudi. 1 month ago, while passing by the Du family, I chanced upon the two sisters and was overtaken by wicked thoughts. The Du sisters were sullied, ultimately leading to their suicides. The Du family's parents and Du intended to report Su Tian and Su Di to the Su estate, yet they were ambushed and killed by Su Tian's family on their way. Chu Xiaoge recounted slowly, drawing this information from his observations through the heavenly eye. This man in black was none other than Du Yu, a member of a once happy family, now shattered by Su Tian and Su Di's actions. As for the man in black, he was indeed Du Yu, who had perished, yet due to his deep-seated obsession, had transformed into a vengeful spirit. Through communication with Du Yu, Chu Xiaoge learned that the black malevolent energy was a foreign voice that had appeared in his mind. As for the identity of that voice, none could ascertain. Su Qingcheng trembled with rage. Beside her, senior sister Luo mirrored her fury. As women, they felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. Miss, we were wrong. We were merely momentarily confused. Besides, we are from the Su family. Do we truly need to fear others? Su Tian and Su Di knelt upon the bed, pleading for mercy, sensing Su Qingcheng's fury. Upon hearing their words, Su Qingcheng realized the undeniable truth of their actions. You four, as members of the Su family, have abused your power in the name of the Su family, committing acts worse than those of beasts. According to family rules, you deserve death. Su Qingcheng's countenance was cold as she gathered her spiritual energy into a sharp, luminous blade. No, miss, spare us. Su Tian and Su Di trembled, their heads repeatedly striking the wooden edge of the bed with a resounding thud. The blade fell without hesitation in a swift motion. Su Tian and Su Di fell silent, lifeless in a pool of blood. Chu Xiaoge remained impassive, as did senior brother Gu and senior sister Luo. None exhibited any change in expression, as if witnessing an entirely ordinary event. I apologize. It is our Su family that has produced a disgrace. Su Qingcheng gradually bowed in apology to Du Yu. The blame for this tragedy lay solely with Su Tian and Su Di, followed by their parents' complicity, which had led to Du Yu's and his parents' demise. In that moment, she comprehended why the Su family had suffered such a downfall. It was all a consequence of their actions. Thank you for saving me, Elder. Du gazed at Chu Xiaoge, who had effortlessly awakened him from his stupor. Ever since he had utilized the black malevolent energy to bring down Su Tian and his family, he had lost control of himself, leading to the increasing number of Su family members afflicted by this dark energy. At that time, he had been devoid of consciousness, entirely under the sway of the malevolent force. Du Yu's gratitude elevated the dream space to the 6th level. Now that my vengeance has been fulfilled, I must take my leave. Diyu shook his head, his expression desolate. Existing now in a different form, he found nothing in this world worth holding on to. The future, for him, was a blank canvas. As he neared the door, Chu Xiaoga called out, "Wait a moment. Elder, what is it?" Diyu turned in confusion. The others also looked towards Chu Xiaoga, uncertain of what he might say next. "I understand that you have no ties left to this world. But as a body of malevolence that has cultivated the black malevolent energy, you risk being consumed by it once more at any moment. Should your mind be overtaken again, countless innocent lives could be harmed. You are inherently kind-hearted. I believe this is not the outcome you desire." Senior Brother Gu nodded. He had shared this concern previously, but intended to wait for a more opportune moment to address it. "Do you spoke, Elder Chu? What should I do? Perhaps you should find a way to eliminate me." He covered his face, anguish etched upon it. Even in his desire for self-destruction, he found no means, save for being forcefully suppressed and eradicated. Chu Xiaoga shook his head. "What about reincarnation?" Everyone was taken aback. "Reincarnation? Are you serious? Isn't that a mere legend, to forget this life's memories and be reborn as a powerful being in the next life? To protect those you wish to safeguard? Would you desire such a fate?" All eyes turned to Chu Xiaoga, where they found a solemnity that was unmistakable. Surely, this cannot be true. Can it? Does he truly possess such ability? It is impossible. Even a formidable being of the returning one realm cannot achieve this. Duyu's expression flickered with hope as he asked excitedly, "Elder Chu, can it truly be done? Can I truly live again?" Chu Xiaoga nodded. "Sit cross-legged and leave everything to me." Su Qingsheng remained silent, her understanding utterly surpassed. She had never anticipated that the 9 revolutions rebirth pill she had acquired would prove useful today. Chu Xiaoga murmured softly. Though this pill was quite precious, a gift from the system, he deemed it worthwhile. With a thought, the 9 revolutions rebirth pill floated before him. As the pill emerged, it radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, illuminating the entire room, causing the flames to appear dim in comparison. What kind of pill is this? A supreme grade. No, even supreme grades do not emit such vibrant hues. 1, 2, 5 colors. This is an immortal grade pill. Sister Luo trembled all over, her face alight with excitement as she gazed intently at the elixir hovering in midair. Even though the myriad colors radiating from it were blinding, she could not divert her gaze. An immortal pill. Both Su Qingsheng and Brother Gu were taken aback. This was indeed a legendary item. Elixirs were classified into inferior, medium, superior, and extraordinary grades. The extraordinary grade was already the most precious elixir in existence. However, ancient texts recorded the existence of immortal-grade elixirs, which surpassed even the extraordinary ones. They could hardly believe they were witnessing such a marvel in person. The 5 hues emanating from the elixir allowed for its classification. 1 hue indicated an inferior elixir, 2 hues a medium elixir, 3 hues a superior elixir, and 4 hues an extraordinary elixir. Gulp. As the alchemist of their sect, Sister Luo felt almost compelled to kneel at that moment. Brother Gu and Su Qingsheng gripped her tightly from either side, fearful that she might lose control. "Today, I grant you the 9-turn rebirth pill to usher you into reincarnation. May you cultivate well in your next life and not squander this opportunity." Chu Xiaoga flicked his finger towards the elixir, which instantly transformed into a cascade of multicolored light that enveloped Duyu's. The dazzling hues continued to shimmer. Duyu's form gradually faded from view. "Thank you, Senior Chu. If I can remember you in my next life, I will surely repay your kindness," Diyu expressed gratefully. After what felt like several breaths, the radiant light slowly dissipated, revealing that Diyu had vanished completely. Everything returned to tranquility. An immortal-grade elixir was just used like that. Sister Luo murmured to herself, incredulous. "This is truly an immortal-grade elixir." Chu Xiaoga turned to her with a bemused smile. "Would you like me to give it to you instead?" Although the 9-turn rebirth pill would allow for limitless cultivation in the next life. Would you truly be willing to forsake everything you possess in this life, including your memories? Your mindset still requires refinement. Sister Luo was momentarily stunned. Indeed, this is the 9-turn rebirth pill. She chuckled softly, shaking her head, realizing that her earlier despondency over the immortal grade elixir was misplaced. She was currently a prodigy of her sect, with her family brimming with pride because of her. Was it truly worth it to abandon all of this for a life of endless cultivation? In her view, it was not. She believed her innate talent would surely lead her to greater heights in the future. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Sister Luo bowed respectfully to Chu Xiaoga, feeling her mindset significantly elevated in that instant. Even her cultivation levels seemed to have loosened, as if she were on the verge of a breakthrough. Ding! Ho successfully completed the cup, strength elevated to the third level of the fragmentation realm. Brother Gu reflected self-deprecatingly, recalling his previous disdain towards Chu Xiaoga. Now, he truly understood the vast disparity between them. There was no need to mention strength. He could not even keep pace with the other S figure. Whether it was identifying the Su family's issues, or easily rousing Su Tian and the muddled Du, and finally producing an immortal-grade elixir for an outsider, every aspect highlighted the fact that he was far inferior to Chu Xiaoga. Ding, gaining the respect and admiration of Brother Gu, awarded him 3 show coins. Ding, receiving the gratitude and esteem from Su Qingsheng, elevated his dream space to the 7th layer, since the Su family was now safe. It was time for him to take his leave. Su Qingsheng stepped forward, saying, "Young Master Chu, please wait. Thank you for your assistance. The Su family has yet to properly express our gratitude, that we will certainly present a generous gift." Chu Xiaoga turned his back to the trio and waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for a generous gift. It was merely a small favor, a token of appreciation for Miss Su's previous hospitality. With that, he vanished from their sight. "Sister, how do you know Senior Chu?" Sister Luo's eyes sparkled, utterly astonished by the remarkable Chu Xiaoga. They, as prodigies of the sect, had been utterly overshadowed by him. The gap was simply too vast. "Indeed, my confidence is nearly shattered," Brother Gu said with a wry smile, realizing that this night would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. It made him aware that he was not as exceptional as he thought, and that he needed to strive harder. He had once felt satisfied with being the next elder of the medical pavilion, but now he saw things differently. His path should extend beyond this. "I don't know either." Su Qingsheng smiled brightly. It dawned on her that such outstanding men existed in the world. Coming back to herself, she led Brother Gu and Sister Luo away. With the threat now neutralized, they only needed to concoct special elixirs for others to consume. As for the Su Tian family affair, Su Qingsheng would sternly admonish her kin. "Chu Xiaoga, who exactly are you?" Chapter 63. The second master with the matter concerning the Su family reaching a conclusion. Chu Xiaoga returned directly to the Chu residence. A multitude of events had unfolded that night, yet his gains were undeniably substantial. Tomorrow, he would revisit the location where the cosmic immortal map had manifested. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Chu Xiaoga slowly closed his eyes. The ethereal energies of heaven and earth surged towards him, seamlessly merging into his being. The following day, as dawn broke, Chu Xiaoga departed from the Chu residence. Even in the early morning, Jiang City pulsated with vitality, bustling with crowds traversing the streets. Chu Xiaoga made his way directly to the Yonglu River in the southern part of Jiang City. According to grandfather Du Qin's account, the cosmic immortal map had appeared here. Upon reaching the riverbank, he observed the expansive waters, with a sign warning against venturing too close. Casting a glance around, he noted the absence of other people. Chu Xiaoga retrieved the cosmic immortal map, realizing that were it not for his innate spatial power resonating with it, he would never have perceived it as a space-based immortal artifact, aside from being impervious to water and resistant to flames. It appeared merely as an old map. "May fortune favor me," Chu Xiaoga muttered, gently closing his eyes, channeling his spatial power through his arm and into the cosmic immortal map. His spatial energy flowed into the map. It began to emit a faint silver glow. This won't do. I must immerse myself in the water to investigate further. After a considerable time with no changes, Chu Xiaoga leaped into the river. Submerged, he occasionally felt fish swimming past him. He continued to utilize the cosmic immortal map to sense his surroundings, diving deeper. If the cosmic immortal map manifested here, there must be a hidden realm. As he descended further, he neared the riverbed, where he spotted stones and silt. "Wait, it seems like it's here." With a flash, Chu Xiaoga distinctly sensed a trace of spatial energy. Though underwater, he was unaffected, gliding effortlessly. His spatial power enveloped his body, radiating silver light. Suddenly, the silver glow intensified, and Chu Xiaoga vanished from the water. Ha. Indeed, there lies a hidden paradise. In the next moment, Chu Xiaoga found himself within an expansive realm. Looking down, he was astonished to see the ground beneath him was composed of countless stars. The brilliance of the stars illuminated the surroundings, dispelling the darkness. After so many years, Xiaoyu finally sees a person again. A melodious voice echoed from all around. Chu Xiaoga turned to see a young girl clad in white racing towards him, traversing vast distances in an instant, her form shifting from a distant silhouette to standing before him. Is this the spirit of the cosmic immortal map? Chu Xiaoga felt a surge of excitement, for this visit was precisely for this purpose. Although he had acquired the cosmic immortal map, he was unable to utilize it due to the spirit's absence. He had yet to gain the map's acknowledgement. Hello, Chu Xiaoga waved, a smile gracing his face. The young girl with wide eyes circled around him, scrutinizing him. Hello, I am Xiaoyu, the spirit of the cosmic immortal map. Since you can enter this space, it signifies a connection between you and the map, and you possess considerable proficiency in spatial power. Oh, you even have the dream space physique. You are truly remarkable. Xiaoyu's hand brushed against Chu Xiaoga's body, and she was taken aback. Chu Xiaoga felt a tad embarrassed by the unexpected praise. I have come to obtain the cosmic immortal map. Xiaoyu floated in midair, her gaze meeting Chu Xiaoga's. Xiaoyu understands. However, to earn the recognition of the universal immortal map, you must agree to one condition. Chu Xiaoga was momentarily taken aback. Was there such a stipulation? Surely this wouldn't lead to a pitfall. What condition? He inquired. Xiaoyu replied. The first master of the universal immortal map was the universal Taoist, who, until his demise, never gathered the markers of this world into the map. Thus, the universal Taoist hopes that the next master of the universal immortal map will fulfill this wish. At this point, Xiaoyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, which began to trickle down his cheeks. Chu Xiaoga reached out to wipe away Xiaoyu's tears and gently ruffled his hair, saying, Rest assured, I shall take it upon myself to realize this wish. As the last word escaped his lips, the stars beneath his feet erupted in brilliance, all converging into his being. Boom! 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 The seed within Chu Xiaoga's body sprouted tender shoots, growing at a visibly rapid pace until it transformed into a grand tree. Atop this tree hung a silver fruit. Chu Xiaoga sensed it faintly. He understood that this fruit represented the power of the dream space. Just moments ago, his dream space had ascended to its pinnacle, reaching the 10th tier. Master, congratulations on becoming the second master of the universal immortal map. Xiaoyu gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, as Chu Xiaoga appeared to be worshipped by the stars. Slowly, Chu Xiaoga opened his eyes, and at that moment, he felt a connection with the universal immortal map, allowing him to communicate telepathically with Xiaoyu. Let us go. I shall show you the world outside. With a flicker of thought, Chu Xiaoga vanished from that space, which then descended into darkness. The next instant, he found himself back at the Chu residence that he reached out into the void, pulling the intangible into himself. Meanwhile, within the pitch-black realm of the universal immortal map, a single point of light flickered to life. Chu Xiaoga nodded in satisfaction and then flashed towards the Immortal Path Mountain. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the Immortal Path Mountain, designating this place as a marker within the universal immortal map. The master has returned. Dihua exclaimed excitedly, springing up from the ground. Chu Xiaoga had been away for several days. That I merely came to take a look and replenish your spirit tea. He replied. With a thought, the system filled the spirit tea to the brim. The master is truly wonderful. Zihua wagged his tiger tail, brimming with joy. All right, I must take my leave now. Take good care of the house. Chu Xiaoga said before vanishing from sight. Where did he go? Dihua stood up, bewildered. How could someone just disappear like that? Previously, he could vaguely sense the fluctuations of Chu Xiaoga's spiritual energy, but this time, he felt nothing at all. The master has grown even stronger. Chu Xiaoga opened his eyes, finding himself once again at the Chu residence. It had all transpired in an instant. Now that he had marked the Immortal Path Mountain, he could return there in an instant whenever he wished. Impressive, Chu Xiaoga felt a surge of approval in his heart. He would no longer need to worry about travel. Next, it was time to prepare for the Jiangxing 100 Guild competition. Chapter 64. The competition begins as dawn broke. Jiangxing buzzed with activity once more, as throngs of people headed in a singular direction. Indeed, today marked the first day of the official competition for the Jiangxing 100 Guilds. The crowd was eager not to miss such a rare occasion. This competition featured over 100 martial arts schools from Jiangxing, making it a remarkable event held only once a year. "Master, when will Senior Chu arrive?" Master Wu asked anxiously, glancing around. They were situated in the intermediate arena, which was already packed to the brim. The seats surrounding them were filled to capacity, with various martial arts schools already in position. Jin Yang, holding a teacup with calm demeanor, replied, "No need to fret. Brother Chu will arrive shortly." He had met with Chu Xiaoga the previous night, which had reassured him as long as it confirmed Chu Xiaoga's participation. Everything would be fine. Just perform as you normally would. The rest is up to me. Jin Yang recalled Chu Xiaoga's word from last night. "Very well then," Master Wu said, returning to his seat. The participating teams were positioned at the front, while the tiered seating behind them was reserved for the spectators, who could witness the entire competition unfold. Boom! 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 The deep resonant chimes rang out, signaling the start of the event. The lower, intermediate, and upper arenas commenced simultaneously. Everyone straightened in anticipation as the competition began. As the final chime faded, 3 figures appeared upon the central competition stage. All 3 were elderly men, yet their imposing presence was unmistakable. This was the intermediate arena, featuring a total of 30 intermediate martial arts schools participating. This grand tournament will consist of 3 rounds, with the final rankings determined by the total scores accumulated across all rounds. The first round will focus on the demonstration of techniques. The second round will involve on-site teaching. The third round will consist of strength contests. When the elders gradually outlined the competition's format, the audience finally grasped the nature of the event. Jin Yang's expression shifted slightly. This competition was markedly different from previous ones in the past. Contests had primarily revolved around the martial prowess of the masters. This time, however, 2 additional rounds have been introduced. Not only was Jin Yang feeling the pressure, but many other martial arts schools shared his apprehension. The first round, the demonstration of techniques, required each intermediate martial arts school to possess a solid foundation of techniques, with their masters expected to have a deep understanding of these methods. Consequently, we have gathered 30 foundational techniques for this round. Each school is to send 1 representative to the stage. The more techniques one can demonstrate, the greater the chance of victory. The 3 elders stroked their long beards and waved their arms. Suddenly, 30 scrolls floated above the competition stage, and everyone recognized that these scrolls contained the techniques. Is it really necessary to learn so many foundational techniques? What do you know? As a master, if you cannot even perform the most basic techniques, how can you teach your students? Even if you don't know them, you could learn on the spot based on the scrolls. You must be joking. Do you really think you can learn a technique in such a short time? The spectators began to murmur amongst themselves. This competition was indeed unlike any other, kicking off with such excitement. Compared to the various martial schools below, the audience in the stands was now buzzing with excitement. Some were genuinely there for the spectacle, while a substantial portion aimed to assess the capabilities of each school before deciding which to join. Let the competition begin, starting with the first school. With the elder's command, someone leaped onto the stage. Luo Shui Martial Arts School, a well-known intermediate school in Jiangxing, having been established for nearly a decade. The master of Luo Shui Martial Arts School approached the first scroll, unfurling it. Moments later, he unleashed a powerful punch, condensing spiritual energy into the form of a lion, which lunged forward with bared fangs. Fierce lion fist. The master of Luo Shui Martial Arts School did not pause. He swiftly moved to the second scroll. But upon glancing at it, he quickly shifted to another, indicating that he was unfamiliar with the previous technique. No one was foolish enough to attempt learning a technique on the fly. At least, few possessed the ability to do so. After several minutes, the master of Luo Shui Martial Arts School returned to his seat. The elder announced Luo Shui Martial Arts School successfully demonstrated 5 techniques, earning a score of 5 points. Next school, Jin Yang turned to Master Wu and the others, asking, "How many of the 5 techniques demonstrated by Luo Shui Martial Arts School do you know?" Master Wu replied with a wry smile, I only know one, another master chimed in. I don't know any. I only know one as well, said another. Jin Yang shook his head helplessly. I only know two. Fortunately, we have some time before our turn. We can assess which techniques are known and send up the one with the most knowledge. The others nodded in agreement. Just then, the elder waved his sleeve, causing the scrolls of techniques demonstrated by Luo Shui Martial Arts School to vanish and be replaced with 5 new scrolls. Wow, that's ruthless. Jin Yang forced a smile, resigning himself to the fact that their earlier plan had gone awry. One after another, martial arts schools took to the stage to showcase their skills. How many fundamental techniques existed? Countless, indeed. Fortunately, the organizers had displayed a modicum of humanity. The techniques within the scrolls were relatively common. Thus, regardless of which school performed, each could at least demonstrate 3 techniques up to this point. It was our turn. Jin Yang's voice was grave. Next up was the Jin Yang Martial Arts School. Upon hearing the elder's words, the crowd turned to look. Jin Yang Martial Arts School? Is this a new establishment? I didn't see it last year. Yes, I heard it was founded recently. I even received their recruitment advertisement. That sounds like a lost cause. Jin Yang, having overheard the murmurs around him, wore a serious expression. This was their school's inaugural battle, and they had to secure a resounding victory. Jin Yang rose from his seat. Unlike several masters from other schools, he was more suited for this round. Let me handle this. However, a hand rested firmly on his shoulder, causing Jin Yang to tremble slightly at the familiar voice. Chu, my old friend, you've finally arrived? Elder Chu. The other masters greeted him eagerly. Inexplicably, the tension in the air dissipated in that moment. Chu Xiaogu slowly ascended the stage, eschewing the flamboyant entrances of others. Who is this young man? Such a youthful martial arts master. Surely, Jin Yang Martial Arts School is jesting. Perhaps he is merely a filler. It seems we should steer clear of Jin Yang Martial Arts School in the future. Chu Xiaoji's appearance sparked a flurry of discussion that he was simply too young. Glancing back at the various martial arts schools, all the masters appear to be middle-aged, some even elderly, in everyone's mind. The older the master, the greater their strength and experience. Chu Xiaogu gently waved his hand, summoning 30 techniques that floated in midair, gathering before him. This action astonished everyone. What is he about to do? Chapter 65. Fear not, for I am here. With a casual flick of his wrist, the 30 techniques unfurled. At a cursory glance revealed the scrolls were filled with intricate script, imbued with spiritual energy. Chu Xiaogu smiled softly. Indeed, these 30 techniques were fundamental ones, as he had studied and practiced them before. During his usual training, he absorbed the contents of thousands of techniques, whether due to his innate talent or the system's enhancements. He learned techniques with remarkable speed, often mastering them with just a glance. He had intended to use the Tianji to assess his talent, but it proved futile, and he abandoned that thought. Esteemed guests, it appears I shall be putting on a show once more. Chu Xiaogu slowly closed his eyes, the names of the 30 techniques vividly inscribed in his mind. What is wrong with him? Could it be he doesn't know a single one? Oh, even closing his eyes. The crowd was riveted by every movement of Chu Xiaoju, and it was unavoidable. He was the youngest and most striking figure among the martial arts masters present, making it difficult not to be the center of attention. Master, is Elder Chu? One of the masters inquired, his anxiety resurfacing. Initially calm, he felt his heart race at the incessant chatter around him. Fear not. Trust in him. Jin Yang offered a faint smile, though beneath the table his fists were clenched tightly. Boom! 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 While the crowd murmured, a cataclysmic transformation unfolded on stage. Spiraling spiritual energy erupted, manifesting a dazzling array of ethereal shapes. Tiger forms, lion forms, sword forms, mountain forms. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Impossible. How is this still ongoing? 15 forms already. Both the audience and the competing martial arts schools stood in disbelief. 16, 20, 30. All have been successfully executed. The arena fell into stunned silence. Countless spectators stared, wide-eyed, at the figure on stage, now surrounded by a dazzling constellation of spiritual shadows, each technique manifested as a guardian. Astonishingly breathtaking. Who is this youth? Is Jin Yang Martial Arts School truly this formidable? Ding! The host is astonished, earning 15 show coins. Ding! Excitement from Jinyang Martial Arts School elevates strength to the fourth stage of Fun Yuan realm. Master, Elder Chu is extraordinarily impressive. The other masters trembled with excitement. Initially believing that as long as Chu could demonstrate a few techniques, it would suffice, they never imagined witnessing such a spectacle. Who could possibly achieve this? The masters from other schools exchanged glances, each still reeling from the shock. They were yet to recover their composure, unable to believe their eyes. Perhaps there are those who can master 30 fundamental techniques, or even more. However, one must consider, these 30 techniques were randomly selected from hundreds or thousands of basics. How many must one master to achieve such a feat? No one dared to contemplate further that we must investigate who this individual from Jinyang Martial Arts School is. Concurrently, all martial arts schools took similar action. Perplexed that they had been unaware of such talent, the elder ascended the stage once more. Gazing intently at Chu Xiao, to his astonishment, he found it impossible to gauge the young man's strength. The elder narrowed his eyes slightly and announced, 30 techniques successfully executed. Jinyang Martial Arts School earns 30 points. Incredible! Jinyang Martial Arts School has emerged as this year's dark horse. This youth is astoundingly powerful. Chu Xiaogu stepped down from the stage, yet half the schools remained to perform. However, the audience found little desire to watch. After all, regardless of how well the subsequent competitors performed, none could match the grandeur of Chu Xiaoji's earlier display. The masters from the other schools seemed aware of this reality, their expressions tinged with embarrassment and, oh cheers, no astonishment. Aside from their own school supporters shouting encouragement, the arena was eerily silent. This is over. What on earth is Jinyang Martial Arts School? They have monopolized the spotlight this round. The Badao Martial Arts School, despite being among the top 3 in the intermediate category, felt overshadowed. In the Badao resting area, all 10 masters were present, their expressions grave and tense. The Badao master slammed his palm on the table, frustration evident on his face. Had it not been for Jinyang Martial Arts School's 30-point achievement, they would have undoubtedly shown the brightest. After all, they had scored 18 points. The top 3 intermediate schools were Qingtong Martial Arts School, Qizhou Martial Arts School, and Badao Martial Arts School. This time, Badao Martial Arts School had outperformed the other two. Alas, who could have anticipated the emergence of Jinyang Martial Arts School? Their 18 points paled in comparison to Jinyang's 30, rendering them mere juniors. What a farce! Master, do not worry. We shall unleash our full might in the second round, proving to them that not just any random school can compare with Badao Martial Arts School. The Badao master nodded. It would have to suffice for now. This momentum must be halted, or all would be lost. It seems Jinyang Martial Arts School is quite formidable. I had intended to enroll in Badao Martial Arts School, but now I must reconsider. Indeed, I share your sentiment. Badao Martial Arts School is still among the top 3, yet in the first round, we could not even surpass a newly established Jinyang Martial Arts School. I suspect last year's competition may have been rigged. Whispers of discontent arose among the members of Badao Martial Arts School, their expressions turning ashen with rage, almost to the point of bloodshed. How dare you? If you wish to leave, then do so. We are not in need of your few numbers. But could you refrain from voicing such sentiments in our presence? Shoo, keep it down. Those over there seem to be from Badao Martial Arts School. Ah, it truly is. They haven't overheard us, have they? The Badao master kept his head down, silent as the others feigned ignorance, carrying on as if nothing had happened. Thankfully they did not hear. The domineering master of the dojo clenched his fist tightly. Had it not been for the need to maintain his image, his explosive temper would have long since manifested. When had he ever endured such indignities? It was utterly stifling. In the next round, everyone must perform admirably. We must decisively crush the Golden Sun Martial Arts School. That very moment, the Golden Sun Martial Arts School had become the common enemy of all other martial arts schools. The practitioners from various schools fixed their gazes on Jinyang and his companions, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves, viewing the Golden Sun Martial Arts School as their prey. Master, what should we do? I'm feeling a bit anxious. In truth, Jinyang felt a twinge of anxiety as well. He instinctively shrank back. He could distinctly sense the hostility emanating from all around. They had incurred the wrath of the masses. Fear not, for I am here, he reassured. Chapter 66. Leading the way alone, Jin Yang turned his head to see Chu Xiaoge leisurely reclining on his seat, entirely unaffected by the animosity surrounding them. "Brother Chu, I did not anticipate your actions would create such a stir." Jin Yang was both excited and fearful, as it far exceeded his expectations. He had merely hoped for a respectable performance in the competition. Who would have thought that Chu Xiaoge's initial move would shock the entire venue, securing first place in the first round? While this brought great renown to the Golden Sun Martial Arts School, it also attracted hostility from the remaining 29 schools. A trivial matter, Chu Xiaoge declared. As long as the Golden Sun Martial Arts School performs well in this competition, is there any reason to fear a lack of applicants? Jin Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, that was true. What truly troubled him was the thought that once the competition concluded and Chu Xiaoge departed, the Golden Sun Martial Arts School would inevitably return to obscurity. However, just as Chu Xiaoge had suggested, if the Golden Sun Martial Arts School achieved commendable results in this competition, many would surely come to join. That would be the ideal moment to bolster the Golden Sun Martial Arts School. "Thank you, Brother Chu," Jin Yang exclaimed, raising his teacup and downing its contents in one gulp. Ding! In response to Jin Yang's gratitude, he received a treasure-seeking rabbit. Chu Xiaoge slightly shifted, intrigued that a treasure-seeking rabbit, such a creature, truly exists. The treasure-seeking rabbit, as its name implies, possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to various treasures in the world. There is a saying, "Whoever possesses a treasure-seeking rabbit shall find wealth even in poverty." The days ahead promised to be quite entertaining. The Golden Sun Martial Arts School had fully ignited its flames of success. The first day of the Jiangchang 100 Schools competition had drawn to a close. Victories and defeats had been determined in the first round across all three venues. While dark horses had emerged in each venue, none could rival the Golden Sun Martial Arts School, which was besieged by a relentless influx of visitors. Fortunately, the Golden Sun Martial Arts School was sufficiently spacious to accommodate the throngs. Jin Yang could hardly contain his joy. A smile permanently plastered on his face. By evening, he had welcomed dozens of new students. It was easy to envision that if the Golden Sun Martial Arts School continued to excel in the subsequent rounds, then Jin Yang felt a surge of excitement. Good days seemed to be just around the corner. Simultaneously, after the competition concluded, countless individuals began investigating the same person, Chu Xiaoge. Overnight, Chu Xiaoge's name soared to prominence. Who exactly is this Chu Xiaoge? Don't tell me you spent an entire night investigating without uncovering any useful information. In the conference room of the dominant martial arts school, the furious principal isolated himself in his office after returning. He dispatched individuals to probe into the young man from the Golden Sun Martial Arts School. Ultimately, he learned only a name for the man's origins, strength, and affiliations. All remained a mystery. Principal, this Chu Xiaoge is exceedingly enigmatic. It is as if he appeared out of thin air. At least among the major sects in the southern region, there is no such young figure. Not a few disciples bowed their heads, wary of the principal's ire. At this juncture, honesty was the wisest course of action. They could simply leave the matter to the principal. Such a mystery. The principal's expression grew grave. Apart from Chu Xiaoge, the rest of the Golden Sun Martial Arts School were hardly worth considering. Thus, Chu Xiaoge represented an unpredictable variable. The principal inquired once more, "Have any other martial arts schools managed to uncover anything?" "To my knowledge, none have." The principal, feeling helpless, waved his hand. "Understood. You all should prepare for tomorrow's competition." "Miss, we have news about young Master Chu." Since Chu Xiaoge resolved the issues surrounding the Su family, Luo Shiji had been concocting pills for everyone to consume. It didn't take long for the effects to manifest. Meanwhile, the deceased Su Tian and his family were brought forth as a stern warning. Do tell. Su Qingsheng set down her dessert, having dispatched people to gather intelligence on Chu Xiaoge in recent days. She had instructed that any information should be relayed to her as swiftly as possible. Nearby, Gu Shixiang and Luo Shiji also turned their attention toward her. Today, young Master Chu represented the Golden Sun Martial Arts School in the 100 Schools competition. Upon hearing this, Su Qingsheng's expression turned perplexed. "What is the situation with this Golden Sun Martial Arts School?" The maid continued to elaborate, though her gaze flickered. "The Golden Sun Martial Arts School belongs to the intermediate competition level. Today, they showcase 30 distinct techniques on the demonstration platform. Young Master Chu outshone the competition, being the only one to successfully execute all 30 techniques. The maid grew increasingly animated, for she had been present at the scene and witnessed the astonishing moment firsthand. To successfully execute all 30 techniques is remarkable indeed. Although they are commonly practiced foundational techniques, the random nature of their selection meant that there were at least 100, if not 300. Young Master Chu is truly commendable. Gu Shixiang was already convinced, realizing he was thoroughly outclassed in terms of technique. Then let us go together tomorrow, Su Qingchang suggested, her eyes glimmering. She had initially thought Chu Xiaoge had left Jiangqing. Yet here he was still I concur, I share the same sentiment. With Gu Shixiang and Luo Shiji in agreement, Su Qingchang took a bite of her pastry. The following day, the second round of the competition finally arrived. The seats in the intermediate competition venue had long been filled oh no, how can there be no seats so early? A latecomer lamented, noting that there was still a significant amount of time before the competition officially began. Given yesterday's situation, there should have been some seats available. You all are quite mistaken. I claimed my seat in the dead of night. Who isn't doing the same? Thankfully, I arrived at midnight as well. Come dawn, there would be no seats left. The late arrivals fell silent, left to stand in the aisles. As the competition time drew near, the various martial arts schools began to arrive. The Golden Sun Martial Arts School is here. That is the one who dominated the competition yesterday. Chu Xiaoge. How impressive. He is so young. He is incredibly handsome. I wish to join the Golden Sun Martial Arts School to learn from him. The principal of the dominant martial arts school furrowed his brow. When did their school fall to such a lowly state? In the past, the cheers at this hour should have belonged to them. Indeed striking. The martial arts schools had no choice but to acknowledge the truth. They suddenly contemplated a pressing issue. Should they recruit some young and capable individuals as masters for their schools? At the very least, they would serve as a face for the dojo, for this group of elderly men seemed to be losing their appeal. Chu Xiaoge nodded to the various onlookers, eliciting yet another round of cheers. Ding! His appearance alone was a showcase, earning him 3 showcase coins. Taking his seat, he mused, alas, it is all my fault. Being too exceptional is not necessarily a good thing. However, Chu Xiaoge had no intention of holding back. From the day he received the system, he resolved to continue excelling. He would lead the way for 100 years, overcoming all rivals. Ahem, since everyone is gathered, I hereby announce that the second round of the Jiangxing 100 Schools competition in the intermediate venue officially commences. Chapter 67. Unresolved. The second round of the competition involved live instruction, wherein a random individual from the audience would be selected for a quarter hour of guidance. Strength tests would be conducted both before and after the instruction, with the final score based on the selected individual's strength at the end. On stage remained the 3 old men from yesterday. One of the elders waved his long sleeve, and a stone tablet appeared on the stage. This tablet served as the strength testing stone. Striking it would not cause pain. Rather, it would yield a measure of strength. The order would commence from the lowest scores of the previous day. Upon hearing this arrangement, the crowd was instantly filled with discontent. Many had traveled from afar, drawn by the allure of the Jinyang Martial Arts Hall, only to be informed that they would have to wait until the very end to witness it. Left with no choice, they could only bide their time, well aware that once they departed, their seats would be lost. The first master to take the stage awkwardly rubbed his nose, and it became abundantly clear to everyone that they had ranked last the previous day. The sensation was far from pleasant. The master surveyed the crowd, and ultimately selected a burly man. The burly fellow eagerly dashed onto the stage, thrilled at the prospect of receiving guidance from the martial arts master. A rare opportunity indeed, usually requiring payment. According to protocol, the burly man delivered a powerful punch to the stone tablet. In an instant, a radiant light flashed, revealing the number 100. In the audience, a wave of indifference swept over the spectators. Fortunately, each martial arts hall was allotted only a quarter of an hour. Anything longer would have been unbearable. They were uninterested in the process, only desiring to see the results. Before long, the 15 minutes elapsed. After receiving the master's guidance, the burly man struck the stone tablet once more with tremendous force. All eyes were fixated on him. 120. What a surprise! It had indeed increased. Subsequently, one by one, various martial arts halls took their turns. Each employed a myriad of peculiar methods. Some masters provided massages to their chosen participants, while others instructed them to chant incantations while sprinting across the stage. Yet the final results showed that each had improved their strength following the guidance. Oh dear, I'm growing weary just watching. When will young Master Chu take the stage? Su Qingxiang yawned languidly, leaning back in her seat. It won't be long now. There are only a few left. Jin Yang felt a surge of secret delight. As he established his martial arts hall for the first time, he found it impossible to compare with those that had been around for years, observing the guidance process of these masters. The Jinyang Martial Art Hall had indeed gleaned much knowledge, which they could later put to practical use. Young Master Chu. Jinyang turned his head and halted, noticing Chu Xiaoge with his eyes closed. Breathing steadily. Asleep? Jinyang chuckled awkwardly. Looking around, it was evident that every other martial arts hall was brimming with eagerness and enthusiasm. Only Chu Xiaoge seemed capable of remaining so composed. The Bronze Martial Arts Hall, undoubtedly one of the top 3 among intermediate halls, had shown greater strength increases than the others after their guidance. Indeed, the Domineering Martial Arts Hall was also quite formidable. Their masters exuded an intimidating presence. Only the Jinyang Martial Arts Hall remained. As the master from the Domineering Hall stepped down, the audience and the masters for various halls straightened their postures. Today, would the Jinyang Martial Arts Hall still stand out as it had the previous day? The time had come for the Jinyang Martial Arts Hall. The elder announced their turn and walked to the edge of the stage. All eyes turned toward the Jinyang Martial Arts Hall. Yet no one rose. Wait a moment. It seems someone has fallen asleep, the crowd murmured. Jinyang wore an embarrassed expression as he poked Chu Xiaoge with his finger, saying, "Young Master Chu, it's our turn now." Finally, it's my time. Chu Xiaoge snapped back to reality. He had been immersed in the ethereal realm of the cosmic immortal diagram, conversing with Xiao Yu as he approached the stage, eliciting excitement from the audience. "Choose me, Master Chu. I'm here." The crowd waved their arms, a delightful sight as people of all ages participated. The master of the Domineering Hall's expression darkened, his forehead adorned with 3 lines of displeasure. The disparity was too stark. The previous master from the Domineering Hall had not received such enthusiasm. Was this not a world that revered strength, when had it transformed into one that valued appearances? The Domineering Hall's master began to ponder his existence, even experiencing a pang of heartache with each breath. This was utterly unfair. "You." Chu Xiaoge casually pointed. It's me. A young woman in a light yellow gown sprinted onto the stage. The masters from various halls shook their heads with amused smiles. In their view, this young woman seemed an unsuitable choice for guidance. Chu Xiaoge addressed her, deliver a powerful punch to the tablet. The young woman leaned closer to him, whispering, "Young Master Chu, should I strike lightly at first and then hit with full force after your guidance?" Chu Xiaoge was taken aback. Was that even an option? He shook his head, saying, "No need. Do you not trust me?" "Of course I trust you." The young woman approached the stone tablet and struck it with all her might. .50. "I apologize, Master Chu. That's all the strength I possess." She lowered her head in embarrassment, having exerted every ounce of energy. Chu Xiaoge smiled slightly. He parted his lips, and a series of sounds resonated in her ears. In the beginning, the heavens and earth were born, and the Spirit nourished all things. The myriad paths of the great way bestow gifts upon the body. The young woman furrowed her brow, a look of contemplation crossing her face. What were these words? She couldn't comprehend them. Yet, strangely, the phrases seemed to come alive in her memory. Impossible to forget. As golden characters multiplied in her mind, she felt herself transforming, as if her body were brimming with power. With the final word spoken, the golden characters vanished, leaving behind a golden imprint. "All done," Chu Xiaoge announced, his voice resonating throughout the venue. "All done. Are you sure you haven't given up?" The crowd's gaze remained fixated on the exchanges between Chu Xiaoge and the young woman, the two standing motionless before each other. Those unaware might have thought they were petrified. The competition rules allowed for a maximum duration of 15 minutes, and yet they had only just begun. Su Qingxiang was equally puzzled, unable to fathom Chu Xiaoge's intentions. Master Wu wore an anxious expression. Everyone else had provided extensive guidance, while Chu Xiaoge had merely whispered a few words to the young woman that I don't understand. But I have faith in young Master Chu. Jin Yang shook his head, believing that Chu Xiaoge's every move was beyond his comprehension. Is Chu Xiaoge merely jesting? The master of the domineering hall appeared equally bewildered. Yet his instincts told him that Chu Xiaoge would not treat the competition lightly. However, what was the meaning of his actions? Ding! The cup is overflowing, and no one can decipher it, earning 8 show coins. Chapter 68. Filled with respect. Young Master Chu. No one understood the changes occurring within the young woman better than she did. As the golden characters transformed into a golden imprint, she found herself able to sense a new energy within her. Indeed, she felt as though a comforting aura had emerged in the world around her. This must be the spiritual energy spoken of by practitioners. Had she become a practitioner herself? Indeed, you have become a practitioner. Once you fully assimilate that imprint, your future achievements will be limitless. The young woman trembled with excitement. She immediately bowed to Chu Xiaoge and was about to kneel, but an unseen force lifted her back up. Thank you, young Master Chu. Senior Chu? What was happening? The crowd was bewildered. What was all this about? Why was she about to kneel? Surely, the young woman wasn't putting on an act. She turned and approached the stone tablet. Preparing to strike it once more that moment, countless individuals rose to their feet, including masters from various halls and onlooking practitioners. How is this possible? There's a surge of spiritual energy. This is the first level of chi refinement. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Boom! The young woman's fist connected with the tablet, which erupted in a burst of silver light. What just happened? 500! No way! Her strength skyrocketed from 50 to 500, in contrast to cultivators. Ordinary individuals can merely perceive the fluctuations of numbers inscribed upon the stone tablet. However, cultivators can distinctly sense the infusion of spiritual energy within the punch of the woman. This indicates that she has remarkably transformed from a mere mortal into a cultivator in a remarkably short span of time. It is well known that an individual with mediocre talent typically requires more than a year to even perceive spiritual energy, followed by an additional year to become a cultivator, for those with even poorer aptitude. The time required may be significantly longer. Yet, what transpires before our eyes utterly shatters conventional wisdom. When did cultivation become so effortlessly attainable? The outcome requires no announcement. The 3 elderly judges swiftly ascended the stage, casting a profound gaze upon the woman before shifting their attention to Chu Xiaoge, who had repeatedly astonished them. If their deductions were accurate, the woman's ascension to a cultivator was likely a result of employing the legendary technique. 3 judges, I harbor some doubts. The master of the falling water martial arts hall stood up, and several other masters nodded in agreement. Indeed, the cultivators present were enveloped in perplexity. One elder nodded affirmatively and urged, "Please explain." The master of falling water continued slowly. As we all know, the young lady upon the stage is an ordinary mortal. Yet, after receiving guidance from Master Chu, she has directly transitioned from being a mortal to a cultivator. Stepping into the first layer of chi refinement, the master deliberately emphasized the phrase guidance, and all present could see that Chu Xiaoge had done nothing while on stage. "What? That girl is already a cultivator," exclaimed one astonished individual. "And no wonder her strength varied so greatly. I thought there was an issue with the stone tablet. Damn, did I miss an opportunity?" Indeed, we all missed the chance to become cultivators. From the audience, Brother Gu, recovering from his astonishment, murmured, "If I am not mistaken, Master Chu must have employed the legendary Xianling Golden Seal technique." Indeed, in my understanding, only the Xianling Golden Seal technique could achieve such results. Sister Luo nodded emphatically, astonished to witness 2 legendary phenomena associated with the same individual. First the fabled elixir, and now the renowned technique. "Who exactly is Chu Xiaoge?" chuckled one elder. Stepping forward, he clasped his hands toward Chu Xiaoge and inquired, "Master Chu, if I'm not mistaken, you just utilized the Xianling Golden Seal technique, correct?" Chu Xiaoge nodded, affirming the truth of the inquiry. "Oh, it is the Xianling Golden Seal technique." No wonder that young lady could directly enter the first layer of chi refinement. Upon learning the answer, The masters from various martial arts halls experienced an epiphany. The technique was renowned but had long been lost to time, existing only within the realm of legend. Master Chu. We at the Ba Dao Martial Arts Hall concede our defeat with utmost respect in this round of competition that we at the Bronze Martial Arts Hall concur. The Qijia Martial Arts Hall agrees as well. The Master of Falling Water stepped forward, bowing in deference to Chu Xiaoge. I apologize for my earlier offense. I too am in complete agreement. Ding! The admiration from the various martial arts halls elevated the collective strength to the fifth layer of Yuan realm. The audience was bewildered. Why has this suddenly changed? One elder on stage chuckled. I understand your confusion regarding why the various martial arts halls are reacting this way, so allow me to elucidate. The Xianling Golden Seal technique is indeed the swiftest means for an individual to transition from a mortal to the path of cultivation, yet it bears a significant drawback. The elder stroked his long beard, gazing with admiration at the calm Chu Xiaoge. What is the drawback? The onlookers were incensed. Had they not known that they could not overpower the judges on stage, they would have rushed forth to demand answers. The elder continued, the drawback is that the one imparting the Xianling Golden Seal technique will expend their lifespan as a consequence. Expend lifespan? The audience rose in shock, unable to fathom such a consequence. Initially, they assumed it would merely deplete the cultivator's spiritual energy. Life expectancy. This is a treasure cherished by all, even cultivators. Ding! The respect emanating from the entire crowd elevated their strength to the sixth layer of Yuan realm. Ding! The gratitude and regret of the woman in the yellow dress awarded her the skill of the Wanling Songqin. The young woman in the pale yellow dress covered her mouth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her voice trembling as she uttered, Master Chu, I am so sorry. It is all my fault. I did not realize that your impartation would cost you your lifespan. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes fixed upon the stage. Chu Xiaoge smiled, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. Your innate talent for cultivation is commendable. However, you have missed the optimal age for training, since I have chosen you upon this stage. As a martial arts master, I shall do my utmost to assist you. What does the loss of a few years of life matter? I do not wish to see a promising talent squandered. Thus, you need not feel regret, nor must you utter apologies. All you must do is diligently cultivate in the days to come, living up to my expectations. Chu Xiaoge's voice resonated throughout the venue, leaving an indelible impact on the hearts of all present that a wave of reverence swept through the audience as they rose to their feet, gazing at Chu Xiaoge with admiration. With such a selfless martial arts master, how could one fear the acquisition of knowledge? Chapter 69. The final round I have made my decision. Once the competition concludes, I shall enroll in the Jinyang Martial Arts Hall. Indeed, I shall also enroll my child in a class. With such a dedicated martial arts master, I have complete confidence. The chorus of voices rose from the audience behind various martial arts halls, prompting the masters to hastily compose themselves. Their expressions fluctuated between green and white as they quickly dispersed. Alas, today, all the limelight was seized by the Jinyang Martial Arts Hall. The IT is truly absurd. They had never anticipated feeling so stifled in these past 2 days, having lost 2 rounds of competition to a new martial arts hall, and in such a dominant manner. This resulted in a meager number of newcomers signing up for their halls over the 2-day competition, with the vast majority flocking to the Jinyang Martial Arts Hall. Sigh, this is despairing. Master, we cannot give up. There is still the final round tomorrow. One venerable martial arts hall refused to concede defeat. After all, they had established their hall for 20 years, though they could not compare to the 3 major halls. Their reputation in Jiangsheng was not insignificant. At this moment, the master was on the verge of collapse, deeply affected by Chu Xiaoge's prowess. This young man was indeed formidable, an enigma whose capabilities remained inscrutable. Yet, it could not be helped. Aside from Jinyang and Chu Xiaoge, the other masters were merely at the body refinement realm and posed no real threat. Therefore, all of you must keep a close watch on Chu Xiaoge during the final round. We cannot allow them to claim first place again. Su Qingsheng followed closely behind Chu Xiaoge as he departed. Upon reaching a street corner, she called out to his vanishing figure, Master Chu, wait a moment. Chu Xiaoge turned, seeing 3 familiar faces, Su Qingsheng, Brother Gu, and Sister Luo. Congratulations, Master Chu. Chu Xiaoga responded nonchalantly. Thank you, but it was merely luck. Has the Su family's members affected by the Black Death energy recovered? Upon hearing Chu Xiaoga's inquiry, Su Qingsheng replied, after consuming the elixirs crafted by Sister Luo, they have largely recovered. Master Chu, you are now the most esteemed friend of the Su family. Should you require assistance in the future, the Su family shall certainly respond. Chu Xiaoga returned to the Jinyang Martial Arts Hall. Before parting ways with Su Qingsheng and the others, she insisted on sending someone to bring him a yinqing flower from her family. The yinqing flower, once consumed, could extend one's lifespan by at least 5 years, a treasure beyond price. Ultimately, Chu Xiaoga had no choice but to accept it. Su Qingsheng made it clear that if he did not accept the yinqing flower, she would not leave. In truth, Chu Xiaoga harbored no concerns regarding the earlier use of techniques that might reduce his lifespan. Not only did he possess a system capable of exchanging for various elixirs, but he also had some longevity-enhancing pills from his previous scavenging in the Geo sect. Master Chu has returned, as Chu Xiaoga stepped into the courtyard of the Jinyang Martial Arts School. A throng of people surged towards him. Among them were students of the Jinyang Martial Arts School, as well as a crowd eager to register. In an instant, he found himself encircled, with no escape in sight. Everyone, Master Chu requires rest and recuperation in preparation for tomorrow's competition. Boomed Jinyang at the entrance of the school, his deep voice infused with spiritual energy, exuding a formidable presence. Upon hearing this, the crowd promptly dispersed to either side. Thank you, Chu Xiaoga replied with a faint smile, swiftly entering the martial arts school. This crowd was indeed overwhelming. Just moments ago, he sensed someone covertly attempting to sabotage him. He wondered how many had surreptitiously laid hands on him. Brother Chu, tomorrow marks the final match. Jinyang hastily poured a cup of tea for Chu Xiaoga, while Master Wu and others sat respectfully nearby, quietly listening to their exchange. What exactly will be contested tomorrow? Chu Xiaoga casually inquired. According to tradition, tomorrow's event will see each martial arts school dispatch 5 representatives, resulting in a chaotic melee involving 30 schools. The last one standing will claim victory, Jinyang elucidated. I see. That sounds quite efficient. Having everyone participate simultaneously will save a great deal of time. Chu Xiaoga nodded thoughtfully. Jinyang was momentarily speechless, his expression turning to one of wry amusement. Brother Chu, this time it is vastly different. In a melee, alliances are formed. Unfortunately, our Jinyang martial arts school finds itself isolated. I approached several schools, only to be met with indifference. N01 is willing to ally with us, which means we might very well be the first to be eliminated. Jinyang sighed, acknowledging the repercussions of their recent arrogance, having dominated the past 2 days and garnered much attention. The 3 major schools have their minions, while the others band together that we alone are the outcasts. Having been excessively domineering of late, despite our past victories, it seems of little concern to them. Chu Xiaoga shook his head, reclining comfortably in a rocking chair. Then it falls upon you to rely on me. Jinyang, unsure of where Chu Xiaoga's confidence stemmed from, chose to place his trust in him nonetheless. The following day, the 3rd round of the competition was held in an entirely new venue, as the number of participants had swelled to 150, rendering the previous location inadequate. The spacious area attracted an even larger audience, with some individuals occupying nearby taverns to catch glimpses of the match through their windows. Today, it seems Jinyang Martial Arts School will face considerable challenges. One spectator remarked, "Why do you say that?" Another queried. "Well, it's a free-for-all today. Do you really think the other schools will allow Jinyang to continue basking in glory? I heard that the head of Jinyang sought alliances yesterday and met with nothing but rejection. Is it truly that dire? Alas, it's simply jealousy from the other schools. So, do temper your expectations. Surrounding the vast area were makeshift stands, positioned at a safe distance from the combat zone to protect ordinary spectators from potential harm during the battles. Let the games begin," a voice called out, as an elderly man with a stooped posture strode forth, flanked by several figures. The crowd, unfazed, recognized them as the heralds who always appeared before the final match. "I bet on the tyrannical martial arts school. I wager on the bronze martial arts school," came the various shouts. This time, however, the bets were not on final placements but rather the outcome of the match itself. Notably, few were betting on Jinyang Martial Arts School, as though its allure had suddenly diminished, leaving it incomparable to the previous days. Everyone was aware of the prevailing sentiment. Jinyang was unlikely to secure victory today. In fact, it was speculated that they might be the first school eliminated. I wager 10 million on Jinyang Martial Arts School winning. A melodious voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Who is this fool? 10 million. They must be mad. The crowd turned to see a graceful woman in white, exuding an ethereal aura. Isn't that Miss Sue from the Sue family? Someone whispered. Indeed, and look behind her. That's the Sue family's steward. What is happening? Why would Miss Sue bet on Jinyang Martial Arts School? Isn't it obvious they will lose? The onlookers were puzzled. Had it not been for her identity, they might have dismissed her as a fool. Su Qinsheng, the head of the tyrannical school, furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation, and he had also placed a bet on his own school, confident in the match's outcome despite Jinyang's predicament. But why would Su Qinsheng place her faith in Jinyang? Did the Su family support them? His expression shifted slightly. If that were the case, he would have to regard Jinyang with newfound respect. The Su family was a prestigious lineage in Jiangsheng, their strength unmatched by mid-tier schools. Only comparable to elite ones that I could too wager 10 million on Jinyang Martial Arts School. Another voice chimed in. Who is this now? Young Master Jiang, son of the prince. Gasps erupted in the crowd. What? Now the royal family is involved too. Panic spread among the spectators. First the Su family, and now the royal family. Both were backing Jinyang Martial Arts School. Are we mistaken? Is Jinyang Martial Arts School truly connected to both the Su family and the royal family? If that is the case, this school is far more formidable than we anticipated. Meanwhile, the bronze schoolmaster stood in shock, grappling with the increasingly bewildering situation. Based on his investigations, Jinyang Martial Arts School could not possibly possess such connections. They were not affiliated with the Su family, nor the royal family. The only plausible explanation was Chu Xiaoge. That name echoed in the minds of the spectators. Ding! Shocking the entire venue. You have earned 10 show coins. Chu Xiaoge, bewildered, had just arrived at the competition grounds when he received the system notification. He settled into the rest area of Jinyang Martial Arts School as the competition was about to commence. The audience fell silent. Though the earlier bets on Jinyang by Su Qinsheng and Zhang Lang did little to bolster their hopes for the school's success, as expected, the three elders took center stage. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I know you are all anxious. The final match follows the same rules as in previous years. The last one standing is the victor. Remember, do not take lives. Simply incapacitate your opponents. I hereby declare the final round of the Jiangsheng Intermediate Martial Arts Tournament officially begins. With the elders' final word, representatives from each school entered the arena. For Jinyang, aside from Chu Xiaoge and Jinyang, there were three other martial artists. 150 fighters stood poised in the arena, igniting an atmosphere of palpable excitement. However, an unexpected scene soon unfolded. Jinyang Martial Arts School found itself at the center, surrounded by the other 29 schools, creating a staggering 5-1 disadvantage that we've lost. This is absurd, someone shouted at Jinyang Martial Arts School. Why not just forfeit? The entire arena was suddenly filled with soft hissing sounds, which rendered the faces of the other martial arts schools present rather grim. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to stand their ground, as this was the consensus reached by the 29 martial arts schools. Regardless of the circumstances, they aimed to eliminate the Jinyang Martial Arts School first. Once Jinyang was ousted, they would compare their standings. The past 2 days had subjected them to relentless torment. They needed to diminish the arrogance of the Jinyang Martial Arts School. Otherwise, how could they ever hold their heads high in Jiangsheng? Jinyang, you should just concede, they said. You 5 against our 145 is rather unwise. Jinyang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He had never encountered such shamelessness. Clearly, you are the ones ganging up on us. Chu Xiaoge surveyed the surroundings, and at that moment, everyone seemed to have already concluded their fate. With a smile, Chu Xiaoge remarked, You speak quite accurately. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Was Chu Xiaoge about to concede? Indeed, I intend to take on all of you. As these words left his lips, a formidable aura erupted from within Chu Xiaoge. Attack! As they witnessed Chu Xiaoge's resistance, the others hastily retaliated. However, to their astonishment, they found themselves utterly immobilized. Though their minds were willing, their bodies simply would not respond. What on earth is happening? The domineering head of the school was filled with panic as an unsettling feeling surged from his core. Despite being at the 7th level of the spirit transformation realm, he was now unable to muster the strength to resist. The others fared no better. Each was stricken with fear and disbelief. Meanwhile, the audience was left with a multitude of questions. What in the world was happening? Why weren't they attacking? It wasn't that they didn't wish to. Rather, they lacked the capability. Among the crowd were indeed cultivators who swiftly discerned the underlying issue. Ignoring the glances of the head of the domineering school and others, Chu Xiaoga strolled around the assembly at tea that moment. Everyone felt as if they were walking on thin ice, particularly when Chu Xiaoga passed by. It was as though they had plunged into an abyss, a chill running through their very beings. This was nothing short of demonic. The sheer force emanating from one individual rendered 145 others incapable of movement. Boom! Just as the audience pondered the unfolding events, a surge of spiritual light erupted from within Chu Xiaoga. The light surged outward, and with a resounding crash, those who had been standing still were sent flying into the air, only to crash down violently onto the ground. The audience gaped in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Indeed, I intend to take on all of you to tea this moment. Everyone finally comprehended the meaning behind Chu Xiaoga's earlier statement. Good grief, you truly are taking on everyone at once. They found themselves utterly powerless to retaliate, as if they were not even on the same level. Incredible, someone shouted, and the entire venue erupted in cheers. This spectacle was even more astonishing than any competition they had ever witnessed. The strength of one person, without even lifting a finger, had left 145 individuals completely immobilized, each crashing to the ground like lifeless dogs. What kind of power did young Master Chu possess? Su Qinsheng raised her brows slightly. Sister Luo, shaking her head, remarked, he must at least be at the alchemy refinement realm. Although the majority present were at the body refinement realm, there were still many at the spirit transformation realm. Create such a situation single-handedly required at least the alchemy refinement realm. So powerful. I suddenly feel utterly inadequate. Brother Gu chuckled bitterly. There was simply no comparison to be made. As he learned more about Chu Xiaoga, he increasingly felt the weight of his own shortcomings. Sister Luo approached and patted Brother Gu on the shoulder in a comforting gesture. Brother Gu, do not be disheartened. You are still quite exceptional. Just refrain from comparing yourself to young Master Chu in the future. He is a prodigy among prodigies. Chapter 71. Ancient village. Haha. Sister, your words hold truth. Brother Gu smiled nonchalantly. Some individuals seemed destined to be incomparable. Otherwise, one would forever remain trapped in a cycle of despair. As long as he continued to strive and catch up, that was sufficient. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have astounded the entire arena. And your strength has risen to the 7th level of the fragmented element realm. The 145 individuals picked themselves up from the ground. At this moment, none dared to meet Chu Xiaoga's gaze directly. When his eyes swept over them, they felt like wayward children caught in wrongdoing, hastily lowering their heads. This was surreal. The disparity in power was far too great. This was not how things were meant to unfold. The 3 elderly men, who had previously maintained a serious demeanor, could not help but smile wryly upon witnessing this scene. What had started as a straightforward competition had been turned upside down by Chu Xiaoga alone. One of the elders swiftly appeared at the center of the stage and announced, "Firstly, congratulations to the Jinyang Martial Arts School for securing first place in this competition." But he paused, looking at the crowd. "You all have no objections, do you?" "None. Of course not." The entire arena erupted in cheers. The representatives from the various martial arts schools nodded in agreement. Although their pride had been bruised, the truth was undeniable. "Very well, let the competition continue. The members of the Jinyang Martial Arts School may step down first," the elder urged, anxious that Chu Xiaoga might remain on stage and eliminate the rest without mercy. Jinyang and his companions were momentarily taken aback. They had done nothing throughout the entire ordeal, and yet it was all over. Even as they stepped off the stage, Jinyang felt as though it had all been a dream. "That was too easy. Chu, my brother." "No, Chu, my senior." Jinyang quickly corrected himself. Based on the earlier display, it was evident that Chu Xiaoga was at least a formidable practitioner of the alchemy refinement realm. Now aware of this, he dared not address him as an equal any longer. Headmaster, I congratulate you in advance on your impressive achievement. Jinyang nodded, though he felt reluctant to see Chu Xiaoga depart. He understood that the Jinyang Martial Arts School was unworthy of retaining someone of his caliber. A true dragon among men. With a flash, Chu Xiaoga vanished without a trace, leaving the stage to resume the competition. As for the outcome, the onlookers no longer cared. The Jinyang Martial Arts School had soared to prominence in Jiangqing, securing first place in all 3 rounds of the competition. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoga had become a household name. Even after his departure, the legend of his exploits lingered in Jiangqing. AS events in Jiangqing seemed to draw to a close. Chu Xiaoga took the young Du Qin under his wing before leaving. In a flicker, they arrived directly at Xiandao Mountain. Wow, Mountain Master, how did you appear here? As Zihua finished brewing a pot of tea, he was taken aback to see Chu Xiaoga before him. A talking tiger. Du Qin exclaimed, startled, and quickly hid behind Chu Xiaoga. Oh, where did this child come from? Zihua, intrigued, circled around to eye Du Qin with a predatory glare. Chu Xiaoga chuckled. No need to be alarmed. This is my newly acquired disciple. Owen nodded, momentarily losing interest and flopping down lazily. Du Qin let out a sigh of relief, quietly observing his surroundings. Xiao Qin, how have you been progressing with the techniques I taught you the other day? Chu Xiaoga inquired. Straightening his posture, Du Qin murmured, Master, I've begun to sense spiritual energy that I should soon be able to step into the Qi refinement realm. Chu Xiaoga nodded in satisfaction. It was evident that Du Qin was a prodigious talent. Even with a mere casual pointer, Du Qin was able to grasp it. With such a diligent disciple, Chu Xiaoga felt quite at ease. Ding, the disciple function has been activated. The host can view current disciple information and status. The higher the achievements of the disciple, the more abundant the rewards for the host. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chu Xiaoga's eyes lit up. Not bad, system. The pinnacle of showing off is to let others do it for you. He secretly chuckled. Opening the disciple function interface, a message immediately appeared before him. Current number of disciples, 2. Disciple 1, Su Su. Disciple 2, Du Qi N.Su Su. Upon seeing this name, Chu Xiaoga's mind instantly conjured the adorable image of Su Su. That time, she had braved the risks to venture alone from the village to gather medicinal herbs. Fortunately, Chu Xiaoga happened upon her. Otherwise, Su Su would have become mere prey for the beasts. Before departing, Chu Xiaoga imparted a technique to her. Thus, the system also tacitly recognized Su Su as Chu Xiaoga's disciple. Curiously, Chu Xiaoga inquired, System, what conditions must my disciple meet for me to receive a reward? If he were aware of the conditions, he could tailor his guidance accordingly, achieving accomplishments with ease, a task he was well accustomed to. The system pondered for a moment and replied, I have yet to determine that. I shall notify you once the criteria are met. As autumn approached, the weather became less scorching than before. Chu Xiaoga set forth from Xiandao Mountain accompanied by the treasure-seeking rabbit, while Du Qin was entrusted to the care of the purple tiger, allowing Chu Xiaoga to assume the role of a carefree overseer once more. After consuming the cayenne dan, the treasure-seeking rabbit could now communicate directly with Chu Xiaoga. This time, Chu Xiaoga was in search of something truly remarkable. Master, it lies just ahead, the treasure-seeking rabbit announced, its diminutive size akin to that of an ordinary rabbit, save for a golden mark upon its forehead. Perched upon Chu Xiaoga's shoulder, it directed his gaze towards what appeared to be a village in the distance. The Xianqing who gradually descended as Chu Xiaoga made his way towards the village. Upon reaching the grand tree at the village's entrance, he unleashed his Yuan Yan, enveloping the entire village in its grasp. The layout resembled a tranquil water town in Jiangnan, with homes lining both sides of a small river. Where his Yuan Yan passed, there was not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation, indicating that the villagers were all mere mortals, akin to a hidden paradise. As Chu Xiaoga entered the village, he immediately attracted attention. Welcome, young lad. It has been ages since our ancient village has seen a visitor. An elderly woman with a cane approached him warmly. Their remote village seldom encountered visitors, and whenever someone happened by, they were always greeted with hospitality. Thank you, esteemed elder M. My name is Chu Xiaoga. I often wander through the mountains and rivers, and the beauty of this ancient village truly astounds me. The old woman chuckled. Ah, So you are young Chu. Come, allow me to show you around our village. Those who have visited us have sung our praises. Chu Xiaoga nodded and followed the elderly woman, who was greeted by villagers along the way. After touring the village with her, Chu Xiaoga settled down, renting an unoccupied house. The dwelling had 2 stories, with the upper floor designated for his rest. The front door on the ground floor opened onto a pathway frequented by villagers. Since the treasure was yet to reveal itself, he decided to linger in the ancient village for a while, though he could have returned directly to Xiandao Mountain to await the treasure's emergence. The village's serene lifestyle compelled him to remain. He yearned to relax and experience life as an ordinary person. However, the unpredictability of life would not permit him such indulgence. Chapter 72. The melody surrounds good morning. Young Chu. As Chu Xiaoga descended from the upper floor and opened the front door, Mr. Wang, passing by, greeted him. You are quite early today, Mr. Wang. Chu Xiaoga replied with a smile, noting that the village's elders rose early each day, often gathering in groups to converse amiably. Big Orange. Chu Xiaoga placed a low table before him and seated himself on a stool. To his call, a flurry of footsteps echoed from above. Meow. A plump orange cat leapt down from the rooftop. As the saying goes, among 10 orange cats, 9 are plump, and the one remaining is exceptionally so. This big orange cat was the village's beloved pet, its corpulent form suggesting it hadn't eaten in quite some time. System, please procure a guqin for me. The system promptly opened a display, showcasing an array of gyukins before Chu Xiaoga. You previously gifted me the Wanling Songqin technique. Now is the perfect opportunity to test its wonders. Glancing over the exchange interface, Chu Xiaoga spent 10 Xiao coins to acquire a premium spirit instrument named Songling Qin. With a flash of spiritual light, the Songling Qin materialized on the table. Its body black with intricate golden runes adorning the surface, and its strings crafted from fine gold threads. Meow. Big Orange exclaimed in surprise, seemingly bewildered by the sudden appearance of the guqin, placing his hands upon the strings. Chu Xiaoga instantly felt a sense of familiarity, as if he were an adept player. With a gentle strum, the Songling Qin produced a clear and melodious sound that resonated, stirring the leaves of the trees outside with the gentle breeze. Let us perform a piece. Within the Wanling Songqin technique, various melodies were imprinted in Chu Xiaoga's mind. His fingers danced swiftly over the strings, producing a clear and serene tune. The sound of the guqin was crisp and enchanting, akin to the sweet notes of a bird. Where is that lovely music coming from? The villagers, intrigued, remarked simultaneously as they all heard the exquisite melody. Logically, it seemed there were no skilled musicians in the village. It must be that young Chu. Mr. Wang settled down nearby, inexplicably compelled to listen to the music after hearing its enchanting notes. Oddly enough, he had intended to find someone to play chess with. A chess enthusiast by nature, he felt restless without a game. Yet, upon hearing the guqin, he realized that listening to the music was far more delightful. You mischievous child. You broke Aunt Zhang's window this morning and hid your grandfather's teapot days ago. I shall teach you a lesson today. In one household, a woman wielded a small bamboo stick, facing a young boy who lay motionless before her. Wah, I'm sorry, cried the boy as the stick struck down. Just as the woman prepared to strike again, a waft of guqin music drifted through the window. The woman's body quivered slightly, her morning ire evaporating in an instant. You mustn't behave this way again. Otherwise, I shall not be so lenient next time. Setting down the stick in confusion, she hurried to the window to listen to the melodious music. The boy, wiping his tears, felt the pain in his bottom fade as he slowly closed his eyes. The enchanting guqin notes transported him through memories of his past mischiefs, and he couldn't help but smile. However, the scene soon shifted to the woman repeatedly apologizing for his misdeeds. The boy felt a pang in his heart. I shall never misbehave again, lest I cause my mother to apologize to others daily. Though the same melody played, it evoked different responses. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoga remained oblivious to the transformations occurring among the villagers due to his music. As the piece concluded, Big Orange, who had been sitting beside Chu Xiaoga, affectionately rubbed against his hand. Meow, meow. Chu Xiaoga pinched the cat's face, saying, all right, I shall play another piece. Where did the music go? Countless villagers displayed expressions of disappointment, each yearning for more. Mr. Wang slowly rose, stretching his neck in astonishment. My neck doesn't hurt anymore. Cautiously, he twisted again, discovering that the familiar pain was absent. What is going on? Mr. Wang gasped in surprise. Could it be the music that had caused this change? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. How could such miraculous occurrences be real? If they were, wouldn't Young Chu be a celestial being? Continuing on his way, the Guqin melody resumed once more. Hey, it's back. Though his steps did not falter, Mr. Wang's enjoyment of the music remained undiminished. Before long, he arrived at his destination, calling out, Old Zhang, let us play some chess. Lao Zhang was an old chess companion of his. And at that moment, the other party was seated before the chessboard. Lao Zhang lifted his head and shook it, saying, I won't play. I wish to listen to the Guqin. Wang Day was momentarily taken aback, hastily approaching to sit down, exclaiming, So it is not only I who find the sound of the Guqin enchanting. You share the same sentiment. Ding! The Guqin's melody captivated the entire village, and Chu Xiaoga's skills with the Wanling Songqin reached an advanced level. As Chu Xiaoga lifted his fingers from the strings, he distinctly felt that he had gained further insights into this technique. Moreover, if he were to play again now, he would undoubtedly perform far better than before. Xiao Chu, are you not going to play anymore? Chu Xiaoga raised his head and saw several figures standing at his door. These individuals were his nearby neighbors, with whom he had exchanged pleasantries over the past few days. Chu Xiaoga stood and nodded, saying, Yes, I will continue tomorrow morning. I see. The group expressed their reluctance. Xiao Chu, your music is truly delightful. You must have learned from a young age. Indeed, such exquisite sounds surely indicate a master musician. We should take our leave. It's time to return to work. I feel invigorated now. Before departing, the group turned back to remind him, Xiao Chu, do not forget tomorrow. Though if you do, fret not. We shall come to remind you. Meow. Chu Xiaoga couldn't help but smile. The large orange cat seemed to say that it would come to awaken him early the next day, ensuring he wouldn't forget to play the Guqin. A sense of anxiety washed over Chu Xiaoga, but fortunately, he had been sleeping very little lately. He spent his nights in meditation and cultivation, thus avoiding the suffocating terror of being nearly smothered by his own cat's weight. As had been the case on Earth, Chapter 73. The exquisite sound in the following days, Chu Xiaoga kept his promise, playing 2 pieces every morning. This drew an increasing crowd of listeners to his door. His mastery of the Wanling Songqin technique was now complete. One day, as Chu Xiaoga set the Songling Qin in place, a throng had already gathered at his doorstep. The large orange cat had also jumped onto its designated little stool. On the branches of the ancient tree out front, one could see small birds perched neatly. Thump, thump. Chu Xiaoga's fingers danced swiftly across the strings, performing a lively piece that was perfect for the morning. The sound of the Guqin was not loud, yet curiously, its melody resonated throughout the corners of the ancient village, and no one found the music disruptive. Rather, upon hearing it, their bodies felt comforted, though it was morning. When one typically felt drowsy, the enchanting sound of the Guqin instantly dispelled any weariness. Xiao Chu is playing again. The villagers all knew it was Chu Xiaoga's Guqin. After a quarter of an hour, he paused after completing a piece. Xiao Chu, play another piece, please. Yes, continue. I must tell you, I have a troublesome ailment. It pains me at night, but ever since I've listened to your music, my body has felt free of pain. Isn't that strange? Oh, so it isn't just me. My insomnia has also vanished. I've felt much better recently, too. As the crowd began to converse, they discovered that they all shared these miraculous experiences, as if everything had changed since Chu Xiaoga began to play the Guqin. Xiao Chu, you. Everyone suddenly fell silent, a thought rising in their minds. Could Xiao Chu be an immortal? How else to explain their extraordinary circumstances? The gazes directed at Chu Xiaoga shifted, tinged with both reverence and trepidation. Chu Xiaoga naturally took note of the villagers' expressions. Standing, he addressed them. Who I am is of little consequence. I remain the Xiao Chu you speak of. Upon hearing this, the villagers felt a wave of relief. Xiao Chu was still the same Xiao Chu, gentle and refined. Master, that object should be located in the village ahead, not far from the ancient village. 2 figures, weary from travel, approached. At the forefront was a beautiful woman, accompanied by her disciple. Yin Yu scanned the surroundings and said, Let us find a place to rest. With that, Yin Yu led the way. Understood, Master. Yin Yao promptly followed. This journey was an opportunity for Yin Yao to learn under her master, and they had been away from their sect for several months. During this time, Yin Yao's strength had significantly improved. They had come for a particular opportunity. Welcome to our ancient village. After entering the village, Yin Yu and her disciple sought accommodation in a household. Though the ancient village was remote and seldom visited, most homes had spare rooms, making it suitable for occasional travelers like them. "Uncle, we wish to inquire about something." Yin Yu and Yin Yao had changed into new attire, appearing as stunning as freshly bloomed lotuses. The uncle glanced at them before looking down, unable to meet their gaze. The beauty of the two women was simply too striking to be treated lightly. "What news do you seek?" Yin Yu continued. "Has there been any peculiar change in the village recently? In other words, have you experienced any transformations?" The uncle pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Of course there has been." Yin Yao, seated nearby, was instantly filled with excitement at her master Yin Yu's side. They had hoped to inquire about the opportunity, and it seemed their inquiries had indeed stirred some changes in the village. "Please do tell us." Yin Yu restrained her inner excitement. After briefly surveying the village, she had noticed that the villagers were ordinary folk, with no sign of any practitioners among them. This meant they were the only ones aware of the opportunity present here. The uncle, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "It is undoubtedly the sound of Shao Chu's guqin." After speaking, the uncle gently shook his head, as if the familiar melody echoed in his mind once more. "Shao Chu? The guqin?" Yin Yu and her disciple were taken aback. "What nonsense is this? That is not the information we sought." "Ah, I cannot explain it. You'll understand by tomorrow morning." The uncle shook his head, adding that this was something to be felt rather than articulated. By the morrow, they would naturally comprehend the essence of Shao Chu's guqin. Yin Yao stared, dumbfounded, as the uncle departed, still trying to grasp what had just transpired. "Master, what did that uncle mean?" Yin Yu could only shake her head in exasperation. "I am uncertain." The two did not dwell on it, assuming it was merely about someone in the village who played the guqin beautifully. The night passed without incident. Yin Yu and her disciple sat in meditation, needing to maintain their best state at all times, patiently awaiting the emergence of the opportunity. Thump thump. Suddenly, a sound of guqin filled the air. Yin Yu and Yin Yao both opened their eyes wide in astonishment. The sound of the guqin, the two trembled slightly, their expressions filled with profound shock. As the melody reached their ears, they could distinctly feel their internal spiritual energy becoming exceedingly vibrant. Moreover, the surrounding spiritual aura seemed to flow into them, accelerating their cultivation. Most importantly, their mental states transformed. Beneath the sound of the guqin, points that had previously eluded understanding in their practice suddenly became clear. "Master," feeling the immense change in her body, Yin Yao's complexion paled as she looked at Yin Yu in bewilderment. Yin Yu also stood up, exhilarated, gazing out the window at the clear stream outside. Taking a deep breath, she regained her composure and declared, "Let us go see who this remarkable person is." Yin Yao nodded vigorously, quickly following her master Yin Yu. The sound of the guqin, the uncle had not been jesting. Although it was not the opportunity they had envisioned, it appeared to be an opportunity nonetheless. Who was the one playing the guqin? What sort of individual could produce melodies capable of enhancing their cultivation? Yin Yu and Yin Yao hurried down the stairs, following the direction of the music, eager to hear Shao Chu play. An elderly woman sat at the entrance, her hands deftly weaving fabric as she observed the hurried strides of Yin Yu and her disciple. "Take tea this hour," she remarked. "There will be no seats left. If you wish to listen to the qin in the future, you must arrive early." When Yin Yu and her disciple finally reached their destination, they found the old woman's words to ring true. A throng of people had gathered, all attentively immersed in the exquisite melodies emanating from the qin. Chapter 74. The crowd grows. Yin Yu and Yin Yao could only stand behind the mass of spectators, similarly engrossed in the performance. Compared to their previous distant vantage, standing closer to the source of the music invigorated their inner spiritual energy. As the final note faded, Yin Yu opened her eyes. A lingering sense of longing reflected in her gaze. Why has it ended? She mused, akin to a parched refugee who, having savored a few sips of refreshing water, suddenly finds the source dried up. She rose onto her toes, yet the dense crowd obscured her view. Suddenly, as if responding to their unspoken wishes, the qin began to resonate once more, transitioning into a new piece. This melody, in contrast to the lively one before, exuded a gentle grace. Beneath its soothing notes, all worries seemed to dissipate, and her mind wandered through beautiful memories. With her eyes tightly shut, Yin felt the surrounding spiritual energy converge around her, and she eagerly absorbed it, refining the energy within her. That a sudden surge coursed through her being. She had made a breakthrough. Opening her eyes, she was astonished. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken her at least 6 more months to achieve such progress. Yet, after just 2 pieces, she had transcended her limits. Yin Yao, sensing the shift, opened her mouth in readiness to congratulate her master, but Yin Yu silenced her with a gentle gesture, urging her to remain quiet. Yin Yao nodded cautiously, aware that besides the enchanting music, the world around them had fallen into stillness. She nearly shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes again, determined to seize this fleeting moment. She felt herself on the brink of a breakthrough. If she could grasp it, she too could ascend to a higher realm. Finally, as the last note of the qin reverberated through the air, a surge of excitement propelled Yin Yao to open her eyes wide. She had also achieved her breakthrough. "Thank you, Xiao Chu," she exclaimed with elation. "That was truly a remarkable performance." "Indeed," Yin Yu replied, "I feel invigorated. I must get to work." The villagers, emerging from the ethereal experience, began expressing their gratitude before dispersing to commence a new day. Yin Yu and Yin Yao stepped forward as the crowd before them thinned. They were on the verge of meeting the qin player. Who could he be? Their hearts raced with anticipation. What manner of individual could wield such music to facilitate their breakthroughs? It was utterly unprecedented. Drawing closer, they finally beheld a remarkably youthful figure. Clad in pristine white robes, he appeared as if descended from the heavens. His raven-black hair contrasted strikingly with his fair complexion. His deep, penetrating eyes seemed to hold a universe within them. "Greetings, esteemed elder," Yin Yu said, bowing respectfully. "We, as your disciples, have been fortunate to hear your magnificent qin music, which has granted us breakthroughs." Yin Yao followed suit. "Esteemed elder," they addressed him, a title worthy of his grace. However, they were taken aback to find that this young man emitted no discernible fluctuations of spiritual energy, resembling an ordinary mortal. Yet, they instinctively believed that he was far from powerless. Rather, he had reached a level of mastery that eluded their understanding. Chu Xiaoga smiled lightly. The 2 women, both tall and elegant with fair skin, were difficult to age accurately if not for their differing styles and the stories reflected in their eyes. In truth, he had been aware of their presence since the previous day, upon their arrival in the ancient village. There is no need for gratitude. It is all a matter of fate. Chu Xiaoga retracted his fingers from the Songling qin. Only then did Yin Yu and Yin Yao notice the instrument itself. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they observed the swirling spiritual energy dancing gracefully across the strings, as if alive. An exquisite spiritual artifact. Yin Yu's heart raced. "Esteemed elder," a notification chimed in her mind. Due to the shock experienced by Yin Yu and Yin Yao, one excellent talent card has been awarded. This talent card could elevate a person's cultivation aptitude to an exceptional level. With a flick of his wrist, Chu Xiaoga stored the Songling qin within himself but a talent card. What a remarkable item. It promises to enhance one's cultivation potential, meaning that regardless of one's initial aptitude, it can be raised to excellence. The system truly produces exceptional goods. "Esteemed elder, may we return tomorrow to listen to your qin once more?" Yin Yu inquired respectfully, standing at the doorway. Chu Xiaoga nodded, yes at the same time. "Thank you, esteemed elder." With that, the 2 disciples departed, feeling an inexplicable tension in the presence of such an extraordinary figure, as though they were under an invisible weight. Rubbing the head of his large orange cat, Chu Xiaoga ascended back to his quarters. This lifestyle suited him well, though the spiritual energy here was not as formidable as that found in the Xiandao mountain. He had rapidly consolidated his own cultivation over the past few days. The following day, Yin Yu and Yin Yao, like the others, rose early to await Chu Xiaoga at his door. In a short while, he emerged, cradling the ancient Qin as he descended the stairs. Once he settled the Qin and took his seat, his fingers glided across the strings, filling the village with enchanting melodies once more. As the crowd dispersed, a shadowy figure swiftly approached the entrance. Chu Xiaoge raised his head to see a newcomer who had arrived at the ancient village that morning. It seemed apparent that many were drawn here for the same purpose. However, he felt no concern. Whatever he sought would remain unaffected by the influx of visitors. What he did wish to avoid was any disruption to the village's peaceful existence should anyone attempt to disturb it. He would show no mercy. Esteemed elder, a man clad entirely in black, greeted Chu Xiaoge with a respectful gesture. Having arrived at the village's outskirts, he was immediately captivated by the Qin's music. Upon witnessing the gathering, he sensed the presence of two skilled women, and only after their departure did he make his entrance. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your musical guidance to I am Mou." He introduced himself with a bow. Chu Xiaoge narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man before him. Mou's appearance was unremarkable, yet his features held a certain sharpness, complemented by eyes that seemed to harbor untold tales. Most notably, Chu Xiaoge sensed a chilling aura emanating from him. Some things are best left untouched, lest one's lifespan be adversely affected. Chu Xiaoge, shaking his head, withdrew his gaze and stored the Songling Qin away, ascending the stairs slowly, leaving Mou in a state of shock. Mou stood there, mouth agape, his mind racing. He could hardly fathom that this elder could discern the secrets hidden within his being. Such a feat was unfathomable. He had encountered numerous powerful beings without ever being detected. With a final, lingering glance at the staircase that had swallowed the elder, Mou turned to leave. "Esteemed elder, I too am aware of this. Yet, even with such knowledge, I must proceed as I have." Chapter 75. Provocation. Mou sought a place to settle down. His unexpected arrival in the ancient village had been spurred by the alluring Qin music. However, through observation, he realized that others, like himself, had also noticed the treasures hidden within the village. It appeared that this endeavor would not be without its challenges. Mou slowly closed his eyes, yet it posed little concern for him. After all, his desires differed from those of others. As long as he acquired what he sought, that sufficed. Regarding the opportunity within the ancient village, should it come within his grasp, he would certainly not let it slip away. However, if it necessitated risking his life, he would promptly choose to forego it. Yet, he pondered whether this elder shared the same aspirations as the rest. If that were indeed the case, many individuals would likely see their plans thwarted. Mou shook his head, hoping that was not the reality. As dusk descended, the villagers returned home, commencing their preparations for dinner. "Senior brother, it must be here." At the village entrance, three figures approached, two men and a woman. The leading man was slightly older than the other two. Wang nodded, holding a map that he had procured at a high price from an elderly gentleman a few days prior. This map marked a potential opportunity, prompting their long journey. "Let us enter the village," Wang declared, stepping ahead, followed closely by his junior brother and sister. Not long after the trio vanished, two more figures appeared at the village entrance. "Elder brother, it seems this is the place. Haha, I did not expect to find a hidden paradise here." Chu Xiaoge slowly opened his eyes, his brows furrowing involuntarily. Through his spiritual perception, he detected 5 individuals entering the ancient village in succession. Including the previous 2 disciples and that Mou, the total count reached 8. It appeared that the coveted object was soon to reveal itself. Chu Xiaoge retrieved a spirit stone, holding it in his palm. As a white shadow flickered before him, the treasure-seeking rabbit promptly embraced the spirit stone, gnawing at it with its prominent front teeth. The hard spirit stone offered no resistance under the rabbit's bite. Chu Xiaoge shook his head, relieved that he was not lacking in spirit stones. Otherwise, maintaining this little creature would indeed be a challenge. "Brother, Chu Gij," a child's tender voice echoed from downstairs. Chu Xiaoge swiftly descended. Recognizing the voice of the grandson of the elderly woman he had encountered in the ancient village, the child's tone was laced with urgency and fear. "What is wrong?" Chu Xiaoge inquired, crouching down. The little boy, taken aback, did not comprehend how Chu Xiaoge had appeared before him so swiftly. However, he quickly expressed his distress. "Chu Gij, my grandmother has been bullied." Two vicious bad men injured her, and she has fallen to the ground and cannot get up. The boy began to cry. Chu Xiaoga's brow furrowed, a surge of anger rising within him. Having spent days in the ancient village, he had come to appreciate the villagers' simplicity and warmth toward outsiders, devoid of any malice. This indicated that the two individuals were indeed seeking trouble. Taking the child's hand, the two figures vanished from sight. "Old hag, do you intend to poison us both?" one man exclaimed, glaring at the elderly woman. "Do you see what you have served us? This is a dark beetle, and it is highly toxic." The man rolled up his sleeves, revealing a long scar on his arm, reminiscent of a centipede crawling upon it. He angrily smashed the bowl to the ground, scattering black substances across the floor. Upon closer inspection, these black fragments resembled some form of insect. Behind the scarred man stood another, gentler figure who, despite his anger, maintained a more composed demeanor. Initially, the two had been in good spirits, eager to savor the village's specialty dish. Little did they know, they were served a highly toxic dark beetle, which they were well aware could remain poisonous even in death, affecting even practitioners. "I did not intend to harm you. This dish is truly safe. Everyone in our village eats it," the elderly woman struggled to explain. Having been struck by the scarred man, filled with rage, crushed a black beetle beneath his foot, then exerted a forceful grip, capturing it in his hands. "Then show me you can eat it," he taunted, inching closer to the elderly woman with the beetle in hand. "I will eat it," she gasped, determined not to be wronged. "Hey, is it not too much to bully an ordinary old woman like this? Is it right for practitioners to treat her so?" As she prepared to take the squashed beetle, a clear and melodious voice interjected. Everyone turned to see two elegant and tall women. The scarred man eyed them up and down, wiping his mouth. "I thought we were the only two who arrived in this ancient village. It seems there are two beautiful ladies as well. However, you are overstepping your bounds. You think you are my scarred wife." Feeling the scarred man's lecherous gaze, Yin Yao clenched her fists tightly, itching to retaliate. Yet, her companion, Yin Yu, grasped her arm, restraining her. Although the scarred man was indeed repugnant, the gentle man beside him commanded respect, preventing Yin Yu from underestimating him. Taking a deep breath, Yin Yu glanced at the black beetles on the ground and stated, "I believe you are mistaken. This black beetle is not a dark beetle. While they may appear similar, this one is harmless. We consumed it yesterday, and it is a specialty dish of the ancient village. Thus, the elderly woman is not at fault, but you are." Yin Yu left her sentence unfinished. Yet the implication was clear. It was the scarred man's brother who had erred. The scarred man's expression remained unchanged as he defiantly retorted, "Just because you say it is safe, does that make it so? How do I know it is not a dark beetle? What if that old hag intends to harm me?" In his moment of anger, the scarred man had indeed considered this possibility. These were mere mortals. How could they possibly come into contact with dark beetles? However, the resemblance was too striking, leading him to preemptively conclude that the elderly woman was plotting against them. Yet even now, realizing it was not a dark beetle, he could not concede to save face. Would he, a practitioner, apologize to a mere mortal? Such a notion was absurd. Yin Yao, infuriated, exclaimed, "You!" Chapter 76, Senior Chu. Yin Yao had never encountered someone so obstinate, acknowledging their error, yet refusing to admit it. They had the audacity to bully a defenseless elder without fully understanding the situation. Such a person truly existed. Anger boiled within Yin Yao, and she felt compelled to teach the scarred man a lesson. She quickly approached the elderly woman, helping her to her feet. "Are you all right?" The elderly woman shook her head, yet her weakened state revealed her significant distress. "Ha! Since that is the case, I will not pursue this further." The scarred man scoffed, brushing off his sleeves as he turned to return to his seat. However, just as he was about to take a step forward, a chilling sensation descended from above, locking onto him. A sudden fear surged within the scarred man as he realized he could not move. It felt as though his internal energy had been frozen, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not mobilize his power. The man sitting by the window furrowed his brow, puzzled by his brother's sudden immobility. Something felt amiss. In an instant, the man sensed a disturbance. Boom! Without warning, the scarred man's figure was hurled through the window by an unseen force. Crashing to ground and kicking up a cloud of dust, the sound of footsteps echoed. Chu Xiaoga stood before the scarred man, who at that moment lay motionless on the ground like a defeated dog. Behind him, his torn clothing revealed mangled flesh and exposed white bones, stained with crimson. "Who are you?" The man was the first to regain his composure and stepped out of the house. He nervously fixed his gaze upon the youth before him. Realizing with dismay that he had felt no trace of the opponent's power until now, he had merely watched helplessly as his brother was struck away by a tremendous force, leaving him severely injured. This sensation was unfamiliar to him. Despite the youth appearing devoid of any spiritual energy, his earlier display was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Even he himself could not have achieved such feats. Senior Chu, Yin Yu and Yin Yao arrived outside, their eyes locking onto the familiar figure. "Who I am is of no concern to you," Chu Xiaoga replied as he glanced at the man. Retracting his gaze, he raised his hand slightly, and the scarred man was compelled to rise to his feet by an unseen force. Pain was etched across the scarred man's face, his back agony rendering him nearly insensible. He trembled, his eyes filled solely with fear. "Oh, you understand why?" The scarred man fervently nodded. I understand. I was wrong. Senior, I should not have harmed the elderly. I should not have abused my status as a cultivator to trample upon the ordinary. I should not have failed to discern right from wrong." The scarred man incessantly repeated his apologies, each one unique. Chu Xiaoga extended his hand toward a nearby stream, summoning a glimmer of spiritual light that dove into the riverbed. The onlookers were puzzled as 2 breaths slipped by. Suddenly, the hand formed of spiritual light reemerged, now holding a jet-black fish that was flopping about within its grasp. As soon as the fish appeared, a foul stench assaulted the senses, reminiscent of rotting flesh. Indeed, this was the infamous stinking fish, the odor so unbearable that none could withstand it. Yin Yu and Yin Yao both covered their noses, overwhelmed by the repugnant scent. "Eat it," commanded Chu Xiaoga, as the repulsive black insects and the stinking fish floated in the air, drawn by his hand's unseen force. The man standing behind the scarred individual frowned, saying, "Senior, is it truly necessary to go this far for an ordinary person? My brother has already received your lesson, but this seems overly humiliating." They had never endured such indignity before. Not only had his brother been gravely injured, but now he was being forced to consume the insects and that wretched fish. What dignity remained for them? "Are you aware of our Nanshur sect?" The man introduced himself. "I am Gua Ku, a core disciple of Nanshur sect." Gua Ku fixed a piercing gaze upon Chu Xiaoga, recognizing from the earlier display that the latter's power likely surpassed the later stages of the spirit refinement realm. Naturally, he stood no chance, but that did not prevent him from invoking the name of his sect. "Nanshur sect," exclaimed Yin Yu and Yin Yao in astonishment. Although not among the 3 major sects of the southern wilderness, it was widely regarded as a formidable contender for a spot among them. Their overall strength was merely a notch below that of the 3 major sects, undeniably a grand sect. Yin Yu inhaled sharply, not expecting these unassuming brothers to hail from Nanshur's sect. If that were the case, the competition for this opportunity would indeed be troublesome. "Here does not interest me," Chu Xiaoga stated dismissively, turning his focus back to the scarred man. "Will you eat, or will you not?" The scarred man shuddered at the question. After his brother Waku's lengthy speech and the invocation of Nanshur's sect, he had hoped the youth would show him mercy, but it was clear that mercy was not forthcoming. With gritted teeth, the scarred man nodded. "I will eat." He then grasped the foul fish in one hand and the black insects in the other, stuffing them into his mouth. Despite the urge to retch from the stench and the knowledge that he had crushed them beneath his feet, he knew that any hesitation could lead to death. Guoku's eyes flashed with a hint of malice as he cast a final glare at Chu Xiaoga before departing. Meanwhile, the scarred man finally finished consuming the last of the repulsive meal. "Senior, I have finished," he announced, his voice trembling. Chu Xiaoga nodded. "Begone." With those words, the scarred man, ignoring the excruciating pain coursing through him, fled without a backward glance. Chu Xiaoga turned his gaze away, sensing the simmering hatred harbored by the 2 men from Nanshur sect. It felt akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Failing to eradicate the root of the problem could lead to future retribution. Nevertheless, he did not wish for them to taint the air of this ancient village, especially as the local villagers were watching. Exposing them to death would not bode well. "Are you all right?" Chu Xiaoga asked, turning to the elderly woman with a gentle smile. He placed his hand on her shoulder. Channeling his spiritual energy through her, the woman felt a wave of warmth within her, and soon, the pain in her abdomen dissipated, restoring her to her former self. She marveled at the transformation, then nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, young Chu. But will they come after you?" "Sigh. You should not have intervened." Chu Xiaoga smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. I will be fine. They broke the rules first and deserve punishment." Ding! The fear and hatred emanating from the Nansha sect disciples granted him 5 show coins. Ding! The respect from Yin Yu and Yin Yao elevated his strength to the 8th level of the Fun Yuan realm. Ding! The elderly woman's gratitude bestowed upon him the thunder-devouring sacred body. Meanwhile, Yin Yu and Yin Yao remained transfixed on Chu Xiaoga. They could hardly fathom that this was the same senior they had encountered before. While playing the zither, he had exuded elegance and grace. Like a celestial being among mortals, in punishing the scarred man, he had shown a cold, ruthless demeanor that instilled dread in their hearts. Yet at this moment, he appeared as an ordinary youth engaged in conversation with an elderly woman. Yin Yu and her disciple were left in a daze, increasingly unable to comprehend this enigmatic figure. Chapter 77. Entering the cave. "Thank you, young girls," the elderly woman expressed, now free from pain, as she turned to Yin Yu and her disciple, who had stood by her side in support. Yin Yu and Yin Yao shook their heads, insisting it was merely a trivial act on their part. "Senior, since all is well now, we shall take our leave," they announced as they walked away. Chu Xiaoga observed their retreating figures, finding them rather intriguing. Upon returning to his residence, Chu Xiaoga eagerly examined the thunder-devouring sacred body bestowed upon him by the system. He recalled that he had exchanged for the great dream space body during his time in the body refinement realm. The system had stated that upon advancing to a higher realm, he could exchange for another body type. Now that he had reached the Fun Yuan realm, he had yet to spend his show coins due to his busyness. "System, the thunder-devouring sacred body you granted me, will it affect my ability to exchange for a body type in the Fun Yuan realm?" Chu Xiaoga posed a critical question. The system replied, "Host, the two are not mutually exclusive. What I have provided is an additional gift." Hearing this, Chu Xiaoga's spirits soared. This meant he could possess 3 body types. Thunder-devouring sacred body. Across the world, thunder strikes with great ferocity, that be why refining the body with thunder, one can become a saint of thunder. Summoning the lightning from the heavens. Chu Xiaoga's eyes sparkled with excitement. This thunder-devouring sacred body was indeed a remarkable gift. According to the description, it could absorb all forms of thunder, rendering one fearless. While thunder was often a nemesis to many beasts and malevolent cultivators, the thunder-devouring sacred body was their bane. Did this mean he could ultimately consume the thunder of heavenly tribulations? Chu Xiaoga suddenly recalled an incident. Previously, while traversing the Forgotten Forest, he had encountered a great azure serpent on the verge of transcending its tribulation to transform into a dragon. Yes, he had never laid eyes on a dragon himself. A bold idea took root in his mind, to cultivate a dragon with his own hands. This was the very reason he had promised to assist the azure serpent in overcoming its tribulation. Now, having acquired the thunder-devouring sacred body, he found the perfect opportunity to test the might of this newfound ability. A spark of inspiration ignited within Chu Xiaoga's mind, and a violet ring materialized in his grasp. Indeed, this was the 9 Heavens Thunder Ring that he had previously used the lightning contained within this ring to intimidate the spirit-devouring beasts. "Devour," he silently chanted, tracing several symbols in the air with his fingers. In an instant, the thunder-devouring sacred body was activated, and the lightning from the 9 Heavens Thunder Ring surged forth, filling the space with a tremor that threatened to obliterate everything around. However, before the lightning could unleash its fury, a powerful suction emanated from within Chu Xiaoga, drawing all the lightning into his body. As the lightning coursed through him, he shuddered violently, experiencing a tingling sensation accompanied by agonizing pain. Gritting his teeth, he endured the torment, channeling the lightning towards the massive tree situated in his abdomen. Strangely, upon the lightning's first contact with the tree, it transformed instantaneously into a docile essence. gradually coalescing into a fruit. With a sigh of relief, Chu Xiaoge opened his eyes, a flash of purple lightning flickering within them. That moment, an additional fruit appeared on the great tree, one imbued with the power of the dreaming space, and the other suffused with the essence of thunder. Boom! As he opened his palm, the lightning manifested within it, exuding a destructive aura, while the sound of thunder echoed clearly in his ears. With the thunder-devouring sacred body, my strength has significantly increased. Chu Xiaoge murmured to himself, clenching his fists once more, causing the lightning in his palm to dissipate into nothingness, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. It has finally emerged. As night descended, a surge of spiritual energy shot into the sky from deep within the village, which Chu Xiaoge sensed immediately. He slowly opened his eyes, having waited in the ancient village for several days for this moment. Shortly after he sensed it, movements began to stir from various directions. It has arrived. Yinyu placed her teacup down and leapt onto the rooftop, her gaze piercing through the night as excitement bubbled within her. From the power she sensed, it was evident that this opportunity was substantial. Master, Yin Yao approached. Let us make our move. With that, the two swiftly traversed the rooftops towards the depths of the ancient village, leaving not a whisper behind. Action! In various corners of the ancient village. 3 other groups simultaneously set forth. Shadows darted swiftly beneath the moonlight, and in mere moments, they had vacated the living quarters of the village, arriving at its innermost sanctum, an area seldom trodden, where the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. Everyone, I trust there is no need for concealment any longer. Since we all seek fortune, we must acknowledge that opportunities often come hand in hand with risks. Therefore, let us band together as one team to navigate these dangers before determining the rightful claim of the ultimate boon. To the capable go the rewards, announced Wang De, stepping forth from the darkness with his disciples, bowing to the assembled crowd. Though others concealed their presence, he was certain they were not alone. From the faint sounds of air being sliced moments ago, it was likely that many had gathered. Great minds think alike. Guoku also emerged. He was alone this time, as his brother remained bedridden, unable to join him. Master, what shall we do? Yin Yao inquired, glancing at Yin Yu, awaiting her command. After a moment's contemplation, Yin Yu replied, let us emerge as well. I sense a significant risk this time. I hope my intuition is misplaced. Wang De's brow furrowed. Goodness, it appears we have 2 teams, each with 3 members. Are there others among us? If you choose not to join forces with us now, do not blame us for targeting you later. He scanned the surroundings, but no one responded. Then let us proceed. The group nodded in agreement and made their way towards the inky black cave from whence the abundant spiritual energy emanated. Cautiously, they advanced, even as they had formed team. A certain distance of caution remained between them. Truly believing in this alliance would be the mark of a fool. We are all astute individuals, one remarked. They retrieved illumination stones, brightening the cave, and stepped inside, where a chill wind swept through. The breeze brushed against them, sending an unsettling chill deep into their bones. Yin Yao could not suppress a shiver, and the others fared no better. This wind felt peculiar. Wang De remained vigilant, channeling his spiritual energy, prepared to defend at a moment's notice. His disciples closely followed behind him. As cultivators, they were typically unaffected by temperature extremes, yet at this moment, they all felt the chill enveloping them. Be cautious, he warned. Chapter 78. Ghostly spirits whoosh. The cold wind howled as they circulated their spiritual energy in resistance. Within the cave, apart from the sound of the wind, the echo of their footsteps was the only noise. Thankfully, the illumination stones allowed them to clearly perceive their surroundings. The cave was spacious enough for them to walk side by side with ample room to spare. Sister, come a bit closer. There is no need to fear, Wang De said as he unsheathed a silver-long knife. Positioning himself at the forefront of the trio, he and his disciple formed a protective barrier around their sister. She nodded gently, instinctively drawing nearer to Wang De. This cave held an eerie quality. Although nothing seemed amiss, an unsettling sensation lingered, as if unseen eyes were watching them. Master, I feel as though someone is staring at my back, Yin Yao whispered, glancing over her shoulder. Yet there was nothing behind her. They had since distanced themselves from the cave's entrance, and their exact location remained unknown. Master, Yin cautioned gravely, do not stray even a step away from me. My unease grows ever stronger. Upon hearing her words, Yin Yao gripped her long sword tightly, fully trusting her master's instincts, an intuition that stemmed from a powerful being. Tap, tap, the sound of footsteps grew louder. The wind had ceased. Hey, chubby one, don't touch me. Yin Yao turned, feigning anger, having felt someone brush against her just moments ago. The only person behind her was her fellow disciple, the chubby one with a bewildered expression. He responded, Junior sister, I did not touch you. Do not wrongfully accuse me. Rubbing his nose, he felt a sense of dread. Despite his affection for her, he would not dare to overstep. Even now, Wangda stood before him. To offend her would be tantamount to courting death, as Wangda would be the first to retaliate. Chubby turned to explain to Wangda, but just a fist distance away, a pale visage materialized before him, a figure with disheveled hair, hollow eyes and sharp teeth, floating ominously in the air. Boom! With a piercing scream, Xiaopeng instinctively threw a punch at the terrifying figure. There was a loud crash, and the ominous silhouette vanished, while Xiaopeng was violently rebounded by a chilling force. Crashing hard against the stone wall, all eyes turned towards him. What had transpired was but a fleeting moment. By the time everyone reacted, Xiaopeng had already fallen to the ground. Junior brother, Xiaopeng. Wangda and his junior sister hurriedly assisted him to his feet, noticing that his complexion appeared somewhat pale under the glow of the illuminating stone. What happened? Guoku also paused to inquire. Gasping for breath, Xiaopeng recounted with lingering trepidation. Just now, there was someone right in front of me. After I threw a punch, he vanished without a trace. I was hurled here by an unseen force. The figure was terrifying. It seemed not human. The junior sister, perplexed, asked if it wasn't human. Then what was it? A ghost. Upon hearing her question, she noticed the change in the expressions of those around her. Could it truly be a ghost? A spirit? She instinctively took several steps back. A spirit. Indeed, not human. It exists as a form of soul after death. Typically, only those who harbor immense resentment before dying can manifest as spirits. What on earth? The junior sister halted, feeling as if she had kicked something while retreating. Turning around, she looked down to find a small, floating infant, its body crimson, oozing with fresh blood. Its wrinkled face bore a sinister expression. It truly is a spirit. The junior sister's pupils constricted in horror, her mind blanking momentarily. That instant, the blood-soaked infant spirit lifted its head to meet her gaze, and in that fleeting moment of hesitation, it lunged towards her. A wave of pungent blood and a chilling aura engulfed her. Slash! Wangda reacted immediately, swinging his long knife towards the blood infant spirit. The blade gleamed, and in an instant, a shadow of the knife surged forth, piercing through the air. Boom! The knife shadow, imbued with formidable force, struck the airborne blood infant spirit. It crashed into the mountainside, creating a deep crater with blood splattering everywhere. Under the illuminating stone, their vision was tainted a deep crimson. Devour them. I am famished. The crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief at this sight. However, at that moment, eerie voices echoed around them. Simultaneously, a wave of chilling energy swept through the space, turning it into a frozen abyss. Be careful, someone shouted. Everyone drew their weapons, charging towards the spectral figures before them. Indeed, the area was now filled with a multitude of spirits, frenziedly lunging at them. Blades clashed with ethereal energy. Fortunately, these spirits were not particularly strong, allowing the group to dispatch them with relative ease. Yet, no one dared to underestimate the situation, for the atmosphere was filled with strangeness, and these spirits seemed inexhaustible. For every one they killed, another appeared. If this continued, their spiritual energy would eventually be depleted. We cannot linger here. Let us proceed deeper, Wangda declared, slashing down at 3 approaching spirits, reducing them to mere wisps of black smoke. With that, the group hastily made their way into the cave. After a brief while, the sounds of chaos diminished behind them. Phew, we've finally escaped, Guoku sighed, leaning against the wall and glancing back to find no spirits in pursuit. Wangda asked, is everyone uninjured? Seeing that everyone was fine, they took a moment to recover their spiritual energy, before continuing onward. After witnessing the spirits, they were increasingly convinced that an extraordinary opportunity awaited them. Just as Wang De and the others departed, a figure emerged at the site where the spirits had gathered. Ou retrieved a small gourd from his robe, uncapping it to release a cold mist that coalesced into the form of an 8-year-old boy before him. "Brother, where are we?" The little boy surveyed his surroundings, and upon spotting the floating spirits, he recoiled in fear, exclaiming, "Brother, there are ghosts here." Mou chuckled softly, ruffling the boy's hair. "Do not fear, Shao Jia. Once I eliminate them, you shall absorb their spiritual energy. Only then can we remain together forever." Chapter 79. Can you escape? Mo Jia hid behind Mou, cautiously peeking out. Although the environment felt somewhat comforting, the sight of the floating spirits instilled a primal fear within him. Look! Each spirit bore a grotesque visage. Some even lacked heads, drifting aimlessly, while others were drenched in blood, evoking sheer terror. Mou slowly rose, drawing a wooden sword from his back. This was no ordinary wooden sword. Though it was not a spiritual weapon and bore no rank, it was crafted from a millennium-old tree that had endured the trials of heavenly lightning, imbued with a trace of celestial energy. It was the perfect weapon to combat these spirits. "Shao Jia, wait here and do not move," Mou instructed before dashing into the throng of spirits, wielding his wooden sword. The moment he made his move, the drifting spirits locked onto him, charging forward in a frenzy. With no hint of fear, Mou swept his sword, a beam of light gathering along the blade as he struck at 3 spirits before him. With a deafening crash, the spirits shattered into wisps of black mist. Ou's expression shifted, and he advanced, conjuring a black seal in his palm. He plunged his hand in the mist, grasping the remnants of spiritual energy before it could dissipate into the air. Phew! Having succeeded on his first attempt, Mou felt a slight relief that he executed a backflip, evading several spirits lunging at him, and then resumed his assault. Yet the amount of spiritual energy he had gathered was insufficient. He needed more as he continued to slay spirits. He felt his own energy rapidly depleting, but he pressed on. "Just a bit more," Mou muttered, glancing at the black seal in his palm. It remained unchanged, though his hand had turned entirely black, appearing quite eerie. Boom! 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 Mou had initially felled 1 spirit per strike, sometimes even more, but as time passed, he noticed the spirits growing increasingly powerful. Some spirits had progressed beyond mere lunges and bites, now manipulating spiritual energy to assault him. On several occasions, he narrowly escaped their grasp. Boom! After colliding with 1 spirit, Mou staggered back as the spirit halted, extending a hand to summon a thick wave of spiritual energy towards him. Without hesitation, Mou retreated, grabbing Mo Jia and fleeing, but he understood that he could not continue fighting. His energy reserves were dwindling, and the spirits behind him were formidable. After a few quick dodges, Mou paused. Noticing the spirits had not pursued them, as if confined to that spot. "Shao Jia, absorb this spiritual energy," Mou instructed, crouching down and signaling with his right hand before placing his darkened left palm before Mo Jia. From his palm, black spiritual energy began to waft out. Mo Jia nodded and opened his mouth, inhaling the escaping energy before it could disperse. After a few breaths, the color returned to Mou's left hand, though some of the spiritual energy flowed deeper into his body through his meridians. "All done, brother." Mo Jia lifted his head and smiled. "Brother, I no longer feel drowsy." Mou's heart leaped with joy, and his worries dissipated in an instant, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. In truth, Mo Jia was akin to the malevolent spirits he had vanquished. After Mou grew up, his parents passed away. He had single-handedly raised Mo Jia until he was 8, but tragically, the frail Mo Jia succumbed to illness that very year. "Brother, it hurts so much that I just want to sleep." That night, he watched in agony as his beloved younger brother, Mo Jia, painfully closed his eyes in his embrace. "No. Shao Jia, Shao Jia." At that moment, Mou was nearly driven to madness. Tears streamed down his face, each drop falling on Mo Jia's lifeless form. He had sought out renowned physicians far and wide, yet all efforts proved futile, but he loathed his own helplessness. As a cultivator, he was powerless against Mo.'s frail body. He even pondered the worth of his cultivation, wishing only for his brother to be alive. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Exhausted, Mo remained motionless, cradling Mo's corpse against the wall. "Brother, why are you crying?" That familiar voice suddenly echoed. Mo forced a bitter smile, believing it to be a figment of his imagination. Tightening his grip on the now-cold body of Mo. "Brother, why are you ignoring me?" Mo's voice rang out once more. Ou abruptly looked up, and to his astonishment, there floated before him the very figure of his brother. Mo, stunned into silence. He recalled the elder of their sect speaking of a phenomenon known as malevolent spirits. When a person dies with an overwhelming obsession, they may transform into such a spirit. "Shao Jie, I will never let you leave again." Mo regained his senses. Under these circumstances, Shao Jie could remain in this world for another year to survive. A malevolent spirit must continuously absorb energy. "You have slain so many of my subordinates, nearly thwarting my plan to escape this place after a millennium. You all shall perish suddenly." A chilling wind swept through, enveloping Mo in an icy dread. A sinister voice whispered in his ear, accompanied by a terrifying force that made his heart race. "Shao Jie, hide quickly." Mo swiftly produced a gourd from his robe, gesturing as Mo's figure floated into it. This was accomplished in an instant, and Mo immediately rolled backward. Boom! Just after he rolled away, a force struck the very spot he had occupied, creating a depression of a yard deep. Ou raised his head, his expression grave as he gazed ahead. The malevolent spirit before him was unlike any other. It bore an expression akin to a sentient being, its aura terrifyingly reaching the level of a refining pill realm. Damn it, how can there be a refining pill realm malevolent spirit here? Mo felt a sense of impending doom that if it were merely a spirit transformation realm spirit, he would not be frightened. Yet this was a refining pill realm spirit, and even if he exerted all his strength, he would stand no chance. Furthermore, he had already expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy, leaving him without the strength to retaliate. Escape was his only option. Without hesitation, Mo's figure darted back towards the cave entrance. As for the others within, he could only wish them luck. A refining pill realm spirit. They were likely doomed. Escape? Do you think you can? Chapter 80. In a moment, Mo heard the voice that he dared not turn back, nor could he. The spiritual energy within him was pushed to its limit, his figure flickering through the cave. Boom! However, unexpectedly, the malevolent spirit appeared right before him. It pointed at him, and a powerful wave of energy struck him directly. Mo's body was propelled backward by the force, blood erupting from his throat as he crashed to the ground. Coughing, Mo struggled to rise, his expression fraught with seriousness. The refining pill realm truly was formidable. He had to admit that the disparity in cultivation levels was vast, their powers not even on the same tier. Moreover, the spirit was a malevolent one. The energy it wielded inflicted significant harm on cultivators. Was he to perish here? Mo drew forth his wooden sword, gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through his body. His gaze fixed on the malevolent spirit. Fighting was out of the question. He had to find a way to escape. Mo surmised that this spirit, like the ordinary malevolent spirits before it, was likely confined to this cave. Therefore, he only needed to break free from the cave mouth. However, while this seemed straightforward, the execution was perilously difficult. The 1,000-year Thunderwood sword is indeed a fine weapon. It works against ordinary malevolent spirits, but to think you could use it against me is but a fool's dream. Die. Once I kill you, I'll proceed to slay those wretched humans in the cave. The spirit sneered coldly. Countless waves of energy emanated from its being, coalescing into a ghastly visage in an instant. The entire mountain trembled at that moment, stones crashing down as the grotesque face lunged toward Mo. Mo swung his wooden sword, the blade meeting the ghostly face, yet did nothing to hinder its advance. The face surged forth, accompanied by a cacophony of piercing sounds that rattled the mind. It was over. At that moment, Mo could think of nothing else. He attempted to evade, but the ghostly visage had already locked onto his presence. Its sharp maw was upon him, ready to swallow him whole. Thud! Yet in that life-or-death instant, a sound of music suddenly filled the air. The ghostly face before Mou shattered under the melody, dissipating into black mist. This music! Senior Chu. So familiar, he would never forget the notes he heard upon first entering the ancient village. Mou abruptly raised his head to look ahead. There, in white robes, Senior Chu floated gracefully, cradling an ancient zither in his arms. He was airborne. Mou was taken aback. This was a capability only a harmonization realm expert could possess. A level that countless cultivators yearned to attain. So, Senior Chu was this powerful. Who are you? The malevolent spirit stammered, panic evident in its voice. This seemingly ordinary youth exuded an aura of power that instilled fear within it. Instinctively, it knew it must flee. Chu Xiaoga cast a glance, internally sighing. The situation was indeed as he had surmised. The pit of 10,000 souls. Here, countless souls had perished, their various obsessions transforming into malevolent spirits, thus creating this realm of Yin energy. This was why everyone was under attack. These malevolent spirits possessed no intelligence, their sole obsession being to kill. However, this refining pill realm spirit was different. In life. It had been a cultivator, and after years of growth in this realm of Yin energy, it not only enhanced its strength, but also gained its own consciousness that I shall be the one to kill you. Chu Xiaoga replied, nonchalantly. Malevolent spirits relished devouring the essence of humans. Should this spirit be released, the ancient village would undoubtedly be in peril, if left unchecked. With its refining pill realm strength, countless lives would be lost at its hands. Should it grow stronger, the southern wilderness would be plunged into disaster. You cannot kill me. I can be your subordinate, obeying your every command. The spirit's eyes remained fixated on Chu Xiaoga, but upon uttering those words, it realized the latter showed no change in demeanor. Whoosh, the spirit, without hesitation, fled. This young man was less than human. How could he possibly reject such a promising subordinate? Mou watched in exhilaration as the once dominant spirit fled before Senior Chu. This was the might of a true powerhouse. Chu Xiaoga was momentarily stunned. The malevolent spirit was indeed very clever. However, all was in vain. With a flick of his wrist, the Zongling zither floated before him. Plink, plink, plink. His fingertips danced across the strings. Swiftly plucking downward, a radiant golden light surged forth from the Zongling zither, illuminating the cave in an instant. The golden light transformed into a golden sword that shot forth. The malevolent spirit had vanished without a trace. Yet, in the next moment, a wretched scream pierced the air, and everything fell silent once more. Gulp! Mou came back to his senses. Was the battle of the strong this effortless? With a mere flick of his wrist, he utterly annihilated the ghostly spirit of the essence refinement stage. Senior Chu. Mou hastily bowed deeply to Chu Xiaoga. Had it not been for the latter's timely intervention, he would have surely become a lost soul beneath the ghostly spirit today. Moreover, should he perish, his brother Mo Jia, who resided in the gourd, would undoubtedly face a similar fate. Chu Xiaoga retrieved the azure spirit zither, and with a single step, he stood before Mou. Are you aware of the latent dangers within your body? If this continues, within 3 years, you shall inevitably succumb to the corrosive influence of the ghostly energy. Chu Xiaoga, hands clasped behind his back, had discerned the issues plaguing Mou's body at their first encounter. He had even offered a warning, though he was unaware of the reasons behind Mou's entanglement with such ghostly energy. Little did he expect that it stemmed from a brother. Might I see him? Mou was taken aback, a surge of panic rising within him. From the implications of Senior Chu's words, it was evident that he was aware of Mo Jia's existence. Senior, though my brother is indeed a ghostly spirit, he has never harmed anyone. He retains his innocent heart, and I have never allowed him to interact with outsiders. Mou extended a trembling hand, cautiously retrieving the gourd from his bosom, that he understood that he had no capacity to refuse. With Senior Chu's formidable strength, resistance was futile. Yet he feared that Senior Chu might slay his brother. As the gourd opened, Mo Jia's figure reappeared. Brother, what just happened? Mo Jia looked utterly bewildered. Just as he prepared to inquire further, his body shuddered, and he gazed at Chu Xiaoga with sheer terror. Brother, I am so scared. Chu Xiaoge was not surprised. Having attained the thunder-devouring sacred body and previously consumed the nine heavens' thunder, even without exuding any aura, ghostly spirits possessed an acute sensitivity to thunder. Senior Chu. Mo Yu realized that the fate of his brother, Mo Jia, lay entirely in the hands of Senior Chu. Chapter 81. Taking action to assist Mo Yu clutched Mo Jia's small hand tightly. Beads of cold sweat forming in his palm while his other hand remained clenched. The cavern was enveloped in silence, devoid of any sound. Yet, in that moment, Mo Yu could distinctly perceive the rapid thumping of his heart, its pace accelerating with each passing second. That he had never experienced such anxiety and fear, not even when faced with the specter of death earlier. Chu Xiaoge remained silent. Cold sweat trickled down Mo Yu's forehead. What if I must kill him? Chu Xiaoge released a sliver of his imposing aura, one that Mo Yu could not possibly withstand. In an instant, he sensed the chilling breath of death, an overwhelming force that brooked no opposition. Senior Chu, even though I hold you in the highest regard and am acutely aware of my utter lack of ability to resist, I will protect my brother, even if it costs me my life. I shall not yield. Mo Yu slowly raised his head, his eyes brimming with unwavering resolve. You have a good brother. Mo Yu had prepared himself for the worst, yet the terrifying pressure dissipated in an instant. Chu Xiaoge merely smiled gently, even reaching out to ruffle Mo's hair. Mo Jia stood frozen in place, resembling a frightened chick. Chu Xiaoge turned, placing a hand on Mo Yu's shoulder without any resistance from the latter. Before Mo Yu could voice his confusion, a thread of thunderous energy flowed from Chu Xiaoge's palm into his body. Mo Yu clenched his eyes shut, feeling the surge of thunderous energy coursing through his meridians. In that fleeting moment, the harm inflicted by the ghostly energy over the years vanished entirely. The ghostly energy itself disintegrated into nothingness beneath the onslaught of thunder. Senior Chu? Ding! With the display of assistance came Mo Yu's profound gratitude and excitement. As the thunder-devouring sacred body ascended in rank, Level 1. Level 2, Mo Yu trembled with exhilaration, lowering his head to feel his body, which was now entirely restored. That moment, it seemed as though he had never been tainted by ghostly energy. Indeed, under the refining power of thunder, his strength appeared to have subtly increased. This the might of Senior Chu. Once more, Chu Xiaoge redefined Mo Yu's understanding of power. While I have alleviated the current affliction of your body, you will inevitably face the ghostly energy's encroachment again in the future. Will you continue in this manner until the day you perish? Upon hearing this, Mo Yu answered without hesitation, Yes. Senior Chu, even knowing this, I will not abandon my brother. Mo Yu was acutely aware of his own condition. Each time he utilized the seal to absorb ghostly energy for Mo Jia, the energy inevitably flowed into his own body, causing increasing harm over time. This degradation even affected his swordsmanship, significantly diminishing his strength. Yet he had never entertained the thought of giving up. Whenever Mo Jia required ghostly energy, he would do so without a second thought. In truth, as a ghostly spirit, Mo Jia could easily survive by consuming human essence. Ordinary humans posed no threat, and certainly would not necessitate Mo Yu harming himself. Clearly, Mo Yu had chosen not to pursue that path. Chu Xiaoge nodded subtly, admiring Mo Yu. There were indeed solutions available. He gazed at Mo Jia, who peeked out from behind Mo Yu. Curiosity mingled with fear in his eyes. Mo Jia had never witnessed his brother display such deference to another. Mo Yu leaned forward, excitement coursing through him as he looked intently at Chu Xiaoge. He had scoured ancient texts, but had found no suitable resolution. But it seemed that Senior Chu might possess a better approach. In the far southern reaches of Nanjiang, there lies a portal to the realm of ghostly spirits. If you can locate the ghostly stones formed over millennia within, refine them to attain the ghostly body, you shall no longer be susceptible to the ghostly energy's harm and can even harness its power. Thus, you could embody it, allowing your brother to thrive in the world. Chu Xiaoge elaborated. Knowledge gleaned from the system. The ghostly body was in essence akin to his dream space.